Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you had a great weekend. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm glad it is a plural pronoun that I'm using today, Seth. It's nice to have you back.
Yeah, I had no idea that you were flying solo on Friday morning. There wouldn't have been too much I could have helped you with, other than I could have maybe called in for the first hour of the show as I was traveling towards the Binghamton University commencement ceremony.
Yeah.
For the School of Engineering, there was they split it up. The Binghamton University splits it up into like 8 different ceremonies, so everybody can walk across the stage.
Yeah.
And get their diploma.
Who goes? Do the engineers go first because they figure they're like maybe the dorkiest ones and they're in bed?
They're all engineers. It was all engineers, and that's it.
That's
yeah.
The whole school is engineers.
They have the different colleges within the university.
Yeah.
So it was the College of Engineering and Science. I think they're computer science and engineering.
Gotcha.
So they're all like super nerdy.
Super nerdy, yeah. So who was it? Was it a nephew or a niece or who was graduating?
Friend of the family.
Friend of the family. Awesome, dude. Okay. Got it all squared away and ready to go.
Got it all squared away.
Good.
And the commencement speaker, who was getting an honorary degree, was a big-time AI guy. And unlike some commencement ceremonies I saw throughout the land this summer, he didn't get booed by the undergrad. He didn't get booed by the people when he got up to. He talked. Well, it was interesting because he's one of the early guys in on AI, but also has been a huge proponent, or has been very pushing to try to do it as environmentally. With as much environmental concern as possible, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Plus, I feel like the young engineers whose entry-level jobs are evaporating because of AI, I think probably have more of an attitude of I got to figure out how to be the best at this.
Yeah.
Than instead of just raging against the machine necessarily. I get it. I get the young people's concerns.
For sure.
A lot of PhDs out there losing their jobs because of AI.
They are. Yes, they are.
Like these the people that created AI have now been murdered by their own creation.
That's true. Yeah, they got eaten by their own child. Yes.
I tried to track down the speaker afterwards to talk to him about all the good work we're doing in sports entertainment with AI.
Do you think he would have? Were you able to track him down or no?
No, I wasn't. It was very Sean. It was a huge crowd afterwards. I got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
But I wanted to do all the very important work is what I meant to say.
Did he strike you as somebody who would have been impressed by what you were going to say to him if you? I
think he would have been intrigued. He dropped a few sports references.
Did he? Okay.
So I think he was. Yeah. Because he came he came to this country in the 1980s, and one of the things he had mentioned about was just falling in love with Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so he's not from here originally. So he got here in the 80s, and Jordan was pop culture in the 80s, man. Well, that's cool. Well, it's good to have you back. I know there are people who want to hear your thoughts on the schedule. We'll still. I won't say we'll be schedule heavy today, but there's other angles with it that have come out from over the weekend.
I'll tell you my immediate thought right off the bat when I looked at it was, my God, it's beautiful. In terms of just there was a symmetry to it. You almost just cut it right in half, like they bisected it. And hey, first half of the season, pretty vanilla, all just straightforward noon games. Yeah. A London one sprinkled in there, but by and large, it's you've got some challenges right off the bat with the Bills and the Bengals. But I like that the primetime games are all in the second half of the season, to where you might look at that as a show of disrespect. I look at it as a show of respect. I think the league's saying, boy, we could really set up, the Texans could be set up for some huge games in prime time in the second half of the season when they're jockeying for playoff position some of the time with those actual opponents. I like it. I'm excited about it. I'm happy, Sean.
You are happy with the schedule. Yeah, the way I looked at it, like Amy and I on weekends, there's usually one night we go out pretty hard, and there's one night we just stay in and watch, reruns of things or movies or whatever.
Yeah.
The first half of the schedule is the night we stay in and watch movies. It's all noon, other than the London game. It's all noon kicks. It's actually a lot of rivalry too. I mean, you got 4 games in a row that are your 3 divisional opponents and the Cowboys. But you're right; it's a very conventional, at least on the clock, a very conventional schedule. Post-bye week, it's the night we go out and we don't know where we're going to end up, and we get home at 3 in the morning and we wake up with, Whataburger wrappers everywhere and things like that. Yeah. The second half particularly, Seth, because I think you and I were texting while this was unfolding on Wednesday. It was when a lot of these games started to really drop, Wednesday afternoon. Or Thursday, Thursday leading into the schedule release. What are your thoughts on 4 games in 5 weeks in frigid cold weather conditions, 3 of which are primetime night games?
I look, that's another one where you look like, hey, maybe they got screwed on that. I welcome the opportunity for the Texans to play in adverse weather conditions as much as possible and get used to it.
You got your wish.
A, rise to the challenge, and then B, if you haven't secured home field advantage in the playoffs, then you're a tougher, more grizzled, more weathered team. That you got to do it. You got to face your demons at some point. And right now, the Texans are theoretically on paper constructed to better handle those conditions. Mm-hmm. They should be, if the off-season additions and the off-season theme works out, they should be a better running football team.
Yeah.
And you should be able to enter those environments and just flat out be better than you have been in the past. That's
what I said to Vandy. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer both jumped on Friday with me, and that's what I said to Vandy. I think it was Vandy I said this to, which was weeks 13 through 17, which, for those, maybe some of you still are getting up to speed on the schedule. It goes like this. At Steelers, Sunday Night Football. At Commanders, noon kick. Home for the Jags. So home for, not even theoretically, like home for literally your most important home game of the year. In between all this winter wonderland chicanery, you have your most important home game of the year. And then it's back on the road for a 4-day short week on Christmas Eve at Philadelphia. Then you do at least get 10 days off before you go to Green Bay and play Monday Night Football in January in Green Bay. So that's So the way it lays out there with all the winter. So what I said to Vandy, and I think it's kind of echoing what you were saying. That patch of schedule right there will be the referendum on whether or not their offseason on the offensive side of the ball was successful or not. Because at that point, when you get to that Steelers game, you've got 11 games under your belt. You got 6 games to go in the season. You got 11 games under your belt. You'll be 8-3, 9-2, 7-4, whatever. We have no idea what that's going to look like at that point. But you're deep into the season at that point, and you are going on the road to multiple places that are the reason why you built your team the way you built your team. Starting in December, that is the referendum on the offseason, assuming the Texans are what we think they're going to be, which is a team that's in contention in the AFC, right? I mean, if they're 3-8 or 4-7 at that point, then we've already had the referendum on the season. The season sucks. But if they're a contender at that point and they head to Pittsburgh in Week 13 with 3 more games after that, especially in those environments too, the night, particularly those night games. I mean, that Christmas Eve game in Philly is going to be Thunderdome, man. That's going to be crazy.
And I'm all in on Wednesday games now. I decided I sat and I contemplated it this weekend.
Yeah,
because I was like, okay, so Rupert Murdoch met with Trump and expressed concern over all of these streaming games and everything. I get that. And I understand people's concern about that, and myself included. I just get tired of signing up for different streaming services.
Yeah.
But the NFL kind of pushed back and gave gave their side of it. And the biggest fact of the matter is the NFL is citing that the ratings last year were the second best in the last 20 years or however it was. And I thought to myself, all right, I whine and gripe and complain about these Wednesday games and Thursday games. I've always loved Saturday games, but Wednesday and Thursday games I've whined and complained about. And yet, where am I when those games are happening? I'm sitting on my couch watching the games.
Yeah.
What I say and what I do are 2 disparate things.
Mm-hmm.
And so likewise, on a Wednesday night where I might otherwise be bored with no baseball in my life, barely checked in on the NBA, depending on what time of year it is.
You're going to watch.
There's an NFL game? Hell yeah.
Yep.
I'll take my free trial on Zillow or whatever new streaming service has got it.
Yep. How about the NBA with a Game 7 of the conference finals on Prime last night? Like, what are you doing, Adam Silver?
Not conference. What are we doing, Adam Silver?
Conference semifinals, not conference finals. Yeah.
Yeah, we're saying, what are we doing, Adam Silver? But at some point, that's where the NFL looks like they're headed right now.
Well, but I don't think they'd put. Well, they do. I guess they did. They had put a playoff game on streaming last year, didn't they? I think there was a. Was there a playoff game on Prime or Peacock?
The thing about the thing about the NFL, which this is where they still have me, and I'm just I'm not trying to be a shill for the league or anything here.
Yeah.
They can all go die, but the fact that in the home markets, you can still watch it on broadcast television. Yeah. I think that's a big saving grace because they've moved all of these other games to primetime, Wednesday or Thursday or whatever. But it's not like those are games that you would have had the ability to watch without paying extra anyway.
They'd have been buried on Sunday afternoon somewhere.
Right, or they would have been, maybe it would have been one of the Sunday afternoon slot or something. But you still have the opportunity to watch those games. Yeah. So I think, compared to other leagues like the NBA or like the NBA or baseball, you still do have way more opportunities to watch out-of-market games for free.
Sure.
In the NFL than you do in the other sports.
Well, and you can watch all your team's home game or all your local team's games on TV.
Your local team games that's you can watch on over-the-air broadcast. So there's a grumpy old man in me that doesn't like some of it, but by and large, it's more that the NFL has added more opportunities to watch games. So there's a feeling of missing out. That with all of it, but it's not necessarily missing out on something that you ever had before.
I'm also legitimately curious how many people are already subscribing to those streaming services for, who?
It's for Amazon Prime, the majority of Americans have Amazon Prime. We looked this up a while ago. It's like 65 or 70% of Americans.
Netflix is the one I'm really thinking of because that's, Amazon Prime, there's a lot other than the video that comes with that. Netflix, you're truly just watching for content with Netflix.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm curious about, like Netflix. I know they put a game on YouTube TV also last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
The numbers, you always see different numbers depending on which article you're looking at, but it's 45 to 55% of U.S. households have Netflix.
That's crazy. That's way higher than I thought it would be. That's nuts.
Yeah. Because it keeps getting more expensive.
Yeah,
every now and then I open up one of the emails they send me.
Yeah,
what the hell is that? Well, no, Netflix. I hate you too. I'll never watch you again. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh. 7 documentaries this month. Ooh, okay.
I didn't know Claire Danes was still around. Oh yeah, I'll watch this.
So you love this schedule? It sounds like you're excited about.
Look. There's
John Lopez thought he was getting walked to the gas chamber with this schedule.
I don't know. I have a hard time ever feeling like a victim of a schedule because you're always going to have things that are good, things that are bad. There's going to be weaknesses.
I'm with you.
The Texans, now the league will tell you, listen, there's all these graphics about whether, miles traveled or total days of rest missed or adverse circumstances with rest. The league propagandists will also put out that there's not really any evidence that the timing of your bye week or having less rest because of primetime games or whatever really has an effect on the games. I'm not buying it 100%.
Yeah.
And yet, by and large, the effect isn't as big as you suspect it would be.
Yeah.
Or that your knee-jerk feel is. So I just roll with it, man.
I'm not buying it.
Look, Sean, it was when I was in my... It was like when I was in Hell Week when I was training to be a Navy SEAL.
Right.
Before I succumbed to stress fractures.
Yes.
You get to a point where you're just like, listen, you can throw anything you want at me. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna withstand it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You adapt.
Steal your resolve. Yeah.
Yep.
And ultimately, when they pulled me off the boat because of my stress fractures, it wasn't because I quit. It's because they dragged me kicking and screaming away from
forced you out. You would have stuck around. You would have stuck.
Yeah.
You've told that story many times.
I was going to go back, but then details from my past emerged in security risk and all that. Yeah.
All right. So, have you gone through it? Do you have a prediction on the season, like an early gut feeling? I did my game.
Yeah, I've got it. I went through it, and I came up. I came up with 13 wins.
Yeah, me too.
Which is ridiculously optimistic because no matter how good you are, it's really hard to win 13 games.
That's
in the
on
NFL.
brand for this show, though, man. We're optimistic.
I tried to be as cynical as possible and cross-check and everything, and I feel okay about 13 wins.
Yeah,
they're favored in 13 of their games.
They are. They are. We'll dig into that a little bit later. They're favored in 13 of their games, but it's really interesting. It's not your classic, like they're favored in 13 of them, and 5 of them are by a touchdown or more. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of coin tosses this year, man.
It's a lot of coin tosses, yeah. It's a lot of 3 points or less.
Yeah, a ton of it. But which makes it fun, So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, the schedule is out, and we're excited about it. We'll hit the spreads on it a little bit later. We'll hit the road trips. The schedule makers just did not listen to my wish list even one tiny bit, Seth. Like they did the opposite of everything. Remember I did my wish list last Wednesday or Thursday, I think it was? I mean, they just pooped all over all of it. Hey, give me a cupcake in week 1. Here's the Bills. And that cupcake you wanted is going to be in week 18.
They are a cupcake in NRG Stadium.
That's true.
Of all the times that you had to face the Bills, I feel like week 1 would be the best. I was watching Cody Kessler and Aqib Talib. The duo you expect to see on your internet. Right. But Cody Kessler brought up a good point with his long 3-year NFL career. He said that he always wanted to look at, when the schedule came out, who the week 1 opponent was. And he said it's a challenge because you don't have any film on them. And I thought, well, the Bills, all they did was fire their head coach and keep everybody else. The offensive coordinator becomes the head coach, and he's not going to have the guardrails of a defensive-minded head coach, which you might think, wow, you're going to see the best version of Joe Brady. No, Joe Brady forgets completely and totally at times that he has one of the league's best running backs on his roster.
He does.
And not that many good receivers, and just forgets and abandons the run game.
Yeah.
I welcome the Bills in week 1. Yeah. I feel like that's the best possible time that a first-time head coach, he's probably going to pull a David Culley, forget to bring his challenge flag out on the field and all that.
So. That's true in week 1. Yeah, he may.
If Joe Brady doesn't decline a penalty to get it to replay 3rd down, I'll be disappointed.
Oh my God! Yeah, for those who missed my wish list, I'll do this very quick because we're up against it. I wanted a cupcake in week 1. True, we got the Bills who have been a cupcake at NRG, but I wanted the Titans. They put them in week 18. I wanted no holiday gauntlet. We got a holiday gauntlet. They're going to play on Christmas Eve, 3 games in 12 days. With no bye week right before it, like the last time they did that. I actually wanted the Bills in prime time for the very reasons you talked about, Seth, to put on a show for the world. It got them in noon in week 1, and then to keep the cold weather to a minimum. I mean, they just pooped all over that.
Yeah.
Give it a second buzz for how bad that was. Yeah.
It's, you know what, though? I mean, the game in Green Bay is the one that concerns me the most. I don't look at the Commanders as a northern team. They're mid-Atlantic, and the weather's not going to be it's probably not going to be all that bad.
It won't be Arctic. It won't be,
I mean, the average highs in those first couple of games, the Steelers and the Commanders, the average high on those days is 49 or so. So it's not going to be. It's most likely not going to be ridiculously bad.
Steelers will be at night, though. That's the thing.
Right, but still, the average low is like 34 or something.
Is it really in Pittsburgh? Huh? Okay. Yeah, maybe it won't be too bad. This I know. That's less than the 72 degrees that it is at Reliance Stadium.
That's true.
It is less than that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the Astros here. They win a series over the weekend, but yesterday was a phone-it-in day. It felt like to me yesterday for the Astros, and more injury news for them as well. Xavier Hutchinson did an interview that was really good on a podcast called the Caps Off Podcast, and he makes some bold proclamations about his quarterback. We will get to all that here in the 6 o'clock hour, coming up next.
Talking about weather, yeah, we got it here in Houston. Not those frigid conditions all that often, but we get
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, there's someone even more optimistic than us on the text page, Seth. 17-0. The game I'm most looking forward to is Christmas Eve against Philadelphia. That game is going to be special. I'm looking forward to it just for the spectacle of it. A Christmas Eve game. I'm a little surprised the league put the Texans back on the Christmas docket this year after what happened 2 years ago with the Texans at Christmas time.
That was at home.
Yeah. This is in in Philly, which is crazy land, man.
That was the whole thing about that is, for one, if I were a player, I would actually like having that Wednesday game on Christmas Eve. Because you get home, you're home on Christmas.
It's a Thursday game, just so you know. Yeah, that Christmas Eve is on a Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Wednesday.
Oh, all right. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So you're there in Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
You get back early in the morning on Christmas Day, but then D'Amico will probably give them a couple of days off, and you don't none of that stress of like dealing with Christmas and in-laws and all that crap, and then also going to play a football game after that. I would much rather play on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day than any other day of Christmas week.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Because they're going to be walking in. I'd rather be at home. They're going to be walking in the door about the time their family's getting ready to open gifts. When you think about
that part would suck.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to get in at like 5 in the morning or something like that.
The kids always get you up early on Christmas Day.
That's true.
Anyways, so that's part of being a parent. I'd rather be sleep deprived after having played a football game than sleep deprived before playing a football game.
Good point. Add Jose Altuve to the body count, I guess. Going to the IL. This was almost identical to the Jake Myers injury from back in early April, which, by the way, he is just now coming back from 5.5 weeks later.
It all works out.
Yeah.
You lose an Altuve, you get back at Jake Myers.
Jake Myers.
Bryce Matthews gets to stay in the infield.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Well, from that standpoint, it does play. They do play into each other a little bit, which is kind of weird. But if you missed it yesterday, a couple days ago, it was on Saturday. Jose Altuve, just a normal routine swing, grounds into a double play and barely leaves the batter's box because he pulls an oblique muscle, which
a routine Altuve swing, but yeah.
A routine for him.
Reaching for
Yep. But he just doesn't even run out of the box. He grabs his side, immediately just walks with the trainer into the clubhouse. It was not a good scene. He's going on the IL now. He had a similar injury in 2023 and he missed 20 games. But we don't know. In the rundown, Seth, I put in all caps, old man injury alert. Because, these are the types of things now with Altuve at 35, 36 years old, when he just pulls an oblique swinging a bat, and you got so many years left on his deal, and he's not having a great year to begin with. It's just,
it's starting to get it back together, but then this is what happens. But that's even a further reminder that, that's what happens with older players. They get streakier and they get injured more. So it doesn't even feel like horrible, awful luck that it looked like he was getting back into his groove and then hurt his oblique. Yeah, that's what happens when you're in your mid-30s.
Yeah. So just real quick updates on other guys. Josh Hader, this is the weirdest report to me. Josh Hader is going to need 5 more rehab appearances before he comes off the IL.
5 more?
I've never heard of anything like that before. Like he's going to need 5 more, and I guess they're all scheduled. Like he's going to pitch an inning on such and such a date, and then an inning a few days, a couple days later or whatever. But he's going to need – they are really being cautious with him to make sure he's all the way back.
I thought of Pena when Pena was talking about his rehab assignment. He basically got to a point where he said, okay, that's enough. Come on, give me this is enough. I got to get back up. I got to get back up in the big leagues.
He's right. He's right. You know my new feeling on these rehab assignments. He does.
And they have after you had come up with this and said that you wanted to get rid of rehab assignments altogether.
Yeah.
The trend is that rehab assignments aren't as common, or at least a lot of players are starting to just do everything because they have the ability to basically simulate games and everything with all the technology that you can just stay with the big leagues and just boom, there you go.
Right. Because the whole thing is to get your timing back, not get plowed into by some tryhard on the base paths.
Like Pena did
at Double A. Yeah, and then he misses 2 minor league games with a sore neck. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Hunter Brown's going to throw a bullpen tomorrow, and then he's going to have a rehab assignment, which sounds like it's going to be a long one to get him back to where he needs to be. So guys are starting to come back, but the season, I mean, they're 19 and 29. We're almost a third of the way into the season at this point. It's they got to start making making a move here at some point.
Yeah, and look, until a lopsided loss yesterday, I was feeling good about the way they were performing against the Rangers, Sean.
Yeah, two low-scoring games.
Yeah.
Pitching's coming back.
Yeah, the offense that looked like it was going to be the best in the league through the first few weeks of the season.
Yep.
It takes a hit when you basically have two of your opening day starters out there at any given point.
Yep.
It feels like.
Oh yeah, dude. And with Altuve out now, like the numbers, at least for the time being, they're going to get Payne and Jake Myers back here imminently. Then actually, they're going to get him back for this series in Minnesota. They're traveling with the team to Minnesota, but yikes, man, what a start to the season. Xavier Hutchinson was on the Caps Off podcast, and this is a good sit down. Xavier Hutchinson's a good interview.
It was like a 1 hour and 20-minute interview.
Is that how long it was? I only saw the clips.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So he talked about a lot of different topics, obviously. The one that got the most attention was his answers about C.J. Stroud. This is the first one on why C.J. Stroud was so good. Keep in mind, they came into the league together. They were both part of that 2023 rookie class. Why was Stroud so good back in 2023?
So what would you say? What would Xavier Hutchinson say as to why C.J. Stroud was a top 5 quarterback after 2023?
I mean, if you really watch the games, and you really see what he was doing as a rookie, especially, it was amazing to watch. Even just seeing him go about his day, each and every day, he showed up every day. He was the same person. Mm-hmm. You knew what you were going to get out of him every day. And honestly, he had this sense of unwavering confidence within himself that you just felt like nobody could shake, no outcome could shake. He missed the ball, you knew that the next ball was going to be right on the money. So you go out there and you play freely,
right?
And you just play to what you know how to do. And he's been playing football since probably like everyone else, since he was 5 years old.
Yeah.
So it's just all about just going out there and just being you.
Yeah.
And that's what he did.
Do you agree with that 2023 assessment of CJ?
I agree with that, and I think, honestly, I was going back through and doing some cut-ups of some of the stuff from 2023, and it is amazing how glaring it is that, man, it's just the classic story of what happens with rookie quarterbacks and why there's sometimes a sophomore slump or a second and third year slump. It's that the league figures out what you're good at and what you struggle with and what they need to take away from you, and it's just, we've talked about it ad nauseum here. The league came back in year 2 and took away a lot of the stuff that had made the Texans lethal, especially on some of the deep balls in the first year. And then with the Texans' inability to run the ball, and then CJ also still as a young quarterback having to learn some lessons along the way. It just he wasn't able to capitalize on a lot of that.
Yeah.
But the thing about the confidence part. That's, I think, what we probably wonder about as a fan base is, all right, boy, with CJ, with his body language and everything, has he lost his confidence? Has he lost that mojo or whatever? A couple times in this interview, Xavier Hutchinson basically said he's still that same guy. Mm-hmm. And I guess the faith that from his teammates, I don't think they've lost any of that at all. No. I don't worry about that. I really do think that probably if there's any chatter in the locker room and everything, it's probably been more about all of those things that we just talked about and just some of the systemic issues on the offense more so than CJ himself.
Yeah, here's another one from Xavier Hutchinson, kind of echoing what Seth just said. He says 7 is back.
I feel like 7's back.
Yeah.
Just from, what I've seen, we've been able to work out together. We've been able to throw a little bit while I've been up here. That fire inside to prove all the people who was in and had all these, wanted to say whatever, had all these hot takes that they wanted to say. Yeah. He's here.
Yeah.
And he's going to prove everyone wrong like he's always done his entire life.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that I get to sit back and catch the ball with him and be on that field with him. And hopefully all the haters have the popcorn out because it's not going to look good for you.
Okay. That's how they're internalizing it. He threw 4 interceptions in a playoff game.
That's the part that bothered me a little bit. Is I don't want – now, this is Xavier talking, not CJ.
Sure.
I don't want CJ to be aware of necessarily what all the haters are saying.
Yeah.
He's going to understand there's criticism and what have you. He doesn't need to be drowning in it or anything. I think C.J. Stroud is probably as hard on himself about all of that stuff that happened in the playoffs as anybody else is outside the building. I would look. This is Xavier saying this, not CJ. It's not CJ getting up there and acting like he's been just in his mentions on social media 3 hours a day. But let's lay off on worrying about the haters.
Well, and the hot take thing too. And I like Xavier Hutchinson. Let me be clear about that. And I do admire how he's got his teammates back. That's the ultimate theme with all this, is like you said. And I think that's the most important thing. If you're rooting for the Texans, the most important thing out of all that, other than CJ needing to play better, is that his teammates still believe in him. And I think it's authentic. And Xavier Hutchinson is one of several people who have spoken about that, from GM to head coach to player this offseason for sure. But the hotter take coming out of that Patriots game is that 2023 Stroud is walking through that door. That's the hotter take than the takes about CJ regressing are backed up with a lot of factual things. You know?
By the very statement, 7 is back. It implies that
he went somewhere else.
And now he needs to be back.
Good point.
Just like as it was with Justin Timberlake and Sexy. I wasn't aware that Sexy ever left the building.
Now it's back.
I didn't need Justin Timberlake to bring it back.
That's right.
I was like, what are you talking about, Justin Timberlake?
Hey, by the way, do you get the same feeling I do now when people refer to their quarterback by the number that's, oh, God, J.J. McCarthy ruined this for everybody?
I thought immediately of you when I heard him call him 7. Yeah.
9 ruined this for everybody. Yeah. 9. All right.
Who are the greatest quarterbacks who wore the number 7?
I don't know.
You're a horrible number guy, just like I am.
I don't know. Yeah. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Elway?
Oh, yeah, Elway.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was good. He was
Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben Roethlisberger?
Roethlisberger, Esiason, Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
Michael Vick.
Vick, yeah.
Is CJ yet as good? Has CJ earned the right to call for Xavier Hutchinson to call him 7 as opposed to John Elway, Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Theismann, Michael Vick, Boomer Esiason, or Randall Cunningham?
I got to think about that one during the break. I got to hash out the numbers on that one.
I don't think he's quite there yet.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. Let's get to some headlines. We'll dig deeper into the Astros weekend. What do they have coming up? We'll give you the full injury report with them. And basketball last night. An old friend is on to the conference finals.
Yeah, baby.
He looked a lot like he did for the Rockets in those games, though, back in the day. We'll get into all that. We got a little NFL quarterback news for the Texans schedule, by the way. We'll do that as well coming up next.
Hey, look, you gotta think about your own elimination game. What are you going to do when you retire?
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Astros in headlines. They take 2 out of 3 from the Rangers over the weekend, but if we're into recency, the last game was the worst game. 8-0 they lose yesterday. They won 2-0 on Friday. Spencer Arrighetti was amazing. We may hear his name during Acknowledge Me at 7:20. Took a no-hitter into the 8th inning on Friday. They win 2-0 on Saturday. They get 4 home runs, 4 solo bombs off Jacob deGrom. They win 4-1 in that game. And then yesterday was just kind of a disaster. Look, it was a disaster the second they dropped the lineup at 10:30 or whatever it was in the morning when you saw that the 4, 5, and 6-hole hitters were Zach Cole, Zach DeZenzo, and Braden Shoemake. That's your 4, 5, 6. Which feels no Isaac Paredes in the lineup yesterday, which feels a little disingenuous when Espada after the Saturday game was like, we got to get the sweep. We got to get the sweep this weekend. And you trot a lineup out there where Zach Cole is your cleanup hitter.
And Zach Cole and Braden Shoemake have been really good at least.
They have.
So there's that. I feel like everybody's Nobody wants to get excited about any promising performances from young guys. Or Shoemake's not even young; he's just a career minor leaguer at this point. But he's had an incredible start with the Astros. As of yesterday, 7 of the 10 opening days Astros starters were out, and that doesn't even include Pena because he was already injured on that. So you can almost say 8 of those guys. Altuve. Robert Land here included Pena in that. Okay. Correa, Yiner, Loperfido, Myers, Hunter Brown, just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's easier to name the healthy ones, right? It's probably Yordan Alvarez, Paredes is healthy, and I don't know who else. It's not good, man. It's not good at all. They're going to start to get some guys back, but Altuve hadn't even been playing that well, but him going on to the IL just symbolically is one of those things like, all right, this just feels like a snake-bitten kind of year. So Altuve to the IL, if anybody missed that over the weekend, with an oblique strain, which is that's something that's going to keep him out a while. It's a grade 2 oblique strain. Josh Hader's going to need more time in the minors, 5 more appearances according to Joe Espada. Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers, and it sounds like Nate Pearson, who hasn't pitched for the Astros yet this year, but was hitting like 101 on the gun down in the minor leagues. So another bullpen arm should be joining the team here shortly. They're starting to build Hunter Brown back up again. Tatsuya Imai starts tonight, Seth. So
yeah, buddy.
We should be in a great mood tomorrow morning.
Oh, I cannot wait for this. Dana Brown was undying faith in Imai.
Not worried at all, yeah.
There's a phenomenon that happens that when things start off rough in a relationship and then they get better, the bond tends to be that much stronger.
Yeah.
It's basically the basis of every romance novel or rom-com ever built.
When
you see 2 characters hate each other at the beginning, you can be damn sure they're going to be deeply in love by the end. But it's borne out in reality, and I look forward to the time where this adversity at the beginning of our relationship with Imai forges a bond that's stronger than any bond we've ever had with a pitcher in Houston when he figures it out, Sean.
The most popular babyface wrestlers, that's wrestling parlance for good guy. The most popular good guys have historically been wrestlers, performers, who were the ultimate bad guys before that. So, I think that's my language for it. I think that's maybe we all love Tatsuya Imai by July. Who the hell knows?
Sitting here trying to cherry pick Altuve stats to show that he's actually been better as of late.
He had a home run the same day he pulled his oblique. That's all I can come up with.
I'm trying to be kind of, without being overly cherry picky. No. I just went over his last 8 games. At least he had a 724 OPS. So he's an average baseball player over the last 8 games, Sean.
Yippee.
Which is better than he had been for a while.
That's true. Spurs advance to the Western Conference Finals on Friday. They blow out Minnesota on Minnesota's home floor in a Game 6. Cavaliers do likewise to the Pistons last night. They beat them by 31 in Game 7 in Detroit. God, I can't even imagine being a Pistons fan who might have paid $1,000 to go to a Game 7 against the Cavaliers, and they lose by 31. This game was never close. It was a blowout from jump. The Cavaliers, And I know I already see people. I've seen at least a couple people on social media like James Harden. He needs an apology from everybody because he led his team to the conference finals. He was 2 for 10 last night.
Yeah,
he was 0 from 3. He stunk, but he was on a team that won by 30. So good for him. On to the conference finals.
Yeah, has he never been in the conference finals before?
Right.
Am I missing something here?
Thank you. Yeah, that's good point. It's not like he got to new heights, as D'Amico Ryans would like to call it. So now we're in a world where either the Knicks or James Harden are going to the NBA Finals. It's great.
I look honestly with Harden. I hope that at some point that he can exorcise these demons somehow.
You do?
I hope this series comes down to a Game 7 and he ends up putting up 45 points. And
oh my God! Listen to you. What are you talking? No.
I like seeing people overcome their struggles. All right,
even ones who ditched you back 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, why are you bringing up old stuff?
That's because I hold grudges. That's why, because I hold grudges. Aaron Rodgers back to Pittsburgh on a 1-year deal for up to $25 million. It's $22 million with incentives that can get to $25. This is my question.
Yeah,
he made $13 million last year.
Right.
What did Aaron Rodgers do for the Steelers last year that necessitated a $9 million raise?
They were an average offense. I think that's honestly, the price tag isn't. It's like, are we going to act like $22 million for a starting quarterback in the NFL these days?
Of course
is
not.
Just that jaw dropping.
No.
They were, and yet, this is purgatory for Steelers fans. There's nothing about Aaron Rodgers' performance last year that should make you think, oh, this year they'll be really good. Because you know what they did last year? They actually ran the ball pretty well.
Yeah.
They actually protected the passer pretty well. Aaron Rodgers did what he always does, which is I'm going to check out of run plays into pass plays, even though I can't throw more than 3 yards down the field. He was like a system college quarterback last year, just getting the ball out of his hands ridiculously fast. He is among full-time starters. He got rid of the ball faster than anybody else in the league last year, and a lot of it was screens. If he was a college prospect playing that style of football, and you were trying to brag about him, he's a system quarterback.
What?
And they didn't. They were a mediocre offense, buoyed by their rushing offense, not their passing offense. It was just the Steelers just can't. They can't move on. They have to keep. They did it with old Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
They did it with Russell Wilson. They're now doing it with Aaron Rodgers. They'd rather be mediocre than actually take a stab at somebody like. At the very least, bring Malik Willis in for the same amount of money.
Amount.
Yeah. I don't think Kyler Murray wanted to go there.
Yeah.
So Kyler Murray would have made a lot more sense.
Sure.
But it just they're in purgatory. They'll probably win 8 or 9 games.
Well, and that's my thing. If I were a Steelers fan, that's why I say, why am I giving this guy even more money than I gave him last year? I don't even know if I want him. I don't even know if I want him to be the quarterback, and we're giving him $22 million, not the $13 million that he got last year. I get what you're saying about $22 million. It's below the going rate for a starting quarterback.
The price tag is pretty, in my mind, it's inconsequential. It's more just, the fact that you're bringing back Aaron Rodgers at all. If they had paid him $40 million or something, that would have been absurd. But just that you're running it back. That they swapped out Mike Tomlin, and people thought, okay, well maybe it'll be different now. And they bring in another guy who's good in the regular season, but hasn't done all that much since back when Aaron Rodgers was in his prime in the playoffs. And that it feels like more of the same.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be livid if I were a Steelers fan.
Yep. I'm happy as a Texans fan. They play him in Week 13. You see what they did to him last year in the playoffs. When you can only throw the ball 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, you become nice and predictable for a swarmy defense like the Texans. Hey, be listening next hour for your shot at a pair of tickets to see Journey on November 18th at Toyota Center. That'll be fun. Little Journey tickets coming up in the next hour, so be listening for that. The Texans 2026 schedule from a player's perspective. We'll get that from Seth, and we'll hear from a couple former players as to what are the things that players look for when the schedule comes out. We'll do that coming up next. But we watched that very basketball game we were talking about. Amy and I went for a walk yesterday afternoon, stopped at the local water.
TFM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A couple texts, and then we'll get to the schedule from a player's perspective. Not sure why Sean is mentioning shoemake as a criticism of the lineup. Dude's been one of the few good hitters lately. No, he's been good. I'm looking at it more from a perspective of, okay, if someone had told you before the season that the season is teetering on the brink of total disaster, and on a Sunday afternoon, like say back in spring training they told you this, most of you would have said, who's Braden Shoemake? I have no idea who he is, because they traded for him during the season. But if someone said your 4, 5, and 6 hitters are going to be Zach Cole, Zach DeZenzo, and someone named Braden Shoemake, you would have been like, oh my God, the season is probably not going so great. And you'd be right, the season's not going so great. Shoemake has been a nice silver lining in what's been an otherwise miserable Astros season.
Yeah. And I think, if anything, there's just hesitancy about, okay, how long is this going to last? Like, he had above a 1,000 OPS forever. He's down to 896, which is still really, really good.
Really good.
And he makes some awesome defensive plays. He's fun to watch. He looks like a singer-songwriter, so I like that. And but it's just, okay, it's relatively early. Like we've seen this out of guys like, Jake Myers.
Yeah. No, we're well versed.
Like, this kid's going to be Rookie of the Year.
Yep. No, we're well versed in it. Now, I will say the play yesterday, where I think it was Berger, who he hit the home run to make it 2-0, and then he smoked that line drive with the bases loaded. Shoemake kind of got out of the way of a little bit. I know it was 109 off the bat. I know it was a hard hit ball. I don't like that he went to the ground when the line drive came at him and then it glanced off his glove and went into left field.
He's made some really nice. He's made some really nice plays. It's not like what are you calling him, Yella? Yeah.
I kind of am a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it looked weird. I'm like, okay, that's he was ducking, cut out of the way. I'm like, no, you're supposed to catch that.
Well, he had a weird one on Saturday or Sunday on where he came in. It was kind of a chopper. And Christian Walker had to throw it to him, and Shoemaker was just late getting to the bag. And they ended up getting the out, but it was really, really close.
Yeah.
But he's also, he's played like about 40 games in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he's been I agree with Texter. I agree with you about how he's played. I'm just saying, like, these are not the names we were expecting to be in the meat of the lineup in a game. You really need all these games because they've been so bad in the division so far this year. I mean, this is the first series they've won in the division this year.
It is. No, it really is. You're looking at it, and you love to be angry. I love to be angry at Espada about things. I like to be angry at various individual EMIs about things. But the sum total of it is that, my God, yet again, here we are you've got 7 of your opening day starters on the IL right now. If you include Hunter Brown, and it's difficult.
Yep.
But Pena's coming back.
And he's been
okay. Pena's coming back, and hopefully he'll be better than when he's been out there this year.
Well, you mean like the 8 games that he's been out there for?
Yeah. The actual baseball that he's played needs to be better, as well as him actually being on the diamond.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to the player's perspective on the schedule. This was Cody Kessler. So Cody Kessler, Aqib Talib. Was this from the show they do with Skip Bayless?
The Gridiron Arena?
Yeah. Okay.
Arena Gridiron? Yeah. I don't know what they're doing with that title.
Yeah, Skip Bayless is streaming his YouTube channel. Cody Kessler, former quarterback in the NFL, former Cleveland Brown, talked about the importance of the first game of the season.
With all of that, the most important thing that I look at when I saw a schedule was week 1. You put all this effort in. You want to go out there and set the tone early and really set the foundation for the rest of the season and start out 1-0. But the most important thing for that game and what makes week 1 so difficult is because outside of Thursday night games, no one has played a game yet. You don't know what anyone's going to look like. You have no film to watch. It's a difficult game to prepare for, but I'm excited for it. We got a lot of great week 1 games.
Okay, let's do these through a Texans lens.
I got excited about that because I thought, wait a second. No, they know exactly what to expect from the Bills because all they did was fire their defensive-minded head coach and elevate the offensive coordinator to head coach, and you should have a pretty good expectation of exactly what they're going to be on offense. If anything, I mean, Joe Brady would move away from the run game curiously. He's called games like he hates James Cook, who at any given time is one of the top 3 rushers in the league.
It's an odd guy to hate, yes.
Yeah, because you've just got to get the ball to Khalil Shakir or whatever it might be. That part of it, including you add on to that the fact that Josh Allen has just been garbage at NRG Stadium, that of all the potential tough matchups you'd have in week 1, I actually feel good about this one. It's going to be a tough game, don't get me wrong. It's just that this opponent is a quarterback that you had a great game plan against last year, and he isn't remarkably improved on the receiving core. I mean, they had DJ Moore, great. I think that's a tough matchup. Josh Allen's fearing that matchup way more than the Texans are. And then if you look at the Texans' offseason theme on offense, it's, all right, we want to be more physical in the run game. Yeah. And they added guys along those lines. The Bills were one of the worst run defenses in the league last year.
It's not a great defense.
Yeah. So, have their improvements done enough for them where they didn't make any additions in the front 7?
Yeah.
Are they going to be that much improved versus the run? I don't think so. And then it's just a question of if the Texans genuinely improved versus running the ball.
Okay, I had 2 questions for you. I think you kind of answered one of them, which is DJ Moore. Doesn't sound like that really does it for you as far as any sort of changing the calculus on this game at all?
No, it definitely gives him options and they can stretch the field better. Yeah. I just think that it's not like adding A.J. Brown in his peak or something.
No, and it plays right into a Texans strength. Like, hey, we got DJ Moore. It's like, all right, well, we still have the best secondary in football. Like, it's not like the Texans don't have the firepower defensively to combat that. I was just curious what you thought of him.
The biggest thing about the Texans' game plan versus Josh Allen last year was that they did a masterful job of containing him as a runner. and they used the spy really effectively. And there were just times when the Texans defense just read the play action to a T. So their linebackers were also really good in coverage. And that's the thing that was their undoing a lot of times last year, was the quarterback not rushing for 150 yards, the quarterback converting a fourth down or a third down in the fourth quarter. If it's Bo Nix or Gardner, the Baker Mayfield or anybody like that. They did a great job of it versus Josh Allen.
My other question is, and we'll go into the betting angles on this schedule in the 8 o'clock hour, but as long as we're talking about this is one of the few games the Texans are an underdog in this year. Are you surprised, given the success that they've had at home against Josh Allen and the Bills and all the other reasons you just laid out, why this is a matchup that's, as week one matchups goes, a pretty good one for the Texans if it's going to be a good team? Are you surprised that the Bills are favored in this game?
I am. I was actually genuinely very surprised with that. I think that probably, as much as we've seen Josh Allen turn into a puddle of mud frequently there, I think odds makers probably don't factor that in as much, and they're just going by
obviously.
Like in the power rankings, the Bills are a better team. Yes, they're on the road, so they get knocked down a couple notches for that. But the odds makers basically feel like on a neutral field, the Bills are 4.5 points better than the Texans.
Yeah, I guess so. I was surprised. I went through an exercise with this, with the, who I thought, which games I thought the Texans would definitely be favorites in, which ones I thought they may be. And then I had two games that I called coin flips, and it was the home, I didn't know if the Texans would be favored or underdogs. And it was the Bills game at home and the Ravens game at home. And it turns out they're favored against the Ravens by 1.5 at home.
Right.
They're underdogs to the Bills. I would have flipped that on its head. If you had said to me, those two games, one, the Texans are a favorite, the other, they're an underdog, I would have bet my life savings that it would have been the other way around, that they would have been a favorite with all summer to prepare for a guy they already know and play against really well, and they'd be an underdog 12 weeks in against a guy who has dominated them in Lamar Jackson.
So one thing that we, the public, tends to do that's kind of irrational and it doesn't make a lot of sense and we weigh it too heavily is when we'll start using historical record when it comes to analyzing two current teams.
Yeah.
So you'll say things like, well, the Texans have never beaten this team in this situation or whatever. Like, okay, we're talking about different coaches, different players and everything. I don't care about the logos on their helmet. When it comes to the Texans never having beat Lamar Jackson, I will throw all that rationale to the wind and say, what the hell?
Until they beat him.
Lamar Jackson versus some very good Texans defenses.
Very good.
It's not just D'Amico Ryans, but versus some respectable or very good defenses that the Texans have put out there, has just simply had the Texans number. And a couple of times it's been versus D'Amico Ryans. So that's the huge question is this version, or last year's Texans defense, what would it have looked like versus Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, because he was hurt.
Compared to the year before. The Texans were a better defense last year than they were in that Christmas Day game 2 years ago. But yeah, I'll buy into that historical trend of Lamar Jackson never losing to the Texans. It's something that intimidates me. I confess to it.
No, me too. That was one of the things that was so disappointing about starting 0-3 last season, is that by the time the Ravens in Week 5 rolled around, there was a part of me, like in a vacuum, put the record aside for a second, there was a big part of me that's like, okay, this Texans defense, I really do want to see them go against Lamar Jackson. But the problem was, at that point in the season, having started out 0-3, you were out of any margin for error at that point.
Yeah.
Like, you could only afford to lose another couple games without missing the postseason. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll just savor the fact that we're going to get Cooper Rush and Snoop Huntley here on a Sunday.
Well, and the other thing about the Ravens is that the Texans did a masterful job versus, a non-starting quarter. Like that offense is completely different when Lamar Jackson isn't in there last year. But some of the things that the Ravens do work directly against some of the Texans' weaknesses. Mm-hmm. And the Texans' defense did a really good job of playing more responsibility-minded defense on the defensive line against the Ravens last year. Mm-hmm. It's just without that threat of Lamar Jackson, things kind of change. So this is where having a guy like Caden McDonald in there should help a lot theoretically versus the Ravens. There's times when you've got to worry about this run-pass threat and reading the option and doing all of those things, that having a big body guy in there makes it a lot easier.
Yep.
And that's where hopefully by the time they face the Ravens, that Caden McDonald is a big force against the run.
Cody Kessler had another one here. Here is Cody Kessler talking about the schedule and the timing of games.
And I think most importantly is when are those primetime games and which ones are they? Is it a Sunday night? Is it a Monday night? Or is it a Thursday night? Because those Thursday night games really change your schedule and your preparation. The other thing that you look at is the international games. If you have one, when is it? Where are we going? You also want to look at your divisional opponents. When do we play them? Where do we play them at? Do we get them at home early? Do we have to travel to play them at their place later on in the season? How important are those games going to be towards the end of the year?
Okay, the Texans play 2 Thursday night games, and they're both in the second half of the season. They play the Colts. They come back from Cleveland, so they come out of the bye in Week 8, play 2 road games. Their first time back at NRG Stadium in nearly a month is a Thursday night home game against the Colts in Week 11. Their other Thursday night game is Christmas Eve in the middle of an Arctic December schedule for them.
This is exactly what I would be looking at if I were, like Cody Kessler had said, as a player. Remember Cade Stover talked about how he didn't like these night games? When he was a rookie, he was coming out of Ohio State, and they'd played a fair number of,
a lot of night games,
that he likes the daytime games. I feel like this probably comes down to whether you're an early riser or not. Mm-hmm. As an early riser myself, I despise the night games because it screws my entire schedule
dude, I'm
up.
imagining you sitting around a hotel all day long.
And if it's on the West Coast, I'm up. I am up at 2 a.m. Pacific time, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
And it just ends up feeling like forever. Personally, I hate those evening games because it throws off my schedule so much. So I'd be looking at figuring out exactly when, after the Colts, the nice thing about a Thursday night game is that you've got a long week of rest. So I like that they have the Thursday night game in Week 11, 10 days before they face the Ravens at home.
Yeah, that's true. That's
a lot of time to recover. So you got a big game, but then you get 3 extra days to recover, rest. The next game against the Ravens
and
is
not travel either. That's a home game against the Ravens too.
I really like that.
Yep.
And then the Eagles game being a Thursday night game, the fact that it's Christmas Eve, that would be the rare Thursday night game I'd be excited about it being on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Because it's not just atypical, it's super atypical because it's Christmas Eve. Mm-hmm. But you get that long rest again before you have to go face the Packers.
Through the holidays.
Super long rest.
Yeah, through the holidays.
And that Packers is a Monday night or a Monday game.
Yep.
So you get Christmas at home, and D'Amico's probably going to give him the day after Christmas off as well. Mm-hmm. So you can just rest, recover, recuperate during that time. Plus, because the next game is the Packers and it's on a Monday night, you get an extra long. It's like having an extra bye week almost there at the end of the year when you really need that rest.
Yep.
So I feel like for the Thursday night games, it couldn't have worked out any better. You give up great. We got to work on a short week. The other team, the beauty of Thursday night games is the other team has to work on a short week.
Sure.
Too. So it doesn't feel like you're at a huge disadvantage. You've both got the same set of challenges. And then you've got an extra long rest before 2 of the potentially toughest games on your schedule.
Is it a disadvantage? Obviously it is it's definitely a disadvantage to have to go on the road. How big a disadvantage is it on a short week to have to travel to a Thursday night game as opposed to hosting a Thursday night game?
I feel like it ends up not being as much of a disadvantage as going on the road in a regular week. Because neither team really gets in a full practice.
Yeah, that's true. They're just walkthroughs and things like that.
And both teams, there might be there's extra physiological fatigue from the travel, whatever. But I think that those Thursday games just feel so weird.
Yeah.
And I can't explain it because it wasn't a big deal back then. It was just every now and then you'd be playing a game on a Thursday, like on Thanksgiving or whatever.
They're playing 2 in 5 weeks.
Yeah. But it's just like you kind of have to keep reminding your body to get going. Mm-hmm. You just so you're constantly reminding yourself, you got to really stick to your routine on game day to try to be sure that your body is up and ready. And maybe you get a Toradol shot when you don't typically get a Toradol shot. Something like that.
Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah.
That's right. If you don't typically get the Toradol shot and then you do, Oh my gosh, it's you feel like you've gotten a superpower.
Oh yeah,
you feel like you're. You know what? You feel like one of those scare videos they used to show us in back about PCP. Angel dust.
Oh,
yeah, you know the danger with angel dust is that you feel no pain, and you're sitting there as a young person being like, "Yeah, that sounds horrible. I'll never go."
Toradol as PCP.
But that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I feel like I have no pain. I'm in Debo's chicken coop. I'm ready to go.
Here's Aqib Talib on the first thing that he would look for. Former defensive back with the Broncos and the Bucs and the Patriots. Here was Aqib Talib on the first thing he would look for when the schedule was released.
When the schedule come out for the guys, you checking them primetime games. How many we got, who we got, and where the primetime games at. If you want to be a Pro Bowler or All-Pro, you better ball on them primetime games. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Aqib and Cody didn't have the same concerns about that as those two were talking. Cody Kessler never brought up whether
didn't pull the part where Cody Kessler talked about wanting to show out so he could be an All-Pro.
Like I was right. I looked at the schedule and I thought, if I get out of the third string quarterback spots this week, this is my week to shine. Yeah.
Oh my God. Here's what the Texans schedule looks like from that perspective, and I want to. If you were a player on the Texans right now, Seth, and you had the same mindset as Aqib Talib, and you're like, man, I want to see what these big stage games are where we can show out here. The only standalone game they have, I'll call it standalone game, not necessarily primetime, in the first half of the season, pre-bye week, the bye week's week 8 for the Texans, is that London game against the Jags. So if people are getting up early.
It's the opposite of primetime.
The opposite of primetime, but it's the only game on, so people will be watching it. The prime times, I cannot remember a primetime schedule like this for the Texans, where certainly they've had more primetime games at times in a season than 4. Not many times, not often, but they have. But 4 primetime games, 2 of them Thursdays, all in a 7-week span from week 11 to week 17. Mm-hmm. 3 of them are on the road within 4 weeks of each other in cold weather, obviously at night, and they're all playoff teams. The cold weather primetime games are all playoff teams.
You know what? My knee-jerk gut reaction to that is I went through this and I tried to look at it from the perspective of a current player, is that I see primetime game at night against a notable opponent, and immediately I think my mind goes to the Chiefs game last year. Yeah. In a cold weather game late in the season on primetime, and I go to the Steelers game, which was a primetime game. Yep. And you forget about the Patriots because that's the way my brain works. As a player, you're just you're thinking about the positive and the upside.
That was an afternoon game.
This team, those weren't the offensive performances that you're gonna write about in the history books or anything in the Steelers game or the Chiefs game. But those were really big, important games played up north in cold weather under the lights, and I like that. Like they've already proven to a certain degree that they can do that. The Patriots was a mess for multiple different reasons. Yep. The weather certainly was a factor, but the cold itself doesn't concern me. I worry about wintry mixed weather conditions when it comes to freezing rain and everything. Yeah. That doesn't matter if you're a northern team or a southern team at that point. It screws every quarterback up. But the cold weather I actually get excited about now.
I don't remember, I don't recall how they ran the ball against the Chiefs in that Week 14 game. I remember the Steeler game, and they steamrolled the Steelers in that game.
In the second half especially, they really just started. And that was versus a defensive front that I was a little bit concerned about. Yep. Because that's a 3-4 front with big physical, strong, brawny dudes, and they took care of them. They go and face a similar style defense the next week. It's actually one thing I was optimistic about with the Texans. What an idiot. Going into the Patriots game was there aren't that many teams anymore that just run like a base 3-4 look. Mm-hmm. The Steelers and the Patriots are a couple of the ones where you see and it looks like they're lined up the way they might have been in 1993. Yeah. That I thought that could be, if not an advantage, at least the Texans had seen a heavy dose of it against the Steelers, and they did a really good job against it.
It's going to be fun.
Spoiler alert, if you haven't watched the game yet, it didn't turn out that way the next week.
Dude, our sleep patterns in the second half of the season, though. 4 primetime games in a 7-week span. Now, granted, one of them is, it's Christmas Eve, so we'll have the day off after that.
Well, I'm working Christmas Day. I know you're taking it off, but whatever.
You're not working Christmas Day, are you?
I might do a Christmas
It's a day after a game. It is a day after a game. There would be stuff to talk about, for sure.
I'll do a solo show on Christmas morning.
Do it.
It'll get me out of something.
I love where your head's at.
Sorry, Brandy loves that. Brandy loves telling people, sorry, you had to work.
That's the most Sean thing ever.
Yeah, but it's so bogus because nobody believes that it's actually work.
No, I know. I know.
Yeah, be like, oh, he had to work, did he?
Yeah.
Like in my family full of farmers and brick masons.
Talk about your sports and whatnot. Someone brings up this point about the Ravens being an underdog to the Texans in that home game in Week 12. The potential for Lamar to be injured by that game may factor into the Texans being favored. It's a good point. I thought about that when the lines came out. I'm like, maybe this is a hedge. Maybe they're trying to get some Ravens money early here in case. Yeah. So they've got some on that side. Because I can tell you right now, if Lamar Jackson's not playing, the money will be on the Texans. You can't make a number high enough for the Texans at home against whoever the backup is for the Ravens in that game, probably. So that's a good point, Texter. Good point. Yeah. All right, you ready to do some acknowledgements here, my friend?
Oh, yeah, I'm eager to. Look, I'm the guy that works on Christmas Day because I love giving so much.
That's right, that's right.
So let's acknowledge some people.
Okay, well, let's acknowledge some people. I'm anxious to see if you follow through on this working on Christmas Day thing. It's out there. Ben and I are putting a pin in
this. When did I say that?
It's 18 seconds ago.
I don't recall making that promise whatsoever.
Yeah,
fake news.
26 POS. Seconds ago. All right, let's do some acknowledgments. Each and every week on Monday, we take big performances, noteworthy things from over the weekend. We acknowledge them by using the Roman Reigns sounder.
Acknowledge
I will say a name, and Ben Gary will do as follows. Spencer Arrighetti.
Acknowledge me.
Took a no-hitter into the 8th inning on Friday night. This was a lot of fun to watch. Arrighetti he obviously took a no-hitter into the 8th inning, so by definition he was really good. But even he said after the game he wasn't great. He said if I was better in the first inning, in terms of number of pitches, and I was better in the 3rd inning, I might have been able to kind of stay out there to try to complete the thing. Ends up giving up a single, and he was getting up around 100 pitches when he gave up that single in the 8th set. There was part of me, honestly. And I hate that it's this way now, because back in the day when we didn't keep track of how many pitches guys threw, we were just like, he's got a no-hitter.
Yeah.
But they got that pitch count at the bottom of the screen, and I'm like, if he's going to pitch a no-hitter, he's probably going to have to throw 120 pitches.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want that choice for Espada, because it'll be very polarizing. Because the one school of thought will be, look, this is a pitching staff that's supremely banged up. Espada's got to do the right thing here from a macro perspective, and make sure Arrighetti doesn't wind up as one of these guys with shoulder trouble or whatever. On the other hand, I can see the people coming out of the woodwork if Spencer Arrighetti got taken out in the midst of a no-hitter, if he hadn't given up that hit, where they've been like, there's nothing to root for this year. This year has stunk, and now we finally have a moment where we could have something happen, and you yank him from the game.
I don't know. I wonder. Yeah, it would be interesting in this particular fan base this year how much of that sentiment would exist.
I have no idea.
We all know the deal. I feel like I'm like Lambert yesterday. I like, hey, great. He's got a great thing going. Come on, let's just get him. Let's get him out of there, man. All right. Okay. Well, boy, he's really coming along. And okay, let's call it a day and just give him a break. You can build on the
Nope. Tried to squeeze it. Got greedy.
Chandler Rome. Did Chandler Rome get the hate for tweeting about the no-hitter as it was going on? I saw you had I saw you had supported somebody who had mentioned the no-hitter before it was.
It might have been Chandler. I can't remember who. Well, no, it was McTaggart.
Oh, it was McTaggart.
Who I retweeted.
Got a lot of hate for tweeting about it while it was still on.
I am of the school of thought. I'm a McTaggart Rome guy on this one. I am not a Callis and Blum guy on this. And I like Todd Callis and Jeff Blum. I am staunchly against the whole dancing around a no-hitter thing.
I'm for it just because I like watching the drama unfold. This is the thing, Sean. I dug up a stat for you. 99.98% of no-hitters are eventually broken up. So because every pitcher enters the game pitching a no-hitter, and only 0.02% of games end as a no-hitter. Yeah. So as soon as anybody tweets about an ongoing one or something, I know that there's a really, really, really good chance that a whole bunch of people are going to start attacking that dude.
Oh yeah, I've been on the business end of those attacks before.
I'd have to look and see what percentage of guys that carry a no-hitter into the 8th inning end up following through on it.
Yeah,
I would still guess it's
Very low
It's still
percentage.
got to be very, still 5% at best.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a handful of them every year, if that. Arrigetti's ERA is 1.50 right now. He is making a bid for the All-Star game. He's 5-1 with a 1.50 ERA. There's only 5 starters with a lower ERA as of Chandler writing an article about it a couple days ago. So he's
doing it. He's doing it on a team with very little run support. He's basically out there with a band of minor leaguers.
Yes,
just crushing it.
Love to see him make it, man. And that's a guy who started the first 3 starts he had this year were all down in Sugarland. You know, he didn't even come up until mid-April sometime.
I wonder if he does. I wonder if does he qualify on the leaderboards right now? That's the one thing.
Probably.
Remember, Javier got hosed that year because they rolled him into being a starter slowly, and he was like a top 10 ERA guy, but wasn't on any of the leaderboards because he didn't have the minimum pitches.
I would bet he does because he's gone deep into every game he's pitched so far.
Yeah.
I would bet he does. Kai-Wei Teng going deeper into games now. Speaking of which, he is truly being stretched out as a starting pitcher now for this team. And he had a nice start also on Saturday. So we're acknowledging both the starting pitchers in the 2 Astro wins. 5 shutout innings on Saturday, just 2 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. He also has a 2.61 ERA on the season. Starting pitching, not an issue in this series with the Rangers. I know Lambert's numbers end up looking not so great. I forget who came in after him. I think it was Colton came in after him and gave up that hit to give up a couple more runs that were Lambert's responsibility. But the starting pitching was really good this weekend against the Rangers. So we acknowledge Spencer Arrigetti and Kai-Wei Teng. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
Acknowledge me!
Wins his 2nd consecutive MVP award. He is putting his name, Seth, alongside some greats here. He's the 5th active player to win back-to-back MVPs, joining Nikola Jokic, Giannis, Steph, LeBron, who did it twice, once with the Cavs, once with the Heat. The retired players who have won back-to-back MVPs, as SGA did these last 2 seasons, have all made the Hall of Fame. Steve Nash, Tim Duncan, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Moses Malone, Kareem, Wilt, Bill Russell, and he's the 7th player in the last 40 years, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is, to win multiple MVPs by age 28. LeBron, Jokic, Giannis, Curry, Duncan, Jordan are the other 6.
Have we? I'm guessing on ESPN at some point this morning there's going to be one of those topics along the bottom saying, "Is he the face of the league?"
I haven't seen yet.
Was that Stephen A. or somebody last year? That was a huge debate topic.
It was a big debate because his style of play is not all that aesthetically friendly. He likes to draw a lot
People really
of fouls.
don't want him to be the face of the league.
Correct.
Despite being a 2nd consecutive MVP.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy too. And he's obviously a really good player.
Arrigetti, by the way, isn't on the leaderboard, at least on MLB, because he's got 30-some innings, where it looks like most of the people on the leaderboard have 45 or more.
Wow, that's
innings.
it. He's only got 30-something innings in. He's 5-1. Wow. Okay.
36 innings pitched.
36. Yeah. Okay. But
he's not on the leaderboard technically right now. If he were on the leaderboard, his ERA of 1.5 would have him as the 3rd best pitcher in baseball.
Okay, there we go. All right. Thanksgiving weekend.
Acknowledge me.
Seth, tell me if you're going to get off the couch at all for this stretch of football on Thanksgiving weekend. As you mentioned earlier, amidst all the streaming services and everybody having to pay more to watch NFL football, at the end of the day, as upset as we may get about it, it's not like you're going to boycott watching the Packers and the Rams on Netflix on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I would imagine.
That's right. Yeah.
Here's the lineup on Thanksgiving. This is an awesome stretch of, 36 hours here, whatever it is. Wednesday night, Packers at Rams on Netflix. Then on Thanksgiving Day, Bears-Lions on CBS. Huge division matchup in that division. The midday game is the 3:30 game is Eagles-Cowboys, huge divisional matchup. The night game is Chiefs-Bills, which is not a divisional matchup, but that's been one of the better intra-divisional rivalries in football over the last 7 or 8 years. And then Friday afternoon on Black Friday,
Wow.
Broncos at Steelers.
That is a hell of a lineup.
That's stout, right?
That's a Wednesday through Friday. So one of the big variables in whether or not the Thanksgiving Day games are good or not is just whether the Cowboys or the Lions are good that year.
Yes.
So, whenever those two teams are good, there's a really good chance that you're going to have an awesome, epic matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So there's I think the Cowboys are going to be better than they were last year. That's a boy. I might have to clear my schedule completely for that.
That is all. Let's see. There's 10 teams in that 5-game stretch. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them are playoff teams. Mm-hmm. 7 of them are playoff teams. And the 3 that aren't are the Lions, who are still thought to be one of the 10 best teams in football this year. The Cowboys, who are easy to root against, and as you point out, I think are going to be better than their 7-win record last year. And the Chiefs, who are the Chiefs. They're still box office,
Yeah.
So it's not like the 3 non-playoff teams are the Jets or the Raiders or somebody like that. So that's nice, man. Thanksgiving weekend. Good job, schedule makers.
There are a lot of teams, the Cowboys are one of them, where the defense was horrendous last year, but they really aggressively went out and tried to change that and, signed free agents, traded for veterans. And it's still, that's the big question with the Cowboys for me.
Yeah.
All right, like with the Bengals made a boatload of additions. Hey, they bring in Dexter Lawrence. Cool. Until you realize, Dexter Lawrence was on one of the worst rushing defenses in football last year. It's not like a Dexter Lawrence just completely changes who you are as a defense. Mm-hmm. It's not always as simple as adding 6 new starters and, hey, that defense is going to be incredible.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that for sure. Yeah, we'll see. The Texans will find out early. We talked about that, actually, before the schedule was released, Seth. Seeing Dexter Lawrence, because we thought that they might play the Bengals in week 1. And seeing Dexter Lawrence early in the season, those will be some of the things we'll find out early. The Cowboys kind of did with their defense what the Texans did with their offensive line in the offseason, which is, man, let's just throw a bunch of money and bodies at it and hope we get this thing fixed. All right, that's Acknowledge Me. I'm going to save the last one. We can actually do that later in the show. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. All right, Xavier Hutchinson was on the Caps Off podcast, and this, if you're looking to be excited about the Texans' culture, D'Amico Ryans, the best thing about playing for the Texans, Xavier Hutchinson addresses all of these things. If you missed that interview, we've got it for you next. We're also giving away some Journey tickets in the next segment, so you'll want to be listening for the cue to call in that segment as well. I want to tell you guys right now about Bridgehead IT, and I heard the spot running earlier today with the CEO of Bridgehead.
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This is an interesting conspiracy theory here on the text page, and then we'll get to Xavier Hutchinson on the Caps Off podcast. Hey, stay tuned during this segment. We're giving away journey tickets at some point here. The NFL hates the Texans. They don't want the, quote, only team to never beat all the teams to die. 0-6 Eagles all time, going to Philly 4 days after the Jags is brutal. All right, so do you buy into the conspiracy theory, Seth, that all the big wigs in the NFL all sat down in a big conference room as they're putting the schedule together?
Yeah.
And they said among the top things we need to accomplish with this schedule is we need to make sure the one team that hasn't beaten all the teams yet remains winless against a couple of teams.
No, I would say that my advice would be the same advice you give to people sometimes who are concerned about people talking about them all the time, is that nobody's thinking about you nearly as much as you think they're thinking about you. Yeah. It's very rare, unless you're a genuine big time a-hole or something. They're just not thinking about you that much. They don't care. That's of all the long-standing things going on with various historical records and everything. There's not somebody high up in the NFL office who's like, you know what? There's one thing we need to preserve. It's the fact that the Texans haven't beaten every single team in the NFL.
They're the only team that hasn't.
I didn't know that was a thing. Is that true?
It is true, yeah.
I mean, it's expansion team. I would just, I guess the other it feels odd. The new Browns. Oh no, the new Browns took on the records of the old.
They got
Browns.
the history of the old Browns. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so the new Browns, this version of the Browns, I'm guessing there's a few teams they haven't beat.
I would guess
they've only
so
had a
too.
couple of good teams.
Yeah, I would guess too. But they get the benefit of all the Bernie Kosar days and things like that.
So who are the teams the Texans haven't beaten?
There's two.
Okay.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Vikings.
Okay.
Yeah. This would have been a good season to catch the Vikings, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I lost to the Eagles once. Donovan McNabb.
Ugh.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
I started the trend.
Gross.
That was the first time the Texans ever played the Eagles.
They haven't been able to pull out of the tailspin. Hey, blame Seth, everybody. Blame Seth for this. Xavier Hutchinson was on the Caps Off podcast and talked about a number of things. Good conversation. The first thing here, he walked into the door as a rookie the same year DeMeco Ryans did as a first-year head coach, talked about how DeMeco Ryans set the culture.
How would you explain what the culture felt like that you were walking into that DeMeco Ryans was trying to set up?
To be great, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, he really, just paved the way for work ethic.
Yeah.
Like, how we work each and every day will get us to where we want to be. So it really, just started from the ground up, how you approach every day. You know, a lot of people say it, but, DeMeco is probably one of the fewest people that I've seen where when he says something, he actually means it.
Yeah.
We're actually going to go about it in that route.
Yeah, he's about it.
And that was to just work our tails off.
Yeah.
And, no matter how it looked each day, of course you're going to have some bad days. You're going to have some good days.
Of course.
But really it was just, the chance to try to get better every day.
Yeah.
The little 1%, find the 1% somewhere within the day. And that's kind of what his motto was for us. We have a saying, iron sharpens iron. Mm-hmm. That's quite literally what we do every day.
Yeah.
So if anybody thinks it's easy to play for the Texans, it's not. You got to be built a certain way. You got to have a mental capacity to be able to last in that building.
He's one of several players who've made that point. Like, hey, man, ain't for everybody.
Ain't for everybody. Yeah. I like that. That one, I really like that clip because it backed up something that I'm always claiming to you, Sean, which is that, the thing that's different about DeMeco is that there's no hypocrisy in his coaching game, and there's a consistency there that players really appreciate. I always say, he lives by his motivational posters. Yeah. A lot of coaches put up motivational posters about selflessness and this and that and everything, and then you watch them operate for a while, and I'm like, you're the most selfish MF. Look, what the hell? Asking me to be unselfish. It's all about you, isn't it? DeMeco's not that way, and I think when you have the right kinds of guys in the building, they appreciate that.
Yeah.
The guys that are just head cases and annoying are always going to feel like the coach is out to get them,
sure.
et cetera, et cetera. But when you generally have the right kind of guys, those guys appreciate a coach that just says what he means and doesn't play head games and just lays it out for you. If he tells you that you need to improve in something, he's not playing some weird head game with you where he's actually just making something up to make you want it more. Like he's very straightforward.
I think the mere fact that he's in excellent physical condition would help me as a player.
Oh, yeah, that helps.
Like in July and August, like the fact that this guy, I always laughed at when people would say Mark Mangino, the old Kansas coach, was a real strict disciplinarian. I'm like, not at Golden Corral, he's not. You know, like it's like D'Amico is on those guys like in the hot summer months and the weather and the the workouts and things like that. You look over at him like, all right, well, he lives that life still, even when he's not a player anymore.
Yeah, there is something. There's something about a really out of shape football coach yelling at you during wind sprints.
Yeah.
We had my two all-timers from youth football were Mr. Gilbert, who was he's very overweight, and he was like one of the biggest jerks out there. But then the other was Mr. DeStefano, who was a chain smoker, and that was rough. He was actually pretty slim, as a lot of chain smokers tend to be. But he never stopped smoking. So you're running. I call him Mr. because in youth football we didn't call him coach, we called him Mr. I don't know why. But it was he was just smoking nonstop as you're running your wind sprints. It was brutal.
God, that's almost rude to do something like that. You don't see as many of those like just scarecrow level skinny chain smokers anymore. People
no, that's one of the
people still smoke, but they even the people who smoke don't have like an ashtray with 30 cigarette butts in it anymore.
It's gotten between education and then just taxing the hell out of cigarettes.
Yeah,
it's super expensive.
That's true.
Be a chain smoker.
Good point. Yep. Good point.
Yeah, though, they used to be. That's one thing when they talk about how fit people were in the 50s and 60s, and they show those pictures. Like, yeah, that's true. I mean, we weren't not nearly as obese, but let's remember too that people smoked way more back then.
Yeah,
right?
Just because they weren't fat doesn't mean they were fit.
They didn't mean they were healthy.
Heart
disease was way worse back then.
Hey, which of these two? Because we're going to be up against it. Which of these two do you want to play? The identity of a Texans player, or the best thing about being a Texan?
This one, I like this. This one was touching to me. I found myself touched by this. Hutchinson 5 on the best thing about playing for the Texans.
All right, there we go.
Best thing I would say is, honestly, I'm nowhere else, but I highly doubt that there's a better locker room than ours.
And how would you describe that?
Just the type of guys that we have in there. It's almost like we're all too identical. Like, we may enjoy different things, but like at the end of the day, like all of our moral compasses point north.
Yeah.
And it's like it's fun to be in there. And I used to be a little nervous in my rookie year to go into the locker room.
Yeah.
Because you just got so many different people. Yeah, you just got a lot of different people in there, man. Yeah. But like from the moment that I stepped into that building for the first time, actually, bro, it was just nothing but love.
Yeah.
And like it's like some of probably the best moments I'll forever remember aren't on the field playing in the Houston Texans jersey.
That's amazing.
It's being in that locker room.
That's amazing.
Because there's a lot of good guys in there, man. They're all characters in their own right, but like they're down for the cause, man.
I love that.
And like you don't come by brothers very much, but it's a bunch of brothers in there.
A lot in common.
Yeah, a lot in common.
So the reason I liked this interview so much was because he confirmed so many of my theories about the Texans and the way they've composed their team and everything.
Yeah.
And like that part where I tell you that I'm jealous sometimes of those guys that they get to play in an environment like that. It really is to confirm another thing I've said. It's a cult. Like he said, what did he say? We're almost two alike. Like they're all the same guys.
Yeah.
It's one of the best things you can have for a football team is a cult-like mentality. Without the, just as long as you don't do anything to woodland creatures and everything.
Right, nothing bloody.
Yeah. But like that everybody pointing in the same direction and being very similar-minded, it helps the propaganda and the motivational posters go a long way. You got true believers.
I thought it was interesting that he talked about being nervous going into the locker room as a young player.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a whole bunch of.
It's intimidating, I bet, huh?
It's like going to a new school.
Yeah.
But especially when you're like a freshman. It's like a freshman going to a high school.
Yep.
And you've heard
sense.
stories. You've heard stories about what they do to freshmen.
Yeah, just heard the stories. It never happened to me. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So I didn't know right there if he was trying to say that maybe his rookie year the locker room was different now than it is then and than it is now, because that was D'Amico's first year too.
Yeah.
Which would be understandable. So he didn't really. I was waiting for him to go that direction with it, but I don't think that's what he was trying to say.
No, I don't think so, because he went on to say
they've gotten rid of the energy vampires.
Yeah, and he even said at one point, he's like, he went on to say, after talking about how nervous he was going in there, like about how, like, from jump, there was a lot of love. It was really good. So good stuff. We'll play more Xavier Hutchinson a little later in the show. Really good interview. Go out of your way to find it. The Caps Off podcast. Hey, let's give away some tickets to Journey right now. There you go, Ben. Nice. You've got to call in to win the tickets. We had someone text in saying, I don't really feel like calling. Can I just text in and win them? I don't want to talk to Ben, is what they said on the on the text. I don't know. Ben's a nice guy.
I get it.
He's probably doing it out of respect to Ben.
Yeah.
I saw John Harbaugh spoke at Miami University this weekend.
Oh, Ben. Is that where he was? I saw this.
He was at the Miami University of Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
Not the fake Miami.
The real
University.
Miami. How dare you? The cradle of coaches, Miami of Ohio. It's true. We're giving away tickets to Journey right now. They're coming to the Toyota Center for the Final Frontier Tour. Oh, man, is this it? The Final Frontier Tour for Journey? I'm going to have to call in here in a second, too, and try to win these. Toyota Center, November 18th, 713-572-4610. You guys know the number. I can tell because it's ringing right now. Caller number 5 is going to win a pair of tickets to see Journey. We're going to do it every morning this week, courtesy of AEG presents. So make sure to listen for more chances to win. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We'll snag a caller number 5 here in just a second. All right, so the Texans schedule. How are the odds makers looking at the Houston Texans right now? How do we do in forecasting how many games they'd be favored in this year? There's some really interesting things about the spreads on these Texans games this year. We'll tell you the most interesting coming up next.
Maybe you go to a concert. Maybe as you're leaving that concert, somebody's not necessarily paying attention, and they...
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, congrats to Mike in Cyprus on his way to go see Journey on November the 18th. Make a note, put it in your calendar. Don't forget, that's 5 months away. 5 months to the day, actually, away from, 6 months away. Check it. Today's May 18th. 6 months away. So put it in your calendar, Mike, so you don't forget. So the spreads are out on all 272 NFL games. Give it to me. Thank you.
I'm giving you a retroactive ding for getting the 6 months correct.
Correct.
I didn't fact check you, but still.
I think 11 minus 5 equals 6. Last I checked. So the Texans, the spreads are out on all the games in the NFL this season, and if you're looking to find some values early here, you think some teams are going to be better than the experts think, now's a good time maybe to jump on some games.
By the way, as a public service announcement, this is why some of you might be confused, because you'll see one headline say the Texans have an easy schedule this year, and then you'll see another headline that says the Texans have one of the toughest schedules in the league this year. And it's all based on, if you're going by last year's win-loss record, the Texans have an easy schedule. If you're going by the actual Vegas win total predictions, the Texans have one of the toughest schedules in the league.
Yeah.
So it's there's different ways you can measure it. I tend to lean towards the Vegas win prediction side of things. That some of the teams that underperformed last year, maybe because of injury, like the Ravens or the Bengals, are more likely to be better this year.
Yeah,
and there's quite a few. There's kind of some drastic differences with those teams, like predicted to have 3.5 or more wins more this year than they had last year.
Yep. So you sent this to me this morning, the full list of Texans opponents whose win totals in Vegas for the upcoming season are better than the number of games they won last year. In other words, Vegas views them as teams that are going to be better than they were last year. And it's a pretty substantial list. Cincinnati, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Tennessee, Dallas, the Giants, the Commanders, and the Packers. That's 8 teams. That's all of the teams they play outside the division other than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, both of whom they play at night on the road in prime time.
Yeah. Well, and then another couple there's more. There's 4 of those teams, I think, that but anyway, yeah. Let's see, the teams that didn't win, the Bills and the Chargers as well.
Oh, okay. They're forecasted for more wins than they had last year? The Bills had 12 wins last year. There's no way they're...
You said except for. So, no, I said the Chargers are expected to have... They're outside the division, and the Bills are outside the division.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're... All right, okay. I must have heard you wrong.
Yep. So, anyways, there's a lot of teams on their schedule that... are expected to be better than their records were last year.
And that's where, and 4 of them are expected to have 3.5 wins, or at least the odds are. Like the Ravens, the
significantly
Bengals,
better,
the Titans, and the Giants.
Yeah.
The Titans, not because they're going to be a markedly better team. It's just that it's hard to only win 3 games in a season. Some teams pull it off, but some teams to consecutively only win 3 or more games in a season when your quarterback isn't a rookie anymore. It's hard.
The worst teams are usually around 4.5 in Vegas.
Yeah.
So that's where the worst teams are. So those are the win totals. As far as the spreads go, this is what's interesting. So the other thing you're going to see is the Texans are among the leaders in the number of times they're favorites this year. They're favored in 13 of their 17 games. They're favored in 13 of their 17 games, and their season win total in Vegas is 9.5. And you actually asked this question last week, and I'm mad at myself that I didn't have a better answer for it at the time. But because I predicted they'd be favored in 12 games, it turns out they're favored in 13 of the 17 games. So why, if they're favored in 13, is their win total only 9.5? Well, A, they're not going to win all those games, obviously, that they're favored in. And B, this is the big one, is, they're favored in 13 of their 17 games, but there's no, including the Titans at home, there's no game on this schedule where they're favored by more than a touchdown.
Yeah.
The Titans, they're favored by 7 points in Week 18. Who the hell knows what that's going to look like in Week 18? They're favored by 5.5 points over the Giants at home and over the Colts at home. They're favored by 4.5 over the Browns on the road. Other than that, unless I'm missing one here, and they're favored by the Titans by 3.5. 12 of the 17 games, is a field goal or less either way. So they're going to be playing in a lot of really close games. There's the point totals on a lot of these games are relatively low also. So Vegas is expecting a lot of low-scoring, close games the Texans are going to be in.
And I think that's where if they're going to be a 13-win team, if you're favored in 13 games and you actually pull it off, it's going to have to be because the offense does make that much of an improvement.
Yeah.
Because that's the classic. It's a solid football team. Because the offense was a middle of the road offense last year. It wasn't. I know it felt like it was the worst offense in the world because it's still flavored by the playoff performance. But it's the defense that people really, really respect. But it's hard to win close games in the NFL, and they end up kind of being coin flips when you start talking about one-win games. If the offense makes a substantial improvement and you start to see more of the best case version of CJ,
you're going to get a ton of value.
You could start blowing some teams out of the water.
Ton of value. If CJ, that's the message. That's a good point. That's the message. Is that if you're a believer in CJ Stroud. In fact, hey, Ben, let's get Xavier Hutchinson, too, on 7 being back. Xavier Hutchinson, who we just played some audio from, did a podcast, an interview on a podcast called the Caps Off Podcast. He says 7 is back.
I feel like 7's back.
Yeah.
Just from, what I've seen, we've been able to work out together. We've been able to throw a little bit while I've been up here. That fire inside to prove all the people who was in and had all these, wanted to say whatever, had all these hot takes that they wanted to say.
Yeah.
Like, he's here.
Yeah.
And he's going to prove everyone wrong like he's always done his entire life.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that I get to sit back and catch the ball with him and be on that field with him. And hopefully all the haters have the popcorn out because it's not going to look good for you.
If you believe that, if you believe C.J. Stroud, if you agree with Xavier Hutchinson, if you believe Xavier Hutchinson, and you believe all of C.J.'s teammates that have talked on the record this offseason, and you believe D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, that there's still a lot of belief in that building, belief that's not yet been backed up with a contract extension, but belief that he can improve over what he's been the last couple of years, you're looking at a bunch of games that, I mean, look, they're favored. These are just real quick. The games I thought they would for sure be favorites in. There were 9 of them that I predicted last week before the schedule came out. I thought they would for sure be favorites in. They're favorites in all of those games. I'm a little surprised the spreads are as small as they are on some of them, though. Under a field goal at home against Dallas and Cincinnati. They're a field goal favorite at home against Jacksonville. They're only a 7-point favorite against the Titans, although that's Week 18. Who knows who's playing at that point? They're a 3.5-point favorite in Nashville against the Titans. They're a 4.5-point favorite against Cleveland, who's awful this year. If C.J. Stroud, he doesn't even have to be rookie C.J. Stroud. If he's just a better version of what he's been the last couple of years, those spreads are off by 2 or 3 points right now. Those
are, especially, you look at a game like Cleveland where you think, okay, Cleveland is, I don't know what their projected win total is, but it's not a good one. And how could the Texans only be favored by 4.5 points? Because the Browns have a really good defense.
Yeah.
Different defensive coordinators, so who knows? You always wonder about that. But they've got studs over there. And people look at that and say, all right, well, the Texans are the better team, but how much are they really going to be able to capitalize on it? The other thing, too, that helps the Texans be favorites in some of these closer margin games is that CJ, to his credit, doesn't turn the ball over a lot. That's so when you've got that formula that they were using last year, which is, hey, in the regular season at least, you've got a really good defense, you've got a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over, and that's a recipe for winning a lot of those close-scoring games.
Yep.
If you add some actual jet fuel onto the offense, then it becomes really, really interesting. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad you brought this up earlier since we just played that Xavier Hutchinson video.
Yeah.
Or audio. There is that dynamic of like, okay, well, if he's back, then weren't the haters a little bit correct? If he had to come back from somewhere?
He came back from something.
And I don't think, this is a part two. Okay, I get sensitive about people invoking the haters with CJ just because it feels hypersensitive. Because that's, who really piles on the hate with CJ Stroud? It's largely people on social media. The NFL media at large is still treating CJ with kid gloves when it comes to there's very few people that are just flat out saying, nah, he just doesn't have it.
No.
They're looking at CJ as a curiosity, and they really have for the last couple of years, where they feel like, okay, there's something more there. We don't quite know what it is. I don't want to think about the Texans for too long, so I'm going to park CJ off to the side.
Yes.
But you find very few people in mainstream media just flat out crushing CJ Stroud, other than correctly crushing his Patriots performance.
For sure. Yeah, it feels like the most critical, like, non-outlier. Like, there's always going to be the 5% that say CJ's a bum, CJ sucks. And CJ's not the only one. They do that about everybody. But, like, the non-outlier, most critical ones are like, all right, it might not work out in Houston. He might need a change of scenery after this year.
And usually when they say that, it's almost like, well, yeah, if he gets in a better situation.
Yeah, they're blaming it on the
a better
Texans.
offensive coordinator or something, yeah. And
Yeah.
that's where his value, even right this moment, where people are still smarting from that loss against the Patriots, there are a lot of offensive coordinators and head coaches out there right now who would look at it and say, oh, hell yeah. Sean Payton would look at C.J. Stroud and say, "Oh hell yeah! When do you see what I do with him?" You know, it's like there's a lot of guys out there. So that's I think that's largely how a lot of the commentators are looking at it.
Yep. So I had 9 sure favorite games, and they were all the Texans are favored in all 9 of those games. I had 3 road games I thought they would be favored in. Again, these are small spreads. Like at Washington, -2.5. And I know it's the road in the NFL, and I know that Washington, Pittsburgh -1.5. That's going to be in December in prime time against a team they just beat by 24 in prime time in cold weather in the playoffs. And then at Indy in week 3, the Texans are a small favorite, -1.5. So they're favored in all those games. I said 2 of the games I had as a coin flip, and it turns out that was accurate. They had them backwards from what I would have had them. I had the Baltimore and Buffalo home games as, man, I'm just not really sure. I could go either way, favorite or underdog. I would have expected Baltimore to be favored over the Texans by a little bit, and I would have expected Buffalo to be underdogs just based on the Texans' performance against both of those teams in recent years.
Yeah.
But it's the other way around. The Texans are -1.5 against Baltimore, and they're +1.5 against Buffalo.
Yeah, and I think those two are probably kind of a surprise to a lot of people in general, just because the closer you are to the Texans, the more surprised you might have been by it. Mm-hmm. Because with Buffalo, come on, man, it's in NRG Stadium, soon to be renamed Reliant Park. Right. That's what's annoying me. It doesn't become official until August. So I guess we'll say the soon to be Reliant Park.
Yeah.
But then, meanwhile, they're favored versus Baltimore, and it's just been a train wreck versus Baltimore.
Always.
Specifically Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Wasn't a train wreck versus the Ravens last year, but that was with no Lamar Jackson.
The 3 games I thought they would be underdogs for sure in, they are. Again, small numbers, though. I actually expected these numbers to be a little higher.
Yeah.
I expected them to be a bigger underdog at Philly, especially on Christmas Eve on the road at night in December. +2.5. They're under a field goal underdog at Philly. They're under a field goal, 2.5 points underdog at Green Bay at night, and then they're a 1.5 point underdog to the Chargers. So I expected them to be underdogs in those games. So just the label underdog or favorite, I was pretty on point with the games, like all 17 games. I'm just really surprised at some of the numbers, and it almost feels like Vegas doesn't know what to make of it. They know the Texans are a good team. They just don't know how good they are.
I think they're a classic. To me, it's just a classic. Really good defense. We don't know about the offense.
Yeah.
They're a mediocre offense, and so versus the better teams, then especially the better defenses, which gets interesting. If you talk about those ones where you thought they were certainly going to be underdogs, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
The Eagles, the Packers, and the Chargers.
Yep.
The Packers and the Chargers both have new defensive coordinators this year, and I think that's sometimes. That's underrated as a potential variable in how it goes, especially when you've got to really get. And you think about that Packers defense and what they did to C.J. Stroud in that offensive line. A lot of that was based on them varying their looks, disguising their blitzes and everything.
Yeah.
It's not always that simple that a new defensive coordinator steps in and operates the exact same way. Same thing with the Chargers, because because they lose Minter. And you might look at the Chargers and say, wow, they're kind of like the Texans. They don't blitz a lot. They don't disguise a lot. They look so it should be super simple for the safety coach O'Leary to come in and take over. The whole thing about running a scheme like that is that's when coaching is most vital. The more simple you are on defense, the more nails you have to be in the attention to detail and everything that goes into it. Guys got to just be on it when it comes to executing the defense. So I think both of those teams, they might be at least one of those teams is going to be in for a letdown defensively because they lose their coordinator.
Even someone like the Packers, that it's at the end of the year. Does that matter that they get?
Well, it depends. If he's a good defensive coordinator, then no. But if he's a bad defense, if he's not as good then as Hafley, then there you have it.
And Hafley's good. Both those defensive coordinators that left those teams went on to become head coaches. Hafley in Miami and then Minter in Baltimore. So yeah, man, it's that's a lot of coin flip games, dude. A lot of coin flip games. People weighing in. CJ's being held back by his hyper-conservative head coach who has him scared to death to throw the ball.
Yeah, is he scared to throw the ball? He doesn't throw into a lot of tight windows. I think that this is the trouble. I'm glad that person brought that up. I think it's a valid point, especially when you've got a defensive-minded head coach. Mm-hmm. The problem with that argument is that it was very much working last year.
Yeah.
When it stopped working is when CJ abandoned that strategy in the playoffs. That was when he wasn't careful with the football, when he was making more aggressive decisions, when he was pressing and trying to make something happen, everything fell apart. Up to that point, the Texans had me convinced that they could be that rare team that could ride their defense to a championship. And they just, any hopes of that happening were capsized by the quarterback not playing the style of football that had worked so well. They didn't have, I don't think CJ's afraid to throw the football. CJ's smarter now, and he's not going to be an idiot and throw the football when the defense is telling you all we're doing is taking away the deep ball. That's just a smart quarterback. Pat Mahomes had to go through that transition. Like CJ, part of being a veteran quarterback is understanding, look, there's certain coverages and certain looks that you just don't tempt fate and drive the ball in there for no reason whatsoever other than my own ego. And CJ did a good job of that during the regular season. It all fell apart in the postseason.
All right, up next, Eli Manning was on Bussin' with the Boys, revealed the most annoying thing about his brother Peyton. Also, I've never heard this story before, but Eli tells it in his own words why he chose to say no to going to the Chargers back in 2004. We'll have that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. I go every Friday to the Men's Tea Clinic. Men'sTeaClinic.com is where
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Eli Manning was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and I'll probably go out of my way to go listen to that today when I'm on my walk. Eli's entertaining. I like Eli a lot more as a retired player than I liked him as an active player back in the day.
I like him and Peyton together just because they're so different. It's just it's an awesome brother dynamic.
Yes,
where he's that's why I always hated, whenever people would talk about Derek Carr as if he was going to be a carbon copy of his brother somehow.
Yep.
Brothers are different. Some guys, look at John and Jim Harbaugh. They're very similar in some regards, but really, really different in other regards. That's a great
example. That's the best example right there. So this was Eli. We've got a couple Eli cuts here. This is him revealing the most annoying thing. I definitely wanted you to listen to this, Seth, because you did an event with these two guys a couple of years ago.
I guess I interviewed them.
Yeah, you
air quote interview them.
Yeah,
in front of an audience at Texas Children's Hospital.
It was fun. It was a great event. You did an awesome job, and I wanted to see if this Eli cut about the most annoying thing about Peyton lined up at all with your experience with the two of them.
What's the most annoying thing about Peyton?
As I always say, Peyton would have been a great wedding planner. He overplans everything to the point. I'm here in Nashville. He's having a birthday party tonight, and he's got a little speech set up, and he's got some pictures. I guess he scripted what I should say at his speech tonight. I'm scripted into his speech.
For his birthday party?
I got a printout. It's here's what you say. Here's a picture we're gonna show. Yes, for his birthday party.
That is hilarious.
I can already see when his kids get married, he's gonna make everybody all right, rehearsal dinner. Everybody send your speeches to me, voice memo. I'll edit them. I'll get the order. I'll decide if you get to give a speech. I'll put it together. We do a Monday night show. I feel like I don't have to do anything. Peyton's gonna figure it all out, man. Tell me what to do and have some ideas. Any idea I come up with gets shot down anyway. So I've learned that also. It's if it's not his, if I have a really good idea, I gotta find a way to make it seem like it's his idea.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I feel your pain, Eli. Oh my gosh, that's 100% incredibly.
I was so excited to play this for you.
Exactly how it went. So I got approached to do this event to raise money for a good cause, Texas Children's Hospital, where I'd be up on stage interviewing Eli and Peyton. And I thought, cool. And they wanted me to submit what questions I was going to ask beforehand. So I was like, cool, that makes sense. It's not like I'm a hard-hitting journalist here. We're raising money, putting on a show.
That's not abnormal.
Right. Not abnormal at all. So I put a good amount of time just sitting and brainstorming, thinking about which questions I should ask and everything. And I sent off about 20 potential questions to to Peyton's representative, whoever the hell it was.
Yeah.
And I get back this response. We're like, no, we'd like you to ask these questions. And he sent me these questions from an event that was obviously, this is where I think Peyton and his micromanaging fell apart a little bit. They sent me these questions that were clearly from some kind of University of Tennessee fundraiser. It was a bunch of them worked, but a bunch of them were kind of like Rocky Top this or that or whatever.
Game day stuff.
There's a part of me where I was like, all right, I'm going to ask these questions exactly.
Right.
And then I remembered Texas Children's. This is to raise money
it's for the kids,
Children's.
man. It's for the kids. You don't want to torpedo the event. Yeah.
So I went through and I called out and I added a few more of mine back. And remember Eli saying, I'm not going to put in any of my own ideas because he's not going to use them anyway.
Yeah.
So I pulled out the relevant questions that they had sent me. And then I said, okay, would you want to talk about these as well? Added 5 to 10 more questions. Email comes back. Let's just stick to the ones that we gave you. The ones at the top are just fine. So that part, 100%. Any of my ideas that might be, good for a Houston audience specifically.
Well, and good for, and no. This is where the that they're leaving the meat on the bone is you're a former player who played against Peyton. You would have incredible question. The context around the questions you could ask would be amazing.
There would be no room for ducking and diving and weaving on this one. He's a non-scrambling quarterback, Sean. So as far as the planning, though, so it was hilarious because I got this itinerary for how everything was going to go that day.
Yeah.
And Peyton, tell me if this sounds exactly like you would expect it to sound. Peyton had like 3 events in 24 hours, and I'm guessing he was flying by private jet because the timeline of when he was going to land in Orlando and then be at something and then be back and take off at like 7:11 p.m. or whatever.
Very specific.
It was a very specific.
Yeah.
And he got it, from the time he landed in Houston and then took off and landed, there was no way in hell he was flying commercial. So, which is like you'd expect that.
Of course.
And it was all very much down to the T.
Mm-hmm.
Eli's was the best because it was like United flight, whatever, out of New Jersey. Landed the night before. He gets in. He's at the hotel the night before.
Yeah.
And then we get there, and I met with them for a little bit just to go over everything before the event. And as I come in, Peyton is in the middle of asking Eli, like, didn't I tell you 3 times that we were going to wear ties? What do you mean you don't have a tie?
Oh, my God. Did Eli have to go get a tie? Or
Eli didn't have to go get a tie. Somebody dashed off to go get a tie.
My point is Peyton was not budging on him wearing a tie.
No. I think there would be. I'd have to go back and look at pictures. I'm pretty sure Eli ended up with a tie. I know somebody was sent off to go get a tie for Eli.
Okay.
And I'm sure they were able to. Somebody took a tie off. I'm guessing somebody who works for Peyton would have murdered somebody and stolen the tie off them if that's what they had to do, because they're that petrified of Peyton.
Oh, my God.
So we get into the event. It's good. Like, the questions that they had given me were good because it was basically a springboard for them to tell some stories that they felt comfortable telling, you know, but in a more informal environment. But, Sean, you know me. I've got follow-up questions.
Absolutely.
And I felt like there were some spots where, like, all right, well, this is perfect for me to ask about this. And I did it a few times, and every single time I did it, Peyton shot me a death glare.
Yeah.
Of like, he could tell I was going off script.
Oh.
And I'm looking at him like, you just wound up, release the sphincter a little bit, man.
Oh, my God, you're right. He is a non-scrambling quarterback.
I brought up, and I think it was better because of it.
Yeah.
At the end, I brought up Eli getting benched in his final season?
Yeah.
I think Eli was genuinely PO'd that I did that. I couldn't tell. I'd already gotten the death glare from Peyton a couple times.
Right.
And with Eli, I asked it basically as a way to, I told him it was just one of the most admirable things I had seen was the way he handled that.
Yeah, you
gave his full
came
support
at it
to the team
from a complimentary standpoint.
And he kind of said, yeah, thanks for bringing up the most painful moment of my professional football playing career. And I couldn't tell if it was just Eli kind of like joking or if he was genuinely PO'd.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
But yeah, that part of it, the hyper planning and everything. You could see. And when he gave me the death glare, I'd seen him look at offensive linemen like that before.
Yes,
I'd been there.
up close.
I kind of got embarrassed for some of those guys. Like, I feel bad for Jeff Saturday. Like, I might want to give him a hug between quarters or something.
And now you're on the other
Eli
end.
dressed him down so hard.
Now he's giving it to you, Peyton. Yeah. Here's one more. It's a great story. That is awesome. Here is Eli on not wanting to go to the Chargers in the 2004 draft and why.
What exactly was wrong with the Chargers?
I just didn't feel like they were the most committed team to winning at the time. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach, who was awesome, had great respect for him, but like they came to work me out in New Orleans, went to dinner, and like there was just friction between, the head coach, general manager, like the owners. They're all like yelling, kind of like fighting. We're at a Marriott like restaurant, and Schottenheimer's mad that he's like, we're in New Orleans, we're eating at a Marriott, and so he's like pissed. They're like kind of just bickering, and it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of like agreement on things, and like they were kind of like committed to building a great winning franchise at that moment. My parents really weren't supportive. My dad didn't like the idea. He came to my defense and like supported me after everything was going down. But he
didn't like that you were kind of demanding, I don't want to go to San Diego.
Right. He didn't like that. And afterwards, he took like a blunt of a lot of the criticism because he came to my defense, and people were saying, "Oh, you played in New Orleans all those years, you didn't win, so you're trying to dictate like where your son's going." And he just kind of bit his tongue and said, "I'm just hey, this is what Eli wants to do, and I support him." And he kind of did some media to try to save me from doing all the media and taking the hits.
That was one of the things that I love when people try to frame things as like, yeah, well, when because during the Shedeur and Deion stuff, people would say this all the time. Yeah, nobody had a problem when Eli forced his way out of the Chargers. It's like, what the? You're lying. Yes, they did.
Hey,
it was a huge deal.
Yeah.
People wouldn't shut up about how how soft Eli was and everything. And it carried over because the Chargers were a better team initially. Until the Giants ended up until the Chargers were a better team for a little bit there.
Yeah.
Until the Giants ended up winning a Super Bowl.
They were, and Phillip Rivers was part of that whole thing. Like Phillip Rivers got drafted by the Giants with the 4th pick. Like they got traded for each other. Phillip Rivers and
but it was
Eli
a huge
Manning.
for anybody that finds themselves saying nobody had a problem when Eli
Not
did it.
true.
No, they totally did.
100%.
It was like topic number 1 for a long time. What a dysfunctional organization. They're arguing with each other in front of the.
That's crazy.
Not just, and that's the thing too. You're not just arguing in front of Eli. You're arguing in front of Archie Manning, who knows what he's doing. Like it would be like kind of putting your worst foot forward in front of Deion Sanders if you're, in a situation like that. But that's not a surprise to any Chargers fans because they were long a dysfunctional organization.
Yep, for sure.
They figured some things out better these last few years.
Yep, they did. Text message real quick here. I went to Tennessee during the Peyton Manning era. I had some friends who would golf with Peyton, and they said it was a nightmare because the rounds were so long. He was so anal about reading putts, taking time between shots. Yeah, Peyton would probably not operate well if he were a pitcher in the pitch clock era.
I saw a little video this weekend. It was funny. Maybe we'll have to play it tomorrow or something. But it was Peyton. I think it was his daughter asking him to define some of the Gen Z slang. And
yes, I saw it too. The audio quality is not very good.
It's not. Oh, okay,
It's really, take a listen to it. The audio.
He was pretty good. He was pretty good. A couple of the ones, one that he missed, I was surprised on. But I mean, most of the whole thing about Gen Z slang that annoys me a little bit is that a lot of it's not even slang. It's just abbreviated word. It's like it's just shortened words.
Yeah, like my son says "preach" all the time. It's for appreciate. Hey,
preach.
Preach. Yeah, preach.
That's
preach.
You're just cutting off syllables. That's not slang.
No.
That's like something's mid. Like, all right, it's middling?
Yeah.
No, it's mid.
No, it's mid.
All right, yeah.
All right. And I'd preach if you would say it mid, all right?
You guys have AI at your disposal. Come up with something more creative than that.
Come on now.
And by creative, I mean something that a machine spits out for you.
Exactly
But at least it takes a little bit of work.
Oh, my God. All right, Astros from over the weekend. They do take 2 out of 3 from the Rangers. Are we feeling any better about this thing moving forward? What are the things that we're actually feeling good about coming out of this weekend? Can they turn this thing around after I would say, a lackluster homestand? We will discuss that coming up next. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading online therapy platform. All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Rangers this weekend. Thank God, because their record in the division, just winning the series is big. It would have been nice if they swept them. I don't know that was happening yesterday with what they were putting out there, but 1-2 against the A's, 1-7 against the Mariners, 2-2 against the Angels, who are the worst team in the division. And going 2-2 against the Angels is basically like going 1-3 against anybody else because they're so bad. But they needed, if they're going to keep their head above water, Seth, and kind of hang in this thing right now, I think Joe Espada needed this series more than anybody. I feel like if having gone 1-3 against the Mariners, if the Rangers had come in and done you and swept you this weekend, we would be really close, I think, to talking about a new manager for the team.
We'd be talking about a new manager, but I would feel really weird about it just because, as we've said before, I don't know which manager historically that you could take out. Let's say Terry Francona in his prime or anybody else. Do you just slap in there and say, hey, by a quarter way through the season, you're going to have a lineup that's a boatload of AAA players, and half your best players are on the IL. The pitching staff was, okay, we'll blame you for the pitching staff, but they've gotten it back in order. Like, who would have done a markedly better job than Joe Espada at this point? And I don't know if there's anybody that would. Not to the point where they're a winning baseball team.
No. And when I talk about it, I'm not campaigning for it. I'm just acknowledging the likelihood that it could happen because I don't think Jim Crane is somebody who is wired to start tearing something down or start moving pieces without having exhausted every single route to try to get this thing moving back in the right direction.
Yeah.
And changing the voice at the top is one of the things you can do. Would it be successful? Would this team all of a sudden become good with a new manager? I don't know. I doubt it. But, they fired Jimmy Williams back in 2004, and they brought in Phil Garner, and they ended up making it to the NLCS. You never know. Something like that. That was obviously a team that had much better pitching. It was a different team. I get it. But there's just not that many things available to the Astros to try to spark something, including trades. Like, there's not – They can't trade off their big league roster right now because they have too many guys that are injured. Thank God they didn't trade Paredes before the season, or they'd be in a real pickle on the infield right now.
Yeah, and they don't. You need your pipeline right now to come play Major League Baseball games for you. That's part of the problem. So if there's any of the older prospects, they're already up. They're all currently playing for the Astros.
Yep.
In terms of position players available to you, that's why you had to trading for Braden Shoemake ends up being awesome, at least with how he's played so far.
Yeah. It's interesting. The Dana Brown part of this stuff is interesting because there are little moves that have been made on the margins that have, like the Kai Tang trade has been really good for them so far. That's been really good. Shoemake, again, really, really small sample size, but that's been a nice little move on the margins. They've needed him in some of these games recently.
It would, it'd be really good as if Cam Smith could figure it out. And this is one thing that I demand out of Cam Smith. Okay, if you got a problem, you're chasing, your whiff rate is ridiculously bad. You're not allowed to challenge pitches. What are we doing here, Cam Smith?
Oh.
He's atrocious at it. Why? Is there any part of his bandwidth right now that needs to be distracted by him telling the ump he made a bad call at the plate? What the hell is going on with it? It drives me insane. I think he had a successful one on Friday.
I don't know if he did. The other frustrating thing, and I'm trying to remember, it was Cam. One of Cam's. I don't remember if it was the one I'm thinking of. It's when guys do it when it's like the first pitch of an at-bat.
It was Cam. He challenged on an 0-1 count.
Yeah.
He was the first at-bat in the inning.
Yeah.
Early in the game. Honestly, this is a hang-up for me.
Yeah.
Because I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, recognize the young player, recognize that Dana probably should have had him in the minors for a spell last year.
Sure.
Instead of just accelerating up my battleship. Oh, we got to get our battleship on the field. All right, man. You're James Gladstone in your way to greatness here, showing that the Astros are going to do it. We're going to walk differently. Mm-hmm. This is the way we walk. And the kid is struggling.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, but then he's also up there. He's up there challenging pitches, and he's awful at it. In situations where even if he's good at it, you got to second guess whether you should challenge it or not.
Well, he's awful at challenges, and he's awful at hitting right now too. That's the other thing. If you're challenging a pitch where the at bat remains open, it's one thing. It's one thing to challenge something when it's a it's 3-1, and it's a strike. And you go, I don't think that's a strike, and you challenge it, and the end result is you get on base.
Right.
It's another thing to challenge it where the ending of the at-bat is still, it's open-ended. When you're hitting 202 with an OPS of 600, like chances are you just risked wasting a challenge.
Right.
If not actually wasted the challenge for you to strike out.
It's a little bit of a young Prince type behavior where it's,
very much so.
I made 0-1. I better challenge this so I can get a mulligan on this at bat and start off 0-0. Like it doesn't early in the game. First guy at the plate in the inning. And then not to mention, you haven't demonstrated that you've got a really good awareness of the strike zone to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So that's frustrating. If he would stop doing that, I would give him way more latitude.
What do you make of this? Someone points out this with Cam Smith. I think he should be playing third base if they were to trade Paredes, which I do not want them to do. I'm wondering if this person is implying that because he's not playing his normal position that he grew up playing.
Just be more comfortable. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's an incredible outfielder.
Yes,
so
he
far.
was.
That's the one thing that
he was a Gold Glove finalist last year.
Yeah,
he's the one outfielder they have where they show that graphic. You know the one I'm talking about, Seth, where it's the traffic light graphic where green means run on this guy all the time. Yellow is proceed with caution, and run is don't run on this guy. He's the one guy they have that's red, that's don't run on this guy.
Yeah, he's in the 95th percentile of fielding run value right now.
Yeah, like you can't take him out of right field.
No, well, but I think that, that person that's texting it, I'm guessing, is just thinking, okay, he could be more comfortable just playing something that he's more accustomed to.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I don't see that as being the balm. I think that some of the, on the broadcast, they're trying like hell to make it sound like he's just had bad luck or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way that Victor Rodriguez and other people are talking about it. He's got, on the balls that he does hit, he's had some bad luck, but that's where some of the expected stats still aren't 100% accurate. They're a little too generalized. Yeah. If he would just pull the ball more, then he'd be looking a lot better than he is right now. But that's also, it's not like you go out and play every game in a standardized ballpark against standardized pitchers and everything else. And it's just he's striking out. He's missing pitches and missing balls. It's not good right now.
I'm super intrigued by Jeremy Pena coming back because Pena's been injured for most of the last year. He got beamed last year in June or July, whatever it was, in the ribs, missed a bunch of time, came back and played at a high level, but then missed when the Astros needed him most, when they're trying to get into the postseason in the last week of last season, he misses the final week with an oblique injury. Then he gets hurt in the World Baseball Classic, or an exhibition that was a World Baseball. He was playing for the Dominican, and he got hurt. That's not really his fault, but he broke a finger. And then he's got this, hamstring knee thing that's been going on. So he's had 4 different injuries in the last year. I would say 2 of them are not his fault. I would say the other 2 are ones that would be concerning to me just because they're soft tissue kind of stuff.
Well, he's one of those guys. I told you when he was a rookie. There's a certain one, like the guys that are really, really fast, but also still kind of stiff at the same time. Yeah. You always worry about a little bit. Xavier and Clowney was like that. Super fast, but kind of stiff.
Stiff and yoked, too.
RG3, stiff and yoked. Yeah, you worry about the fact that sometimes their body isn't limber enough to handle the extreme explosiveness that they have.
Yeah.
Is he Joe Burrow? Is he a guy that could be awesome, but he's going to end up missing
I don't know.
Of his... Joe Burrow, by the way, has only played in 10 games or less in 3 of his 6 NFL seasons.
10 games or less? 10 games or more? 10 games,
10 games or less. He has played in 10. He's played 10 games or less in 3 of his 6 NFL seasons.
Half the seasons. Damn, man. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. week 2. So we'll probably get a healthy Joe Burrow this year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Texans road trips. One more scheduled topic. We got the road trips coming up. There are 9 Texan road trips. I've been on some of these. I've been to some of these stadiums. I'm going to rate them for you. We're going to play travel agent here and recommend the game that you choose to travel to this year. We'll do that coming up next. Now, if you were to travel, maybe you want to drive to some of them you could drive to, I suppose, Nashville and maybe I don't know, maybe
Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to play a little travel agent here, have a little fun with the schedule. And we'll, for those, because we got some late in the show listeners, you know, some of you aren't up at 6 a.m., so you didn't get to hear Seth's thoughts on the schedule because he wasn't here Friday. And so maybe for some of the 8 and 9 o'clock crowd, Seth, we'll get your predictions on the schedule sometime during the hour or for the Texans this season, sometime between now and the end of the show. I like road trips. I like traveling to go see games. I don't get to do it as much as I used to because you and I have game day duties for the Texans, so we can't travel to go see road games. And we know that there's a lot of traveling Texans that do like to do that. Some travel to practically all of them. So I like to kind of rate the road trips at the beginning of the year, make some recommendations. 'Cause I've been to some of these places before. I've been to probably half, maybe more of the stadiums of the cities that the Texans are going to be playing in this year. And you've played in most of these places, too, so you know what it's like on a game day there from a player's perspective.
I've played in most of these cities, not necessarily. Oh, yeah, I've played in most of these stadiums.
Yeah. Yep. So let's I'll count them down here, Seth. This is one man's opinion on these road trips for you Texan fans out there. I always put the division games at the bottom. Not so much because you hate Indianapolis and Tennessee so much, although that factors into my rating. Mostly because you can go to these every year if you want to.
Yeah, there's nothing special about it. Yeah. You can put it off and that it's going to be just there. We're not reorganizing it anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, my God, they play Green Bay once every 8 years on the road. I really want to go see Lambeau when my team is there.
So of those divisional opponents, though, which do you have at the bottom?
Colts at the bottom, just because it's there's nothing remarkable about Indianapolis.
No, Nashville at least is kind of a genuine tourist attraction.
Got a nightlife to it.
Yeah, Indianapolis is a place that, like, John Mellencamp wrote a song, or no, Tom Petty wrote a song about having to get the hell out of Indiana.
Right.
And the Colts weirdly use that as some kind of an anthem. You know?
Yes, yeah.
There's somebody saying, I got to get the hell out of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Some little trollop that's there and tired of it has to get out of there. And they're like, yeah, this is our song.
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Now,
Indianapolis is nice, though, if you do want to go and be able to walk to the, stay at a hotel, walk to the stadium and everything.
Yeah, everything's right there.
Yeah, that part of it's nice.
That part's cool.
You can go to a steakhouse where somehow they've made seafood the prime attraction and have some of that shrimp that's flown in from out somewhere. They didn't catch it in the Mississippi River.
They better not have. Yeah, they better not have. So Indy would be 9. Titans would be 8, although I will acknowledge that Nashville is a fun city to be in. I would say after that, and again, so people are like, well, is Jacksonville 7? No, Jacksonville's obviously on a different burner this year because the game's in London. So we'll get to them. We'll get to Jacksonville. So among the other non-Titan, non-Colt games, I have the Eagles 7th on this list. It's just...
Is it a fear of violence?
Well, a little bit. Yeah, a little. I mean, this is a stadium that I don't know if they still do, but at one point they had a judge in the stadium to be able to adjudicate citations.
They got rid of that, I think, just because for PR purposes.
Yeah.
It was never clear that they got rid of it because they didn't need it anymore. I think they got rid of it for PR purposes.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. So,
I think that's, you know what's weird, though? That I don't think kids these days would understand. Because tickets have gotten so expensive, it's not like it used to be at a lot of NFL
with
stadiums.
The riffraff?
It used to be genuinely terrifying. and I'm guessing concession prices have gone up too. So even just people aren't necessarily drinking as much as they used to.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be scary as hell at a lot of places like in the Northeast, like Philadelphia or Cleveland especially.
Yep. So I think the environment would be good. It's just traveling on some of it's just traveling on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I like being home on Christmas. You know, that's part of it. Number 6 would be the Commanders. Again, cold weather game. I'm not anti-cold weather, like in terms of going to a game, as you'll find out later on this list. But Amy and I went to that stadium last year during the bye week. It's not a good stadium, except for the sports book in the stadium, which is awesome.
Yeah,
I like the sports book in the stadium, but that would be. Number 6 would be the Commanders.
Are there blanked out sections of seats in that stadium? It used to be a huge capacity, and now it's less than
I
that.
don't recall that. I mean, we went for a Monday night game that was Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams. So, not that I recall.
You know what? Their new stadium is going to be finished in 2030, which depresses me.
Yeah.
Because it kind of gave me an idea of, if we're talking about a new Texans stadium, this might be something that's in our lives for a long time before it actually gets done.
Yeah, the Texans.
They haven't even decided to build a new stadium or anything. But if they did, it might be a long, long ways off.
Well, the lease ends at Reliant in 2032, so they're probably not even breaking ground on anything until 2030 at least. Number 5, Cleveland Browns. The Browns road game in Week 10. I'm ranking the road trips based on recommendations to go there. Probably your best chance for getting a win on the road, I would say.
Yeah.
At Cleveland. So if you want to be there for a win, that's a good one.
If we go with the grudge factor, there's a chance that Deshaun Watson is still walking upright and the starting quarterback, possibly. If he ever is at all this year, nobody knows what's going to happen with the Browns quarterback situation. But also, I think that would be, I would be in for whether you have any kind of grudge against Deshaun, but then also B, if Shedeur is starting by that point, it's going to be a big story.
Yep.
You know, for better, for worse, whatever it is, he's either going to be, people will have decided by Week 10 whether he's going to be the greatest quarterback of all time or whether he's garbage and trash, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm glad you brought this up because I said this on Friday, is that I think I said it when John Harris was on with me on Friday, is that if Deshaun Watson is starting for the Browns in Week 10, it means he's probably having a pretty good season.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if he's having a bad season, by Week 10, they'll be like, well, we got to get the young guys in there.
We got to see what, we got to start developing these guys, see what we got, all of that.
Yeah,
and I think that, I remember I was talking to Albert Breer after the game a couple years ago when Deshaun came in and it was his first game back from suspension.
Yeah.
And he's playing against Houston for the first time. Breer commented to me that he was surprised that there wasn't more venom for Deshaun or acrimony for it. And I told him at the time, I think most people are just tired of being a spectacle. You know, we were tired of the entire ordeal at that point. You didn't really get a sense from the fans that, oh, hey, this is a vengeance game or anything like that. People didn't want to talk about it anymore.
No. Dude, it was a game that Kyle Allen started. Kyle Allen was starting for the Texans. Yeah. Deshaun was terrible in that game, and the Browns won by 2 touchdowns. It was, it was. That's you're spot on. Like,
that's true, we were a spectacle for other reasons also.
Yeah.
Just the state of the franchise
as well.
We were
beat down. Now, at that point, Easterby had been fired at that point, but so that probably felt pretty good, but you're spot on. So number 5.
You got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame up in Cleveland if anybody's interested in that.
Have you been?
No.
I haven't either.
And I fly into and out of Cleveland all the time and drive right past it, and I haven't done it. I don't know.
I want to go.
It doesn't feel very rock and roll to go into the Rock and Roll Museum at 2 p.m. Stone cold sober on a weekday. Yeah, I feel like I need to be in a certain kind of state of mind to go.
Yeah, you got to lather up for that one for sure. For sure. Counting down, rating the road trips. Number 4, Steelers, Week 13, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Great atmosphere. Amy and I went to a Browns-Steelers game on the Texans bye week 2 seasons ago. That was when the bye week was Week 14 in December. Underrated city, too. Pittsburgh's underrated city. There's a lot to do in Pittsburgh.
It's a lot smaller than people realize.
Yeah.
And it's not just small because of the population. It's slapped down into this valley in between the mountains. And it's just kind of got a unique feel to it.
It does.
It's a fun place.
Good vibe.
There's no grudge factor with the Steelers that I can think of off the top of my head, other than that it feels like Aaron Rodgers is – he's kind of like that guy that you've already beaten down, and you're imploring him to stay down. Just for your own good, stay down.
Stay down.
And he's going to get back up.
Yeah, yeah, which he did.
He's looked like an old man for about 5 years now, and it's not going to be any better this season.
Should he shave his beard? Would that help? Because he's got the gray.
No, because I think the beard looks good on him. I know the gray beard on an athlete looks. You never know quite what to make of that. But I feel like he needs the beard.
Yeah. Someone's saying, "How is Philly not 9 on your list? You'll die if you go to that game." Fair point, but
they're like Philly. I don't know. Like I'm guessing they're not actually all that physically violent. It's not like that in most places anymore. But they'll harass the hell out of you.
Yeah.
And they don't care whether you're with your 6-year-old son or not. They'll harass you.
There will not be Christmas cheer being spread at the link on Christmas Eve that night. No. So I have Steelers number 4. Again, that's a cold weather game. So take that how you will. I'm not anti going to cold weather games. Number 3, Chargers, Week 9. LA trips are fun. You know the weather's going to be good. SoFi Stadium is on the short list of stadiums that I want to go to. I've heard great things about SoFi Stadium.
What about the atmosphere there for Chargers games has never been regarded as all that impressive or anything.
No.
But I don't know. That was also included when the Rams were good and the Chargers weren't. Yeah. But it's not like you got to go and feel what it's like to watch a game there.
No.
But it's warm weather. It's not like L.A. is a fun place to visit unless you have something specific to do.
Yeah.
And you go take your Englewood tourist trip or whatever.
Oh yeah, the maps with the houses of the stars and stuff like that. Do they
shot Friday and all that?
Yeah, I want to buy one of those maps, man. I like having the map in my hand. I'm sure you can get it on an app now. So that's number 3, based almost entirely on weather. Number 2, Packers. Ironically, I have L.A. and their nice weather at number 3. I have the Packers Monday Night Football, Week 17 at number 2. It is going to be wicked cold there. It's going to be crazy cold. It's the best football environment that I've ever been in.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been twice. I went once back in 2008 when the Texans played there. Amy and I went again about 4 years ago in November for Seattle for Russell Wilson versus Aaron Rodgers, back when both could still play. And it's Monday night, so you can go to one of the many bars in Green Bay on Sunday and just watch the full slate of games with a bunch of cheeseheads.
Did you stay in Green Bay or did you have to stay in Appleton?
We stayed in Appleton, because they do that thing in Green Bay like they do in college towns for big college games, where all of a sudden the Marriott, which is $189 a night most of the year, is in one of those nights where it's $789 a night.
That's what happened. I had to deal with that in Binghamton this week.
You did?
It was going to be luckily because the one college at Binghamton graduated at 8:30 a.m. on a Friday morning.
Yeah,
it wasn't as bad. But the hotel rates for Friday and Saturday were like $475 a night.
Yeah, it's crazy.
For like any standard Marriott or something like that.
Was it because of the graduation? They
100% because of the graduation.
Bumped up the prices.
Yeah, that, and there were other like Ithaca College, which is in the region, had a graduation the same weekend. So we stayed in Elmira, which was more reasonable, but still pretty pricey for staying in Elmira.
I think the Red Sox had a farm team in Elmira back in the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they did.
Like a single A team, I think.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
It was like $205 for a night in a what was it? Where were we in? One of those Marriott types places.
Like a courtyard or something like that. Like a Fairfield?
No, it wasn't even a courtyard.
Fairfield Inn.
It was a Fairfield Inn.
Yeah, that's the pecking.
$205.
Yep, it goes Marriott.
Free breakfast.
Courtyard, Town Place, and then Fairfield Inn.
Is Fairfield below Town Place?
I think it is.
Because Town Place is suites.
It's suites, yeah.
Fairfield is always super clean. Whenever I've stayed in a Fairfield, I always feel like it was just recently renovated. I always look at, I see a Fairfield and a Residence Inn, and the Residence Inn will be more expensive. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go where your kids had diarrhea all over the couch as you were cooking scrambled eggs on the stove and let caught a couch cushion on fire or something.
Right.
I'm going to go to a Fairfield Inn. Just a bunch of business travelers that were in and out.
Yeah, man. Amy and I just stayed at one a week ago when I had the purse bingo event that I was doing up in, last Friday in Conroe, right on Lake Conroe there. And I'm like, I'm not driving an hour and a half back home on Friday night after a few glasses of wine. We stayed at the Fairfield Inn up there.
Was it $205 like it was in Elmira?
No, it was $142. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, things will turn up, Sean. Things will get better for you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Not everybody can take a vacation to Elmira for a night.
No, that's true. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm in Conroe.
Hey, Brandy, let me go show you the aging, abandoned smokestacks.
That's
down
it,
the
man.
road. Yeah.
That's how your marriages stayed together so long. All those Elmira vacations.
Nothing like upstate New York cities to feel awesome.
Absolutely. Yes.
How are so many things so dilapidated?
It's crazy.
And Elmira Corning is actually kind of like a happening spot for upstate New York.
Yep. Number one, Jags London trip.
Oi!
Yes.
Yes.
Trip to London, huge divisional game. I would say enough said on that one. I think that it's
that would be
the international trip's always got to be number one, right?
I feel like London's got a little bit of a Houston thing going on, where every time I've heard about people going to a game over there, they talk about how the driving is a nightmare and that you got to really plan a long time if you're driving anywhere. So I would try to map out exactly, how close I am to the stadium, what's a fun place to stay where we can go to some pubs and everything, and not have to be in a rental car driving on the wrong side of the road.
Absolutely. Yeah.
For any of you who are going over there, just know that, okay?
Oh, yeah.
They drive on the left side of the road.
Yes.
Which they call starboard. Yeah.
They do, yeah, port, starboard, yeah.
Or no, what is left?
I forget.
Is that port? I think left is port.
Yeah, I think you're right. Spring Hill Suites is also part of the Marriott family, somebody's pointing out. I don't know where that fits in the pecking order.
I'm generally good with any Marriott, except Residence Inn is dicey, and I think it is. I can only guess it's because people just they treat it like treat it like their own homes, except that they know they're not going to have to clean up.
Well, you with the kid with the diarrhea on the couch, I'm never staying at one again now. I feel like that's a very specific story that you're sharing right there.
No. I'm just thinking about a family on vacation in Orlando, and by day 3, one of the kids has gotten into something or whatever.
Yes, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's your road trip rating right there. I like your grudge topic. I may repurpose that for tomorrow. Texans schedule via grudges. I like that.
I couldn't come up with a grudge for the Packers. Do we have a grudge other than just whatever Jordan Love versus C.J. Stroud debate there has been?
The exercise for this would be very similar to the exercise that I do for 5 Reasons I Hate You.
Yeah.
So I'll just go through that, and we'll find some things to get grudgy about.
Call.
I'll just do that. All right, Xavier Hutchinson. We've been playing some Xavier Hutchinson on the show today. His thoughts on Nico Collins and the wide receiver room. The wide receiver room for the Texans is one of the more pivotal rooms for this team this season, especially because they haven't really done anything with it this offseason. Xavier Hutchinson's thoughts on Nico Collins coming up next.
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a few texts on the heels of us going through the road trips. Packer grudge, Seth. They sent us Amon Green. That's yeah, good. Okay. You were trying to find a good reason to get angry with the Packers.
Yeah, I guess I have a hard time with that one because it's not Amon Green's fault that Amon Green just aged like people tend to do.
I wrote a Houston Press article about Amon Green when he signed to play up in the Canadian Football League the year after the Texans let him go.
Yeah.
And it was very snarky, as you can imagine.
Oh, you bastard.
And you know who reached out to me?
Amon Green?
Amon Green, yeah. He saw the article. This is in the infancy of Twitter, so I don't know if he was searching his name or whatever. I don't think I tagged him. This is like 2009 or 2010, and I get an email from him. He sent me an email saying, "Hey man, basically like, hey, well, what did I ever do to you?" Yeah. And I said,
he was a 30-year-old running back when the Texans traded for him.
Yeah.
Like what do you? I guess this was back before people realized that running backs got old, and that
I think it was kind of before we had that hard and fast 28-year-old age to go by.
There were more guys. Running backs hadn't gotten quite as fragile as they are these days.
Yeah,
I think that the thing about those first couple years with Kubiak was that there was still too much of Mike Sherman trying to bring in some of his old guys from the Packers.
Oh, yeah.
There's something with new head coaches that you worry about is that they've got a sentimental attachment to their guys, and they want to bring them in because they know the system and they know the scheme. Can they still play football? No, but they know things. Mm-hmm. Because that first year in 2006, the center that they had brought in from Green Bay, he was way past his prime. Mm-hmm. Good dude. Can't remember his name. But it was one of those things in camp. You're like, all right, I get it. You want somebody that knows what they're doing, but I'd also like him to be able to block football players.
That would be good. That would be really good if they could do that. So maybe I'm hungry. I don't know. We'll do the grudge thing. Don't worry. Well, I
can't for the life of me think of a single thing to hate the Packers over when it comes to concerning the Texans.
Yeah.
The closest thing the Packers have when DJ Swearinger, was it DJ Swearinger or somebody else? Somebody took, it was a Texans defensive back hit somebody in no pads, hit a tight end over the middle.
Oh, no.
Combined.
It was Lonnie Johnson.
Right.
He hit the kid from, I forget his name. He was from A&M. I forget his name. It was like a rookie tight end or something, and he smoked him in a combined practice with no pad, no contact combined practice, and Lonnie Johnson smoked the guy. So I forget.
Was it Jay Sternberger?
It was Sternberger. Yeah, I knew he had a long last name. That's who it was. All right, here's Xavier Hutchinson. Xavier Hutchinson on the Caps Off podcast, talking about Nico Collins, and Nico, obviously the alpha in the wide receiver room. Here's Xavier Hutchinson's kind of scouting report. Why is Nico an alpha?
In your opinion, what makes an alpha wide receiver one to a player versus a fan?
You got to be able to do everything. Especially if you're alpha one receiver, you're probably the X receiver. Yeah. More than likely.
Yeah.
You always get switched around a little bit, but you're probably always going to be one-on-one half the time. We'll always put you in a 3-by-1.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you watch our games, that's what we do with Nico.
Yeah.
Because he's a receiver one.
Yeah.
But man, you just gotta be a little different. You gotta be cut a little different, and that's what he is. Like you've probably heard people always say it. Like you gotta be delusional.
Yeah.
And like to be a receiver one in the NFL, you have to be a little delusional.
Yeah. You have to have a screw loose.
Yeah. Like you gotta know that like no matter what's going on, like whenever the ball touches my hand or the ball comes to me, like I'm making a play.
Yeah.
Regardless of if I've dropped 3 balls before, when that next one comes, I'm gonna make the play.
It definitely describes Nico. The other thing with Nico there that they didn't really dig into is just when he gets the ball and he's got a head of steam. I don't know. There may be receivers as physical as Nico Collins with the ball in his hands. I don't know that there's one that's more physical than Nico Collins. Like Nico seeks out contact.
And the whole thing too about with Nico is funny when Xavier Hutchinson brought up he doesn't worry about it if he has a drop, and I can't remember where he had a bad drop last year in a game, but it's so atypical because he's got a really good catch rate. He's got very sure hands. That was another thing that we're going to hear about from Xavier here in a second. For a guy who's as big as he is, it's really the way he runs his routes, like he's a smaller guy in a good way.
Yeah.
The way he can get low in and out of his breaks, but then also how sure-handed he is. As Xavier Hutchinson was talking about how it doesn't bother him if he drops the ball. I guess I was like, yeah, but he's not a guy that drops a lot of footballs. He doesn't have to overcome that obstacle all that often.
No.
And he doesn't, and if he could just stay healthy for an entire season and postseason, I feel like he'd have a lot more accolades heaped on him than he does. His personality is never going to invite it because he's just a good dude. He just doesn't say a lot of crazy stuff, doesn't call attention to himself.
Yeah, he's quiet.
He's not like quiet like in a shy way or anything. He just doesn't seem to have any appetite for being a star.
Or a narcissist.
And I say that as an extreme compliment.
Yep. Here's Xavier Hutchinson on Nico's rare skill set.
Yak ability.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for his hands. Like
At all.
I think if you've ever really watched us play, I could maybe count on my hands how many times I've seen him let the ball come to his chest.
Yeah.
Like his hands are always out here. Always.
Yeah.
Always. But like for him being as big as he is, like some of the cuts that he's able to make, it's like remarkable because like somebody that tall shouldn't be able
I agree.
to get out of their breaks like that.
Yeah.
And he does it to a T.
Right.
That part of it, and that's where I get excited about Jaden Higgins kind of being in the same room as Nico Collins, because I think Jaden Higgins has a lot of that potential to be a really crisp route runner for a bigger, lankier, taller guy. And even with Jaden Higgins, I think he's got room to put on a little bit of muscle mass. Not that he has to focus on it or, do it all that rapidly, but just naturally he'll probably get a little bit thicker. Remember when Nico showed up, he was kind of lanky looking. And now he looks more like Andre Johnson.
Oh, dude, yeah.
He just looks more like a rolling ball of butcher knives in a way that he didn't. I think Jaden Higgins has that potential. But Nico's drop rate last year was 1.3%, which was the fourth best among wide receivers who saw at least 50 targets.
Means he dropped like
so
two
for
passes.
a big guy, he's a huge guy, and his calling card you would think would be his run after catch and his vertical speed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it's his hands as well. And his sure-handedness is a really, really big deal for somebody that's got those kinds of physical traits.
Yeah, it means he dropped like two passes all year.
Yeah.
Because that's, what does he get targeted? Probably like 120 times, something like that? 130 times? Yeah, he's good, man. Nico is a number one for sure. By the way, Mike Flanagan is who you were thinking of.
That's who it was.
Mike Flanagan.
I liked Flanagan. I didn't want to say his name because he was just like with Amon Green. It wasn't his fault.
Right.
It's just he got old. That's what happens.
That's okay. I'm looking at the whole squad right here on 2006. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do a this is your life, Seth Payne. 2006 Texans.
Who's the most random starter that jumps off the screen?
Okay, Eric Moulds for sure for me.
Oh yeah, Moulds. Yeah.
Eric Moulds.
Moulds came in. Now Moulds was another guy that I was expecting. I think he found himself in a situation where he'd been on some good teams with the Bills, and all of a sudden was in a situation that I don't think he was being used maybe the way that he hoped that he would be used. And there was one point we had a meeting where Kubiak basically just told the entire team, listen, I don't care. I want you guys to be the best players you can be. But on Sunday, I don't care. I don't give a damn whether you get 1 touch or 10 touch. We saw it was the side of Kubiak that people claimed Kubiak didn't have. Like, he was blunt as hell.
Yeah.
Because I think Eric might have been agitating for some more touches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think Kubiak inside was probably like, I'm trying. Did you see what we got going on in this offense, Eric? I'd love to be able to have some time and energy to figure out a way to get you more touches.
That's hilarious.
We got bigger fish to fry here.
Oh my God.
That's not what he said out loud, but I could read it.
Yes, that's what he meant. On defense, the most random name on defense, Morlon Greenwood, probably.
Well, because he was a big free agency acquisition.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah.
And he stuck around for a few years. He was there.
Yeah.
I got into radio the next season in 2007. He was definitely still here for at least a couple more years after that.
Morlon fell into the category of a lot of fans got frustrated and upset with him because the Texans gave him a pretty healthy free agency contract.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out that way. But I would tend to go back towards like they didn't have to give him all that money. That was the Texans' choice. The Texans did some stupid stuff for a few years back in the day.
They did.
That some of those poor players took the brunt of the.
They did. Yeah. Morlon Green, was he Jamaican?
He was Jamaican, and he was into boxing big time.
Okay, yeah.
I liked Morlon a lot.
Yeah.
I liked all those guys. Kubiak brought some good dudes in.
Yeah. So it was a good Halloween party, stuff like that.
Good guys.
Yeah. 6 and 10, but great guys.
That was my favorite. I just had a blast that year with a bunch of mediocre football players.
There was a rookie linebacker on that team by the name of D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Yep. 3.5 sacks.
D'Amico. Who's D'Amico's backup?
I don't have the depth chart here. They just have this. They just list the starters.
Oh, okay.
But I'll sort by position on the roster. Here were the middle linebackers: D'Amico Ryans. The linebackers: D'Amico Ryans, Shante Orr, Morlon Greenwood, Kylie Wong, Deshaun Polk, Antoine Peak, Troy Evans, Charlie Anderson.
My favorite story from that year was Kylie used to be the guy that was like sideline to sideline all over the place.
Yeah.
Ultimate hustle guy. But he was coming off a devastating knee injury from the year before where he had torn 3 tendons and ligaments or whatever.
Yeah.
And when Brandy was watching the games that year, she was like, D'Amico was jumping off the screen. She's like, oh my gosh. And she's like, every time like I expect Kylie to make a play, all of a sudden D'Amico pops up out of nowhere. She's like, he's like the new Kylie. So a couple days later, I was sitting in the training room with Kylie having a conversation with him, and I relayed the conversation. I thought it was an entertaining little tidbit about what Texans fans were saying
about D'Amico.
And Kylie looked so hurt.
I was gonna say, I'm like, oh God, I know where this story's going.
Yeah. He's like, thanks, Seth. Appreciate that. I'm just fighting to try to get back.
Yeah.
I was like, no, Kylie. It's not like that. It's just that it's just D'Amico's so much better than you now.
I just want you to know your position's being held down just fine right now by this rookie out here.
No. It's just that the thing that used to make you special is no longer yours to have.
Yeah.
That's all.
He's doing it now.
I'm saying, yeah.
He's doing it, and he's 8 years younger than you. Yeah.
If you're breaking up with a girl and you're like, no, but you don't understand. This is good for me.
Yeah.
My new girlfriend she does a lot of the things that you don't do anymore. And she's just and she's younger than you too.
Kylie.
Why are you so upset about this?
Kylie's probably like, so when do you think I'm going to get my job back? Oh, never, for sure, never. Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah. Oh man. All right, final segment.
Just that technicality. The car you're driving, I own that. So could you hand the keys over because I want to give it to my new girlfriend?
Yes. Oh man. All right. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. All right. We did have a little bit of Rossini, Vrabel news over the weekend. A little bit. And also Tony Farmer, who is the journalist that is covering this story, hot and heavy. Journalist, air quotes. I don't know if he's a journalist or not. He's got the questions that we cannot close the book on Rossini and Vrabel until these questions get answered. All right? We'll run these through the Seth Payne filter and see if he agrees. We'll do that coming up next. But we're coming up on it here. We're less than a month away from the big, huge soccer event coming.
22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, in the spirit of 2006, someone said they just played Madden 2006 with one of their buddies last week. Seth Payne was in the game.
Oh, there you go.
That makes sense. He was an NFL
Madden's
football
weird.
player.
There's times where Madden, they've gotten a lot more sophisticated with their player grades and everything. But even despite, no matter what the grade was, I know in those early versions of Madden, there were times where, you had a lot. I know there are a couple seasons where I basically had a superpower of some sort that, I played way above. In specific instances, people would use me, and I have no memory of why, but it's always cool. I almost take it as a personal compliment when somebody tells me that.
Oh yeah,
I used to use you in this year because you had an unstoppable bull rush or something.
The Madden scores were not nearly as big a deal back when you were a player as they are now, right? They go through them on SportsCenter and whatnot now.
Yeah.
So,
well, and the players pay attention to them.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Well, because now they never used to. They didn't use
social
to tweak
media
them from week to week and everything, did they? Like they do now.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah.
Do they do it now? Do they do that?
Tweak? I don't know. I haven't played a video game.
I've never played a single game of Madden in my life.
I did, and I stopped in 2002. So yeah. So keep texting in.
I had a video game addiction that I nipped in the bud when I was 16 years old.
Really?
I haven't played a video game since.
What game got you? What was it that you were hooked on?
I had a Game Boy, and I remember Tetris being kind of a rough one. I played Nintendo a lot, but I was I beat Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
And I think I walked off after that.
Okay.
I was like, all right, that's enough.
Drop the mic.
I sold my Tetris to Brad Akins because I was just spending way too much time on it.
That's pretty self-aware as a teenager to do something like that, to get rid of your video game. That's a good job.
Which is weird because I wasn't mature in any other thing. Other than I knew that the video games, I always just felt bad afterwards because I'd rather be. I always every single time because I like to read too, and I always felt like the two things I really like to do in my spare time, this 5 hours of video gaming.
Yeah,
probably if I would have spent that reading, I'd be probably a more improved person.
Maybe it all.
I felt
out.
dirty about it.
Yeah, I got you. Apparently Diana Rossini and her husband, Kevin Goldschmidt, were seen out and about in New York City on Saturday, Seth. They were out and about. They were out to eat with friends, food and drink, and then they went to the Bruce Springsteen concert at Madison Square Garden. So
they catch him on the kiss cam?
I don't know if they got him on the kiss cam. They got him kissing on Mother's Day. We know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got him on the kiss cam at this particular event, but by all accounts, they were being, they were like a typical married couple. There was nothing extraneous going on there at the table.
Yeah. There's always a chance. For one, we have zero clue exactly what goes on in the personal lives of either her or Vrabel. However, I guess sometimes people say, they're working through this, and I don't know. There's always the possibility that, some people have different arrangements in their marriages, and that probably Goldschmidt wouldn't have wanted to be quite this public, but maybe it's just. Maybe it's one of those things where if he's upset, whether he's upset over her sloppiness more so than anything else.
Yeah, or not having
just kind of do their own thing when you've got two people that spend a lot of time away from each other,
or losing her high-paying job. that whole thing
part,
too.
Except he's got a high-paying job.
He does, but the last thing I checked with rich people is they don't like making less money.
Right? They tend to. Yeah, that's the thing about rich people is that they're never. Usually, the thing that drives them to get rich doesn't make them super cool with not being as rich.
Right. And so now I don't know what she was making at The Athletic, but reportedly she was one of, if not the highest paid reporters for the New York Times family over there.
Let's say hypothetically Goldschmidt and her had some kind of an agreement, whatever, just, an area code agreement or something like that. Mm-hmm. But that he also is probably kind of tired of playing Mr. Mom all the time while she's traveling and he's stuck at home. He might be kind of like, all right, well, maybe we'll modify it to a zip code agreement, but she's around to take care of the kids and help out. I don't have to drive the kids to school every day.
Yeah,
he might be appreciating it.
He might. Now, Vrabel, I think we can tell from his behavior since this all became public, is I don't think he's not acting like somebody who's got that sort of arrangement with his spouse.
Well, it's interesting because for Rossini, it's a clear violation of journalistic ethics. Even though journalistic ethics have fallen so far by the wayside, it's a clear enough one that it put her job in peril. Mm-hmm. With Vrabel, it's a moral issue, except it's not as clear of an ethical issue as far as the strict rules of how you're supposed to go about your job. So for him, maybe there's no arrangement, as likewise with Rossini, but also that there's the public side of it. Like, this isn't the swinging 70s or something where people might be like, hey, that's the way we roll these days. That it's going to be embarrassing for him, no matter how devastating or non-devastating it might be with his wife. There's a PR component to it.
There was a picture that
remember people were upset in Boston that Tom Brady had a child out of wedlock.
Oh yeah.
There are a lot of people that were really upset that this guy that they're trying to hold up as a role model for their kids, now they have to explain this to their kids. So this is one step beyond that.
Yep.
That was a young unmarried man, doing what young unmarried men do.
Yep.
This is different.
All right, so you tell me. Tony Farmer is he's a guy who's been writing about this story and tweeting a lot about this story. He's been really going out of his way to make himself sort of the media face of this story. Like, if you need some sort of opinion on this, you go to Tony Farmer at Tony's Market Tips.
I think he's doing a good job of capitalizing on it, right? Does he work for somebody right now?
I have no idea. I'm looking. He's got 16,000 Twitter followers. It says this is his bio. 49ers Talk, sleuth, creator, host of Last Men Standing pod, circa Survivor betting content for Survivor Atlas, whatever that means. So he's and he does videos on his Twitter timeline, and he tweets a lot about this Rossini and Vrabel thing. I found this interesting. This is his declaration, Seth. He says this: the Vrabel-Rossini story does not end until the following questions are answered, in my opinion, he says. You tell me what your thirst is for the answer to these 6 questions, okay? First one: does Mike Vrabel have financial incentives in his Pats contract that pays him extra for winning Coach of the Year?
Oh, because Rossini...
she votes on it.
She voted for him. Does he have financial incentives for that? And then would he have marred that? I guess this one, I see him harping on this a lot. And I guess my biggest question is, do people really care about this that much? Do people care about the Coach of the Year that much? That other than sometimes you feel jilted when feel jilted when D'Amico Ryans doesn't get it or what have you. But that doesn't move the needle for me all that much.
I guess, and maybe the people who do are other coaches who might have financial incentive to win Coach of the Year. They've got something in their contract that if they win. Now, she's one vote.
Oh, that's true.
She's one vote, but still, it's shady.
It's kind of like, okay, did Aaron Judge get screwed out of the MVP by this, whatever
Yeah.
The answer is no, but still.
Right.
The other part there is that winning Coach of the Year isn't always the best thing for your job security.
Oh, that's true.
So great, I get a $25,000 bonus, but half these guys end up fired within 2 years.
Stefanski won it twice. Look what happened to him. Okay, next one. We'll rapid fire these. Do you care who paid for the boat rental and the $2,000 a night Sedona resort?
No.
Vrabel Rossini. Tony Farmer cares. Tony Farmer needs an answer to this. He needs answers, Seth.
I guess would be Vrabel makes a boatload more money than her, so it was probably
He's the
Vrabel.
Guy.
Even if he wasn't the guy. Sean. I'm an equal rights guy.
I got you. I'm the chauvinist pig. Yeah.
I live by more of a doctrine of whoever makes a boatload more money than the other person, by and large, usually picks up the tab.
Yep.
So, no, I don't care.
Tony Farmer needs to know, who did Diana Rossini vote for? All 5 coaches on the ballot for Coach of the Year last year.
Oh, okay.
And he says the AP published last year's ballots, but they haven't published this year's yet, and they refuse to comment, the AP.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
I guess for the Coach of the Year purists out there, this is a really big deal. I don't care at all. So far, I'm 0 for 3 on caring about this.
Well,
things.
And this is the thing. This is, I'm guessing, why he needs to know why all 5 coaches. Did she vote for Vrabel, and then, the next 4 were, sort of very borderline guys?
Yeah, horrible coaches.
Yeah. Just to get Vrabel
should go for Mike McDaniel
little
or
separation.
something.
That would be shady, actually.
Yeah.
That would be shady.
This does affect. I understand his intrigue in that it might affect other coaches or whatever. Theoretically.
Did Diana? He wants to know: did Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel ever discuss the Coach of the Year award?
Okay, so this is very much all about the Coach of the Year.
So far, there's 2 left.
Right.
Yep. Sounds like you don't really care.
So
about
I'm
that
0 for so far.
0 for 4. Yeah. Okay. This is a non-Coach of the Year one? Was there any communication between Vrabel and Rossini when she deleted her Morgan Moses tweet in 2025?
That tweet.
The tweet. Well, there's a. She tweeted about Morgan Moses.
I've been thinking about that Morgan Moses tweet for a long time.
Well, it's Tony Farmer. It's like
I don't know.
This is the North Star of his world now. I think she tweeted about it, and he ended up signing with the Patriots, and so there's some.
She tweeted about him potentially going to the Patriots.
Like there could be some tampering elements. Of things like
him
that.
Like her trying to plant a seed or something.
Yeah.
After he plants his seed.
Yes, that's exactly right. Last one. Did Mike Vrabel ever ask Diana Rossini to publish stories related to A.J. Brown, Max Crosby, or Julio Jones?
Yeah, I guess this is the hard part where I can see where people get into the tampering part of all of this. For me, it's not as intriguing because the fact of the matter is, I mean, it's an incestuous league when it comes to relationships that people have with people in other organizations, and whether something rises to the level of tampering, it's usually it only matters if you've got a paper trail or something clear cut, because a lot of conversations are had through a lot of other relationships that people have with each other, mostly non-sexual, I'm guessing. I don't know what goes on with these guys.
You never know.
Head coach cult that they're in. I don't know what kind of what do they have to do with farm animals to get indoctrinated
kind of freakery
into the club?
they're into.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of eyes wide shut parties these coaches and executives have.
Fair point.
On Shad Khan's yacht.
That's right.
But it just doesn't. This is how I always am with tampering. There's got to be something hardcore. It's got to be an email or a text or something.
Yep.
There's just too much stuff that goes on that's impossible to police.
Yeah.
That just because there's a sexual dynamic to this one, potentially, we don't know. They might have just been platonic friends.
It could have been. And Vrabel is super guilty about just being friends with her. That's all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like she might have had him stuck in the friend zone for 6 years.
That would be something. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop.
I thought I was going to have when I was in college, I had a girlfriend, and I thought I was going to have like some kind of something going on the side, and I found out I was in the friend zone with now I'm in 2 miserable relationships.
Okay,
I've got to have some respect for myself.
You had a platonic side piece
for about 3 days, and I realized, like, whoa.
3 days too long.
Even when he's trying to not be wholesome, he's wholesome.
If it could get you in trouble, then go all the way. Yeah.
I've got confidence issues, but not to this degree.
That's great. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I was doing better before I thought about the things that Seth might be thinking happens at the accelerator program.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where Mike McDaniel's going to have a shot to meet various people that might help him become a head coach someday.
Yeah. Texans got three Texans.
Yeah, 3 guys.
Yeah.
Who is it? Nick
Blanco,
Haley?
Lipford, and Cayley.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. 2 front office and 1 coach. So yeah, that's cool. By the way, Ian Rappaport just he actually posted this earlier in the show. I didn't see this, but I guess the spring league meeting for the owners is tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're going to be voting on, and I would assume approving, Nashville to be the site for the Super Bowl in February of 2030.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Is it?
Nashville?
Yeah.
It's something new.
Nashville in February is no picnic.
No, it's not. That part, but it's better than Minnesota.
That is technically
better than Minnesota. No,
that's where I kind of crushed Florio for his opinion that the playoffs should be at neutral site games in warm weather, to make things more pure, to make them less random. I didn't like that just because it's just part of the tradition of the NFL that you earn home field advantage and it matters. When it comes to the Super Bowl, which is gonna be a neutral site, I don't want weather to be a factor at all.
No,
like you've earned home field advantage in the playoffs. The neutral site Super Bowl, I would prefer that you just make it all about the football and nothing about the elements.
I also think that the short notice on like, hey, fans, we want you to travel to this neutral site a weekend.
Oh, week out.
It's a bad idea.
Yep.
Super Bowl wise, I'm very much pro. Give me 4 places that rotate for the entire. Like, give
Very
me Miami,
much so.
give me New Orleans. Hell, if you just said New Orleans had the Super Bowl every year, I wouldn't be mad either.
Vegas,
LA,
did a great
maybe
job.
LA, and then we're done here.
Yeah, Vegas did a great job. Are they building a roof on this thing in Nashville?
No.
Nope.
So this will be a cold weather Super Bowl.
There's kind of a roof. Like it's somewhat like SoFi, where it's technically still outdoors, but it's
fans
like
are protected.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so it'll be cold. Yeah, it'll be cold. All right, well, hopefully that's something the Texans have to worry about in February of 2020. The weather in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right, boys. So you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day?
Go ahead.
Inspired by the NBA's MVP announcement being scooped by one Shams Charania of ESPN. One of you accidentally spilled the beans.
So was he?
Just so you know,
get me up to speed on this.
So there is it's not a report, but there's a theory that he actually did it by accident because it was reported at 6:30 a.m. and people are speculating that he actually scheduled the tweet.
You got the AM PM wrong?
Yeah, I got the AM PM
Who
wrong.
amongst us, right?
Yeah, we've all done that. But so there's that, and actually, obviously the NBA didn't like it one bit. In the NFL, this would never happen. There is that wink, wink. Sort of let them have their due type thing. So he kind of spilled the beans.
Okay.
When is a time that you have accidentally spilled the beans?
Okay.
I'll tell you one. This is the one, and this is why I hate, this is where I decided hardcore. I'm never going to be somebody who tries to have any kind of information that I'm going to release or anything. And I wasn't planning on releasing this bit of information, but there was one point, and I still won't, where I was talking to a current NFL player, or at the time he was a current NFL player, about something that he was going to do. And an announcement he was going to make. And I didn't say anything to anybody, not a single human being. And then John Lopez, getting his information from somebody else, tweeted out that very thing.
Hey, wait a minute.
To this day, I'm pretty sure that this guy does not trust me. Like, he thinks that I told
really?
you. Yes, and you had gotten your information from somebody else, but it was like this guy just there, and there's no way. It was one of, when it totally looks like you've done something, and you know that the evidence looks bad against you, even though you're completely innocent. So when I went to talk to this player, I'm like, man, I know how this looks. You got to believe me. I didn't say anything to Lopez at all. He got it from an agent, and I could just tell he did not believe me.
Oh, boy.
And it sucks because there's nothing. What am I going to do? We weren't close enough friends or anything that I was going to earn back his trust or anything. Yeah. And I just it sits there. I think about it every now and then.
All right. So
has it still affected your friendship with this player to this day?
I think it has a little bit. Yeah, I think it has a little bit.
Thanks a lot, Lopez.
Yeah.
It wasn't Lopez's fault. Lopez was just relaying something that an agent told him. The agent, by the way, was wrong. But so you were saying, somebody told me this, and you were correct in that.
So he tweeted wrong information.
No, he said I was correct in what? I don't even know what we're talking about.
You were correct that the source told you that.
Oh, gotcha.
And it was totally something that was one of these kind of gray area things.
Oh.
Because it was about something a player was going to do. It was something a player was going to announce. So, and the player ultimately decided not to do it. But it was, yeah.
John, there's the name of the player right there.
Oh, okay. Okay. If that
know this story.
If that person is listening, it was just me. It was.
Okay.
It was me.
Yeah.
Seth didn't tell me.
I might have you call him later.
Yeah, let's repair some relationships, man.
Hey, man, I apologize to Seth, and that this is the first I've ever heard of that.
Really?
It wasn't your
Lopez just
fault.
posted and walked away.
You were just doing your job as a journalist and a newsbreaker.
I was in. Look. I keep things when I tell somebody I'm not going to tell a soul. I don't tell a soul. And like usually because of that, a lot of players know that I'm not out tweeting and reporting stuff and everything. Guys will tell me a lot of stuff, and like knowing that like that I'm not going to go blather it out. But like this way, so that it especially hurt because I'm like, no, this one I have kept it 100% secret.
I gotta say, I'm a little hurt that this player didn't believe you, or that you feel like he may not have believed you.
I had told this. He had told me that I could talk to John about it, but I kind of let it go, and I haven't even. Yeah, so we'll talk about it later. John.
All right. Yeah.
I'm not. I understand the irony of how it looks where I'm saying I've never told a soul about anything, and it's true because I haven't. Like I'm not telling the specific circumstance here, and he knows that I've talked to people about it.
Okay, I've got one. My spill the beans story. I've got one, and unlike your story, Seth, where you're absolving John Lopez, I am not absolving Seth Payne in this one. Whoa! This I think you know which one I'm talking about, Seth. My wife Amy has a former coworker that was on a reality TV show.
Yeah.
And it was one of those love shows, and the show had been filmed and everything, and Amy knew what happened on the show. The show had not dropped yet.
Yeah.
And I didn't really at that point kind of know like the whole like I didn't know like how strict those NDAs were and things like that. And I didn't use her name or anything. To be very clear, I didn't say her name or anything like that on the air. But I said I was sort of alluding to whether or not she found love on the show. And Seth's like, well, did she? And I said, well, I can't say. And Seth's like, sure you can. Like, you can. Yeah, like, go ahead. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not saying her name or anything, so no. Boy, my phone.
Oh, really?
Oh, 2 minutes later, Amy, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is that? Yeah. So it was it was spilling the beans, but the room was dark enough we couldn't see what types of beans they were, that kind of thing. You know, like it was there. Beans definitely got spilled. But it all ended up working out fine.
Could have ended up costing her money. Then I cared so deeply about it that it wouldn't be until 2 years later that I didn't even realize that I thought that your Amy's friend was actually blind. I didn't know how that show works. I thought it was where like blind people dated each other or something. Like it was one of those types of things.
Yeah.
Like Love on the Spectrum or something.
They all got walking sticks and things like that. They're hitting each other in the ankles.
I like the idea that Seth turns on Netflix and he's just severely disappointed and frustrated as if he's been bamboozled.
Yeah,
I didn't realize she was sighted. I didn't realize she was a sighty.
Dude, 20/20 vision. She's a show off. Yeah. All right. So that was mine.
Oh boy.
Did you?
Oh, I got a good one.
Yeah.
I told my cousin his father was dead, and he didn't know yet.
Oh no.
Oh.
And you didn't have a bedside manner about it, did you? Like you probably just like, as we all know, your father is
How
passed.
did you tell him? Like, did you?
Okay, so hear me out. He was going to die. He was terminal.
We're all gonna.
He was. I mean, he was already on hospice.
He was close to death.
Yes, he was close to death. He was on hospice.
Gotcha.
And we went over to my aunt's, his mother's home, and I come in the back door because I parked in back, and she tells me, unbeknownst to me, he was almost simultaneously walking through the front door, and we kind of met, and I said, man, I'm so sorry, man.
Oh, wow.
And he said, what?
Oh, wow.
He died? I was like, you may want to go talk to your mom.
No. Spurs lost.
Lost.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now go talk to your mom. Now.
That one is going to be, of all the possibilities, and I've actually spilled some beans on the air and stuff, like, things like that, but nothing's going to top that.
Yeah, you won.
I told the guy, my cousin, his dad died.
Yeah, that's pretty sporty right there.
I bet there was a lot of that back in the day where kids won't believe this, but it's true. It's only relatively recently that it used to be standard that you would tell somebody who was dying that they were dying. Like it used to be back in the day, like people would keep people with terminal conditions in the dark.
Yes.
Like out of kindness to that person. Yeah. I'm guessing back in the day there were a lot of times where somebody almost disclosed to somebody that was dying that they were dying without realizing they didn't know that they were dying. Yeah.
Have you guys ever spoiled a surprise party for somebody?
Ooh. I don't think intentionally. I don't think intentionally.
I did one time. So the worst is afterwards, like, all right, I need you to act surprised when you walk in.
Go ahead.
No. Sorry. Yeah, I was just saying you need to act surprised. And the one time I did it, it was with the worst actor of all, like one of my friends that doesn't know how to act. Yeah, I know the one you're about to talk about.
Yeah,
so.
I did it with. I was on the way to Garrett Heinrich's surprise party.
Yes,
our former web director.
Yep.
And somehow I had completely forgotten and missed that it was a surprise party. I thought it was just his birthday party. So he's out golfing with one of his friends, and I was like, hey, what time does this party start?
I forgot. Seth, I swear to God, I wasn't asking this for you to bring the story up.
Luckily, Garrett's friend had plied him with so much alcohol on this golf trip, as if Garrett needed prodding, that he didn't know. He thought I was like just asking it kind of rhetorically, like, hey, what time are we getting this party started? And he's like, I don't know. Come on over later if you got time. And
wow.
Crap. And luckily, yeah, it worked out for the best because I showed up to this surprise party and I was the last guy there. Like I got there 10 minutes before Garrett was supposed to get there, and I hadn't, told his wife about it or anything. And I'm just sweating bullets the whole time, waiting for Garrett and Garrett was genuinely surprised when he walked in the door.
And Seth chased away all the anxiety by eating 30 cupcakes.
Yes.
True story. They were mini cupcakes.
His daughter was incredibly flattered. It was the first thing she'd ever baked, and
devoured.
I ate all of it.
There were 2 trays, one for Seth and one for everybody else. It was great. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a cupcake to you.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That actually sounds really good. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, let's get going here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I'm still thinking about that. True story.
Yeah. And I'm not going to stop thinking about that.
Now, man.
Yeah, I'm out here like, man, my little story, I'm going to need to find a better one. I'm going to need to trove through the archives to make sure I have one that can even compare when we get to the question of the day. That is for a little bit later on in the show. Rock with us on this Monday here on Sports Radio 610.
Man, I'm really sorry.
Wait. I almost feel bad, but I know who you are.
I hate this. Sounds weird to say. It's a good thing his dad was terminal. Like he was expecting. Can you imagine if it was like a heart attack or something?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had already had some level of prep in
wild
mentally dealing with this. All right, so I'm ruining our first segment here.
Innocent little mistake.
Would it have been better or worse if his father did not actually pass after that?
No, well, he was dead.
It would already happened. Okay.
Because my aunt told me, and she was in the kitchen in the back.
Gotcha.
And then I'm just kind of walking in, and everybody's kind of just standing around. I was like, sorry, man. Not really my fault, right?
All right.
He should have known.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go on the attack here. All right, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Figs on the ones and twos. We are indeed in the loop here. Rock with us on the text line, rather. 713.
Surprisingly enough, that relationship was never quite the same either.
Really? You don't say. Huh. I wonder what could have done it. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. If you want to chide John Lopez for his bedside manner in delivering news, you can do that. Also, just get involved with the program there. Let's start here. Oh, actually, I should have probably appreciate the Mo Cameron Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
I got you, Fig. So, there's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Get in there, have conversations, and let us know if you agree with one Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver for the Houston Texans, on his take on quarterback C.J. Stroud. That's right, C.J. Stroud. Obviously, a big topic of conversation no matter where anybody that's on the Houston Texans, related to the Houston Texans. Hell, I was at a event. The Houston Dynamo's Charities did an event yesterday. And, out there at Top Golf swinging clubs, and somebody's like,
oh, good for you.
So what you think about C.J. Stroud? Like, it is unavoidable. I'm sure that your friends and family are asking you what you think about C.J. Stroud when you have an opportunity to get with them. Xavier Hutchinson was on a podcast. I should remember the podcast. Apologies, I'll get that here in a second. But give me cut 2 here. This is Xavier Hutchinson with his take on C.J. Stroud headed into the 2026 season.
I feel like Seven's back. Yeah. Just from, what I've seen, we've been able to work out together. We've been able to throw a little bit while I've been up here. That fire inside to prove all the people who was in and had all these, wanted to say whatever, had all these hot takes that they wanted to say. Yeah. Like, he's here. Yeah. And he's going to prove everyone wrong like he's always done his entire life. Yeah. So, I'm happy that I get to sit back and catch the ball with him and be on that field with him. And hopefully all the haters have the popcorn out because it's not going to look good for you.
Cautiously optimistic. That's how I felt. Cautiously optimistic. And the reason is everything we've seen from C.J. Stroud points to, it taking heart, literally everything, down to cutting his hair. I mean, from something as simple as that to what coaches are saying, the work he's putting in, now Xavier Hutchinson and others, what they're saying, everything points to, all right, C.J.'s going to get back to business. Just the cautious part is just, the old Mike Tyson thing. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. So I don't think that's unfair, is it?
No, because that's along those same lines, the thought process I had. I loved hearing him talk about the fire because that's something that Xavier Hutchinson can speak to. He's been around for these things, and I think that he would have seen the distinction. I don't think that Xavier Hutchinson says, hey, I see the fire in him if the fire had not waned, dulled at some point.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make something here.
No, you're not.
I think that's inherent with what he says there.
Yeah.
And so the idea that there is a newfound resolve within C.J. Stroud is incredibly encouraging because we know what the capabilities are. The only thing that made me pause in the way that you're talking about the caution that you had was the idea that, hey, man, I've seen it while we're working out. I don't think anybody had issues with the practice or the workout instances. It's when these moments get big, and maybe it's not even specifically that, but it's like clearly the inability that he showed, at least in those last two games, to, one, get passes to the right places, make the right decisions per those times. And, some of it maybe you could talk about the mechanics that we had mentioned, some of the times where the balls would go over. Maybe that can show up in the workout. But I don't know, as you were saying, right, in those moments that we have enough, even I don't know that he has enough, Xavier Hutchinson, to say definitively that when you get back to similar moments that this will not happen again. I do feel good about the possibilities of, hey, with him having more things to depend on, more things to trust in, which is a stronger offensive line that's going to be tougher, hopefully an improved run game. If that does not show up, I think that those are the things that I only brought up. But I love that he comes in, Hutchinson, when mentioning this and saying, no, the fire is there, because that gives you encouragement that he's going to be able to put forward the talent that we already know.
Right. I feel very good about where we are with this. All signs pointing in a positive direction. The one thing that you have to, sort of take a step back and process is, yes, we're all, I am in a good spot with where we are right now with C.J. Stroud and his focus and his determination, his fire, as you put it. The question becomes, what has changed to appease him in terms of offense and play calling and, some of the things that might have been, sort of stumbling blocks for him. And not only have things not necessarily changed, they seem to be digging in more. But the good news is, the run game should be better, and the offensive line should be better, and he won't be getting, hit as much and be as frenetic in the pocket.
Yeah, and more advantageous circumstances of second and short, right?
Yeah.
Those are the things that you were hoping for last year. When you did that well, he showed up pretty well. When you didn't, you can see the decline in the results, and so some of those things helping him have a better foundation to do this off of. Well, okay, so if we take that comment about fire, all right, so. What for you, Xavier Hutchinson? Like, why was he so good when that fire was there prior? This is Hutchinson talking about why C.J. Stroud was so good in 2023.
So what would you say? What would Xavier Hutchinson say as to why C.J. Stroud was a top 5 quarterback after 2023?
I mean, if you really watch the games, and you really see what he was doing as a rookie, especially, it was amazing to watch. Even just seeing him go about his day, each and every day, he showed up every day. He was the same person. You knew what you were going to get out of him every day. And honestly, he had this sense of unwavering confidence within himself that you just felt like nobody could shake, no outcome could shake. He missed the ball, you knew that the next ball was going to be right on the money. So you go out there and you play freely, right? And you just play to what you know how to do. And he's been playing football since probably like everyone else, since he was 5 years old. Yeah. So it's just all about just going out there and just being you. Yeah. And that's what he did.
Yeah. And so the playing freely part is really what we're talking about here.
Can I ask you, because he said a few things in there, which of those jumped out the most to you? Because there was one in particular that jumped out the most to me.
Playing freely?
Okay.
That because that to me is what you have to have from your quarterback.
That wasn't it for me.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what it was?
What's that?
That if he missed the ball, you knew the next one was going to be on the money. That is the identifying factor. That is at least one of.
That ties in with playing freely. Screw it. Here, let's go next one.
Yeah, and maybe so. Maybe that's the case. But I think that was where you saw some level of fault with C.J. Stroud, at least in those 2 playoff games, at the very least.
Because it was in his head.
Right. It was one failure of a play begot another, which is how you end up with 4 turnovers, right? I think that it is the inability to clear the cache, so to say, and then turn this back around and get back to producing. That, as an acknowledgement from Xavier Hutchinson, is very astute. And I think that if Xavier Hutchinson, who was able to acknowledge that, can then say the fire has returned, that is the thing, yes, that I think is huge. I will say, when you're asked, what makes him top 5? And you go, just goes about his day. I was like, hey, man, I need you to come with a little bit more hotness.
Something else? You got anything else in that?
I was like, I feel like a lot of quarterbacks, show up and go about their day the same way every day. I feel like that's
all you got?
I feel like we need to come a little stronger than that. Yeah. But yes, I think he ultimately got to a point which is quarterbacks that can go, because no quarterback's perfect. They're all humans out there. We've seen, have bad moments, but it's the ability to immediately reset, and not just reset, but I know that.
Let it go.
Hey, I mean, because
I got it in me.
I'll throw Patrick Mahomes out here, right? Yeah. Just in the abstract. Patrick Mahomes has a bad pass. You don't go, oh, we got him now. You go, whew.
Oh boy, missed
all right,
that
let's
one.
lock back in next time, right? Like that's the nature of an elite quarterback. And if C.J. Stroud is indeed getting back to that, I think that's what's in the making for C.J. Stroud. Rebound year, in fact, a vengeance year, a vengeance tour that will make everybody.
Get your popcorn ready, as you said.
Hutchinson did say, get your popcorn ready. We'll hear more from Xavier Hutchinson throughout the program as we go on this Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's talk about the Houston Astros, because you could say in there was one. Jordan stands as like the dynasty Astro. Was it everything that it should be? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that and more next.
Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
See your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
And I'll be honest, I'm carrying that same energy in today's show on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
What do we do?
What? Same energy.
Yeah.
Same energy of I'm ready to be.
You trying to figure out what we talking about?
No, I'm trying to get the hell out of here. That's why. But it's not because I don't enjoy being with you. I am counting down the days till vacation personally. There's a little bit of senioritis with me, if I'm going to be entirely honest.
That's cool.
Because our guy Santiago is spending time in Europe, and he's sending me pictures and stuff, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, can't wait.
Can't wait. But no, obviously excited to be here with you nonetheless. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, rocking with you on this Monday. Get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. The Astros got a series win.
They did get a series win.
Look at that.
Pretty impressive the first couple of days. Shout out to the pitching.
Buddy.
Arrighetti
looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Was it 7 1/3 that he ultimately went in the game? And then you had who was it Saturday? Why is memory fading for me?
Was it Kaiway?
Yes, it was Kaiway Tang. Thank you, Kaiway Tang. And then you had, unfortunately, Peter Lambert had to get busted up. We couldn't get a full series.
What happened to Peter Lambert?
I don't.
I turned to the Peter Frampton.
I think eventually the Rangers were going to find their bats to some degree. They are a league averaged offensive team, although they had been really bad coming into this. Either way, right? Astros get a series victory, but I do wonder, do you view it as Pyrrhic in any way? Like, was it? I don't know what is the context to get? Because
bittersweet.
There we go. I did use the word Pyrrhic, and I was like, damn it, he's gonna play this drop on me if I'm not careful. So let me try and explain it. But yeah, was it bittersweet? Because in the midst of this, I think it was Saturday's game. In fact, Jose Altuve with an oblique strain as he is swinging a bat. In fact, he does not even get on the base pass.
He barely gets out of the box.
Yeah. And so we find out that this is actually going to put him on the IL. So yet another of your dynasty players has gone down. It's just Jordan holding it down right now. Alex Bregman is no longer with the team. Kyle Tucker traded away. Yuli Gurriel, George Springer, Michael Brantley, so on and so forth. I mean, even Carlos Correa, who came back, is not on the roster right now. Was it everything that it should have been is the question that we're asking.
Well, there's a lot here. We're down to one in terms of everyday players. You mentioned it. Jordan is it. Did that hit you the same way it hit me? Because Altuve, it's going to be a minimum of a month that he's out. I mean, when you have those types of injuries, I think Jake Myers, That's what kept him on the shelf for a while.
Yeah, now every player is different. But yes, that is absolutely Jake Myers was the comparison I saw drawn as well. And he had, I'm trying to remember exactly how long he was out for.
I think it was about a month.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Like that, it feels like that's the case, especially when you consider, the torque that he uses, talk less of any baseball player coming from that trunk. That oblique is very vital to that. Talk less of anything that he plays in the field. Like, you're going to need time for that to resolve itself.
So a couple thoughts past. I was thinking about it as I'm watching this. First of all, obviously it just stinks. Especially Altuve, an older player, and to be able to to bounce back, you have to kind of wonder about that. But the two things that really crossed my mind were, is that it? That's the end of an era? Correa's done for the year.
You just now getting here?
No, but no. We've talked
Thanks
about it.
Thanks for joining us.
No, we've talked.
Refreshments are on the side table.
We've talked about it, but it just sort of kind of hammers it home, right? That's it. That's it. If you didn't think so before, this is one of those where it just sort of hits you, square in the face. And then the second thing is, did you get them? Was it good for you? It was very good in terms of 2022 and 2017. But did we get the most out of that run?
I mean, no, but I don't think that. I think it's very rare that a dynastic run gets everything, that you get all of it. There's very few that are 99% efficient in this, because this is the nature of competition, and it's not like you're playing against nobody, right? This is not a ringer in a intramural league. These are all good teams. They get paid too, so on and so forth. You were able to get. I think the only thing that I could really say is you left 19 on the table, right? 2019, but. Even then, I think you had a pretty damn good run of, legitimately. I told you about the podcast that I jumped on last week in Dallas. They were asking me, is the boogeyman dead? And I saw it in their eyes, and they was not asking that as a joke. Like,
they were happy.
They wanted to know. They were like, hey, guys, are they gone? Is it safe to come outside? That is something that you were able to invoke across the league. That means something to me, man. Like, I feel like that matters in what you did. And so, no, I think that was fulfilling. The way that you knew that a summer was going to be full of life because the Astros are there, that means something over that time period. So I do think that it was most of what it could be, and anything extra, obviously we can quibble on it, but I think that's the nature of sports, is that it's damn near impossible for you to get to a place where you just dominate the entire time and you get all of the juice out of the squeeze.
It does, but on the other hand, if we go back to 2017 and they're all there and they're relatively all still on their first, good contracts, I should say, put it that way. I was thinking 3, 4 more.
Not 5, not 6, not 7. Is that what you were doing?
No. I'm dead serious.
But that's the point.
If you take yourself back to 2017, and we're all giddy, and we're at the parade, and you look at this roster, and you just mentioned them: Bregman, Tucker, Correa, Altuve, still young, Gurriel. Well, yeah, Gurriel wasn't here in 17, was he? Anyway, that core. All those guys, I expected at least 3, probably 4, and that's with what you're talking about. With knowing that you can't win every single year. Figgy? It was crazy.
Yeah, no, I got it, but I still feel like, because they got to the World Series how many times? Like, was it 4 or 5 times?
They got to 4. They lost to the Nationals, and then
I kind of look at it overall, like how many times they got to the World Series. I know they won 2, but how many times they got to the World Series, and how many times they dominated this division. So I think overall, when you look at the total picture, I think we could have got another World Series. I think about that 2019 one with Garrett Cole and all that. But outside of that, I think I feel pretty satisfied outside of that one World Series they could have got.
I brought this up because I don't know how I feel. I see what you're saying, Reggie. You got the 2, you went to 4. You're in a spot where it's hard to be greedy, but you were also in a spot, if you take yourself back, where I don't think it was greedy. I don't think it was greedy to expect the real.
No, and I think that's the expectation that every fan has. But I jokingly alluded to the Heatles, right? The Miami Heat, and I know not everybody will enjoy this comparison, but I think it's apt. They got up on a stage doing the not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, and of course that was to rally the base. But I know deep within them they're like, yo, we got to hit all these. They went to 4 straight finals, and even they ended up with 2 of those, right? And I think that, yes, you could probably say that they should have won more of those in the basketball context, but if you go and you ask Heat fans, especially now that they are out of that era, was it satisfying, I guess, ultimately? I think that they'd say yes with the level of context, and I think that for me, in trying to make sure that I'm appreciative of what happened, I think that this was satisfying, knowing that you had a team that I'm going to be like a real, I'm going to be real, I don't know, quote heavy or like, the woo-woo or whatever. But, hey, man, if this is only going to be about the end result, we're not going to be satisfied with much of anything. I think that the process, the journey along the way, being a team that was dominant, being a team that was feared, being a team that allowed you to talk to your friends and neighbors in whatever way that you saw fit because you knew that they were going to come back around. We've all seen like the little dude that goes into a bar and talks crazy because he's got the big dude around him that's going to fight his fights. That was the Astros for you for a good, decade. Was that you could talk any type of noise baseball-wise, and you knew that the Astros was going to come over and deliver. That means something to me.
No, I get it, but that is one of those things where you do go back, and fair is fair, and even though we don't agree with it, from a national perspective, 2017 has a bit of tarnish on it. And so really you start looking at national writers and national fans looking at this 10-year run, and you're like, yeah, with 2017, we know what happened. So it becomes one. In some circles.
No, you're right. And that's the thing I've said is I think that this dynasty becomes entirely unassailable with 2019.
Right,
if you do get it done. And it's a good point made about 2023 probably should have been yours as well if you can manage to knock off the Rangers.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I understand that perspective, and if that's where you're coming from, where you go, it's not complete, you didn't ring all the way out because you didn't get 2019 and 2017 has, for some people, some level of tarnish on it. I can hear you out on that.
Yeah.
I just know that around these parts, we don't give a damn about y'all and y'all asterisks. we got 2017.
No, I get it, and that's what I'm saying. We don't necessarily agree with it, but it's funny because a lot of texters, should have had at least 3, probably more. Should have won 3 at least.
Yeah, I think the 3 at least.
3
is
would have done it.
That 2019 one. That's the one that kind of keep me up at night a little bit, man, because that was the best team I seen in a long time.
Because it was.
Yeah. I think that team should have won, and if it wasn't for A.J. Hinch not bringing in Garrett Cole at the end and using the gassed up Will Harris, I think he could have had 3. We would have been satisfied.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I understand that, yes, that was there for you, and you can get me on that. You going to tell me that you're just not satisfied with it?
No. I'm asking, was it everything? Of course we're satisfied with that. I mean, 2 World Series for a city that hadn't won any?
I think it's good for the simple fact you did get to how many World Series, and you only won 2, but you did get to those World Series. You dominated the division, man. You how many times? 8 straight? 9 straight? Whatever it is.
Right.
I think just that domination, the fear in whole baseball, everybody in baseball was scared of you.
Right.
So I think that alone made me feel better.
Hell, even the last 2 years where you could maybe quibble on whether the dynasty was still going, there was a level of fear around baseball because we know who they are. Right? I think
what they did to the Yankees, all of that.
I think that matters to me in a way where, I feel like that's the nature of dynasty for me is that constant ability to be there in the end and be amongst it, even if you didn't squeeze all of the juice out of it.
Yeah, if you look at it on paper like you, Lopez, I think I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But just living in it and just seeing the dominance in real time, what they did to the Yankees every single time, I think I'm satisfied with that.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, where the NBA MVP was scooped by NBA insider Shams Charania. And in my honor, what have you accidentally spilled the beans on? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
What was PC's? 2022. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the Astros, the dynasty that, let's be honest, was, and if it was everything that it should be. We got this text in on the text line. In 2017, when the Astros won and Harvey hit, I was living in a hotel at the time. No Astros will ever take that feeling away. And yes, that's always going to be it for me. Mm-hmm. I've often said it in like the college football space or college sports space when the NCAA vacates wins and championships. I'm like, all right, we saw it.
Yeah.
we were there.
Yeah, the whole Reggie Bush thing.
Yeah, that's the one, man. Mm-hmm. So give back the trophy. All right, you can have the damn trophy.
Have the trophy.
He's not the Heisman guy.
Well, he sure looks like it.
Yes, he was.
I see him holding it in New York.
He was the best player in college football. Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
You saw it. You can't take that away.
That paper, you can show me that paper all you want. Nope.
And I know that he's nobody's hero, but this is where I did feel bad for Rob Manfred when he was like, hey, man, y'all want me to take this trophy away? It's just a hunk of metal. And I was like, hey, buddy, they don't want to hear that. However, he's not wrong. Like, we saw 2017. We saw the World Series. Mm-hmm. We know the Astros won it. You could take away the trophy. That's ours.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
And for us, locally, as the texter pointed out, absolutely, 100%. I was talking more about just from a broad perspective. Yeah.
No, for sure.
They definitely should have had 3.
Yeah.
No, that's 100% the case. Like 2019 was just super missed opportunity. 2023 a little bit less so, but yeah, definitely feels like that. All right, let's get to our question of the day here, because if you were paying attention this weekend, especially if you were on social media, you would know that the NBA's MVP, most valuable player, was announced for the 2025-26 season, and it was awarded to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the guard of the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was supposed to be a big event that happened on Amazon Prime before they led into their Eastern Conference semifinal game 7 that happened last night. A little anticlimactic because Shams Charania of ESPN, the NBA insider, had tweeted it more than like 10, 12 hours earlier in the day. In fact, this is what it sounded like on NBA on Prime when they were setting up the award announcement.
All right, now, just to be clear, the official announcement is happening here. Dirk and Steve, you all both won MVPs, but I don't remember Shams spoiling it way back then.
I don't think he was around then. He was a baby then.
Yeah, what are we doing, man? It's Sunday, Shams. Go to brunch, you nerd. Come on.
Go to brunch, you nerd.
You nerd. And to be fair, and I think most people would agree, I don't blame Shams. He did his job, but there is kind of a wink, at least in the NFL, I think in MLB as well. If any report, let us have this one. This is our big, signature announcement, and a lot of reporters, adhere to that. Just for the sake of politics.
It's not a scoop that's gonna like make you money or like win you a Pulitzer or anything like that.
Exactly, and I do put some stock into the theory that's floating, and Figgy and I were talking about it before the show, that he mistimed it. He scheduled a tweet for 6:30 p.m. and whoops, it was 6:30 a.m.
Yeah, see, that's why I figured that was probably a scheduled tweet, because like y'all said, this wasn't a scoop that you got to put out soon as possible.
Nothing to gain.
This could have waited till later on. Hell, it could have waited till noon.
But they were really bitter.
They were, you thought they were bitter?
Oh, God, yes. That's the first thing she brought up.
Yeah, I thought she was making light of the situation. Because it is an elephant in the room where you go, hey, guys, coming up next, we've got a big announcement, and everybody already knows. Like, all right, I guess we can talk frankly.
I will say, calling somebody a nerd, that was kind of passive-aggressive a little bit.
And I think her, too. I think she was like, man, I've been looking forward to this. Nobody else was going to report it. And here comes Shams. Here comes Shams.
Yeah, I think all of that was just being passive-aggressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. So we've all spilled the beans by accident at some point.
Some of us more than others.
I'll go ahead and say mine right out of the chute because I mentioned it earlier.
Everybody else is going to pale comparison. See if you can beat this one. 713-572-4610. When did you spill the beans?
I accidentally, of course, told my cousin that his father died before he found out. Before anybody else told him, his mother included.
Large yikes. Large yikes.
So the thing was that the layout of the house was such that I pulled into the back, came in the kitchen, in the back door, and my aunt was there. She hugged me and told me, and I kept walking through the house, and there weren't a lot of people there. People were just getting there. And her son, my cousin, came in, and I just kind of hugged him.
In the front door?
In the front door.
Got you.
And so we kind of met in the middle, and I hugged him. I said, man, I'm sorry. And he goes, what?
Oh, man.
All right, so do you think, or take me into your mind in that moment.
I thought he knew.
No, I know. But once he says I'm sorry,
told me before she told it. It's really her fault. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, so now we're gonna blame women, Lopez. That's what we're doing here?
No, that doesn't matter.
We're blaming
female,
women.
Doesn't matter. She told me before.
No, the question I had was, all right, so now you've realized, oh no, I've spilled the beans.
Yeah.
I think that some people's attempt, is as if you would drop something, it's like to try and catch it.
Yeah.
You did in that moment. Was that your thought, or were you just like, well, it's gone now?
No, I said I think I don't remember all the details. I was in college, but I think I told him you need to go talk to your mom.
Oh, so this was like in 1947. Gotcha.
You need to go talk to your mom. But yeah,
I kind of had a similar situation like that. An uncle that passed away, and mind you, this is like maybe a day later or something. And I never do this, but I posted on Facebook, man. I posted a picture of my uncle. Me and I'm like, rest in peace, Uncle Bobby, man. Yeah. He was a good one. His daughter was on Facebook, like, wait, did my dad die?
Oh God.
So I guess they kind of had a strange relationship where I guess she wasn't keeping up with the family,
right,
or something like that. So she had no idea until she saw my post. So I had to DM her like, hey, I'm so sorry, I waited, I ain't do it soon as possible or anything. He passed away. I had to explain everything, but I felt bad for that one. And that's why I never post anything.
Yeah. This one has also changed the way that I operate. I don't think that I'm on the level of you two, but I feel like it was a wedding. But for some reason, it doesn't make sense, but I believe it was a wedding I was invited to. And, decently good friends with the couple, but I wouldn't say like best friends.
Right.
So I can't remember. I was asking someone else who was I at least perceived as better friends with the couple, and I was like, I don't remember what detail it was, but I wanted to ask like, hey, something detail about the wedding. Like I don't remember if it was like time or something. They were like, oh, I don't know. And in that moment I realized, oh, they weren't invited.
That happens a lot.
And I felt because I would have imagined like yeah. And so,
see you at the wedding.
Does this count as spilling the beans? Right?
Yes.
Does this okay, good. Because I was like, I don't know. And
that happens a lot. See you at the wedding. Wait, what? You got invited?
And so now I try and operate pretty clandestine about any of this. I got invited. What?
Yeah,
really?
That kind of happened to me. It was here. It was Clint Stoerner. And at the time, I always like to make it clear, me and Clint Stoerner wasn't cool how we are now. Yeah. It was just somebody that worked on the afternoon show. And I think it was after one of our shows, we were sitting talking to the program director, and he was like, hey, y'all going to the wedding? And both of y'all was like, yeah, I'm going. Looked at me, I'm like, nah, I'm not going.
I wasn't invited.
And what made it worse was the program director was like, you know what, it's okay, man, because everybody don't get invited. I'm like, you ain't got to explain this to me.
Just let it go. Just let it go.
Like, I do not care, man. Like, if I was invited, I would have went.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a big deal. I wasn't upset that I wasn't invited because I kind of understood.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that can go into someone not being invited, right?
And being invited costs money.
Yeah, it does.
So I understand if you don't want to invite somebody you rarely know like that.
Yeah.
Man. All right, so
at least I told y'all why I wasn't inviting you to New York, because I invited y'all to my son's and my daughter's weddings that were here in town.
You still invited us, though.
He's still bitter. But the one in New York City, I didn't want to put that burden on Figgy.
Yeah.
So I said,
no, you couldn't just pay for it. That's crazy.
No, I do appreciate that, but my wife was like, "Man, I would have made it work.
You would have gone to New York.
If I got invited, we would have made it work." My wife a hustler.
She's a hustler.
So Lopez, I think you're still the leader in the clubhouse with announcing to your cousin that his father had died before he realized it. All right. So let's see. Does this top John Lopez's spilling the beans moment? All right. From the 414. Oh, what area code is that? Had a surprise party for my dad's 55th birthday, and it was my job to keep him away from the house for a couple of hours, so we went fishing. He had a hard he had a hard time urinating that day, so he wanted to go to urgent care while I was keeping him away from home. I had to tell him after waiting in the waiting room at urgent care for an hour that we were throwing him a surprise birthday party, and he felt so bad.
Oh, man.
That's understandable.
That's circumstances.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Like
414 is from Milwaukee.
Okay,
Milwaukee,
shout out to Milwaukee.
How about the coworker telling some dude that she was pregnant, and he kind of just went with it at the company party?
Oh,
She hadn't told anybody else.
Oh, man.
Well, Sally's pregnant. What?
So you was just out here, you was mingling, you was moving around the road. Did you hear about Sally?
Congrats.
They was already throwing you a whole baby shower before you even realized you had an opportunity to tell anybody.
I like this one. I knew a guy who spilled the beans on a surprise birthday and engagement to one of our friends at a dinner party. He goes, "Hey, yo, you're getting married?"
Oh, see, now that's the worst because not only are you spilling the beans, you also got no couth.
Yeah.
What you mean you're shouting at a dinner party?
You doing this like we had a movie or something, like a movie script.
That's right.
All right, how about this one? Was at a dinner and made the joke toward my wife's friend's new boyfriend. Goodness gracious. Wife's friend's new boyfriend. All right, I'm with you.
Yeah.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, except herpes. That comes back. Unbeknownst to me, he had it and thought she had told us.
Well, that's just bad circumstance.
That is a shot in the dark. You hit a buck.
That's quite the coincidence.
Well, how do they score the bucks?
Huh?
How do they score the bucks? How many points is it
for
like if you're hunting?
Oh yeah, they measure the antlers. Yes.
Yeah, that's
a 200.
Yeah, that's a 200 point. You just a shot in the dark.
Why you telling my business, bro?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you should remember that this is a time to remember that herpes runs pretty rampant out there. Get yourself tested. Be careful.
You're really saying that, huh?
Who, me? That was a public service announcement.
So everybody knows herpes is pretty prevalent.
Yeah, go get you a test, man. So because you never know when somebody's just going to accuse you of it out of the blue. Let's see. Somebody said got mad with my uncle and told him he was going to hospice. Oh wow. Okay, you might be winning because that was spiteful.
That's a tough one.
That was mean.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Oh, he didn't know he was going to hospice.
I guess so. And he just made you mad, and you were like, you know what? I got something to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Man.
Yeah. I think you might have won there. I think that person actually dethroned John Lopez. That was mean. All right. Keep them coming in. 713-572-4610. The time that you accidentally or maybe intentionally spilled the beans like Sham Sharani. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where would you want to go to a Super Bowl in Nashville? Because that might be a possibility. Let's do that next.
Our Guys Show. of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We begin with something that I believe Ian Rappaport was tweeting about just earlier today, the NFL insider for, I guess, NFL Network, if we want to take it from that. He was talking about the spring league meetings that the NFL is having that begins tomorrow, and the owners are expected to vote on a number of things, including the possibility of the 2030 Super Bowl being played at new Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, I said earlier before the show with the fellas on the drive of Payne and Pendergast in the crosstalk that it is technically an outdoor stadium. No, it's just fully indoor. They just have a roof that is translucent, or is it? Something like that. Yeah, translucent, right? That allows light in, but it should be an indoor stadium. How do you feel about the possibility of Nashville 2030 Super Bowl?
It's going to be sweet when the Texans are playing in Amy Adams Strunk's backyard. Tell me, I know I'm not the only one who thought of that. How cool would that be? Yeah, you get the Super Bowl? Well, here come the Houston Texans. That'd be pretty sweet.
that would make them mad. That would adequately upset them.
Yeah.
I see it. Like, I think Nashville is a cool place. Honestly, my first thought was, is Nashville capable of handling the Super Bowl? Because I know that Nashville is a town that hosts events. Don't get me wrong, right? They do have tons of bachelor parties, obviously CMAs yearly. They have those types of things. But I was like, does it feel like it hosts that in that way?
Let's be completely honest. You know how I feel about Amy Adams, but Nashville is an outstanding city. It's gorgeous. Now, I don't know about February. Now, I know the stadium's going to be enclosed.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a good time had by all, because if there's bad weather, and there should be, it's cold. If anybody who wants to bring their golf clubs like they usually do to the Super Bowl, or anybody who wants to kind of hang out on some of these strips and areas, it could get a little dicey. That's just the reality of Nashville in February. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what I will say is it will exist in a place where I think it'd be somehow better than even a San Francisco Super Bowl. Like, there's clearly it's more of a condensed place, right, than the spread out nature of like a San Francisco, and it is built to be a destination city, even if it's not on the scale
gorgeous.
of other
I'm
places.
being fair here. It's a great place.
Hitting Broadway, hitting all sorts of the landmarks that are there for music and so on and so forth. I had the opportunity to go last year and really spend some time in Nashville. Like, it's a nice place. I was just wondering. Now, of course, they did have the draft there not too long ago. What was that, a few years ago? And so I think that served as a test run. And I do wonder if that wasn't some of the idea in taking the draft around, is maybe using it as test runs for possibility of Super Bowls in the future.
No, I look, again, just being honest, it absolutely can handle a Super Bowl. The hotels are numerous. They have, you mentioned the AMAs, the obviously Grand Ole Opry continues to be a big part of everything. It's nice. The weather is not anything to be, to be downplayed by any stretch, though. It's going to be dicey. It figures to be dicey.
Fair enough. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to be seen. I mean, my stances. I'd like it if the Super Bowl rotates on
4 cities.
Very few. I mean, even Miami, I don't know how much I love that but
Miami's great.
New Orleans is like my number one seed without question. Arizona is one of those ones that does it pretty well.
Miami, New Orleans, Vegas, LA. That's all you need to do. That my opinion. Miami's fantastic.
I'll take it from you. You've obviously been a number of times.
I've been to three there. It's fantastic. I mean, even there.
Is it pretty easy going with the Super Bowl in LA?
That's the one I'm not sure about.
Yeah, because I know it's different from San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's 2 different cities, but it seemed I didn't really care for the one in San Francisco. I felt like it was too spread out a little bit.
I liked LA. I think it's probably ranked 4th of those 4 cities. just because of what you're talking about. It can be a little disjointed, a little spread out, a lot spread out. Traffic.
Also, can I ask, because it's been a little while since LA? Oh, not that long actually. With an LA Super Bowl, does it feel like the city is taken over by the Super Bowl? Because that's one of the things that was a big demerit for New York. Is that New York is just such a big hub internationally that the Super Bowl comes and everybody's like, okay, that's that cute thing that's happening over there. It does not feel like the massive event that you want it to feel
Just
like.
my personal experience, when I went to the Super Bowl in New York, you're absolutely right. It felt like, oh, yeah, they're having the Super Bowl here. But not L.A. L.A. does.
Okay.
It feels Super Bowl-ish.
It feels very Super Bowl-y. Yes. I think they embrace it. I think they appreciate that they've done it so many times. What have they done it? 5 times, 6 times?
A number of times, whether it's Rose Bowl or whatever.
Yeah,
Coliseum.
You're right on New York. New York was like, dang, man, is it even going on?
Is it a concert or something going on?
They do not care.
They don't care.
They're like, we got so many other things. And plus, it doesn't hurt that it's not really in New York. Like, it's over in the Meadowlands. It's a place that they go to go and watch games.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it's in the heartbeat of what's happening. There, but in Nashville, I don't. That won't be the case. I can tell you that for certain. And it feels like this is a foregone conclusion, right? New building being built. That's one of those big check marks that we've seen that has done it of late.
Build a stadium, get a Super Bowl.
Build a stadium, and if you have the infrastructure, if you have the hotels, if you have the willingness with your community to pony up the money that's necessary, it feels like you're on a short list, and it feels like that's what's going to happen here. Expect 2030 Super Bowl in Nashville. Some other things that are happening. He actually did it. Aaron Rodgers committed. Look at him. Aren't you proud of him that he can indeed commit? He commits to another year with the Pittsburgh Steelers. 1 year, up to $25 million deal to be the quarterback of the Steelers. So they've got their guy. How does that make you feel?
Why do we even doubt on the? And we really didn't doubt very much this time either, did we? We all kind of figured, well, he's probably going to go to Pittsburgh. But he had to make it typically Aaron Rodgers dramatic. As he did. He was supposed to be there one day, wasn't one weekend, and he wasn't. Then he showed up kind of in the dead of night and signs the deal for about $10 million more than they had offered. So no big surprise.
I have a feeling that might have factored into all of this.
Aaron Rodgers,
don't you?
Aaron Rodgers doing Aaron Rodgers thing.
It is funny, though, because I did also see earlier today reporting that he was in the building bright and early, and then they took a 45-minute recess to go somewhere else, and then they came back for practice. And I was like, okay, so I don't think you get the benefit of, man, I was here bright and early if you're going to leave in the middle of it, right?
I was here, but then I went to brunch.
Yeah. And look, I'm not even somebody for whom he was first one in lands all that much.
Yes.
Because, as long as you get your work done, I think that's the way that my mind works. Maybe I'm just ultra millennial in that way. But it does feel weird for
first one in, first one out.
Man, he was first one in. He did go out a little bit for about 45 minutes in the day. But then he was right back in there, ready for practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that was funny. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers will be with the Steelers. Some other things that are going around the NFL. How about this? The NFL's accelerator program. This is something that the NFL put into place to try and help increase pathways for potential coaches and executives to reach the heights that they believe, or they could be, and especially in an effort to increase diversity, especially in the places where the NFL has suffered in that way, right? Obviously, the Rooney Rule invoked to avoid litigation to try and help this, and this was another thing, the accelerator program. Well, after being taken away for a period of time, it has been revamped and brought back. And so now we have some of the names in the accelerator program, and included in that list are 3 Houston Texans, point blank period. There's 2 of them, the AGMs, the assistant general managers that Chris Blanco and James Littler, and offensive coordinator Nick Caley. As you might notice, this is now open to non-minorities. And I imagine that this is very intentionally done to avoid the clear effort that the president and his administration has taken, against what has been termed DEI efforts, which clearly the accelerator program would have fallen into previously. The question that I had, John Lopez, does the accelerator program, what does this do? Because I know that this is good in theory, at least the idea of, hey, creating pathways. The question I had was, what does this actually do? Because I think there's only been one or two hires in the time that the accelerator program has existed. Not like it's been a crazy long time, but then let me take you through some of the names on the accelerator program outside of, we can even just start with Chris Blanco, James Littler. They've already been talked to for jobs. Obviously, you mentioned Nick Caley. Mike McDaniel is a big name. Nate Schilhaas, who is with the Rams. He's already gotten head coaching interviews. You talk about Eric Bieniemy, Grant Udinski, Jeff Ulbrich. You talk about Aiden Dirty, Clayton Adams, offensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Like some of these names, a large majority of these names, are already on the radars of some of these jobs. So I do wonder, like, even without talking about like diversity efforts and those things, this is basically like a summit for a few days that is done. And I go, what is actually the efficacy of this?
Actually, this is the part of it that I like
really
the most. Yeah, let me explain it.
Please.
The accelerator program in the past was lower to mid-level. Back then, it was mostly all minorities. That maybe kind of sort of down the road you might have a shot to become a coordinator or a head coach or whatever. These are guys that are on the doorstep,
on the cusp.
Yeah, these guys are on the doorstep. I think what this is going to do, and this is the part about it that I like, and you can talk all you want about the minorities, not minority, whatever. Just set that aside. What I like about this is I think it's going to help us get away from the regurgitation, the same old names getting some of these jobs. Because these guys have already, as you mentioned, many of them have already gotten interviews. So kind of take the final step. Not the next step, the final step. I think a lot of these, you mentioned also in the former accelerator program, it's been like 2 or 3 guys that have actually moved up and gotten jobs.
Right.
This is going to be 5, 6, or 7.
The question I have, because you're right? Like that's the possibility. Are we juking stats in that instance? Because these are already guys that are in that place. And when you talk about the next step, what's another step?
The final step.
Yeah, but what's the final step if you're already in the door? It's just owners deciding to hire you. Mm-hmm. How does this program change that?
I think it changes it by highlighting like these guys are ready. Some of them have already interviewed, and all you have to, whatever they do in this program, we don't exactly know, other than instruction and some advice and those kinds of things. I think it signals to owners, hire these guys. They're ready. Whereas the accelerator program before was keep an eye on these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought that for me, I imagined, and of course, I don't know what the actual accelerator program was, which is part of my question. But I think prior, the question probably was more of, hey, minorities are being skipped over in the positions that ultimately then get looked at for these jobs. So how do we connect them in a way where people see the talent that is there that they're not particularly looking at? And of course, I'm not really coming at the possibility, like the diversity of this. That's just part of the context of this. I just wonder, in moving your efforts up to the people that are already at already at the precipice, are you then avoiding, like, is the accelerator program actually accelerating anything? Because these are the people that have already reached the doorstep. You know what I mean? That's the question that I have.
Not all together. I mean, not
and
everyone.
That is fair. There are names in here that you would probably look at that you go, I do wonder how much they have that access. So maybe it's attempting to be more all-encompassing. I don't know. But then also there is something based in the idea of, hey, this is a couple of days summit.
Right.
How much does that impact any of this as well is a question that's worth asking. But obviously efforts, any effort in the positive, I will applaud. But I think it's also, it should not mean that we cannot, look at it and maybe ask questions as to what it does. From the 713, don't think any of us are qualified to name someone a racist just because they don't interview a minority. Did you hear what we were talking about? 'Cause I don't think that we were talking about that. I feel like you took this to an entirely different place on your own. So enjoy having that conversation.
Just bringing up the statement in general.
Exactly.
Guess so. Right? I don't think anybody was calling anybody a particular racist in this moment. I feel like if you felt that, was more power to you.
Yeah.
Someone who I will not call a racist either, because again, haven't done that at all in this segment. Eli Manning, former quarterback for the New York Giants. You like how I did that, right? Obviously. All right, I don't have to do the thing. I was going to be eventual Hall of Famer because we all know what's going to happen. You're still holding out? You're still holding out? Man, more power to you.
I'm just playing.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
I wish I could, but I feel like
first ballot
goes. No.
Well, that's already passed.
That's already passed. So thankfully, we don't have to have that conversation. But he was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. And he was talking about, and when we think about Eli Manning and the way that he came into the NFL, everybody knows, right? In fact,
damn Archie.
Yeah, Archie said that he doesn't want his son to play in San Diego. Apparently, that's not how this happened. This is Eli Manning. This is cut one, if you don't mind, on the Chargers and why they did not decide to go there.
What exactly was wrong with the Chargers?
I just didn't feel like they were the most committed team to winning at the time. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach, who was awesome, had great respect for him, but like they came to work me out in New Orleans, went to dinner, and like there was just friction between, you know, the head coach, general manager, like the owners. They're all like yelling, kind of like fighting. We're at a Marriott like restaurant, and you know, Schottenheimer's mad that we're in New Orleans, we're eating at a Marriott, and you know, so he's like pissed. They're like kind of just bickering, and it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of like agreement on things, and like they were kind of like committed to building a great winning franchise at that moment. My parents really weren't supportive. My dad didn't like the idea. He came to my defense and like supported me after everything was going down, but a lot of
He didn't like that you were kind of demanding, I don't want to go to San Diego.
Right. He didn't like that. And afterwards, he took like a blunt of a lot of the criticism because he came to my defense, and you know, people were saying, "Oh, you played in New Orleans all those years, you didn't win, so you're trying to dictate like where your son's going." And he just kind of, you know, bit his tongue and said, "I'm just, you know, like, this is what Eli wants to do, and I support him." And he kind of did some media to try to save me from doing all the media and taking the hits.
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, brunt, not blunt.
I knew it. When I first heard that, I also did that to myself. But I was like, Lopez is going to make this note. He's going to.
Y'all got a sickness, man.
It's brunt, not blunt. Secondly, as a dad, and most dads probably can relate to this, I really love more respect for Archie than ever before, which I've always respected him. But he's like, I'll take the fall. You know, I'll take the fall for my son, and I'll be the bad guy here. So a lot of respect. And he wasn't wrong. That's the thing. He wasn't wrong about this.
Really?
Eli was. No.
Oh, Eli. I thought you were talking about Archie.
No,
like not
Eli
wanting
wasn't
him.
wrong. Yeah.
I kind of feel better about this now because this is one of the reasons why I didn't like Eli, because I'm like, man, who do you think you are, type of deal. But
Dad just took the bullet.
Yeah, and then also if it was really that crazy at a dinner,
that was my part. I was like, y'all talking about who do you think you are? A dude who thinks he's better than this.
Hey, I don't. If we knew about this before, I think everybody would be like, oh yeah, I understand.
Yes, and the other thing, and a fourth thing, you shouldn't have eaten at the Marriott. First of all,
wait, what? No, you can't have the.
You truly are in New Orleans. Go to a nice restaurant, man.
Hey, you see the wealth just jumped out of him. You hear that?
A hotel?
Hey, that was a strike 2,
yes,
strike 3. You in New Orleans and you eating at the Marriott?
That's right.
That's a great point.
You couldn't find no seafood spot on the corner.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean couldn't find? You can trip and fall into a great seafood spot.
You're eating a Cobb salad in the lobby, man.
Hey,
Come
if
on.
Eli Manning said I don't want to go to them because of that alone, I would have understood that.
What I do love also is how y'all gonna have arguments in front of company.
Yeah, they were supposed to be putting on their best face.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And I cannot blame
the
anybody.
head coach and was it the GM or the owner?
GM and owner.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
Y'all out here arguing? Nah, I'm out.
Because that's the thing, right? Have you ever been on a date where you see old girl and she's just like, man, she is not put together, and you're like, oh, this is what you did to impress me.
Oh, yeah, this was your best one.
What does it look like all the time? I can't blame Eli for going, check please.
Yeah.
Check, please.
Was he I wonder, was he sitting there looking like John McClane when Josh Ennis and Seth was arguing on Radio Row?
Rolls his eyes.
Yep. And they end up leaving.
Just sits there. They're arguing. He's just sitting there, a beaten man. Yep. John McClane really did look like a beaten man in that video, man.
Oh, man.
He was scrolling.
Slumped over.
He was scrolling on his phone.
And then remember when he raised his head? And,
yes. In watching that video, his face was the epitome of the sound.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Eli Manning. Honestly, and this is convenient for him to tell us now, but I don't think he's lying. Like all of this felt honest in what he was saying. And so appreciate Eli Manning for.
I wish you could have said a little earlier. I would have probably liked him a little more.
Nah, he still got that face. He still looked how he looked. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. All right, coming up next, did anyone have a worse NBA conference semifinals than Rafael Stone? Do you agree with this sentiment? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Ready? Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of people on the text line. Can't blame Eli.
No, 281. Man.
They said, were my parents run the Chargers back then? They would fight in church. And I was like, fighting in church is crazy, but also it's not when I thought about it.
That's a sign, though.
Is it?
That's a sign.
Oh, well, yeah. Because
you can't even put a good face in front of your kids and God.
Yeah. It's not about God here. It's about the deacons and the people in the pews, brother.
I thought it's a sign when you see couples fighting in public.
Yeah.
Just in public in general. In church.
Sometimes
you can't wait to get to the car.
Sometimes those things bubble up. Sometimes those things bubble up, you know? It'd be like that. And, you know, whether you're in front of God and the pastor preaching man.
That's got to be a question of the day one day. What's the worst place you ever got in a fight with your girl?
Oh, boy. Let's break that one down.
Yeah, say that one for Tuesday or Wednesday.
We're going to get some good ones.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of me myself. I told you try first because at first you try to talk low. No, I
was like, y'all don't seem like y'all are the fighting type.
You know, we're at a place where, you know, if it's too late. It's too late.
Y'all want to fight, y'all are like, what's the point?
What's done is done.
Just go in the other room and cool off. I see you when you get into bed.
Like we started fighting, we're like, why? Ain't nothing gonna change.
Oh man, that's so funny. All right, we go from that funny to I don't know what. The conference finals are set in the NBA after what was a wild weekend of basketball. It culminated by a absolute drubbing in the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Pistons,
Western Conference too,
and yes, that is true. But I was just talking about the final one. But yeah, right, the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves dispatched pretty easily by Wemby and the Spurs.
Anthony Edwards was dabbing people up with 8 minutes left.
Yeah, he was like, look, guys.
It's been a good season.
I know what time it is.
Yep.
Why wait?
Can I just go to y'all's locker room at halftime?
I don't think. See, now we're disparaging on Anthony Edwards. I don't think he's that kind of guy. He's deeply competitive. I saw a video of him meeting some like teenagers this weekend in a tunnel somewhere, and he's like, "How old are y'all? Like, y'all hoop?" And they were like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'll bust y'all out." I was like, "Okay, all right." That level so I think that's there. However, there was a lot of great play, and somehow I think that you can make the argument that the worst weekend that was had basketball-wise with Rafael Stone. You want to make this?
If you want to be in Houston, Texas, that is the story.
You think so?
No one had a worse weekend in the conference semifinals than Rafael Stone.
Okay,
Rafael listening to the radio like, what do I got to do with this?
Well, sit down.
Now, why am I in it? He says.
You're talking about me.
And let me explain. We saw what happened in these two games. If you go back to Friday, I mean, freaking Stephon Castle.
Yeah, man.
My goodness, he looked like the MVP. They were chanting for Wemby behind the Spurs bench, and I'm like, look at that dude right there. 2024 draft, Stephon Castle was sitting right there. Oh, by the way, pretty good defender. In fact, one of the best defenders in the league.
Who you get him over?
You got Reed Sheppard over him.
No.
No, you
yeah. Right,
got Reed
Sorry,
Sheppard.
I'm mixing things up.
You got Reed Sheppard instead of Stephon Castle, which, by the way, most mock drafts, as we go back, had Stephon Castle in that slot. You know, and you got Reed Sheppard. And this has nothing to do with Reed Sheppard. You know, you can still think, in fact, I saw.
See, it be your own people.
Yeah.
The Reed Sheppard man himself. Like, well,
yeah.
Could have had Stephon Castle.
Yes.
he's like, that is what I said. Yes,
you could have.
Yes.
Yeah, technically, you could have.
I like Reed Sheppard, but yes.
11 of 16, 32 points, mind you. 5 of 7 shooting from 3. That's the thing, right? Because Reed Sheppard, you went and acquired because he was the shooting guy. You needed to add shooting, which 100% thought that in the process. Stephon Castle has been able to shoot the basketball for this team. Now he's not like I am shooter guy, but let me go ahead and look at like what his
just towards the end of the year and in the postseason, he's just stepped it up. Which again, that's another aspect of Stephon Castle.
But he fits more in what is a modern NBA where you need to be able to do a little bit of everything to stay on the court. This is one of the differentiating factors between NBA right now versus the NBA, let's say, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, is that you could find a niche on the floor if you could do one thing really well and then manage.
Yeah.
You need to be able to do most things on the floor, otherwise you can't play. And this is where I think Ime Udoka got some. He definitely took his lashings, whether it was on radio here or elsewhere, about not playing Reed. But I think that is some of what he was getting at, which is, hey, man, you've got to be able to do everything on the floor to play in the modern NBA. Stephon Castle has that.
Like Stephon Castle.
Yeah.
And so let me go through all of them. And you guys tell me. I just set this. I jotted this down for you guys before the show. Did anyone have a worse conference semifinals than Rafael Stone?
Okay, so
let me just go through them.
2021,
you draft Jalen Green over Evan Mobley. 2022, Jabari Smith over Jaden Ivey, whatever. Jalen Duren was taken 13th as well.
Jalen Duren might actually be the dude who had the worst semifinals, though.
Yeah. 2024, Reed Shepherd over Stephon Castle. These are all Rafael Stone picks. And then say what you will about this, and maybe it was not realistic, but there are a lot of reports saying that Jared Allen was could have been part of the James Harden trade. Jared Allen was outstanding. Cold. You talk about somebody who, people use that word a lot, cold. That dude is cold, man, in every way. Instead, they went with Victor Oladipo in the James Harden trade over Jared Allen. So just those 4 things alone, it's a rough weekend, man.
Yeah, hindsight, and as Cam Newton loves to say, hindsight is 50-50. But with this, I think that there's justification in the moment for some of these.
I think the Oladipo more than any other.
Oladipo you can absolutely justify because Jared Allen
contract, and you were going to move on.
They were trying to tank too, I think.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
they're trying to tank it.
So that one, there's justification.
And there was a question as to can Victor Oladipo, manage to get past the injuries and continue to be the engine type? Because if you have healthy Victor Oladipo, which when we start getting ifs and buts, right? But healthy Victor Oladipo is one of the better players that we're talking about amongst all these guys.
But if you're building Jared Allen, and so yeah,
and it is worth noting that Jared Allen has moved because he is more finishing piece than central item. Right? I think that is worth noting.
At that time, he was a young player, like a young player that just got an extension. Though.
But the other 3, I'd love to hear your. I think
Jabari is justification. Jaden Ivey got moved on from, and it wasn't just because he was being weird in the locker room amongst them boys. Like he was not as effective as a hooper as he should be. Reed Shepherd. So the Jabari Smith Jr. I'm good with that one. Jalen Green over Evan Mobley is harder and harder to deal with. As Evan Mobley has been an incredible defender and is now adding to his offense in a way that is very, very valuable. I think the idea was just Jalen Green. You were hoping he could be a centralized scoring piece, and he is a scoring piece, but just not. It became clear. I mean, we even had the realization last year that, okay, this is not going to reach the way that we had thought. Up until that point, it felt like that was a possibility. So I'm not mad in the moment, but it does, looking at it afterwards, and it is worth noting, Evan Mobley isn't the central piece of what they're doing there either, in the way that Jalen Green was supposed to be here. So I do think that factors in, but it does suck when you put it all together, whole cloth, and you look around and you're like, damn.
Yeah,
it does feel like you missed.
And the Stephon Castle thing, to me, I still believe I've been the guy advocating for him. Reed Shepherd's going to be a valuable piece, but you have to step back and realize he's not that. He's not Stephon Castle, and I don't know if he ever will be, especially from the defensive perspective. Stephon Castle with Ime Udoka, you would never even think twice about who's going to be where.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask: is does this look different if you swap them? If they're in different contexts, because I remember with Stephon Castle, pretty young guy in this. Like, you did not have him on those Spurs teams before Big Vic, right? But does he look the same if he is not in that context of what the Spurs have built? Because it is worth noting that the sum of the parts is greater than, or the whole is greater than the parts in some instances. And that does look like, obviously, with Vic and the way that they've built it, it's hard to deny they're going to the Western Conference Final right now.
Well, all these guys, and by the way, the Cavaliers, man, Harden didn't do squat.
Yeah, that is correct.
He didn't do anything.
That is correct.
It was
a Game 7,
and they weren't even close. But the game wasn't even close.
And that was what I'm saying. They still just drubbed them. And Harden's like, I'm gonna go 2 for 9 or whatever he was. 2 for 8. 10. Yeah. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But no.
So what does this do for your evaluation of Rafael Stone in general?
I think in general it speaks for itself. I think those are, whether in retrospect, whether it's revisionist. I don't think it's revisionist because we know these guys are good. It was bad evaluation, and they got the wrong guys. They got the wrong guys.
I'm just wondering because I feel like they did take Reed because strictly because of the shooting. Because they did have at that time Amen Thompson. They did have Jalen Green for what it's worth and all that. So
and Fred VanVleet, who we know that they value highly.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if they felt like that was too many wing guys. Maybe they just wanted somebody that could really shoot lights out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that didn't really happen how it was.
It was tough, man. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, when you look at it like this, it is tough.
Yeah. Okay, so then real quick, because we're kind of far spent on time, B. Scott was making a valuable point, I think, over the weekend about how one of the probably biggest places for hope when you talk about building this team is the fact that you have control of Brooklyn's pick next year and Phoenix's pick next year. And maybe both of those teams can be bad, very much so, to the point where you could be talking about lottery picks. Is this hurting that portion of your evaluation where you go, those are the pieces that could help you?
I think it's affecting your confidence. We can go back to the Texans and drafting offensive linemen. They haven't been real good about it. We think that might be changing, but they haven't been real good about it. All those picks, there was a time, what they have, like 7, 9 picks or something, way back in the day that they had accumulated. Didn't make the most out of them. You haven't made the most out of them. So how does it make you feel about the picks coming up?
Interesting question that we'll have to dig into. I mean, this offseason is going to be an important one. And so these are the things that I imagine you have to consider when you're doing things. But maybe this is like an internal evaluation. But I don't think Rafael Stone would look at all these or maybe he would. Maybe if in some level of truth serum circumstance, he would look at it and go, okay, in hindsight, but in the moment, you make the best choice that you can, and then you try and develop it.
On the bright side, he did get the right Thompson twin.
He got the right one. Also, was out there looking useless, man.
That brother cannot shoot.
Both of them boys need to do like Kanye West that one time, lock themselves in the gym for
3 summers.
For 3 summers, yes, exactly where I'm going. Just shoot 100, 200, 300 shots a day.
You need to get the best shooting coach on the planet.
On the planet.
Yeah, lethal shooter. Where you at, my boy?
They will be cold if they had a shot, man.
Yep.
Yeah, it needs to happen. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including. Would you make this comment if you were the owner of a team? Because I wouldn't make this comment. What comment? I'll tell you what I mean next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. My buddies over at D&M, the whole
ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And it's been a little while since I've been able to say this.
Mm-hmm.
Astros won a series, baby.
How about that?
Look at that.
How about that?
They go 3-4 in the 7-game homestand that they had. Obviously, 3 and 4 because they went 1-3 versus the Mariners. They go 2-3 versus the Rangers, and the pitching was phenomenal on the first two nights. Unfortunately, an 8-0 stinker on Sunday, but ultimately they kind of held the line. Remember, we were talking about this being the important week for the Astros, baseball-wise, and maybe the most important of the season. What is the takeaway now that we go just below 500?
Meh. Because you did see some signs. You absolutely saw some signs from some pitchers. Obviously, we'd like to keep them consistent. Peter Lambert didn't do what I thought he would do. I felt pretty good going into yesterday. I really did. Coming off of Arrighetti and everything else, you're like, all right, well, maybe there'll be a little something here. But then, all hell breaks loose because Jose Altuve gets hurt. I think he'll be out for at least a month. And then you give up the 8-0 win, and you look at the homestand, you're like 3-4. I mean, not exactly what you were hoping for.
Not exactly what you were hoping for, but it feels weird to say. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
That's very much the way that I felt going into this. It didn't reach the expectation. If they had won last night, it very much would have been like, all right, 4-3. You started clawing a little bit back towards 500, and of course, very far from that 500, but clawing a little bit towards that. That was not the case for you here. Ultimately, this felt flat, flat in obviously that sounds purely negative, but I think there's also some positive when it felt like you were kind of free falling.
Yeah.
Felt stable, particularly this weekend series where those games against the Rangers in the first two games, they didn't feel like they were going to give the game away, which is huge.
Yeah. You were in it.
It's worth noting also that your pen came through and handled it pretty well, and which is why I'll ask you the question is how much of them winning this series versus the Rangers felt like it was the Rangers versus the Astros?
I think it's kind of 50-50.
Okay.
You mentioned it going into the series, and I'm just completely honest, I didn't know their offense was that bad. I mean, I knew they were not great, but man, they were really bad, and they certainly looked like it. And the Astros took advantage, so that's a good thing. And now you're going into Minnesota. By the way,
also not a good Minnesota team.
Yeah, but you know who's pitching tonight, right? Scheduled to pitch tonight
for who?
For your Astros.
Is it your boy?
Yeah, today's your man's day. Your man's Tatsuya Imai.
This is a big one. This is a big one.
So you say they play the Twins?
They play the Twins.
Yeah, so if he get rocked by the Twins,
what you mean? What do you know what he's gonna do?
He should have been sent down last time. But of course, as you mentioned, he
ain't going nowhere.
He has
right now
kind of right of first refusal on that.
All right, so the Rangers OPS plus come after this series is a 101, just about league average. Where do you believe that the Minnesota Twins are offensively?
Got to be a little better than that. Yes?
No? 97 OPS plus. So they are below league average offensively. I don't know if it's going to play out in the exact same way, but maybe that gives you a little confidence in the possibility of stacking a couple of series wins together.
Well, you can't ask for more if you're Imai. You're going in there. They still are running you out as the starter, and you're facing an offense that isn't exactly a stalwart. So you can't ask more from there. But, yeah, you might be able to stack some because then you got McCullers and Burrows, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. Now, you pair that with the news that you got over the weekend where Jose Altuve is going to the IL with a left oblique strain, so he will not be available for you, obviously. However, Jeremy Pena was in the clubhouse yesterday. He's gone to Minneapolis with the team, and Dana Brown assured that he will play 2 out of 3 games this series. Him, along with Nate Pearson, who I believe touched 101.
Definitely want to see him.
Right, having that blow by you speed in the bullpen, and Jeremy Pena back, who could probably be who slides in as your leadoff with Altuve out. I think that this could actually be. Or let me ask you, because it does feel like this could be. Help them stabilize even more so, or maybe help them take a slight step forward which is the direction that they need to be going right now.
Stabilize, I think, is the right word. You love to have that flamethrower coming out of the pen, and you're going to have that. Now we'll see, just how effective he is. That's the goal right now. Just stabilize pitching even just a little bit, baby steps, and I think you'll start to feel a little better. The one thing that we definitely need to see, and I don't expect this to linger, but Yordan Alvarez in May is batting .232 with 4 RBI.
Yeah, it was quiet. It was quiet, but for him, and that's why him hitting that home run earlier on in the series was like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, bet we have broken the seal again. Let's get back to doing business.
But he needs to get back to that Yordan that we know, simply because this offense needs every bit of it right now.
Yeah, well, there's that, but then also
Cam Smith is. What?
Would you like?
What is Cam Smith?
Do we have time for that in this moment? Do we need to take more time? Yeah, no. Honestly, it's to the point where, I don't know. I haven't seen.
It's mental.
I haven't seen what the moves are that will correspond with allowing Jeremy Pena and Nate Pearson to make it back to the major league roster or the major league club. I do wonder if Cam Smith doesn't go down and give him an opportunity.
You think?
Because he started the season offensively not that good. The defense was really good, and even you saw some cracks in that. It feels like he might need to go and build his confidence because this is the second time in the 1+ years of playing that he's had where he's had a slump like this. It feels like maybe the early portion of it was him coming out hot out of that spring training, and now you're seeing the issues that were inherent and that people discussed about bringing him up so young.
There were doubts about him coming into the spring, and he hasn't done a whole lot to appease those doubts. I don't think he's going to go down, just simply because now you have Altuve off on IL. We'll see. Bryce Matthews is going to be playing, presumably.
I imagine Bryce Matthews is your second base guy. Who he flashed a little leather at second base. It made me reminded me. Oh yeah, he's a middle infielder. That's right.
Yeah.
He did also have some errant passes or some errant throws that made you go, okay. He's not like a Gold Glover, per se, in Major League. But, it'll be interesting to see him get some more of that opportunity. And also, I would love it if he wasn't just a boom or bust type guy as well, where it's either 2-3 hits or no hits. I would like that to stabilize as well. But all those things working out as it's Tatsuya Imai, as you mentioned, on the bump versus the Twins today, or rather tonight. It's Kendry Rojas, who has a 2.45 ERA as well over there. So we'll see how that lines up for you. Some other things that are popping. We mentioned that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander repeats as NBA MVP back-to-back years. 8 straight years now of non-American MVPs. Do you find this as an... Oh, what are you going to say?
Is it 3 straight years of no American in the top 3?
I believe that's the case.
Means something.
Yeah.
Okay. It means something.
How much does it mean? What does it mean to you?
It means that clearly, the good news is the NBA wanted to make it the world's game. Well, mission accomplished. You've been able to do it, in spades, and being able to get it done like that. I want to say it's 8 straight years, 5 straight years, first and second were international players. 3 straight years, first, second, and third were international players. I don't look at it as some big... Maybe you do, because a lot of people do. I don't look at it as some big statement on American-made basketball.
I'm with you.
I think it's just these guys. You're getting the very, 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 very best of the bunch.
Yep.
And
here's my thing. The reason why I asked this question, it doesn't mean that much to me because ultimately, I think that, and maybe this should have been confession, I think that the notion of face of the NBA is actually not as important as we have constantly tried to make it.
I think it depends on who it is, because Wemby is going to be the face of the NBA, and Wemby is going to be to grow the NBA by multiple times. I mean, he, just because of his alien nature, because how big he is, because of the incredible game that he has. I think everything is changing, and obviously LeBron was the face of the NBA, and somewhat polarizing, here and there. Then you can talk about Jokic, you can talk about so some others that were sort of like, are they really? Wemby's going to be a no-doubter. Wemby's a no-doubter.
Is MVP? That's what I was going to ask is when do you think the next one is? First and foremost, who do you think?
When's the next one?
Do you remember who the last one was? The last American MVP?
LeBron.
Nah, James Harden.
Correct.
Oh, it was Harden. I thought it was LeBron.
It was James Harden.
So Is it any American that maybe can come
here's
close
the thing,
that
right?
you could kind of put on a ticket?
There are some young cats that are holding down the next iteration, like Anthony Edwards. Does it feel like he can win an MVP?
I respect that guy so much.
Cade Cunningham. Does it feel like he can win an MVP?
Yeah.
He was in the conversation before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Like there are some of these guys that are coming along where you go amongst the other, superstars that are coming that are international, because it does feel like Jokic might be reaching the precipice of maybe fading out of this conversation. Joel Embiid absolutely is. Giannis might be in that place as well where he's fading out of this conversation. So what is this next crop that are going to be vying for those MVPs? Or is Wemby just going to be so much of a freak that he just takes over this? But then we've seen voter fatigue also happen.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe these Americans might run into a buzzsaw with Wemby, because I was thinking maybe this way early, but Cooper Flag.
There's a possibility.
Yeah,
there's a possibility.
That's a great answer.
Banking early on it though.
Yeah, but also him being early means that it might line up a little bit better, and he might develop in the way where, as those other guys are maybe starting to trend a little bit, he might trend in the one.
But also, I feel like the team have to be really good though too, right?
Yep.
Like, do you see Dallas being really good at some point?
I have no idea. They just brought in new management. They're kind of rebuilding this again. I have no earthly idea. They're going to get a good pick this year, unfortunately, and with that 9, and they might use something to try and move up. That's neither here nor there.
No.
I want to talk about Western Conference Finals. Game 1 starts tonight between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. And simple question: who do you think Houston wants to win? Because obviously, like the larger conversation, this feels like this is going to be the de facto NBA Finals. Who do you think the city of Houston wants to win? Is the city of Houston more invested in hating the San Antonio Spurs or hating what the Thunder are right now?
If only we had a forum on which Houston could respond to that question. Oh, yeah, we do. 713-572-4610. Who do you – serious? I'm serious. I'm just gauging. YouTube, Twitch, text board. Because I don't know. I tend to lean toward what you said. I think the Spurs rivalry is just much stronger. The old hatred for the Spurs probably tips the scales. But people – I hate SGA and the flopping and Chet Holmgren's punchable face and all that stuff. So, we mentioned this last week. He's on the list. He has a punchable face. But it could be 50-50 just around the horn here. What do you think?
I would probably say the Thunder, to be honest, because
you want the Thunder to win.
Yeah, I would. I'd rather the Thunder win. I like the way they've been running their organization, man. It's kind of like I hate y'all because I'm jealous of y'all. And I feel like they've been their front office has been doing a damn good job. So I'm just kind of looking at it from that way. I don't want San Antonio to win because it's San Antonio. And I felt like we both was bad at one point. And you passed us up a lot.
They passed you.
Yeah.
I get that. Reggie, I'll let you break the tie just here in studio as we get to texts and messages. I just marvel at Wemby, man. I mean, I just want to see to what level can this guy actually take his game?
The logic my brain comes to is we build people up to tear them down. I think Thunder have reached the pinnacle, and now they went from this scrappy story of Oklahoma City, this small town, and now they are the top, and they operate the way that they do, and people hate that more than they do just like the natural hate of the Spurs for the time being. Let the Spurs go winning, and here we swing this back over there. Right? We'll try to tear you down. I think that's probably the way that this is playing out. But the text line already given us some answers where this is one I probably should have expected. I am rooting. Somebody said I am rooting for a meteor to hit the stadium. Oh, there's actually some people that are rather the Thunder because screw the Spurs. Okay, so this is really all over the place.
Wow.
I did not anticipate that. Okay. And then some people that are actually, they said they don't care, right? They just want to see an exciting series, which I think this one is going to be. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Xavier Hutchinson was on the Caps Off podcast. Talked about CJ Stroud. We mentioned that. But he also talked about the culture of this Texas team and from an offensive standpoint, which I think is really interesting, and what it takes to be a number one wide receiver in the league right now. Let's hear from Xavier Hutchinson next.
What was PC's immediate? Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday is going well. I appreciate all y'all responding en masse on the text line, 713-572-4610, when I asked who of the Western Conference Finals do you want to win. It's pretty split.
It is.
In a way that I did not anticipate, did not foresee.
We could have done a whole segment on that. Oklahoma City or San Antonio? Bleep them both.
Yeah, there's some that are like, hey, I hate the Thunder, they're corny. There's some that are like, bleep the Spurs because they're the Spurs, bleep San Antonio in particular. One thing that maybe I shouldn't have been surprised about, a lot of love for Wemby. So much so that somebody was very self-aware and said, man, I really like Wemby. I'll probably hate him soon.
That's going to change.
But right now, which I appreciate the self-awareness because we all do this, right? We're like, man, I like this guy. And then they become really good and start winning. You're like, bleep that guy. You're like, what happened? I thought we was friends. Yeah. What changed?
Hello, Steph Curry.
He just kept winning. Yeah, that's a good example.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Doing all them stupid dances. All right. Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver for your Houston Texans, was on the Caps Off podcast. And I found it to be very interesting. We talked about it in the beginning of the show at 10 about what he had to say about C.J. Stroud and his declarative statement that C.J. Stroud, that 7 is back. So you can check it out when we talked about that using the Radio Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. But he had more in the hour plus that he sat down on this podcast. And one of the things that we have been very, very intrigued at, and something that it seems like they're actively trying to do as an organization, is bring the culture that is very evident on defense, that shows up, that courses through every play that they have. That physicality, that fastness, that swarm that is easy to see on defense. How does that get to the offense? And it seems like they've been trying to do that. So I was very intrigued to see an offensive player talk about this. This is cut 3 here, Fig. This is Xavier Hutchinson talking about D'Amico Ryans setting the culture for this team.
How would you explain what the culture felt like that you were walking into that D'Amico Ryans was trying to set up?
To be great, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, he really just paved the way for work ethic.
Yeah.
Like how we work each and every day will get us to where we want to be. So it really just started from the ground up, how you approach every day. And, a lot of people say it, but D'Amico is probably one of the fewest people that I've seen where when he says something, he actually means it.
Yeah.
We're actually going to go about it in that route.
Yeah, he's about it.
And that was to just work our tails off.
Yeah.
And, no matter how it looked each day, of course you're going to have some bad days. You're going to have some good days.
Of course.
But really it was just, the chance to try to get better every day.
Yeah.
The little 1%, find the 1% somewhere within the day. And that's kind of what his motto was for us. We have a saying, iron sharpens iron. That's quite literally what we do every day.
Yeah.
So if anybody thinks it's easy to play for the Texans, it's not. You got to be built a certain way. You got to have a mental capacity to be able to last in that building.
The funny thing about this is, there's some cliches in there.
It's a lot of cliches.
They didn't invent iron sharpens iron, but it's there, and it's what they're embracing. You're right. There are a lot of cliches there. The thing about D'Amico, 2 things. Number one, the sincerity with which he delivers that message is what makes it more real. It's not just like, hey, iron sharpens iron, and you say it in a meeting and nobody remembers it. No, it's every single day, and he's sincere about it. And then the second thing, and we're going into year 4 here, and it's almost as if they're just now shifting because they got the defense all buttoned up, and they're so awesome on the defensive side. They're like, all right, offense, what are you going to do? It's on you now. There is nothing else we can do, defensively. It's on you now to be swarmy.
And maybe there's an argument to be made that the defense was more ready for the adjustments, that they was more ready. You poured it in guys like Daniil, you poured it in guys like Aziz. You were able to kind
of.
They
also drafted those guys,
and then they
brought
drafted
in those
guys, right? And that's where a majority of the draft picks have been. And now it's been. You had more holdovers on offense, and now you've been able to kind of cycle. But I'm not gonna lie, I heard that portion of Xavier Hutchinson talking, and I was like, that sounds like the platitudes. Like this does not it did not feel as tangible. And I was like, maybe that's why. But he went further and he explained the identity of a Texans player. And this is where I think that you start to see some of the ideas here.
How would you describe what the identity of a Texans player is then?
You've probably heard it a lot. Swarm.
Yeah.
It's quite literally swarm. I know, you use that for defense.
Yeah.
But as far as offense, it's just playing fast, playing physical. Because, if you play fast, you play physical, and you have fun, which, sounds corny.
Yeah.
Trust me, it sounded corny coming out of my
feel
mouth, but when you do it.
But I feel like cliches exist because they exist right in front of you, and
100%.
they're very hard to execute on. And if you execute on them, that's where success comes from.
No, 100%. 100%. And that's really that's just our whole motto, to be honest with you. It's just a swarm about the day.
Right.
Put all the personal feelings aside, put how you feel that day.
Yeah.
When you put those cleats on, you step on the field, it's about one thing and one thing only.
And here's where it gets really interesting to me. And he didn't say this part, but play free. And I think that's what the defense has done, and the offense really has not. Simply, if you go back to Slowick years, it certainly was more finesse. Swarm is not finesse. Swarm is run the damn ball, beat guys at the line of scrimmage. They're making those changes. They're making those changes to just run the ball, to beat guys at the line of scrimmage. So I think it's actually as much philosophical as anything on the offensive side.
And this is the question. I'm glad you brought this up because this was a similar thought that I was thinking is, okay, that fast and physical, how has that manifested itself on offense? And it kind of hasn't.
No.
And the question I have is, do you think that DeMeco Ryans knows how to take these general principles that he has that he clearly can easily implement in his sleep defensively? Do you think he knows how to apply those offensively?
I think he's doing it.
Because I think that, the run game is the easy part. I think the question that pops up is, how do you bring those elements into a passing game? Which is the clear thing that needs to happen here, because obviously they need to run the football, but how do you bring those elements into a passing game where you want C.J. Stroud to be, one, happy and productive, and then also with all these fantastic wide receivers that you have, how do you bring that into what you're doing? And I think that's probably the question I'm most interested to see how they go about trying to answer.
I think that's the most difficult part of it, because when you're running the ball and you do it a lot and you shorten the sticks, that is playing fast and free. And I know there are so many elements of the run game and who to block and where to go and all that are more complex. But really at its core, it's boom, we're going to push you back.
Yeah,
you can do that in the run game. In the pass game, it's much more difficult because of the quarterback. And here we go. We said it as soon as the season ended. It's going to be all about C.J. Stroud. This is about C.J. Stroud to be able to dissect and make the decisions and all that. That is not playing free unless he can, really embrace it and start to believe in the dump offs and believe in the safe pass here and not take the risks. So that to me is the hardest part of it all.
Yeah, and is that the fast of it? Like, get the ball out quickly and allow these guys to go out and use their speed and their physicality. Maybe that's even why you end up with wide receivers like Higgins and obviously Nico Collins, like these big dudes that you imagine can use their physicality. I don't know if it's that literal for them, but that is the thing that I'm interested in, is how do you interpret that general mantra that clearly DeMeco Ryans wants to be in every crevice and caveat and corner of what they do. You want all of that to show as swarm. How do you make that happen in a pass game? That's the question that I'm interested in.
How many times are you going to be in 3rd and 3 or less? I think that's ultimately what they're looking for.
And how much did that impact, what felt very clear was it felt like DeMeco's like, hey, run it again. Like that idea of, hey, we want to get up here and we want to smash mouths. How much of that was just ideological as opposed to I need this to be ingrained into what we do, the physicality of it. And I don't know if that's inherently a good or bad thing, but I wonder how much that factored in.
No, I think that's fair. I think what the other thing is if you can be swarmy up front and swarmy in the run game and start to get those short 3rd and 3s, it's a lot easier, obviously, on C.J. Stroud, but it's also a lot easier to play quickly because you are on the 3rd and shorts, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 3, whatever it might be. So does C.J. Stroud really need to be that creative and run around and try to make a big? No, he just needs to go boom, boom, and that's the swarm.
I appreciate this text on the text line from the 832. Easy. Just throw the ball to Nico and watch him run over fools in front of the hose. Yeah, I appreciate you adding that on the end, mind you. It does feel like that probably should be a portion of what you're doing here, which actually brings me to another discussion that was being had by Xavier Hutchinson on this Caps Off podcast, which is how do you what goes into the identity of a number one wide receiver? How can you tell what a number one wide receiver is? This was Xavier.
In your opinion, what makes an alpha wide receiver one to a player versus a fan?
You got to be able to do everything, especially if you're an alpha one receiver. You're probably the X receiver, more than likely. You always get switched around a little bit, but you're probably always going to be one-on-one half the time. We'll always put you in a 3-by-1. And obviously, if you watch our games, that's what we do with Nico, because he's a receiver one. But man, you just got to be a little different. You got to be cut a little different, and that's what he is. You've probably heard people always say, like, you got to be delusional.
Yeah.
And, like, to be a receiver one in the NFL, you have to be a little delusional.
Yeah, you have to have a screw loose.
Yeah. Like, you got to know that, like, no matter what's going on, like, whenever the ball touches my hand or the ball comes to me, like, I'm making a play.
Yeah.
Regardless of if I've dropped 3 balls before, when that next one comes, I'm going to make the play.
I've never heard it quite put like that.
I loved
but
it so
is
much.
so accurate.
Yeah.
You got to be delusional.
Oh, yeah.
Because
this
this
is the diva nature of wide receivers,
Yeah.
right? Like, hey, y'all need something? Throw me the ball.
Yeah. But
do we need a first down? Throw me the ball.
But that doesn't matter.
Hey, man, they're triple teaming. Throw me the football. What are you talking about?
That's right.
Right? That's the delusion. But I really lean into the very first thing he said because I think that's especially true now.
Mm-hmm.
A wide receiver one needs to do everything.
Sure.
This is not a time period where, okay, you're just a big dude and we're going to throw the football up to you. You need to do everything. And I think that some of that is like the ability, but some of that is also the utility, the way that they are used.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I come to Nick Caley.
Yeah.
Because how many times did we talk about Nico Collins and moving him around? I know that there was a little bit of opportunities. I think that is one of the opportunities of growth where if we want to see Nico Collins even more widely acknowledged as a number one wide receiver, and honestly, having the impact of a number one wide receiver for this team, I think that is the part that I'm looking forward to is how does Nick Caley take the clear ability that Nico Collins has to get the ball in space and go and, get yak, get the ball in contested catch situations, go deep, go across the middle. He has all of those. Moving him around, how do you get him into those spaces? That's the question that I think Nick Caley, that is on the docket for him to answer this.
You say question, I say worry. Simply because we haven't seen Nick Caley able to do that. How many times did you see motion that was just sort of like, window dressing?
Yeah.
How many times did you see, Nico Collins, and I'm sure you have the advanced numbers, like just stay in the X position, and it's like, come on, man. Yes, it's good to be delusional, but, give him some advantages here,
Yeah.
So the offensive concepts that are going to be tweaked and changed this year are going to be huge for Nico. And all of them, to be honest.
And I have a small bit of optimism there because we did see certain plays in which there was motion that created an advantage, but it did not feel like it was enough.
Yeah.
And maybe this is just the the fan perspective in me where that goes, well, hit the get open button, right? Like I would simply run the touchdown play, right? That perspective of it. But it does feel like, the best that do this do utilize the things that work more often, right? I think that I might be galaxy braining it by going, well, you can't just run the play that works all the time. Sometimes you can.
Yeah, you can.
And I do wonder if utilizing more of those things aren't something that maybe Nick Caley hopefully has developed a little bit more over the offseason, and with maybe more opportunities to use tight ends and these other, having a run game that will allow defenses to not sit on Nico Collins in the same way. Like maybe those will allow some more things to open up. Because that is a question I asked myself. If you're running the football, you're going to encourage more base, at least in theory. If you're on paper, if you do this right, and you run the
2 tight ends or 3 tight ends,
right? And if you use more 2 tight ends, you're going to bring in that third linebacker. How are you going to take advantage of that? So that's not just a Nico Collins thing, because now we need to bring in all the other wide receivers.
Yeah.
One, how much do we see the possibility? And I know that we're maybe not considering him as a wide receiver one, but what is the upward trajectory of Jaden Higgins? How much of a do-everything guy do you end up seeing him be this year? And then the Jalen Noel of this all is just, it's going to be about how he's utilized. Because we've seen the capabilities that he has, and he's a wide receiver 3. I don't even know if he needs to be a guy that does everything, but he needs a coordinator that's going to put him in the places to do the things that we know he does well.
It all comes back to those 2 guys again, Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. Ultimately, that's what we're going to be watching keenly. OTAs begin at the end of next week, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit of a hint there that we get to see. But you're right, and I think the 2 tight end thing, 3 tight ends, maybe perhaps is going to be a big part of being able to use those guys differently.
Yeah, and a fair point that comes in on the text line from the 936. It's about execution, not X's and O's. How well it's being implemented is the question. Yes and no. Because, in theory, right, if you have the theory right, if you just execute this thing 100% perfectly, it should work. 100% perfect execution, I think, is an unreasonable expectation. You want to get as close to that as possible. So I think it's a little bit of both, which is not, it doesn't sound like a particularly smart thing to say, but it is, right? You need to have the right X's and O's, but then once those are in place, they need to execute it. All of that is in play. But I think, especially when you talk about someone like Nico Collins, the execution is not in question.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's not like Pop Warner football where every play is designed to be a touchdown. That's not how it works in the NFL. Every play is designed for specific reasons to move the chains, to be able to get this guy down the road another opportunity and things like that. So execution, yes, but it's not. It's a little more complex than that at the NFL level.
Yeah. So Xavier Hutchinson, really, really good on the Caps Off podcast. I'd encourage you give it a listen if you have some free time. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
Our guy's show isn't buying. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. Haven't mentioned the PGA Championship, but I will right here.
Oh, I was going to mention it in winners and losers, but hey.
Well, I'm sure it won't be the same as this because
really?
my confession, Aaron Ray won. Which I'm sure you're going to mention that, but I'm kind of bothered by it for a very weird reason.
By Aaron Ray winning or the championships?
By Aaron Ray winning.
Okay.
For a very weird reason. You saw, I'm sure, that he plays golf with 2 golf gloves, a golf glove on each hand.
Yes.
God, that bothered me.
Really? That's what did it for you, huh?
That bothered me. Not because, whatever. It works for him, and boy, was he on.
Cooking.
This weekend, how many hacks are going to try playing? How many hacks are going to try playing golf with a golf glove on each hand? You know it's coming. It's going to happen, especially kids. It's like, hey, maybe you can get a better grip. No. And to be honest, I don't know. I've just always played with one glove because that's the hand. In my case, my left hand.
You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Sometimes
you're
I do
thinking about it already, aren't you?
Sometimes I do end up with a little careless.
Man, that bugs me so much. It's like the long shorts and then the short shorts and then the long socks in basketball and then the...
Wait, you hating on the long socks?
I'm just saying whatever someone wins with...
Sorry, hit dog hollered right there. My bad. My bad.
Whatever someone wins with, all these... And I'm not even talking just kids, a lot of kids. But like all these hacks, like my age, your age, they're just going to be, hey, maybe I'll try a glove on each hand.
This is how it goes, though, man. Like this is the nature of influence.
Yeah.
I used to work at a sporting goods store back in the day, and I remember I was working there when Tiger won the Masters again.
Mm-hmm.
And buddy, when I tell you that next day, people was coming in trying to get that particular the particular polo that he wore on that day.
Yeah,
I mean, sold out, sold out. That's because that's what people do,
but
man.
A golf glove on each hand?
That's what people do, man. People see something impressive, and they I would like to emulate it. We've all been there.
I'm here to tell y'all, don't do that.
Come on, you gonna tell me that young John Lopez back in the Dust Bowl did not think
in the Dust Bowl?
I'm having more and more fun doing this, mind you. I want you to understand it. Did not see his favorite athlete and go, I want to be exactly like him down to the shoes,
I'm trying to be like Joe Shoeless Jackson.
The real example, this Figgy, is my Whopper nickname in high school.
Your Hoomst?
Because Billy Paltz was such a good skyhook shooter with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And for some reason, they didn't call me, the captain. I don't know exactly the reason, but I had more in common, I guess, with Billy Paltz. So I used to always go with the hook shot on both hands, and they started calling me the Whopper. But that's more of a move than, come on, a golf glove on each hand.
And they were black, too.
That
was the part that was kind of crazy. It's like, oh, okay.
Or like all the black golf gloves you have in stock, please. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, man, I follow a number of principles, that I'll bring to the table here, right? I subscribe to. One of the ones I subscribe to, you do what you want when you popping. Buddy's popping, baby. Buddy is indeed popping. Now, if he goes back to missing cuts and stuff, then you can talk bad about him. But right now, that's a winner, baby.
Somebody said they aren't even golf gloves. I thought they were.
Winners wear gloves like this, baby. Winners wear gloves. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to Aaron Rodgers.
O.J. Simpson agreed with that.
That's right. I did. I was like, how can I make an isotone joke? And I was like, you know what? Let me hold that. So I appreciate you, Fig. Thank you for that.
These are my confessions.
Rarely do I feel as naive as I felt this weekend. John
How's
Lopez. And of course, this is going to come from me reading an article because I'm a supreme dork. But New York Magazine and Vulture put out a really long form piece about social media entitled "The Feed Is Fake."
The feed is fake.
Yes.
Okay.
In which Joe Lim, who used to own a company called Floodify, said that he estimates that 90% of what you see on the internet is advertising in disguise.
Really? 90%?
90%. He was talking about like clipping, which is this thing where, companies pay people, shadowy people to then go and, clip items or stuff to kind of help influence or, guide discourse, which I kind of knew. Like, you always know that, hey, there are bots out here. There are people who are not real that are, in the discourse. No. According to this piece, which long-form piece, I personally would encourage you to read it if you have the time and the inclination. No. Like, so much of the discourse is just patently manufactured. And it's like, oh, okay. I felt like Neo in the Matrix. I was like, oh, okay, all of this is fake. Like, some of this is fake, man. You can't trust all these people. No, a lot of this is fake. And I was like, oh no, as a child as a dude who has spent a lot of his time on the internet, in these places, having conversations, and I've already kind of walked some of that back. It made me feel like the Homer Simpson Bush meme, where I was just like, oh, I need to just slide all the way back from this, because what do you mean 90% of this is generated and is manufactured in order to get me to buy stuff or turn my attention in various different places or argue?
None of that is real surprising except the 90%.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like the pervasiveness. That was it. That was it for me. It's like, yes, I know that there's shadowy figures like doing bot farming or like stream generation for musicians rather. The idea that it could be more than half even. I thought, okay, this is a subsection that clearly there's some bad actors, but mostly there's people gathering it, because that was the appeal of social media, is that this is a digital forum, this is a digital town center that everybody's coming together. I mean, this is pretty well sourced with the number of conversations.
That's a big number, man.
Yeah, man. And but this is the thing. What's the number that makes you feel good? Because if it's not 90, do you feel good at 75%?
Well, I don't feel good at 50, but
that's what I'm saying.
50 would make me feel a little better.
And that's for him to estimate 90. How much would he have to have overshot to make me feel bad?
Right.
That was the thing. I was like, oh, I've been naive. I thought this was some small population. No, this is a majority of it.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's almost to a point where everything you see, you got to question.
You got to be skeptical about it. Pretty much everything,
man. My wife was showing me something on Instagram.
Double check.
Somebody's making a cool looking clock and it looked real nice. It was like a Looney Tunes clock or something like that. And I was joking around. I'm like, man, you better check. That might be AI.
Yeah.
And then she double checked. She checked the account. I'm like, she was like, I think it is AI for real.
You got to double check everything.
And I'm like, man, I do wonder what's the purpose of all of these, because I run into a lot of accounts now that's just strictly like, are y'all gaining the system? Are y'all trying to get money?
And some of those, it's almost hard to decipher. What are they actually trying to sell?
Well, some of it is not. Some of it is they're trying to sell like an idea or push you to various different places. Like one of the things they were talking about was Justin Bieber played Coachella. And so some of the stuff that they were trying to influence people towards was, again, towards the Coachella, which Coachella itself, you would have thought in a previous era of media and entertainment that doing Coachella itself was the sell, right? Was the Justin Bieber doing Coachella.
For that one.
People will know about Coachella, and then that will bring him back to his music. People, they have people like doing cuts and stuff and clips in order to drive attention to Coachella, drive conversation to Coachella, which then also drives people. It's so meta. It's so It's so matrixy, and it just makes me feel in the same way that you guys are talking about like not trusting anything. I think that's the point, and that's the part that scares me the most. Is like, oh, so if we can't trust anything, then what are we doing? Like, where are we? Where are we then left? That's the scary part. And I had so much naivete.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Man, I gotta confess, man. I think I need to be living like Clint Stoerner, man. I do, man. He living like a king. So I'm not putting his business out there or nothing like that, because he posted this on his social media account. I want to say it might be Facebook. I can't remember. But he said something like, "Hey, congrats to whoever. I guess helped. He sold his house."
Oh, okay.
And I think he's looking to build another house or something like that. I think he's into the whole real estate thing, flipping houses. And he posted the HAR link. And so when I saw that, I sat up like I was losing in the game of Madden. I sat down, I'm like, let me see this. So I went to the house. I ain't gonna spill too much beans in the lobby, but I was looking at the house. I'm like, man, this house look amazing. I showed my wife. I'm like, babe, look at this house.
Yeah.
And we all looking through the house. And, we went to a room.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, we looked through the rooms, and there was a big old picture on the wall. And she zoomed in on it. She like, yeah, that's their house. That's their wedding picture right there.
Their wedding picture.
Yeah. And we were sitting there. I got to confess, man, I think I need to learn what the hell Clint Stoerner doing, man.
Yeah.
Put me on the team, man. My wife, she even told me to tell him that she'll cook dinner. Let's have him over for dinner so we can pick his brain.
We'll go.
Because that house was nice.
Well, first, what I want you to do is I want you to play quarterback in the SEC. Okay, let's start there, and then from there. No, I was playing. No, I get what you're saying though.
Yeah, no, like that house was nice.
Yeah,
and he sold it. I think, not to mention too, I think he put it on the market in like a week, and it sold in a week.
Oh, those are the best.
It's
Sell
so
it in a
quick.
week. Those are the best.
That's how you know, because a week, you might take a week to negotiate, especially with some of the buyers out here. Like, and obviously the market is really high, but someone might negotiate with you. That means that there was buyers. People were paying big money out here.
Yes, no, it was a nice house. It was a nice price on that house too, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I need to. If Clint, I'm sure Clint listening right now. You usually listen to Confessions, brother. You want to come over for dinner?
We got you.
But you buying though, big money. Clint.
Oh, my wife gonna cook.
Yeah,
my wife want to cook.
Yeah,
don't let him off the hook. He got
we
money.
We need some tips.
He just sold the house. He got money.
Hey, the money part cool, but I need you to tell me exactly what the hell you doing so I can get in that bracket. I need to get in that tax bracket.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
So we were talked about this a little bit already, but NFL's what it officially called the meeting tomorrow? Just a spring.
Oh yeah, the spring league meetings.
Spring league meetings tomorrow, expected to kind of rubber stamp the 2030 Super Bowl going to Nashville, which we also talked about. I think they will handle it, as much as I hate Amy Adams and Strunk and all that stuff. I do have something I hope happens.
Okay.
It would be so cool for us. I want Cal to vote no. I know Cal and Hannah listen a lot. Just do it for me. I don't ask for it much. I really don't.
Are we even going to find out?
And then the second part, we have to find out.
Okay.
Because generally these are like rubber stamp. All right, they built a stadium. We're all in this together. Everybody, how do you vote? Whether you raise your hand or say aye or a written vote or whatever. It's usually just like everybody votes yes. That's just the way it works. They take care of their own. Come on, man.
The principality of Smokey.
No. Just be petty.
Just vote. Be petty.
Do it for Hannah.
Do it for Hannah. Do it for me.
Hell, Cal probably won a Super Bowl in Nashville, but just do it for your wife.
Just vote no, man.
Hold on.
It ain't going to make a difference. It's just going to be cool. It's going to be a real strong message.
I know the NBA has like the governor system where like there's a governor and then there's like a secondary. I don't remember what they call it. Who can go and those are the people that can vote. Are they allowed to send Hannah to vote?
God, please, that'd be even better.
Just do that. Just send Hannah. She'll vote.
And
you know exactly how she'll do this.
If it's a voice vote, all in favor say aye.
Hell no.
Aye. And then all opposed, no.
Wait, you trying to say Hannah's voice ain't powerful?
That'd be great.
Yeah, or just absolutely not.
Do it for H-Town. No.
Hannah pull out a bullhorn? Hell no.
Hell no.
That'd be hilarious.
That'd be so sweet.
Okay, I like what you're doing there. And those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. From the 281, did the Kerry Kittle socks in junior high when I played ball, one sock high and one sock low. See,
Kerry Kittles, man, that's a name out the vote.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm trying to do here. What was the player and the athlete that you tried to mimic? I tried to do the Steve Nash free throw. The free throw rhythm of like it's down to like him kind of pedaling his feet at the I still do that in fact.
I tried to rock the bandana, or not the bandana, but the headband like Kenyon Martin.
Oh yes,
rock it to the side a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So let us know what those are. But coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Who had good weekends? Who had bad weekends? Let us know who you think about. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready.
602-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Hope your Monday is going well. Let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Why don't we? Who was a winner? Who was a loser in your book on the weekend of sports or maybe otherwise? 713-572-4610.
Were you a winner this weekend?
I don't know. I think so. I got some stuff done this weekend, but I did it all solo. It was a weird weekend in which I didn't do a lot with people, but I did a lot of stuff.
I felt like a loser this weekend a little bit.
Why's that?
Not bad. I mean, nothing to be ashamed of, but
you was just at the house?
Didn't catch a lot of fish. I went fishing.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
It was a tough weekend. That wind was howling.
Look at you blaming the wind.
It was howling. It was rough.
Wait, hold on. Ain't he the weatherman? Ain't he to do the nose all the
I knew it was going to be windy. I just was.
I thought you could catch fish in rain, sleet, snow.
I didn't say I didn't catch fish. I just didn't do. I caught a few, but wasn't that. And then, man, I need to pick up my game on these golf pools. I got drubbed.
Oh, really?
I was in first place after Thursday, and then I finished like 23rd. In my pool, and I had a good year last year. I think I was in the money 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5.
Fortunately, you didn't pick Aaron Ray now, did you?
Didn't pick Aaron Ray.
That is a winner on the weekend for sure. Aaron Ray with a big win at the PGA Championship. I mean, one of the best shots of the year for sure. Well, I mean, obviously in this early portion, but like that might be
70-footer bending.
Yes, on 17.
My goodness,
to pretty much salt this away and make it so that man, this is a done deal here. What a great win for him.
Yeah, it's just an incredible win. And how about this? You know, the Ryder Cup is on its way. See if I get this right. I know the last 2 majors were won by international players. I want to say 4 of the last 5 have been won by international players. So their international players are ramping up for the Ryder Cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you putting together another one?
I will.
Okay. Very good.
Of course I will.
I was like, do you retiring?
No.
Okay, very good. How about this? But this is definitely, I think, a loser of the weekend. While one, I'll say it like this: Detroit was unable to win a second Game 7 in these playoffs. Remember, they went to Game 7 in their first round. Mm-hmm. They were able to get over the Magic. Not this time. The Cavs absolutely bounced them, 125-94. Donovan Mitchell was incredible in this game. Evan Mobley was incredible in this game. A loser on the weekend, James Harden.
2 for 10?
2 for 10.
Game 7, closeout game. Let's see, James. Come on.
0 for 6 for 3, 9 points in this circumstance.
And they still blew him out.
And
that
here
was
he goes to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like first time going to the conference finals since, 2018? With James Harden. So apparently all he needed was just a team that could carry him there.
The crazy thing is that, they can kind of deal with that, man. They don't need them to be 2028 or 2018 James Harden. They can. That's all they need from.
No, absolutely. And honestly, I say that, and that sounds pretty harsh to James Harden. James has helped them a good amount to get here. He is a part.
Especially Game 3.
They've been playing like a better team since they got him.
Yeah,
without question. Like he is a part of the fabric of what they do well. Just it's hard when you keep falling right into the narrative that is laid out here for you, big dog.
I will say, if those other pieces wasn't working, then he would have probably got drugged.
Were y'all like me with the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers? With the Timberwolves, obviously the Spurs dispatched them pretty easily in Game 6. But nevertheless, I'm looking at the Timberwolves as a 6 seed, and I'm like, how the hell are they a 6 seed? I mean, they were just monsters.
Injuries, they had a lot of time without Anthony Edwards, and then they had to find their groove late in the season.
And then the Cavaliers, I'm like, man, they look better than a 4 seed. I mean, both the Cavaliers and the Wolves, I was like, damn.
And then the Cavs had that. Remember, they traded for James Harden middle of the year to kind of help them stabilize as well. So, yeah, I think that this is why I keep coming back to my larger thought on the NBA, which is they've got to figure out injuries. Mm-hmm. And I think that comes from the style of play. I think that there can be some rule emphases that could help them get this back, including like, hey, let's be tight on some of these movement rules, some of these dribbling rules, because I think injuries are really hampering them. Also with like the seeding, these teams are not ending up in the places that they should be because they're missing guys for long periods of time. How about this when we talk about winners of the weekend? Shout out to Ronda Rousey in her Mike Tyson era.
Dude, It had that feel, didn't it?
It sure did.
Yeah.
The reason why I say that, Ronda Rousey faced off against Gina Carano. Of course, yes, we're bringing back fighters that kind of feel like they were out of their prime, but this is the MVP MMA slate on Netflix that happened, and I will give you the entirety of this fight.
17
You ready?
seconds.
Here is all 17
so
seconds.
we're going to play the whole fight.
We're going to play the whole fight right here on In the Loop. You ready? Here it goes.
The first of a scheduled 5 rounds at 145 pounds. Immediately, Rousey takes Carano down, but Carano looking for the guillotine. And Rousey pops her head out in full mount, ground and pound. Rousey looking for the arm, and already the arm. It's over. Mamma mia.
That's it. Straight like that.
She started tapping as soon as Rousey grabbed her arm.
She didn't get the arm bar locked in.
She's like,
she said, get me out of here.
Hey, that was kind of smart. She going to break her arm, man. He's like, you know what? You got it. I can't get out of this one.
I can't get out of this.
Ronda Rousey, she speared her. Like right off the jump, she just went and, I mean, I'm talking wrestling, speared her into the ground, and then boom, we got the arm ball locked in, and let's go get dinner. Like, I legitimately had a friend that said he was grabbing his snacks to sit down. Like, this really is what y'all was going through with Mike Tyson back in the 90s.
It was something. And Carano's 44, man. She's like, I don't want any part of all this.
And also, she lost weight for this fight.
Yeah.
Like, she trimmed down for this, and I'm like,
She
hey,
went to dinner.
Was that do we regret that now, or how are we feeling about that? So, yeah. I see Rob on the YouTube page. Losers of the Montreal Canadiens. Up 3-1 at home versus Buffalo in an elimination game. Ended up losing 8-3.
Oh,
so now
man.
there's a game 7. I can do you one better. How about this as a loser of the weekend? The Ole Miss softball team.
Good gracious.
Ole Miss up 8-0 in the bottom of the 7th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they
Two
had
outs,
two
strikes.
2 strikes. Texas Tech gets a hit. Brings 1 run in, gets another hit, brings in 2 more runs, get themselves. I think they got to 8-5. Oh no, they got to 8-5, I believe, and then there was a big blast that got them the remaining 3. Texas Tech came back, allow an 8-run bottom of the 7th, and they ultimately win in extras, if my memory serves.
You know, Figgy, every once in a while you go, not you, I'm just in a general sense. Lord have mercy, because you are down to 1 strike with an 8-0 lead. I don't know if we'll ever, and it's easy to say, yeah, we might, but I don't know if we'll ever see anything quite like that.
It'll be in that same tier, I think.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, right? There are some games where, or some, hey, one big moment just shifts it.
Mm-hmm.
8 runs.
8.
It takes a few, right?
Just
it takes
throw
a few
strikes.
circumstances.
Just tell them you're throwing a strike, a fastball. There's no such thing as a 5-run home run. Just make them hit it.
Yes. Put it in play.
Yes.
And I know it's softball, right? Like but yeah, man, it's unbelievable to allow that to happen. Like, this is a failure on all parts. Like, obviously the pitchers that are involved here are going to show up here. I feel like the manager got to find a way to be able to calm everything down and be like, hey guys, we cannot allow this to happen.
8-0 with
cannot
1 strike
happen.
left.
And yet, it did. It sure did.
It did.
How about this? Shout out to the Astros. I think that they end up being a winner in this circumstance. They partnered with Chevy to surprise a Navy veteran this weekend, Armed Forces Day. Mark Tyson, which, speaking of Tysons, right? He got a new truck on the field before a Rangers game this weekend. I thought that was a cool thing to do.
It was a cool weekend. I like the hats that the Astros wore. It was a cool weekend.
Hats and socks, I think.
Hats and socks. But yeah, that kind of, I didn't expect that. When I saw that, I was like, wow, that's really cool for him. So yeah.
No, it was really cool. And shout out to the Dynamo, who, remember, we talked to Ben Olsen over the weekend that they were going up against the number 1 team in the West in Vancouver. They got to win 1-0, 96th minute goal winner. I was honestly afraid because I believe, and I got to check on this. There was a red card for Vancouver fairly early in the game, and I was like, okay, so now you have to get this victory, right? If you end up with an extra man for a large period of time, you got to go win it. The red card came at what point? Okay, it was relatively early in the second half, so let's say 60 minutes in, so to say. If you got a half hour of soccer to play with an extra man, you better win this.
You better win that game.
96th minute goal.
Yeah.
So shout out to Gil Emery making that happen. But that was tight. But they did get a big victory for themselves in that instance.
Let me ask you something about a winner and loser, not to potlick on your segment.
Go ahead, man.
On your topic
it's
here.
It's our segment.
It's our segment. Your topic that you brought to the table. I like your winners and losers. Was Patience a winner this weekend in terms of World Cup tickets?
Yes.
You see that?
Yeah, World Cup tickets ticking down.
They're starting to go down. We could see it coming. They were trying to just completely completely bamboozle fans. They're starting out, I think they started out at $1,800 or something like that, and then they go up to $30,000 for some tickets. You can now get tickets for $100 or less.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't see that it was that low.
Yeah, you can in some venues you can now get tickets for $100 or less.
Yeah, man, that's shout out to FIFA losing in this one. I think that with the entirety of the World Cup, which I think will still go off, I think it'll still be a magical event just because of what it is. I think they're losers because they definitely thought they were going to come in and just rake through with some greedy, grubby hands and just rip a whole bunch of money out of the American nature of this. And I think they're realizing, hey, circumstances, but then also this is not just going to be a money grab. Y'all not just going to cash grab because you're having this in North America this year.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. San Francisco, June 22nd. Now, you're just watching a World Cup game. You might not have a dog in the fight, Jordan versus Algeria, but $98 will get you in. $98 in San Francisco for a World Cup.
Hey, man.
Hey.
That's not bad. I've paid more to go to Astros games, man.
That's right.
I'd do that for a World Cup match. Now, I won't do $1,800. That's one thing I'll tell you.
And that was the face value.
That's correct. Yeah. So, definitely patience paying off there. And I'm never too mad if FIFA gets an L here and there. And then shout out to Woody Marks, who held his charity event this weekend, Lucky Strike. Seemed like that went off pretty well as well. So, salute to him. And I know that I got to check out the details for Kamari Lassiter because I know he's got a softball game coming up charity-wise that I know is going to be a big deal. So, salute to the Texans. Always remaining front and center in the community.
What was Anthony Edwards?
I don't really.
I mean, technically a loser in the series, but we all saw 8 minutes left in the game.
Oh, him dapping up the opposing team. Did that at all?
It didn't bother me in the least bit.
It didn't bother me either.
It didn't bother me in the least bit.
It reminded me of that time where they got that video of Kobe leaving with his family during the game. That's what it reminded me of.
I mean, the guys, in post game were like, I've never seen anything like the kind of ripping him, but just not really, just sort of like perplexed. I'm like, dude, it was over, man.
It endears me to him.
He was
more.
out.
It endears me to him particularly more. I don't want this to become a thing though.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's a bad look for the broadcasters to keep audience. But for him, he's just always been real almost to a fault.
They were down 30.
And that's him being real, an acknowledgement, hey, this game is over.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you're down 18 points and
we've seen that come back.
Yeah. But 30 and they're pulling you from the game, so they're throwing the white flag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, how rare is it that the Astros go full pumpkin theme with the uniforms? Feels pretty rare, doesn't it? Like, this doesn't seem like it happens as often. But
yeah,
I don't have any data on that or whatever. So appreciate you guys getting involved. And I appreciate this for some reason. Somebody saying Jake Paul's chin looks like Quagmire. Hilarious. But then also someone saying that their best friend was a part of the giveaway that happened with the Astros, which is really cool. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we played some Hutchinson audio. We did not talk about Hutchinson himself. Is there any possibility that he could be the odd man out in this wide receiver room? But also, there's a 10-game international schedule coming, and the buzz is around realignment. What are the best Texans options for both of those developments should they come through? We'll talk about all that next.
All right, look.
Cincy Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, been a fun day here on In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday is going well. Man, so they're really, ESPN is really going full on Aaron Rodgers arriving for Steelers OTA. That's what we're doing
live,
today?
baby.
That's what we're doing today.
Live from Pittsburgh.
Goodness gracious. All right, more power to them. I could not imagine. Could not imagine that being my plight. We're talking a little bit about Xavier Hutchinson, who was on a podcast. Some interesting perspectives. I guess nothing that is like crazy novel, but it was very interesting to hear something from especially the offensive side. And the big thing is him getting on the 7 is back. Actually, can we get this audio, Fig? Can you, if you don't mind? This is Hutchinson too, just in case you did not hear it. He was pretty strong on CJ Stroud and what he expects of him in this upcoming season.
I feel like 7's back. Yeah. Just from what I've seen, we've been able to work out together. We've been able to throw a little bit while I've been up here. That fire inside to prove all the people who was in and had all these, wanted to say whatever, had all these hot takes that they wanted to say. Yeah. Like he's here. Yeah. And he's going to prove everyone wrong like he's always done his entire life. Yeah. So I'm happy that I get to sit back and catch the ball with him and be on that field with him. And hopefully all the haters have the popcorn out because it's not going to look good for you.
We can hope. And all signs are pointing, I said earlier, cautiously optimistic because every single sign that we've gotten from CJ Stroud has been positive in terms of not just, how he looks and how he, what the reports we're getting about workouts and such, but just his approach even.
Yeah, no, so that was cool. But we were talking about Hutchinson, and we were talking about CJ, we talked about Nico Collins. We did not talk about Hutch.
Probably need to.
How do you feel about this wide receiver room? Because I know that Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and the Yahoo Sports was talking about Jalen Noel even and how he has a lot of upside in his mind for Jalen Noel. How do you feel about Xavier Hutchinson? Because somebody asked us earlier in the show, do you think that Hutch could be the odd man out in that room? And I just can't see it.
I don't know. I could probably see it more than you do. Just because of the clock on the wall and where he is, and he's going into his 4th season. He's had his best season was last year, so that's the good sign. So I think definitely, and they love him. They seem to really, really like everything that Xavier Hutchinson is all about. He needs, ultimately, the business aspect of it, he needs to have another season like he did last year, if not better. But he had 57 targets. That was a good year for him, and he hadn't really done a whole lot before that. And he'd played, he played in 16, 17 games, didn't start a lot, but he did last year. The reality is they love him. I think he's got some tangible, qualities that can make him, valuable in the room, as you put it. But you do have to produce. You do have to produce like he did last year, or at least, or better than he did last year.
I think he is the 4th most trusted dude in that room.
Okay, but is that a good thing?
Yes. At least for them, they value. Because again, when we talk about building this room, it's going to be based in large part off of trust. They've demonstrated that that's how they operate. Clearly, Nico Collins is one. If you say anything other than that, you're wrong. I think when healthy, Tank Dell is 2. Right?
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins, I believe that they have a level of trust in him. It's just developing. Jalen Noel, I would actually put after him because I think that Jalen Noel, while he has demonstrated some capability, it feels like grasping the offense had to have been the thing that kept him from getting some burn. And so we'll see how that's progressed between year 1 and year 2. Obviously, OTAs and training camp will be a huge indicator as to where they are there. But I think that they trust him over Justin Watson.
I think they probably do.
And so
I think that's fair.
Who would be, again, Nico,
Jaden Higgins, Tank Dell, and then you have to wonder about Jalen Noel and Xavier Hutchinson at 4.
Right. And so if we're talking about cutting down, the smallest that room will be is 5, right?
Right. No, I think that's fair. And Hutchinson, depending on what happens elsewhere, he does. Just the reality is he does need to have a better season. He needs to prove what he can do in training camp. In the preseason.
You think Hutch needs to do something to prove his spot? I think that if Hutch is the Hutch that he's been,
I think he's going to be on the roster. But in terms of long term, if he doesn't show improvement, I don't know how much longer he's going to be in that room.
Yeah, I could see that. But that's kind of inherent to just once you get off your rookie deal, what are you giving me? Right? I think that's more of that. I don't think that he'll have trouble continuing to find another spot in this league because, again, big dude that can block, has serviceable hands. is where he needs to be. I think that is the constant. I mean, hell, you look at Justin Watson. That's why he's on a roster.
Yeah.
I mean, is that he exists as that. And Hutchinson, clearly smart dude. Like, it feels like he would be the easy guy to slide in as, oh, we need a 4th, 5th wide receiver at any given point.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be a part of what they're doing now. And I don't even know how much upside there is for him in this roster because of you have Nico.
Guys,
Nico's clearly there. You have your 2 young Iowa State cats that feel like they should be, if things go well, ahead of him. It almost feels like there's a ceiling. Talk less of whatever Tank Dell, if he comes back the way that you anticipate is. It almost feels like where he is where he's going to be for this team.
Right.
You know?
I think for this coming season, absolutely. I mean, he's going to be on the roster. He's going to be, in that role. I just don't know. I mean, to have that role, as you said, once your rookie contract ends, big decisions have to be made. And I don't know if he's on the right side of that decision right now.
Maybe
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But I think that's let me say it like this. I had not once considered like, hey, what does the future look like for Xavier Hutchinson in the right? Like, that feels so far down the decision-making matrix for the Texans. For the time being, a big dude that has that blocking that you talk about bringing physicality, like that fast physicality to the offense. I think that at least from that perspective, that's part of the things that you think of.
No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair.
But so got that. You mentioned that it seems like a 10-game international schedule is coming as an uptick from what we've seen. And there's buzz also about realignment. Like, what are the best options for the Texans within these?
I wanted to ask you guys. One of the other things we've been talking about how the Titans is it what's the Nissan?
Yeah, new Nissan Stadium.
New Nissan Stadium.
The current one is Nissan.
Right.
Just like the Highmark situation.
That's one of the things they're going to be voting on tomorrow. Kind of rubber stamping them to get the 2030 Super Bowl. The other thing that they're talking about tomorrow is going to be expanding the 8-game international schedule to 10 games. So that's going to probably happen as well.
Agreed.
Next year we'll have 10 international games. And I think soon thereafter, or maybe in 2028, it'll be 12 or 14 internet. It's coming. You're going to have almost a full slate, if not a full slate of games internationally. And it got me thinking about, these teams form relationships and identities with particular cities. Obviously, the Jaguars have been there forever in London at Tottenham Stadium and Wembley Stadium. Where should the Texans be? Where should the Texans have their international?
Mexico City.
Mexico City, there's 5 teams that are currently in the global marketing sphere, whatever they call it, in Mexico City. Cowboys are included. The Raiders are included.
Yeah, and those make sense.
And there's no way the Texans – I would love for it to be Mexico City. Easier travel, a lot of, obviously Hispanic fans – and the Texans could get there.
I'd forgotten about the global markets. Well,
yeah.
I mean, Mexico is the Texans' global market,
but there's 4 other teams as well. And what I'm saying is, I don't think the Texans are going to be the regular there. The Raiders are huge in Mexico. The Cowboys are huge in Mexico. The Steelers are huge in Mexico. I think those teams might be the.
Some of those are huge everywhere. Y'all just gonna have to move around a little bit.
Yes,
y'all just gonna have to move around.
So, where would you think, like, if you had to pick, like, the city where. The country and the city where the Texans could maybe build that relationship, where would you put it?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. The way that they continue to expand these, there's a lot of Europe. They're trying to get a little bit of like Australia, Brazil. But it feels like Europe would be the place that you try and find something, right? Am I wrong?
Spain.
Spain is where you're going for?
I think Spain would be perfect for
What is your thought process here?
Untapped, fertile grounds. Spain is a big football community, but it's not like already identifying with a particular couple of teams or whatever. It's kind of wide open. They have a professional league in Spain. It's not very good, but they have a professional league in Spain, and they're building the football culture there. And I think obviously Spanish speaking, a lot of Hispanic fans are Texans have a lot of Hispanic fans, speak the same language, easy travel. Lots of nonstops from Houston. All that. I would be down with getting to Madrid.
Hey, Fig. You know how Spain, they do like the siestas and stuff?
Yeah.
They could be a little laissez-faire. Is that the connection that Lopez is making right now?
It might be. It might be.
No, go to Madrid, man. For the Texans, that would be fertile ground and a great relationship right there.
But that would be really cool if you could tap in with that, and whether it's or maybe even like, wouldn't you love to have the Texans playing at that stadium in Barcelona?
Oh, Barcelona too,
If
but I
they
know
have
they
the
played in Madrid. I don't know if they played in Barcelona.
They played in Madrid, but I mean, if they're expanding this,
Mm-hmm.
only God knows if they don't put 2 games in Spain and have one in Barcelona, one in Madrid, and that stadium in Barcelona is the Camp Nou.
Yeah, no, I know which one you're talking about.
Or even Madrid, like the Bernabeu, right? Like
Bernabeu.
both of them, like incredible. In fact, shout out to Santiago, who went to the Bernabeu yesterday, I believe. But yeah, the opportunity to go to like one of those also and get the feel of that kind of building as well could be really cool.
You know, build that relationship with that city, with that country. A lot of the others already kind of have a head start on you. Mexico City would be perfect.
Do you think that Mexico is only going to have one? Because again, I said that about Spain. There's a possibility, especially with the proximity and with how much Mexico has already tapped into the NFL, that they might do multiple games.
Yeah.
Like somebody on here is talking about Monterrey.
Monterrey would be great. Monterrey would be great. Guadalajara would be great. But I think Mexico City is where they've played almost exclusively in Mexico City. But that could change. It's coming. You're going to have 12, 14, maybe 16, 18 games internationally in the very near future.
18 games is crazy.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. They're going to have 10 next year. They have 8 this year, which they haven't had before.
But this is the thing about what you're saying is, I think if you have a market that's going to be tied to you, that means that you're exporting a home game. Like, I almost would rather not have a particular market that the Texans are tied with, especially because I don't know how much that particularly benefits the Texans, and just have an away game be taken away for.
But don't you think everybody's going to have to have
at some
a
point.
home game?
At some point,
everyone's going to have to give up a home game at some point. And you have the unbalanced schedule, so it doesn't mean you're necessarily playing fewer home than away in the States. No, I think it's good. I think Spain would be good, but really, I keep coming back to it is going to happen. So how do you make the most of it?
No,
how do you build that relationship and build another? Because that's money.
Yeah,
that's money that you make if you can build that relationship.
Yeah, but I guess Mexico would be like first choice, first, second, and third choice, because also. As much as Texans fans and the Texans, team over the 25 years has built something, having it be, it's still the youngest of what we're talking about franchise-wise. Having something that you could take ground travel to make happen, like having that game to where you can still have that connectivity with the fans that actually are on ground, I think would matter a decent amount, at least in my estimation. I don't think the NFL is looking at it that way.
Speaking of ground travel, this is not going to be officially on any docket tomorrow. But there has been some talk about they're going to be kicking around the early ideas of realignment divisional. Now that's a whole different entire segment. But I did. Do
you want realignment divisional? I feel like what we have works, does it not? Like I know that you could probably get more geographically tapped in.
That's what I think. I think that's what they're looking for. That
would be a hilarious thing to bring up as you're like, hey, we want to send more of these games to international, and we don't give a damn about this travel, but we would also like your
day to make it easier on you.
Huh?
I said we want to make it easier on you guys.
Make it easier.
We're going to send you to Australia, but when you're back here, but
y'all ass is going overseas twice a year.
I like the Texans division now, but doesn't Indianapolis feel a little bit out of place? A little bit more of a Midwest.
Are we doing culturally? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, maybe that, but I wasn't thinking that.
I think so. I always thought it was kind of out of place.
Yeah.
I know you got the history and all that stuff, but to me, it felt like it was out of place.
Like the NFC East is going to stay untouched. The NFC East is going to that's just too.
It's just historic.
I think maybe the NFC Central, might as well, or North, I should say.
Yeah.
My
boy was still in 1995.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I was thinking NBA, but either way, the one that really struck me when I came across it this morning was Texans. How's this grab you for a division? Texans, Titans, Saints, and Falcons.
Oh, but you're moving teams.
Well, that's what they're talking about.
Like you're trying to move
it's
conferences.
It's one of the things that's been kind of rumored.
Well, if we're moving conferences, man, why not put the Cowboys in here?
See, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
That is will not happen.
It's just historic.
Between the Giants and the Commanders.
And honestly, I kind of understand it.
Oh, I do too.
All of those, it's just straight up dog fights when it comes to rivals.
Yeah, they might change a lot of things, but they ain't changing that.
And so, but my thing about it is then what's the real investment? Especially like you talk about the NFC South. I think we look at this from the AFC South because this is probably the division that feels the least cohesive, if we're being entirely honest. Right? You look at all the other divisions, and I'm looking at them. They all have a level of cohesion the AFC South doesn't quite have.
Right.
In part because there have not been as many great teams over the course of its existence. We probably are the one. If we're looking at other ones and going, "Ooh, we don't want to break up those divisions," you can do that with all of them, including the NFC South. Right, like including the NFC South with what the other teams that are in there, and so. Yeah,
that's why I was thinking, like Saints. Can you imagine the Saints and the Texans in the same division?
But you're bringing the Saints and the Falcons over this way.
So they keep their rivalry.
And then keeping Bucks, Panthers, Jags, and then you're putting Colts over there?
Maybe Dolphins?
Oh, you're trying to pull the Dolphins over from the AFC East and then maybe putting the Colts over there. Actually,
yeah.
Don't hate that.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the regional thing is what they're really looking for. But like Texans-Titans, you keep that rivalry. Saints-Falcons, you keep that rivalry. You know how many Saints fans are in Houston?
A lot of them.
And that would be a division team? That'd be pretty sweet.
I almost wonder if Houston and New Orleans aren't close enough to where you kind of want what they have sometimes, which is teams that are in relatively close markets to be in separate conferences, so at least you
that's what they have, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But if you bring them into the same division, now you're in the same conference, and maybe you don't get that same split.
I think it would go through the roof. I think that'd be a great rivalry.
Yeah.
Great rivalry.
It's always fun when the Saints come here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. All right. Yeah, it's something that we'll have to think about and chew on. I'm going to be honest. That one feels like a non-starter in my brain, especially with like the way that travel is kind of down pat. Or even if it's not down pat, like they've kind of just accepted it. I think that the change would, like the inertia that you have is probably stronger than the change would benefit. Because like the last time you changed, it was before a numbers game, right? It was to make sure that these numbers fit. I think this would be almost a vanity project that I don't know what the upside would be on the other side.
832 texted in, Toro, Spain. Hello.
Running with the Bulls. I can already see Toro. I can already see Toro and Pamplona doing that. Yes, without question. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, we got to talk about the best restaurant condiments and dipping sauces. Somebody put a list together, and I want y'all to text me in 713-572-4610. Plus, I think we might have another reason to hate Texas A&M.
What? We don't have any reason.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have any reason.
Oh, yeah. Let's do this. Next.
What was PC's immediate reaction? 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. The best restaurant condiments and dipping sauces. 713-572-4610. I just came across an article from give them credit, the Bro Bible.
Okay.
So brobible.com, they came up with the top 9 restaurant condiments and dipping sauces. Text them in 713-572-4610. Before I get to that list, I do have an honorary sauce.
Yeah.
Now this place, this is not a fast food spot. So I know I'm messing the list up.
Oh, did they keep it to fast food spots?
Yeah, it's fast food
There's
spots.
a lot of people who didn't go to fast food, whether it's fast casual or just like sit-down restaurants with their answers.
Okay, yeah, you can send whatever in. But the other day I went to Lotus Seafood.
Man, the crack sauce?
Crack sauce,
It's
man.
so good.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's good.
You
man.
gonna make me go to Lotus Seafood
Hey,
after
man,
work.
hey, I might have to go sometime this week. But
Let me know. We might have to go together.
Yeah,
bro.
no, for real. So I actually went to the one in Stafford. Did you go to the one in Stafford? They got a bar there.
No.
They actually have a bar.
Did not know that.
Yeah. So I went there. I got the Lao pack with the shrimp and the rice and put the crack sauce on there. Good, man. Highly recommend it. But
How you gonna do this the day I didn't get lunch? I'm mad at you.
You want to go?
Yes. The answer is yes now.
Lopez, you trying to go? You ain't trying to go.
No, I'm not.
At least you're honest. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I quit asking Lopez if he want to do anything.
I go sometimes.
Yeah. Anyway, so they came up with a list of the top 9 fast food condiments, dipping sauces.
I spent the entire break trying to think of them, and
Really?
all I could come up with Chick-fil-A sauce. I like the Taco Bell sauce, that Diablo sauce.
Okay, I'm actually start at number 9. I'm gonna work my way up.
Okay,
and let me know if you have any questions or you think this is wrong. So they got number 9, zesty sauce, which is the sauce from Burger King.
Oh,
I wouldn't know because
don't know.
I can't tell you the last time I actually went to Burger King.
Ain't the point of Burger King that it's like flame broiled? Like if you have that flavor in the burger, I don't want to put sauce on it to take away from it.
Maybe it's like a dipping sauce.
Maybe. Maybe so.
Yeah. Number 8, they got spicy ketchup from Whataburger.
That good answer. Good answer.
I gotta tell you, I'm not.
Wow.
Oh man.
I like the regular man.
Unbelievable. In fact, that reminds me, it's been a little while since I had some spicy ketchup.
I know I'm not alone. It's all right, but it's like, ooh.
Now I know I'm hungry because I was like, maybe I should go get some fries.
Number 7, they got the horsey sauce from Arby's.
Why didn't I think of that? I like the horsey sauce.
Yeah.
I'm realizing I'm just not very much of a sauce guy.
Yeah. No, I like that.
I just be like, why would I put this on my beef and cheddar?
Yeah. Number 6, they got hot mustard from McDonald's.
Did they discontinue that? Is it still around?
Never knew that was a thing.
I remember it.
Yeah, I never asked for no hot mustard. Number 5, they got ranch from Wingstop.
I mentioned that.
It's pretty good.
What's funny though is like we were talking about this in the break.
Yeah.
It feels like every restaurant has their own ranch that tastes really good compared to what you could get in the store.
Well, I'm not a ranch guy. I'm more of a blue cheese guy. But I have had it, and I've always thought restaurant ranch is better than store-bought ranch for some reason.
And
I can't explain why.
I don't know. It tastes different because that's kind of better. That's kind of like the Minute juice. You get the personal one.
Yeah.
But the ones that's in the container, like the cardboard container, just tastes totally different from the bottle one.
Yeah.
I do wonder if ranch may be an easier condiment to make your own. So
Maybe.
because I don't think it's, hey, they're just getting a better supply because it feels like restaurant supply is actually really limited and there's only like 1 or 2 companies that are, so it would stand to reason that they are all getting the same sauce, but maybe not. Maybe they're all making different ones in-house.
Yeah. Number 4, fire sauce from Taco Bell.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
I like that one. Yeah. I called it Diablo. I don't know why I called it Diablo. But the fire
you wanted to put that sauce on it, man. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah. Number 3, the Black and Ranch from Popeyes.
The Black and Ranch is
pretty good, man. I like it. Number 2, cane sauce from Cane's.
Yep.
And number 1, the Polynesian sauce from Chick-fil-A. Not the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Really?
Not a bad list.
Yeah, that's good.
Polynesian is.
I do like it.
Good sauce. The cane sauce has to be up here because there's no way that you can just not season your tenders and they still work like this if you don't got sauce that's
100%.
The sauce better be good.
Yeah.
So, the Bro Bible came up with this list. So, how y'all good with this list?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Now, of course, I'm realizing as we do it that I'm not as much of a sauce guy, so I'll let the text line tell us what the answers are here when it comes to this. Someone brought up the Popeyes Mardi Gras mustard. What is that? I did not know that was
I didn't know that was a thing
Today
either.
I'm learning.
Damn, I kind of got a taste for some load of seafood now, man. I'm sitting here thinking about that crack sauce.
Reggie's over there saying the offer still
stands. Did you know
stands.
they got char grill oysters there? I did not know that.
Yep.
I had it for the first time there too. It was pretty good.
I feel bad because I know someone's listening, just getting ready to go get a late lunch, and they're just like, "Can y'all move on?"
Yeah.
I am hungry right now.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Are you looking for a reason to hate Texas A&M?
Trick question. There is no
I'm sure
reason.
it's like, hey, the text line going crazy with the hate. So,
No. That's a trick question. There is no reason to hate Texas A&M.
You
Zero.
sure about that?
None at all.
All right, so this
In
might
fact,
be,
you love them.
What is this Jedi mind trick that you're trying to do? What's happening here?
I want to see if this is a reason to hate them. So here's a guy by the name of Chet Tripper on IG. He was on the Talking Texas podcast talking about why jalapenos are not as hot as they should be.
Aggies have ruined the jalapeno.
Aggies ruin everything.
So about 50 years ago, the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension group started looking at how they could make the jalapeno less spicy.
Mistake number 1.
Less spicy because food producers were putting it in salsa, kind of your packaged food market, and it was too spicy. So in the 80s, they come out with this TAM, Texas A&M, mild jalapeno. And then to make it worse, they come out with the sequel in the 2000s. And this thing has only plummeted in spice level. It's rarely above 1,500 Scovilles, which is, a mildly spicy. They've just released the Texas A&M Dulcito jalapeno that is sweet with no detectable capsaicin.
Sweet jalapeno?
Yes.
What is this, a Papa John's pizza? Like, you don't put it... No.
Yes, it's a sacrilege.
Sweet pepper?
This should be... This place should be shut down immediately.
I'm disappointed in you.
You done Texas dirty.
All right, so under the auspices of
So
white...
Texas A&M is soft.
No, let me explain. Under the auspices...
You better explain, Mr. Texas A&M Aggie.
Under the auspices of why you should hate A&M, they are telling you why you should love A&M. They really are. You know it. How many nachos have you bought at a game that little just tangy enough jalapeno is like perfect for the nachos? If it was too hot, you wouldn't like it. How many times have you put, and I do this, that sweet jalapeno on your salad? Or they have made groceries better, 100% better. Have you ever had a 1015 onion? Those sweet onions, you know where they were invented? Texas A&M. I don't know what that is. those big sweet 1015 onions. I know you've had them. That they make onion rings. That they make onion rings out of. What these two clearly bozos are trying to say. Who were these cats? Put their names out there.
I think his name is Chet Trippin.
All right. Well, Chet Trippin is a bozo.
Tripper.
Chet Tripper is a bozo. Clearly, probably went to UT or Texas Tech or something like that. There's no question. I would bet a lot of money that one of the.
I need to look this up now
because what he is failing to recognize is the Texas A&M agronomy and agri-life departments, with which I have a lot of knowledge, have changed groceries for the better across the world. Just because he likes some habanero pepper extra hot doesn't mean that the masses do.
But do you think it's kind of...
you can still get hot jalapenos.
But they saying it's hard to get it now.
No,
because
they're not. They're saying that they've made a strain of
y'all
the jalapeno.
Stepped on the work.
No, you can still get hot jalapenos.
The dope is stepped on now, man. you can't get the hot jalapenos like you used to.
I'm laughing because I know you're trolling.
There's also something that's worth noting here, which is if you say jalapeno, there's no longer a standard for what you expect to get.
But you know what to get. I mean, they have different jalapeno grades that on some of these. So you can still
but if I go to like a restaurant, I go give me jalapeno. I don't know what I'm getting. Is the point that's made?
Maybe, but you also know that there are some jalapenos that are hot, and some that are perfect for, like I said, nachos or something. You don't want to get flame broiled.
If you don't want hot nachos, you shouldn't have jalapenos.
You want a little spicy. You want a little spice, just a little touch. But you can go down the produce aisle. Item after item after item that have become better. You can probably
we're not talking about the produce aisle. We're talking about jalapenos, John.
You can probably point to one Texas A&M University why you are a happier eater now.
All right, I guess so, man.
But the jalapenos, John.
Yeah, man.
It's the principality of the matter.
What a couple of bozos.
Hey, they soft now, man.
They're soft.
That's like diluting the alcohol, man.
No, it is not.
Shout out to Texas A&M, man. I ain't got no hate for y'all.
Yeah, I know you.
I love everybody involved. As I continue the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, I think these two don't have any love for each other. Stephen A. Smith and Jaylen Brown.
Oh yeah.
So they've been going back and forth, and I think it started when Jaylen Brown hopped on the stream after the loss, after Boston got bounced out of the playoffs. Pretty much said this was his best season ever or favorite season or something like that. I forgot how he put it.
Yeah, which a lot of people termed to mean because Jason Tatum wasn't playing there a lot. He had a lot of the ball in his hands. He was liking that because he got to be big dog.
And by the way, they won a championship. And them getting bounced out this year was his favorite season, or however you put it.
Yeah.
So Stephen A. kind of called that out a little bit. They went back and forth, but this was recently. This was Jaylen Brown talking about Stephen A. Smith on his stream. I think he streamed on Twitch or something like this. But here's Jaylen Brown.
Stephen A., Stephen A., Stephen B., Stephen C. Like, my offer still stands. You want me to be quiet and stop streaming? Well, I want you to be quiet and get off these networks, because you're not using your platform to do real journalism. You're using your platform to use clickbait.
Yeah, so
come on, man.
Yeah, he kind of went on, and I did want to ask y'all, what the hell is when people say I want y'all to do real journalism? What do that mean?
They don't know what real journalism is and what Stephen A. does. They just don't know the difference.
What do you want him to do?
Yeah, they don't know the difference. Yeah.
Do you want him to break news?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want him to say sources said? Like what? Like when Jaylen Brown said that, what do I want you to do real journalism mean?
Again, I don't think he knows what real journalism is and what Stephen A. does.
And a lot of people say the same thing too.
Yeah. Which is why I'm very careful to say that I'm not a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I try and make that clear when we're doing this. That's not what this show is.
Yeah.
I don't think very many radio shows are journalism in the way that they're done. Not to say that there are none, just to be clear there.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they're asking for is less, I want you to do real journalism, than more of, I want you to be more responsible with the way that you talk about teams, players, so on and so forth, which I think is a fair criticism, mind you, right? There's a lot of times even where people have in their minds, and I don't know, right, wrong, or indifferent or whatever, that what's going on, whether it's Stephen A. Smith or various other places, this is all a work to work people up. And I can't say definitively that it's not, but like the idea that people can feel in a large mass of people that is what's happening is, I think what he's speaking to is, hey, if you're going to have thoughts, if you're going to have ideas, have them based in some level of reality, be really responsible with the way that you have your takes. I think that's what people are clamoring for when they say that, even though, again, it is not journalism.
It's entertainment. And by the way, Stephen A. came back, didn't
he? Yep.
When has Stephen A. been bashful on this? Oh, I'm not going to respond to this.
Here's what Stephen A. had to say. I think it was this morning on ESPN First Take.
Get your ass a studio. You looking like you in some dungeon, some little room or whatever. You making $54 million a year. You're gonna make 57 next year, 61 the year after that, 67 the year after that. You're in the midst of a $304 million contract. Get a studio with a director and a producer. Calling up clips of mine, the computer ain't even working right, can't even get the full sound up in there. Get that together. That's number one. Stop being so damn cheap. You got the money. Pay it, okay, for a better production. Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room? How the organization might think about you? How the city may feel about you? How Jason Tatum may or may not have feel about you? Sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on. The season is over, bro. You on Twitch trying to do what I do and talking about me needing to step away. It makes no sense.
I mean, he's kind of right.
I think look, this is the one time I will side with him on this. Like, Jaylen Brown don't want real journalism from Stephen A.
No.
Because now you're going to get the sources said so-and-so in the locker room don't like Jaylen Brown and that type of stuff. Right now, Stephen A is entertainment.
Yeah.
He's just a media host and just giving his opinions. He's not out here trying to sources say this and trying to do he out here just giving thoughts.
I'm sure he could pull some.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I'm sure he could pull some.
Yeah. I don't know if Jaylen Brown got any bodies in his closet or anything, but yeah, I don't think anybody want that type of Stephen A. Smith.
I don't think he does.
Hey, just roll with the entertainment, man.
One of the most apt texts that came in though was, "Why is he pocket watching?" Which, hey, that's not too unfair here. But yeah, that's
he's saying he can afford a studio. Which you can.
Yeah, but I think that also does not acknowledge how this is the way the media has changed, man. Not everything happens in a studio. Hell, for him, not everything happens in a studio even. He's got people that are on various different Zooms or whatever.
Yeah, I think from his standpoint, though, Stephen A. said, "You trying to do what I'm doing?
Yeah,
get your ass a studio then." But I don't think he's trying to do what he's doing. I think he's just on Twitch.
This is an aggressively May 18th beef that is happening right now. That's what's happening here.
I'm surprised it's still going on.
It is the middle of May, baby. That's what we doing here. But what we do every day is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m., mind you, every day. Right here. Hit him up on social media at the Figgy Fig, if you see something mixtape worthy. That was the word I was looking for.
Something funny. If you want a shout out, man, just hit me up. I'll shout you out.
There you go. Yeah, do that as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. There's a little bit of news, actually, when it comes to the Texans and their schedule. We'll talk about that and some more next.
Our guy's show isn't buying. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Might be one of the few times where after the mixtape I'm mad, and it's just because I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Like I just
hangry, I think is what they call it.
Yes, that is probably it. But it's just like, hey man, I was hungry. Now we talk.
And we
about
just
food.
talk about sauces.
Talking about sauces. We was in here talking about modified food. I'm just food. It is just food on my mind right now. So apologies. Food. Way to tie all those things together with a single drop. Now. That is hilarious. That's how you know he's a professional in there. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. Was it Aaron Wilson that reported this a moment ago? We knew what the preseason games are. We haven't really talked very much about the preseason for the Texans. Obviously, when you get the schedule release, everybody's so concerned with the season itself. But there's 3 preseason games. We knew this. The Chargers are preseason week 1, which it'll be fun to see them come to the building here ahead of, you're going to play them again during the season. So that'll be fun to just get a look at what they are. The Raiders will come to town, so that'll be fun to see Fernando Mendoza. And then the preseason week 3, you'll actually be on the road for this one versus the Carolina Panthers. When you're on the road, they will practice together, these two teams, which is, they practiced together. Was that last year or the year prior, the Panthers and the Texans?
Was it last year? Last year, yeah.
Last year. So that is going, again, returning the favor in playing the Panthers and practicing together. So that is understandable. I like that they have more of these opportunities to do these joint.
All I read was Greenbrier.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
they're doing it at the Greenbrier.
Yeah. I think they're going to probably. So August 13th is they have training camp. August 13th, Chargers at home. August 20th, Raiders at home. I'm guessing they might be. That's Thursday. I'm guessing they might head to the Greenbrier again somewhere between August 20th and August 28th, maybe for 3 or 4 days or something along the line.
Bounce over early to
and then go to Carolina. That again, not based on anything, but reading the scene here, so to speak. But yeah, don't you feel like D'Amico loves it? It worked. They had a hell of a season.
I would love the Greenbrier for only one reason. I want this offensive line to gel quickly.
That's a good reason.
And
that's the best reason.
Ain't nothing like a work trip to help you gel, especially one in which, families, and obviously having family around you is a good thing inherently. But when you're talking about take away all the distractions, so the only thing that you have, and boy, in West Virginia, that area, ain't nothing else but, hey, we hanging out with the boys, right? Yeah. That's the nature. I think that's the benefit that you get with these, opportunities to go away for training camp. And so, or even if it's portions, I do wonder if that's not going to be huge for this team to help them try and hit the ground running, especially as this year it is less of a who are we going to have as our 5 and more of we have a general idea. Can we get them up to speed to where they hit the ground running and capable of just moving people right off the jump? I think that will be, if indeed that is what's happening here, I think that'll be a big thing, and hopefully that'll show up really big.
The Greenbrier is 3 hours and 58 minutes from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Via road?
Road driving, yeah.
You think they're going to take buses?
No, but I'm just saying it's right up there.
Lopez got them doing a caravan through West Virginia.
Everybody hop on.
Hey, y'all had to do that at one point when y'all used to go to broadcast at the Greenbrier.
Oh, yeah.
I just had to fly into Charlotte.
We did fly into Charlotte, and then those back roads are a beast, especially at night.
Did you have Fred Davis driving?
I think we did.
Yeah.
Is Fred a good driver?
He is a crazy driver.
No. But the reason I hesitated, I don't want to blame those roads. It was dark, and there was 2-lane roads, and we were just hanging on for dear life.
But those are the times and stories that you come away from it closer because y'all almost died together.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but that Aaron tweeted that, and I'm like, okay, so that's when they're going to the Greenbrier. Just hunch,
think so?
reading the tea leaves, so to speak. I'm guessing that's a Thursday night game against the Raiders. You can travel Friday and have all week at the Greenbrier.
Even if you do the weekend and then into the early portion of the week, then end up in, I guess they usually will only, if you get there, you get
3
there
days. You get there 3 or 4 days.
A couple days ahead, and then you do that. Yeah, I could see that. Somebody, but aren't the Giants taking the Greenbrier this
I don't know when. I don't know if they're taking it the whole time, or not. Even when the Texans went for training camp, quote unquote, I think it was just 2 weeks, if I'm remembering it correctly.
It's a big undertaking if that's the case, but D'Amico Ryans did seem
he loved it.
He loved it. He spoke so highly of the capability of going out there to have that exactly what we're talking about. Get away. It strips away all the other hoopla. I know for him, without certainty, he loves not having the fans around in that context. Obviously, the fans are great to have in certain contexts, but the opportunity to strip away all the noise proverbially and just focus on what's going on right here. And
I think you hit the nail on the head. This offensive line, put them in West Virginia, or it might even be somewhere else up there, or it might be somewhere else earlier in the training camp. Who knows? All I'm saying is I think they like that concept, that idea, and for the offensive line, that'd be perfect for them.
Yeah, if they could do it. Is there anybody else? Because I'm trying to think, there's not another place where I go, yeah, this would be super necessary in the way that I think about it for the offensive line.
It could be as simple as just an extended joint training, joint practices before that in Carolina, even at their facility.
I don't know how much.
Teams do it every year.
Yeah, but that long of a stretch.
I'm talking 3 days. 3 days before, and do it that way. I could see where that would be the case.
Well, maybe so.
Yeah.
I was really surprised to see the split that we ended up getting when we were talking about the Western Conference Finals. This game 1 is tonight. Which, by the way, how are you leaning on this? Because this feels like it's the de facto NBA Finals, does it not?
It sure feels like that. The Knicks. I guess. But it sure feels
you don't
like
believe that.
I really don't.
You don't have to fake fun. We can be honest here. You're amongst friends.
I'm telling you, I really don't. But if you had to state a case, I'd guess it'd be that. But no, it's Oklahoma City, San Antonio.
They did have an easy path, man.
Yeah, I think it's Oklahoma City, San Antonio.
Yeah, it feels like,
they'll move on.
I did see a note, I believe Ocho had it, that this is the first time that you have a couple of 62-win teams meeting up in the in a postseason matchup since what?
Jordan, right?
Yeah, Bulls, Jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fairly anomalous. This is fairly uncommon, and it makes sense. Those two teams have looked like the best teams coming into the playoffs, and so it kind of makes sense that you end up in this place. Do you know who you like here? At least in game 1, I'm interested because obviously Oklahoma City gets to host it, but this is a weird situation where the Spurs got the season series.
Oklahoma City is that's true. I think they won 3 out of 4. Everything changes, we know that, but Oklahoma City's favored in game 1, I think in the series as well. But boy, I know what I've been watching with Wemby and really Castle and those guards. Hell, Harper.
They got a lot of dudes,
man. They have got 3 guards that just continue to improve in the postseason. I'd have to take San Antonio.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know exactly how to call it. It does feel like San Antonio had something there, but I also know that Oklahoma City has gotten a pretty advantageous whistle in addition to the way that they play to that whistle. Man, it feels like this is going to be a hard one to call. I'm very intrigued in game 1. I'm also, as I described earlier, very interested to see how Houston falls on where they are hoping this to go, because
it was split earlier.
It was split earlier when we asked. Like, Spurs clearly a longtime rival of the Rockets, but then also the Thunder seem to be becoming the they hate us because they ain't us type team, right?
They're the Chiefs right now.
They kind of are,
right?
Yeah.
Because what I talked about, the feeling of that whistle, the ways in which they won. Honestly, some of the way that they some of the way that they present as well gets a little annoying to folks. So I'm interested, at least for these guys, as we welcome in for the crosstalk. Appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing. It's Clint, it's Ron of The Drive. Are y'all also in the same place where you're wondering how the city of Houston feels about this series, where they're leaning, their desires to see this go?
I know where Clint's leaning.
Oh, I'm interested. Clint, you got to tell me, where are you leaning on this Western Conference Finals?
Clint throws any kind of rivalry out of the building. It's Texas all day.
Really?
All day.
Oh, you and John McClain.
Oh, John McClain.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you and John McClain.
Hey, call it what it is, man. I'm if I ain't got no dog in the fight and it's a Texas team, I'm pulling for the Texas.
Ain't nothing
team.
wrong with that.
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Look, I'm just going to tell you, if we ain't the ones that knock Oklahoma off when they're at their peak right now, playing the way they're playing, I'd love for it to be San Antonio. And then every time we play San Antonio next year, it's not just a team down I-10. It's a team that just won a title or won the Western Conference, and we got to knock them boys off. It just for me, it just adds. One, I'm a Texas guy, but two, it just adds a layer to that.
You're right.
That in-state rivalry. It don't playing. It just doesn't do me any good, and it's no fun playing the guy down the street when the guy down the street ain't worth a damn. It is zero fun to go down there and just beat up on his ass.
Yeah.
I want it to be a game now.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard it quite put like that. That's an interesting perspective.
Oh, he's always been there.
No, I've heard the Texas thing before. McLean said that all the time. But the reasoning is sound.
Yeah, I want it to be fun. I want to get good and excited about the Rockets and the Spurs playing moving forward.
Right.
And that's hard to do if the Spurs ain't worth a damn. Like right now,
That's not who you got to worry about.
right this minute, I guarantee you, San Antonio they ain't real worried about Houston.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I mean, and now I understand that can change, and I understand I'm kicking a dog when he's down. But at the time, man, I want them all to be good, and I want it to be be must see TV nationwide. That's what I want.
Yeah,
I find it very interesting, and I get it. Hell, I think I said it on TV this morning. That it's just a thought of like, yeah, man, it's just OKC. The regular season is the regular season. And they played 5 times.
Was it 5? I thought it was 4.
Was it 5?
They played an extra time because they played in the
in-season tournament, the NBA Cup.
They played 5 times. And San Antonio not only won 4 of 5, but a couple of those were pretty
handy, yeah.
And
they're better.
And Williams, is he back? I don't think I don't know. Like, they've been able to just kind of sleepwalk through these first 2 opponents without their second best player. I don't know. I don't know that not having an all NBA player from last year and Williams just not out there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if this is just all right, man, OKC's going to play different because it's direct
postseason, yeah.
Listen, I've watched them play in the regular season. Every time they played the Lakers, they wanted to send a message that they were going to beat the hell out of the Lakers.
Yeah.
I just don't think they were just all of a sudden saying, man, we're
okay.
We'll cool our chips here against San Antonio in all 5 matchups.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I think there may be something more to that Spurs style against OKC in this.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but this is what people were talking about when they were like, hey, this team is inexperienced. Like, this is the matchup that you were talking about that for. So maybe that shows up. It's because we know experience matters in these things, but we'll see how that plays out. Before we let
Dodge try to get him back the next game.
No.
They was out there playing football with him.
That is a very good point. Question of the day was inspired by Shams Charania scooping Amazon Prime when they wanted to do the whole MVP thing.
They were really upset about it.
They really were.
Y'all feel like I felt like they were trying to make it like a fun bit, but y'all all feel like they were upset.
That's what you do. You turn it into a fun bit.
Right? No, they were.
But they was hot.
Yeah.
They was smoking hot.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you when it happened, I bet they was pissed.
Yeah. No, they were.
So that got us asking, when have you accidentally spilled the beans? And mind you, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. John Lopez set the bar pretty high, and I want to wonder, do y'all have an answer that's better than John Lopez spilling the beans on this?
I accidentally told my cousin that his father died before he knew.
Oh, wow.
Well,
I mean,
how did you tell him? Like,
I hugged him and I said, "I'm sorry, man."
And he didn't know yet?
Didn't know yet.
Damn, why didn't they tell him?
Well, okay, long story short, his dad was in hospice, so it was coming.
He knew it was coming, right?
I came in the back door of my aunt's house and she told me, that because I wanted to go visit him. He was walking through the front door just as I was, at his mom's house.
Yeah.
And I went through the little living room. I went through the kitchen and the living room. I gave him a hug, said, "I'm sorry, man." He goes, "What?" Never was quite the same after that.
Top that.
That's what I'm saying. It was hard. It was hard to do. We were looking all day if anybody could top John Lopez.
Never was quite
I don't think anyone can top it. I messed up. There was a groom who he made the decision to have his wedding in the middle of the NCAA tournament, and he was a Kansas fan.
Oh.
And it was when Arkansas beat Kansas a couple of years ago, and I was at the wedding.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to know anything that was happening. And me and
you're in the back.
Me and Trey we're at the table. We're watching the game. If you remember, this was a tight game that came down to the end, and our reactions, everything gave it away. Caleb was over there like,
"Yeah, you ruined it.
They lost it."
You ruined
he didn't want to know. He was going to go home and watch it. Like, he had no idea.
So not only did his favorite team lose on his wedding day, he also didn't get the chance to enjoy the ride of the game.
Nah, that was his fault. I think I saved him.
Yeah, you might have. You might could have.
That would have pissed him because it was a tight game. He thought they had a shot. Piss him smooth off.
Clint, you look like you have one.
No, I don't. I'm trying to think. I know I've got a couple of really good ones, but I can't
think
my
of them?
recall right now at I don't know, CTE maybe. I don't know, something maybe just ignorance.
It's all good.
I can't catch it right now. I'll have to circle back to you.
No problem. If you do, please do. But honestly, it's hard to.
Yeah, it ain't gonna beat that.
It's
I
hard to
promise
beat
you.
that.
That was a tough day.
Well, I thought there was going to be some relationship ones in here.
Yeah, that's where I was going
Told
with
somebody
it.
they was getting married that didn't know they was getting proposed to.
Ooh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Mine was I talked to somebody who was like, I was invited to a wedding. Decent good friends, but not as good of friends as this other person I was talking to. I was like, yeah, something about the wedding. And they were like, oh. And it was very evident that they were not invited. So that was not a fun situation to be in. But again, didn't tell my cousin that the pops is passed. So still, John Lopez got it. All right, fellas, hope you have a fantastic Monday show. John, catch you for a Tuesday tomorrow.
You sure will.
Again, thanks to DNL Mall Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live on a Monday, as you see and hear right there, Clint Stoerner. Also on the ones and twos, as always, with the white headphones. Mr. Tyler Milner's in the building. That beard.
That Jordan jersey.
That's that Jordan baseball.
jersey.
That's Birmingham right there. He pulls them out.
What you know about the Barons?
My God, man. Tyler, you are, see, I feel like it's a combination of it all. I feel like Tyler runs into a night in the Heights, has him double bourbon, goes DoorDash, and then I think Tyler gets some significant shopping, online shopping done in all of that. I think he has a taco while he's eating a taco, and I feel like he can be had by some online shopping. I feel like some of these purchases, because there's no way. I mean, between the three of us, not counting our wives, between the three of us, Tyler has to be the one who orders more things offline than anyone on the show.
No question.
I do like some good online shopping.
Some of those shirts I know. I watched those shirts. Those shirts weren't bought in stores. Those were ordered.
Rarely.
And sent.
Yeah,
the thing is too is I mean I think the way you laid it out there, the double bourbons on in the Heights, then get something on your belly, and while you one handing that taco, you're scrolling whatever just popped up on your IG.
Oh, it's probably
whatever.
the cinnamon twist.
And I
at
bet
this
it's
point.
full of hats and T-shirts.
Oh, you ain't lying.
I mean, I bet tattoos.
No lies detected. I mean, that season of life was that would happen frequently.
He would run on that Vans. Where would he get his
Not
Vans
sure I've
from?
had one of them drunken online shopping nights in a couple years.
It's just like you don't even have to be drunk. Just maybe for you got pretty high tolerance. Probably 2 doubles, and you're like the giver rip about. You don't probably don't check the price tag on it. You probably check it normal.
Well, I never really have to. No.
Well, but you do. I mean, most people do. Just at it, whether they have to or not. You get a couple double bourbons in you, like hell. It don't even matter.
That's a good looking tea right
man,
there.
that's
Let me
good
go
tea
ahead
right
and
there.
add
Let me
that
go.
to cart.
You check that the next
Slip
morning
over
when
to
that
Zappos.
email
Look at
receipt.
them Vans. Look at them Vans.
I got a Vans order coming in tomorrow.
You hear him? I got a Vans order coming in tomorrow.
Got some green ones.
Hey, by the way,
green.
Yeah.
For what?
So I got every other color so far.
Oh wow, straight green, huh?
Yeah, man. Vans, old school. That's my look.
Slip-ons?
No, you don't slip on.
I mean, I make them slip-ons, but they got them laces. Yeah.
I thought about getting some.
Are the slip-ons the old school? I want some slip-ons.
I used to like the slip-on. All right, Tyler. There you go. Slip-ons got some.
Are slip-ons the originals? What's the originals?
Well, they have their old school style, and you can get them in either slip-on or lace up like I do.
Okay.
By the way, folks, just to let you know, it is day 8 of Joe's Gotta Go.
Oh hell.
Day 8 of Joe's Gotta Go. He does.
Oh, Joe.
And his latest. I just want to know what my man Joe let us know that, hey, man, we're going for this sweep. Altuve goes to the IL. Can't control that because who else doesn't go? But Isak Paredes, day off. Got it.
I'm gonna tell you. I sat my happy ass down to watch
Hey, Isak, man, you can't get no days off.
But this is
Jordan's played every game this year.
You got to be Isaac-ing me.
Golly. But Ron, this is exactly what I was talking about Friday when you asked me about it, and I said, I'm still in the boat, but I ain't going to a game. I ain't buying no tickets, man. I ain't spending no money. I sat my ass down on that couch yesterday, flipped them Astros on, see if they couldn't get that old sweep of the Rangers. And I look up there, and at this point, I did not realize that Altuve had gone down too. So I flipped the TV on. We got no Altuve. We got no Paredes either. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me? What in the? And meanwhile, old Pete's out there throwing a gem. I'm like, well, are you kidding me? What are we doing here? Well, then it took a little bit of the heat off when I found out Altuve was out, but it still today it makes zero sense. You are in a hole that you like you dug 2 years ago and somehow found a way to get out of, and no Paredes. You got Christian Walker out there all by himself. You got no Correa, no Pena, no Altuve, no Diaz, no Hunter Brown.
Alvarez was out there.
I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. Paredes. I mean, and you think that's a good day to rest Paredes.
They went 4, 5, and 6, baby. Zach Cole, DeZenzo, and old Shoemake. Hey, man, you couldn't have told me, Tyler and May, the three of them were going to be in the lineup together. Not to mention the three of them were going to be in 4, 5, and 6 hole. Did not have that. And this is how bad it's gotten for you, Cam Smith. Cam Smith, this is how bad it's gotten for you. They almost flirted with putting Nick Allen and Salazar in front of your ass. Anyhow, that's a tough one, Joe. Listen, man, a better weekend. But I mean, my man Joe knew he did not have Altuve available, and he said
there's no adjustment whatsoever. Like there's still a lot of baseball left. It's like they had scheduled games. That when the schedule came out, I think he sat down with each player and said, "These are your days off." And he is
sit down, man.
I mean, our clubhouse has been nuked with injuries, and all of a sudden now there's no adjustment whatsoever. I just
know Isak said, "Hey, coach, I can go. I'm just letting you know, I can go today. I know we short here."
Hey, can I say this though? Shoemake got a little something to him.
Oh yeah.
I
don't think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be the one going down when Pena comes up.
Well, we got to talk about that. We got all day. We got to talk about that because there's some rumblings out there that I ain't real sure that I can get down with. But
ring, baby.
Hey,
he's
T.
always ready.
Shoemake got a little something to him.
Hell yeah, he does.
You see that diving, and that wasn't even he dove in the hole between short and third. I don't even remember what game it was. It was still an infield hit, but I mean, there's just the way he moves and the way he goes about his deal. Now it helps that he's swinging the bat well. Obviously, if he couldn't do that, he'd be in Jake Myers territory. But exactly what Jake doesn't have, like that aura or that vibe or that feel or that confidence or that swag, like whatever it is, like exactly what he doesn't have. Shoemake's got every bit of it.
I screwed it up.
I mean, there's something to this cat, man. Him and old Pete, it's been hell. It's been hell for these Astros the first month and a half here. But boy, they found a couple dudes.
Man,
Pete is dealing now.
That pissed me off though.
Which one?
For Pete. They just made they made Pete look like he had a really bad day. You go look at Pete's line, you're like, damn man, Pete lost it for the first time. Nah, man, Pete's carrying a score. Where'd he go? Where was the 60 in the sixth? Seventh.
It was scoreless. South.
Well, I think he gave him the 2-run homer.
Old boy poked it over the right field fence in the
Oppo, yeah.
Burger.
Do you think come on, man, you got to change that as your last name if you look like him.
Big Burger? Oh, he's a heel runner, too. He's a heel runner, too, man. I mean, that can't be your last name. Your last name can't be Burger. Big, thick heel runner.
My last name can't be Roast. I'm sorry, man.
My last name can't be Roast.
Like, man, I can't be Ron Roast. Like that. You can't, man. You can't be a little husky or a little heavy and have a food and a real good food. Hey, your last name can't be Jake Burger.
Oh,
nah, man.
Good.
He got to go like an actor and go with make his last name his middle name.
Oh,
Jake Burger. But nah, man, they made Pete look bad.
Come on, man.
Pete was out there dealing, man.
Pete's all right, man. Pete's got a chance to stick around a little bit.
Yeah, we're starting
what's
to
Pete's
get
shortest outing been, man?
He's
been in the seventh inning 3 times, ain't he?
Well, he went 7 back-to-back starts before this one, but he got into the 7th. And I mean, he's having to pitch damn near perfection, like Spencer did, damn near perfection because the offense couldn't get nothing. And why not? Because when you got Cole, DeZenzo, Shoemake as your RBI men in the middle of the order, they're probably gonna give you some.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is, Ron. I'm just, the only thing about me flipping my TV on and seeing Paredes not in that lineup is it was free. I was at home. If I'd have been at that game, I'd have been hot, boy.
I just can't believe they all came together and said, "Yeah, 2 days out, man. Let's keep him out."
Literally, Christian Walker was the only one that, other than the outfield,
Him and Alvarez, they're the only ones.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think of that. Yeah, you're talking about Alvarez. I guess you're right.
Alvarez has played every game of the season. Isak couldn't get this one. Like right now, guys, we know Christian Walker, Isak Paredes, and Alvarez. They don't get off work. They whatever else they want to do, but they can't get a day off.
Correct.
They got to play right now.
I'd add Vasquez to that, but yeah.
As a catcher, there's sometimes you can't catch every game, but
right.
But those three guys got to be in the lineup.
Absolutely, 100%. Got to dig yourself out of this
even
hole.
when Pena comes back.
Yes, it's part of what you've done. You've dug this hole. You got to get out now. Now, guys, got to play. 100%. Yes, correct.
I mean, you're missing Pena. You're missing the entire infield. My man said, "Hey man, we got Shoemake. We got Cole, man. We got DeZenzo. Let's make a run.
It is a hard watch, boys.
And they had a good weekend. Started to feel like, all right.
Could have. I'd like to see best foot forward.
There you go.
Forward play and have a great weekend.
I'm telling you, man. You can look around. I'm telling you, your new 1-2 punch, Tyler. Go get you a Spencer Getty jersey. Go get you a Pete Lambert jersey.
I'm holding off on all jersey buying this season right
That's
now.
fair.
You're
right.
Just right now, man.
You're right.
We'll
You're
see.
right.
We're boycotting spending money at Daikin.
Yes.
Period. Until he quits load managing, guys.
Can we still? I mean,
boycott spending money at Daikin until they spend money.
Yeah, I'll just go.
How about that?
I'll just go to El Tiempo and drink it and watch it there.
By the way, I heard some bad news about El Tiempo. Apparently, you can only buy one margarita per ID. So,
what? Are you serious?
I know that.
Wait, just at Astros games?
At Astros games.
Not at the restaurant.
No,
not
okay. Okay.
They'll overserve you there. They'll definitely overserve you there.
I got you.
I was just thinking about us doing now that the Astros suck, it's not going to happen. But the taking over the El Tiempo section up there and just banging margaritas.
I don't know, man. This might be the time to do it now that the Astros suck. Give for some reason.
But what I'm saying is unless you got a bunch of fake IDs, you can only get one. You go back up there, they scan your ID when you buy one, and you go back up there for the second one, and it already tells you, nope, you've already got one, sir. You only have one. They literally only sell you one.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't. That's just what I heard, man.
Anybody can confirm that. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Can you confirm that, please?
Little cousin told me. Little cousin went to the game. Now, he went to the good game. He went to the game Saturday, and they said we're going up there and going to enjoy a few margaritas and one per.
All right, Xavier Hutchinson, a man who refuses to get himself cut, no matter how low he starts on the depth chart every year, refuses to get himself cut. He started talking about his quarterback. Y'all, he said 7 is back. He is back. Well, what does that mean? We'll let you hear what he had to say, and we'll discuss what it means coming up next.
All right, power outages. Guess what? They'll be back as well. Don't know about CJ, but the power outages.
Video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Xavier Hutchinson, he's going to make the team, right?
He may be the safest guy on the team.
Every year we look at it, we find it's hard to find him a spot, especially when old Diggs came rolling in here, John Mechie and all that. But he survives. He seems to survive. And by the way, he's talking like a guy very confident in his spot. Is what Xavier Henderson, and he should be. Xavier Hutchinson, not Henderson. Hutchinson has been, for his role, really, really good.
Really good.
Special teams, and then, I mean, every year in the playoffs, it seems like there are multiple receivers injured, and he's always healthy and playing big moments in playoff games that maybe is not the plan.
He's the offensive Miles Bryant.
There you go.
Play any position, coaches trust him, always ready.
They trust him a little bit.
Starter.
They trust him a little bit more to keep him. They didn't keep Miles.
Yeah.
But
well, they kept Miles. I think he got too expensive, right?
Well,
they paid him a few times.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. He clearly he's either too expensive or not good enough. And they said, thanks, but no thanks.
Hutch is still in this building. He's an Iowa State receiver, so that may have something to do with it. But he talked about his quarterback. He talked about C.J. Stroud, and I wonder, does this give you confidence? Because, listen, there are many of you. I would say, now some of you don't participate on the text line or YouTube and Twitch, and I would say, hey, if you got a chance to, go ahead and do it. But the bulk of you on there and the bulk of you on a lot of Texans Twitter are a little down on C.J. Stroud right now. And his last two games put you in that place, which you can understand. But this is Hutch talking about his quarterback, and I'm wondering if you get any confidence yourself listen to a teammate, a guy that's been working with C.J., say these things about him.
Yak ability.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for his hands. Like at all. I think if you've ever really watched us play, I could maybe count on my hands how many times I've seen him let the ball come to his chest.
Yeah.
Like his hands are always out here. Always. Yeah. Always. But like for him being as big as he is, like some of the cuts that he's able to make, it's like remarkable because like somebody that tall shouldn't be able I agree. To get out of their breaks like that. Yeah. And he does it to a T.
Right.
That's him talking about Nico Collins. Here he is actually talking about C.J. Stroud saying he's back.
Well, how would you describe what the identity of a Texans player is then?
You've probably heard it a lot. Swarm. Yeah. It's quite literally swarm. I know, you use that for defense. Yeah. But as far as offense, like, it's just playing fast, playing physical. Because, if you play fast, you play physical, and you have fun, which, sounds corny. Yeah. Trust me, it sounded corny coming out of my mouth, but when you do it.
But I feel like cliches exist because they exist right in front of you, and
100%.
They're very hard to execute on. And if you execute on them, that's where success comes from.
No, 100%. 100%. And that's really, that's just our whole motto, to be honest with you. It's just a swarm about the day. Right. Like, put all the personal feelings aside, put how you feel that day. Yeah. When you put those cleats on, you step on the field, it's about one thing and one thing only.
All right, one of the big things that Hutch had to say about CJ specifically was that he thinks he's back and he's going to get back to being the dominant quarterback that we've seen with him. He's been here since CJ has gotten here. The dominant quarterback that he has been in from year one when he was an MVP candidate, when he took the league by storm. He says he feels like he is getting back to that. When you hear one of his teammates talk about him during camp, seeing him in the offseason get to that level, does that give you any confidence in the thought that maybe we start to see the C.J. Stroud that we used to see?
I'll be honest, for me personally, it doesn't have much bearing at all on whether we get back to seeing the CJ that we once saw or that he once was his rookie year. I think for me personally, it goes to it's more just lends a little bit of credence, if you will, and a little bit of substance to something being wrong, right? And there's clearly, and I don't think this is just about one game. I think this is. I think that I told people last year when I saw CJ in training camp the first time, fresh out of OTAs, when the little shoulder was hurt or whatever was going on, what they were minimizing, something wasn't right with CJ Stroud. The look on his face, the joy you could see or not see on the field, there was something that was not right about CJ Stroud. The season goes on, obviously things compound. It doesn't go according to plan as the quarterback. He gets injured. There's several things that happen there. His backup ends up playing as good or better and having some brighter moments throughout the season. The time that he did play, it probably went downhill from there. But I think the bigger takeaway for me is, instead of looking forward and going, okay, well now because Xavier Hutchinson said he's back, I think he's going to have a great year. I can't go there with it. But I do think it lends a little context to the fact that there's something's been going on with CJ. I think it probably dates back to mid-year, Bobby's second year, somewhere in there, kind of when we started hearing the rumblings and the not talking to this guy or that guy.
So they're admitting that he wasn't. Right.
No, there's if you read between the lines, which
anybody would understand. It's a difference from what we saw when he was that.
No question.
That dominant.
This is really, truly, to be honest with you, if you're a CJ fan or if you're a Texans fan, this is a good thing, right? I mean, because if everything was great around C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud was on cloud nine and everything was, and he was hunky dory and this was the product that we were getting, it's kind of this slow regression over the last 3 years, then you would be concerned. If there wasn't something wrong with C.J. Stroud, which I've said many times before, like if there's not some kind of frustration going on with C.J. Stroud, that would concern me more than anything. Xavier Hutchinson just confirmed that there's been something going on. I think it's been going on for a while.
Text line coming in. It means nothing. Everyone feels great in the offseason. What is it that you need to see? I'm not saying that your comments aren't fair. It is the offseason. Most people are what is it that you need to see? If you're skeptical about C.J. Stroud, which I think there are several who are, what is it that you're waiting to see to where you feel like he is quote unquote back? What things are people looking for with that?
That's a good question. That is a really good question. Look, I think it's less about play because I don't think we're going to see that one, but I think it's more about just being happy with where he is and what they're asking him to do because they're not going to change. They've already catered to C.J. Stroud or the quarterback, and it didn't work out. Now, you say a lot of that was because of injury, but it didn't work out, right? And now they're doing it a different way. I think for C.J., what people want to see, what fans want to see is ultimately a C.J. Stroud that's happy in this system, whatever this system looks like that they're asking. Because as long as he's fighting it, he's not going to be happy.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, with a lot of guys who make it to this level, now, his may be more than others. He's got great talent, right? He's got natural talent to throw the football,
Absolutely.
What you need from the quarterback
Absolutely.
position. But a lot of guys do. It's just the other stuff. And the thing that was so impressive about him when he was at his best, there was a level of confidence that you saw right off the bat, and he had the ability to control things and have poise at the same time. That's maybe some stuff that maybe we haven't seen. Maybe he hasn't been comfortable in everything but that is something we should and need to see him get back to, is that confidence going and connecting with just having the poise of becoming and making the right decisions. Because that was what we saw in year one.
And again, I've said this a million times. The mindset of a young quarterback his rookie year was zero expectations. Everything the previous year was 4 wins, and it was awful, and it was dysfunction for 2 or 3 years, however long it was, literally as bad as I've ever seen it. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, man, we ain't got no expectations. You're a young dude, man. Go out there, make mistakes, man, see if we can't get this thing turned around in the next 2 or 3 years. And boom, he jumps on the scene and has a season like nobody's ever seen, like I've never seen, damn sure by a rookie. right? And then all of a sudden it goes from, hey, man, just learn as you go. Don't learn from your mistakes. Not a big deal. We'll get this thing turned around in 3 years to, hey, now you've got to play. You've set the standard. Now you got to play up there, right? Now the expectations are up there, right? And ever since those expectations have been there, I believe his game has regressed. And it wasn't ideal around him, obviously, but how he personally deals with that, the expectations being present, having some experience, and having to fit into a system that maybe not ideal for him. How does he deal with all of that is going to be the story of the season.
All right, Western Conference Finals get going tonight. No, the Rockets are not involved in this, but two teams that the Rockets are looking to try to get to that level. And do the Spurs have a real chance tonight? The Thunder are, I think, heavy favorites to win the whole thing and heavy favorites to win tonight. Do the Spurs actually have a chance in this series? We'll discuss that.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. If CJ is back, Texans should start the season 4-0.
Well, that would be.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you got to define back, but I would. If CJ plays well with our defense, 4-0 may be a little aggressive. 3-1 is easy.
Yeah, I think I got him going 3-1 out of that. I think I had him going 3-1 out of it.
I got him 2-2.
I just, again, I hope this is not the narrative or the thought. This team is not just good quarterback away from being one of the best, like being a true Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, they got a lot to prove. They got a lot to prove.
There are other areas that. So it's not just, boy, if they got a good quarterback, boy, that's how they'll get past it. I don't know if there's some other things more than him needing to be back. So if he's back, it certainly changes the dynamic of what this team looks like. You know, if he's back to being that guy that he was a couple of years ago. But yeah, this isn't just a perfect team. Just, boy, if they just get some good little quarterback play working, they'll be fine. I think it's a little bit more than that. But we'll see. We are anticipating it. OTAs is coming up before you know it, Clint.
Hey, right around the corner, man.
We'll be able to see him.
Right around the corner. I'm telling you, a good CJ will go a long way. But I will tell you that, I mean, you're a Nico Collins injury away from having major issues, and he has shown to be injury prone over his career. You're a Dalton Schultz injury away from having major issues in the run game as well as the pass game, if we're being honest. And so, that's the fear here is you've got two guys. I don't know if I want to say Dalton Schultz, but damn sure Nico's been injury prone, and you're offensively your season is hinging on that guy, given how you've backloaded that wide receiver room. In my opinion, that the season hinges on Nico Collins' health offensively.
Yeah, Not only does CJ need to be back, the coordinator needs to take a step up.
You damn right.
The other
Jalen Noel has to be something we ain't seen yet.
Yeah, no, and some of these are connected. And that offensive line has to match what
the hype has to be real, right?
What the hope is. So I don't think it's just on, hey, if CJ is really, really good, then bam, here we go. No, I think there's some other parts that gotta work well also. All right, as we continue right here live on the drive, the Western Conference Final starts tonight. I mean, I am really a lot of people are talking about this as the finals. I don't want to disrespect the Knicks. The Knicks, I don't care who you're playing, Clint Tyler. You got somebody down 60 in a closeout game on the road. I'm sorry. Like that. And then you turn back around in the very next series, sweep a team that beat the Celtics, who a lot of people thought were the best team in the East once they got Tatum back. No, they swept and beat them by 40 plus. Or up by 40 plus in a closeout game. So I don't necessarily want to disrespect the Knicks, but it feels like the Spurs. It feels like OKC is the best team, and it has felt like for a while the Spurs are the only team that can maybe get them. And they are and this may show up later potentially in T Mill's best bets, but they are a 6.5-point favorite tonight over the Spurs in OKC. And this is interesting. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. Do you think the Spurs have a real chance to beat the Thunder in this series? Now, they played 5 times in the regular season, and the Spurs won 4 of 5. And including they won 117-102. They beat them 130-110. They had 3 double-digit wins of the 4. But a lot of people are like, all right, that's the regular season. That's the regular season. Do you think the Spurs have a real shot to win this series?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, I think the one thing that sticks out about Oklahoma City, other than the MVP, obviously, which a lot of people question that just because of style of play and the free throw line and all that kind of jive, but is their depth. And I think the Spurs, they're not as deep, obviously. I don't think anybody is that's in the playoffs. They're not as deep, but they do have really, really good quality depth that's playing at a high level and seems to be matching the intensity on the floor every single night. And so I think the Spurs can run with them from a depth perspective better than anybody else. We'll see if they actually can.
Yeah.
The other thing, Ron, I was going to ask you this earlier. I'm glad you brought it up in this segment. There's something about this, just ignorant me, man, ignorant NBA basketball me. There's something that really piques my interest about Wemby roaming the paint and SGA being the guy that likes that mid-range, likes to penetrate and jump, and you know what I mean. Like there's something. Can he alter SGA's game in a way that it changes the series?
Yeah, and
right?
We'll see if guys like Chet can occupy him.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, the Spurs defense is so good. They know exactly how to work with him, behind him, and they'll probably put Castle on him, who is a really, really good defender, and Wemby, because Wemby, obviously, with his size, he covers as much ground as anybody. You may think he's out of the picture to get a block, but not even just a block, just to affect the shot.
Yeah,
like even jump shots.
Yes,
he can get.
That's the key to me is just watching them play and watching the Rockets and the Spurs this year, getting frustrated with them and kind of watching how Wemby changed the paint and even the willingness for some guys to go in there. I can't help but think that the SGA's game stylistically, he likes to get in that mid-range short jumper game, and Wemby clearly has the ability, to your point, I don't know what the guys around him are going to do and what their plan off of is going to be, but Wemby clearly has the ability like no other to go out there and affect those jumpers and affect that game stylistically. So those are the two reasons for me. I think from a depth and just the ability to run and go and keep up with, I think San Antonio has a chance to do that better than anybody, has a better chance to do it than anybody else. And then just Wemby's existence versus a guy that likes to play in that mid to short range game, I think is going to really be a series definer one way or another.
I think there's a chance the Spurs could get them early. There's been a lot of, especially in that Lakers series, if you look at it, it was a sweep and the final scores of the games were rough. But there was a lot of flipping the switch in the middle of the game by OKC where they would just kind of play and run with it. The Lakers led at the half in multiple games of that series and had third-quarter leads, had fourth-quarter leads, and then somewhere in the game there would be there was a 20-4 run with SGA on the bench in one of them. There's a big – boy, I don't know if they can just flip the switch against the Spurs like that. Just play – just look like I think they have to bring it in this series. They have looked untouchable right now, but I think they're taking a big step up in competition and got to roll through. Champ Slice said OKC wins the series, but it will not be a dog walk. No, I don't. This feels like it's going 6 or later. Like I don't see a.
It feels like, to steal it from O'Reg, the de facto championship.
That does. Tell you the Knicks, though. I want to see what they look like against the Cavs. Somebody texted and said, "You mean disrespect the Cavs, Ron?" No, I mean the Knicks. Listen, I'm going for James. Sorry, Tyler. I'm pulling for James. All right. He was 2 for 10 last night, but he had a really good floor game. But I'm pulling for James. I want to see James.
Looks like one of them on a box score. I didn't watch the game. It looked like one of them old Rockets games. You got a game 7. You take 10 shots. Total.
I'll be honest with you. Listen, they were up by 30.
Yeah, they were blowing up.
He was.
I caught there was 8 minutes left in the third, and he had 5 shots. They were up, so it was like you can't bitch about it.
I mean, this was like Donovan Mitchell's their best player, and he had it rolling, and so James was just giving him the ball.
Just get the hell out of the way.
Everybody. Him. They could. It was ridiculous. So that one made more sense. No, I listen. James Harden in the finals helps our show.
Ferguson.
Yes. James Harden in the finals helps us. I don't know that that's going to happen, but that helps us. Oh, James, that helps. That will help us on the show. So I'm going for him. I just don't think it is going to happen. All right. This was right on the money. And if there's one thing that I could hope for C.J. Stroud this year and moving forward, is something that Hutchinson said when he spoke on this podcast. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next.
Come sling it, 7.
What was PC's immediate reaction on area? West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Monday here. The full gang is here. Clint Stoerner, you can see him on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler Milner is back there on the ones and twos. We got a little weather discrepancy in these two rooms. I ain't gonna lie to you, my nipples are electric at this point right now. It's got to be in the 60s in here. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather have the issues that I'm having than Tyler. Seems a little warmer in Tyler's room. I would rather be in the 60s than with a little warm, a little sweat going.
Millie's in there pitting, and you're in here nipping.
Ooh, well said.
That's good, man. Pitting and nipping.
And I'm sitting over here just comfy as can be, boys.
Yeah.
Just comfy as can be.
Hot flashes ain't getting you, huh?
Not yet. Need a little honey for my coffee over here, but other than that, I'm pretty comfy, boys.
I might have to go get a coffee.
It'll warm. Good point. Hell, you got a damn hoodie on.
Yeah, thank God I pulled that off. It's still these shorts, man.
You had me a little nervous.
I took off I took off my headphones after the end of the break and put it back on. Good and cold. Good and cold.
The metal done got cold, huh?
Yeah, good and cold on it, but oh man, we're gonna knock it out. We appreciate you joining us. 713-572-4610. Be a part of this thing on YouTube, Twitch, and the text line.
You boys ever realize you drink coffee either black or maybe with just a little honey? It's hard to go back to any of that artificial stuff.
Is it?
Oh, I used to be able to dump.
I need help when I have to drink coffee.
Well, I used to as well, but when I went to honey will do it. But now, there's no honey here. If I went in there and put one of them little blue cups of the or the normal ones, the normal creamer, it'll swell my tongue up.
Really?
Yes, indeed, boy. My old taste buds do not like that. I got to go with this black stuff right here, boy.
If I had to drink coffee and I got to get up, I gotta mix it in.
Bow your neck a little bit, man. Come on, man.
I'm not a fan of the taste.
What?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the taste. It smells good, but the taste is not what brings that. I gotta force it down. So I gotta put some of that French vanilla in there. I gotta put me a little bit of sugar in there. I gotta douse it up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
I'm telling you, I do. I've been inside my body drinking coffee.
You got your own taste buds. Huh?
That coffee black didn't do it for me.
I'm telling you, man. It's the way to go.
All right. We heard from Xavier Hutchinson earlier, and when he describes the identity of what a Houston Texans football player is, there's one thing that drove me right to the quarterback, who is the number one story. And if there is anybody that could use this particular part of his description, man, it is C.J. Stroud. Here is Hutch describing the identity of a DeMeco Ryans Houston Texan.
Well, how would you describe what the identity of a Texans player is then?
You've probably heard it a lot. Swarm.
Yeah.
It's quite literally swarm. I know, you use that for defense.
Yeah.
But as far as offense, it's just playing fast, playing physical. Mm-hmm. Because, if you play fast, you play physical, and you have fun, which, sounds corny.
Yeah.
Trust me, it sounded corny coming out of my mouth, but when you do it.
But I feel like cliches exist because they exist right in front of you, and
100%.
They're very hard to execute on. And if you execute on them, that's where success comes from.
No, 100%. 100%. And that's really that's just our whole motto, to be honest with you. It's just a swarm about the day.
Right.
Put all the personal feelings aside, put how you feel that day.
Yeah.
When you put those cleats on, you step on the field, it's about one thing and one thing only.
All right, that is him describing the identity of a Texans player, and he said even on the offensive side, which they clearly have tried to implement over there as well, with the play fast and free. When he said play fast and free, I didn't think of Nico Collins, I didn't think of David Montgomery. the name and the person that came right to me, and if he could just get this part, which, Clint, you can speak to, playing the quarterback position is easier said than done, especially if you're not comfortable. But I haven't watched CJ the last year, maybe even longer than that, and thought, like, that cat's just playing free.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? He's just, like, you look at some, and we've seen it. There was a point there, probably week 4 or 5 his rookie year, where, man, it wasn't a lot of thinking, man. He was going out there, bam, making a decision, playing free. He's out there doing all kinds of celebrations. It just felt different. Now it does seem like there's more thinking, there's more other stuff happening, and if he can pick that piece up, just play with freedom, play with the, and I think now obviously I think some of the coaching staff needs to help be able to facilitate that. But boy, that's the CJ you miss and want to see.
That's the one you're trying to find, right? I mean that's the key here, Ron, is because the excuses are off the table for both parties. Because here's the deal. This is not just a CJ Stroud thing, and this is not just a Texans thing. This is a CJ Stroud's been in the league for 3 years. Yes, he had some ups and downs. He's had more low moments of late, but obviously the good ones are great. He's got more ability, or as much ability as anybody in the league taking snaps. I mean, we can get into splitting hairs about who's got the loosest arm and the strongest arm and who's the most athletic. I get all that. But when you talk about playing the quarterback position, however you do it at an elite level at the NFL level, CJ's got that part licked. It's done, right? The reality of it is CJ's got to find his lane, whatever that is, right? And the Texans have to do everything in their power to play to the strengths of their quarterback, right? And there's no excuse for either party not to land in the same place 4 years into this thing. Right, I know Nick Caley's only been here 1 year, which is fine, man. Look, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, they've been with C.J. Stroud from jump. They know what C.J. Stroud does well. They know what C.J. Stroud is comfortable doing. They know what C.J. Stroud needs when he's executing and when he's playing the position, to your point, free and fast, right? They know that, right? So to go out there and not do things, whatever it may be, right? To go out there and not do things to allow that is criminal. For C.J. Stroud to go out there and be bullheaded and not be in the right headspace and not commit to the system and not make this thing work would be criminal on his part, right? It's both of these entities, if you will. There's plenty of experience on both ends, Ron, that there is a happy ground. The kid can play. I don't think there's any – you can't make him be a better leader than he is or a different leader than he is. You can't make anybody on this offense stand up and be Trent Williams. You can't make anybody on this offense stand up and be Azeez Al-Shaair or Will Anderson or Jalen Petrie or Kamari Lash. You can't make it – they don't have the answers to that unless one of the new guys are there. Right, and that's a big piece of this. But when it comes to what you're talking about, C.J. Stroud playing free and fast, C.J.'s a grown-ass man 4 years into the league, and the grown-ass men on the Texans side of it have watched him for 3 years and know everything about the guy. For them to not land in the right lane to where he can play at a high level would be a crying shame.
And a part of this, I think, is on everybody, staff, him, everybody coming together to figure this out. And I said this to you when we were talking before the show of, in reality, like, with the exception of, like, all right, Lamar's offense or, maybe the offense that you put together for Anthony Richardson or something, CJ has a skill set that he can play in any offense. We've talked a lot about, like, all right, is he going to be comfortable with this offense? I don't know, but we know his skill set would lead that he can perform in it, right? Like, yeah. I know people talk about the scores or whatever. No, this dude as a rookie came in and threw, 5 interceptions always seemed to understand what defenses were trying to do to him and understand what was going on. So he's not dumb. He is a smart player that has shown that even at a young age, the first time seeing stuff, that he was able to pick it up. He's a smart player. He can throw the ball anywhere and can be accurate for the most part. So he can play in any offense. So he can play in this offense. So some of this is on him too. But we've got to get to a space where that dude is he's comfortable, confident in the offense, and he can go out there and just play ball and not be thinking about stuff, overthinking stuff, trying to figure out, should I fit stuff here or should I not fit stuff here? Should I be Davis? Should I be myself? Whatever, all the stuff that's going on in his head. Like, if you could just get that out and let that dude just – because even if this isn't the greatest system built for him, it's a system he can play in.
Yeah.
He just has to be comfortable.
He can definitely play in it, but the question is you've got a whole – it is such a system of extremes that you've got to commit wholeheartedly to it, or it's not going to work. You're going to fail in inopportune times, and it's going to be devastating. You're playing so tight to vest. Everything you're doing is to minimize mistakes. And if for one drive you don't commit to that, it ruins the whole game plan. It kills the whole approach to offensive football. And that's ultimately the key here, right? Is the interesting thing, the fascinating thing about Houston is you've got a defensive-minded head coach that wants his offense to look a certain way, and you've got a quarterback, to your point, that, yeah, he can play in it. Hell, I mean, it is designed – like, it doesn't require – elite arm talent and arm strength. It doesn't require elite athletic ability, right? What they're asking him to do. It requires elite processing ability, and we'll see what level we can get there. But the interesting thing is, can he play in it? Absolutely. He can play in it better than most, probably, if he would wholeheartedly commit to it. But the reality is will they offensively tweak things? For instance, let's say we all know C.J. Stroud in an offense that uses tempo. And I'm not saying Mike Leach air raid all out tempo. I'm just saying uses tempo as a weapon from time. At any point in the game, boom, you can NASCAR this thing and we can go tempo for a handful of downs. If you know that C.J. Stroud does that really well, to not have that as a trigger in your offense is criminal, right? And I question, will they bend at all to do those kind of things, or is it so extreme, which I think it is? Is it so extreme that no, you're gonna run this offense exactly the way, for lack of better terms, Tom ran it, right? And I know Tom from time to time used. I'm not saying he never used tempo, but I'm just using that as an example of. I wonder if they have the ability from an organization standpoint to go, okay, we're going to bend a little bit. We're going to mold this thing around 7 strengths and all that. And then I wonder if CJ has the ability to go, okay, I'm going to set aside the fact that I'm a ball placement specialist and I want to stretch the field, and I'm just going to be an efficient machine for a year and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right? So it's on both. My point in saying all that, Ron, is it's on both of them. Like, there's no excuse for these guys not to find common ground and be really good. I mean, I'm just talking about quarterback play because CJ can do it, and it's just you may look up and the O-line wasn't what it thought it was. The run game wasn't what you thought it was. Maybe the depth at wide receiver becomes a problem. But we shouldn't be talking about C.J. Stroud being down in the dumps and C.J. Stroud not being able to do this or that by midseason with the Texans. We shouldn't be talking about that.
Text line coming in. Does Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen need a coach to assist them in playing fast and free? Please stop giving this guy excuses. He needs to step up. Well, I think there was a time when both of them needed that. I think there was a time where
I think they both need it right now more than they ever have. I mean, they're long in the tooth, no championship, new coaches.
Yeah, I think there was a time both of them weren't Lamar yet or Josh yet.
Yeah. Well, the
got coaches that with them that made it more comfortable.
To the point is, I think now it hasn't always worked out, but I do think that you've seen both of those guys that were mentioned, Lamar and Josh, in systems where they absolutely played fast and free. We've seen it. Now, it comes and goes for one reason or another, year to year sometimes. with both of those guys. I mean, they've been the best in the league at times, and then they've been just inconsistent and really struggled at times. But I think we've seen the fast and free brand of both of those guys, and I think I'd be shocked if that's not ultimately the end game for both their head coaches right now, is to find those two guys, the ability for those two guys to play fast and free.
Yeah.
So I would argue that they do. Every quarterback needs that.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like I said, that Lamar and Josh, I mean, we could look at it. I mean, that time where Ken Dorsey lost his gig, there was some wonder about Josh at that time. There's been some wonder when
Josh.
Greg,
the funny thing is, like, the part we had never seen with CJ is what we saw inconsistently with Josh. Right, Josh was too fast and too free. They had to dial his ass back.
Yeah,
they dialed him back, and he got a little bit more conservative offensively in the pass game, and then he got sideways again. They dialed his ass back and said, "Hey man, we're going to run the ball now. We're going to lead the league in rushing, at least have the league's leading rusher. You're going to run the football." So they've dialed it back and turned it up with Josh a couple of times.
Yeah. No. All right. Coming up as we continue, Ema gets the ball again tonight, folks.
Yay! Son of a.
Maybe he got the bad one out. All right, what do you want to see from him tonight? Honestly, what do you?
Right.
Shoot, I tell you what, old Pete's making it hard on him.
Oh, shoot, he's over there saying, "I got $18 million. No, that's going to keep giving me opportunities and chances in this bad boy." What do you want to see from him? All right, you know his numbers, or maybe you don't. His ERA is approaching 10, folks. You see, what do you want to see from him tonight? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
713-572-4610. What do you want to see from Eli tonight? What do you want to see from him tonight? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Right now, he's currently 1-1 with a 12. You could really throw records out the window. That's why they just said the hell with records. He's somehow 1-1. 12.2 innings pitched, ERA 9.24. 16 strikeouts, 14 walks. He's struggling. And he was struggling in AA, AAA, and he struggled in his first start back. We'll see. What do you want to see from him? Before we get there, Clinton Tyler. That's why that's why I love the beautiful city of Houston. You know, so many different routes and ways you can go. I found a spot over the weekend that seemed to be created. It's close, right off Shepherd, close here. That is created just right for me.
Hell, I'm surprised it took you this long.
Shout out to the Gaines family. Found this spot. Happy Go Lucky. You ever heard of it? Ever heard of it?
I have not.
Look it up.
Neither have I.
If you look it up, you look at the menu, I mean, it's as if somebody walked in there and said, how can we get Run the Show Hughley riled up? What can we?
Hughley has came in the game.
That one. What can we do to get him to come in?
Did you take pictures
and not be cheap? No, I didn't. I didn't take pictures. They have frozen drinks galore.
They just got a whole wall full of them.
Just they've got soft serve margaritas. They've got
soft serve's ice cream, isn't it?
Yes, but they got it in margarita form.
Oh wow.
And daiquiri form.
Okay.
They've got shaved ice for you that you can go. I mean, it's a nice little spot. It's you just walk up to it. I saw a lot of people were out there. They got a taco stand next to it, burger joint, pizza joint. People bringing up their food from over there, and the line they get you right through. People bringing their kids. They got non-alcoholic stuff there too for you. Oh man.
You didn't even think about it. You didn't even check the ticket, did you? You just paid for it.
Smashed it. Courtney did. But
Courtney paid?
Oh, yeah. I start stealing her pina colada and mixing it with my strawberry.
She done figured out how to avoid the cheapness, Tyler. She just said, hell, I'll use my card.
It's the same one.
Oh, I know, but it don't matter where it's coming from, just the thought.
Oh,
take it from you.
It is. I got there and I about lost my mind. I looked up there. There's an apartment complex right across the street, and I started looking up to see how much it cost.
See if you can move over there.
$12.50.
$12.50 a month, one bedroom. Get you a one holer over there.
Oh man, I was
the apartment. The apartment.
Yeah, the apartment. Oh, it is. I'm telling you, man, if you're into the frozen drink scene, woo!
Well, how many do you have? What all? Just take us down the roster.
I mean, look at this. I mean, they've.
I mean, that's a dessert house that serves alcohol, Ron.
Oh, look at this. Look at those margaritas.
Those aren't even.
My God.
This is like somewhere you take a kid. This is somewhere you take a kid.
I got the Miami Vice. I started here with that strawberry margarita. Then I got a little Miami Vice. Put a little pina colada in there. Oh my God, Tyler!
You only had two.
Feeling it.
You only had two.
I mean, we weren't there that long.
You took the guy is drunk.
I had to spoon, man. I was just going.
Did you feel like a kid when you were in there?
I felt like amazingness.
I mean, that looks like something you'd get at the Kitty's cookie ice cream store.
I don't care what you want, man. I don't care where you feel like you get it. It is delicious.
It's got sprinkles in it. Oh, that's on the cup.
That's just the cup. Now you can get sprinkles if you want to get a little sprinkle. Add a little drizzle. Game change.
Drizzle.
Yeah, a little drizzle, man. They made this place for me.
Oh, you got to. Hey, look, when are we going? When are we going, man?
We can go after work. Not tonight, but we go after. Hey, I'm treating. We'll go after work one day this week.
Call B. Scott and J Lo.
No. Listen, the drive.
Oh my bad. Okay, I didn't know if you was going to take the whole lineup.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
The drive, baby. I got you. Got you for one apiece, right there. I don't care what size you get. One apiece, though. I don't care what size you get.
Is that my boy Ron?
Oh, man, they made that place for me, man. I've been spiraling looking at that menu.
You think you'll go? But now it'll be one of the places you sneak by after work. Man. That would be.
I don't know. No, that's not a good idea.
I don't know, Ron.
They will put. I did see they will put the lid on you. They got a drive-through too to put the lid.
That's
on
what I'm saying, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. The odds of me going over there and hanging out at the spot's probably unlikely.
They got straight up just frozen margaritas
on a good hot Texas afternoon.
That's it right there. That's you.
Roll
a big seller.
Espresso martini icy. If you slide through
vodka in there, Tyler.
Slide through there on a hot afternoon and get you a pop, maybe a little roadie. Oh, that'd be perfect. Man. You may be onto something there. I'm not gonna go inside there and admire the wall.
I got a lemon drop for you. It's outside. It's outdoors. It's outdoors. The whole thing is outdoors.
We get a food truck court or what?
It's like it's just built. It's like almost like a drive-in. Like it's almost like a Sonic almost.
Oh, okay.
And they just you walk up in there, man. They just give you.
What's the name of it one more time?
What is the name of this damn thing called?
Happy Go Lucky.
Happy Go Lucky. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Tyler got it down. Tyler put it in his notes.
Almost purchased a shirt.
Hey, Tyler, he's in there pitting like a sunbuck right now. He's like, boy, I could use one right now. Do they deliver? Can I Uber Eats that sunbuck?
Pitting and plotting.
Hey,
I'll just bring them out. You know what? I'll just bring them in tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
They've been getting ahead of myself.
They really.
I want you to
trying to spend money.
I want you to pick it. I want you to pick your own.
Okay.
I want you to pick your own. God. I just never seen a spot just created for me.
I'm not drinking.
Great seats. Okay. Soft. I'm sorry.
They have non-alcoholics there. I can appreciate the minus the alcohol.
Ridiculous, man. Oh, it's delicious. God, I can still taste it. All right. I really can't, man. They got a spoon and straw option you can go with. I was just kind of going back and forth with it.
I'd probably go spoon.
God. Yep, real DJ, baseline. Ron, I'm looking at the menu right now. I'm going right after work today. I don't blame you, man. That Miami Vice, that swirl, man.
That swirl.
Hey, man, you better come to play now. I'm telling you, man. They got me right there, man.
I mean, that is a great idea. I mean, like
how did I not come up with it?
When it does get warm around here the way it does, boy, one way to sell more drinks is to put them in slushy form. Drive-through, slushy form, heat.
Different. Boy, I mean, you can go frozen margarita, you can go soft serve. You just do it all there. By the way, Clint Tyler, can we see a professional looking pitcher tonight? I'm not even asking for, hey, let me give me a quality start. Let me do, even give me the Mike Burrows quality start. The Mike Burrows, he has his own personal quality start where he goes the 6 innings, but he's not going to get the runs.
No. Burrowhead. He'll give you some length.
He'll give because they force him out of there. For some reason, Joe says, hey, man, you're the one. You're going 6. I don't care if you put up 7 runs.
So good.
But I'm just can you look like a professional starter? Because it feels like when you watch him pitch, you're always thinking, oh, it's going to fall apart right here. It's going to fall apart right here.
Tall.
Here it goes. Next thing you know, hit a guy, 4-pitch walk, grand slam, over. Get him out. Except for if you're Joe, you don't. And then can I just have a request? I just want to a couple of times see like the special traits of whatever it was that they looked at him and thought, Like I want to see, I want to see some of the traits of because he had an ERA under 2 last year in Japan. I want to see some of that. I know he could throw hard. I just want to see at least like you remember Spencer Aggetti his first year. He'd get rocked sometimes, but you'd see and you'd be like, man, we got some moments here. There's about 3 innings he does well. Then maybe there's 1 inning he just stinks and blows the game. Can we just? I'll take some of that from Eli. Some of that. But, man, he looks like he's just holding on to God's unchanging hand the entire time he's out there.
It sucks to suck.
And his hands are always sweaty and slipping.
Well, I would just like to see we get beyond the tug of war of how we used to do it in Japan and how we do it here. Like, I think that is just the very ground surface for all of us fans is like, I feel like as an Astros fan, the I'm not a big expectations guy. Just let it kind of fold out, kind of play out. I feel like as a fan, my expectations are, hey, Joe Espada, you paid a guy $18 million. Your game plan, whatever it may be, should last more than a month. I mean, forget it. Like I would love for it to be more productive and have a guy that can throw strikes. That would be great too if you pay guys that can throw strikes. But whatever the game plan is, you've already shifted gears once and allowed the guy to go out there and throw 2 pitches and pitch his way in an outing that most believe he shouldn't even have been out there based on the way he looked in Sugarland, right? Can we put that to bed? Whatever if you're going to let him pitch the way, let him pitch the way. Let's not talk about it anymore. Right?
Yeah.
If you're going to force him to throw the changeup and whatever pitches you want him to pitch and to attack hitters the way to their weakness instead of his strength, okay, let's do it. Let's get beyond. It's Major League Baseball, man. It's Major League Baseball. Like, let's just go out there and put a product on that is, I mean, at least in theory, makes sense. It just makes no sense to keep waffling back and forth. Waffling? Yeah. Back and forth between these two, the two different approaches.
Right now, and he's not the only guy the Astros have. I just feel like he's just disrespecting Major League pitchers right now.
He or the Astros?
He is. And maybe now the Astros may not have choice, but I'm just saying. But what he goes out there and brings to the table, I mean, he's Sugarland all day, is what he's bringing, and struggling in Sugarland all day, not just out there dominating in Sugarland. Can we just see glimpses of it? Someone texted in, I want to see what we saw in that game in Sacramento. That was the best game he's had at any level. Just a bit more, man. Just something. Can we walk out of here and think, all right, there was a game. A professional pitcher gave his team a chance. He recorded 1 out the first time he played the 2 games ago against the Mariners, and then this last game just didn't give you much of a chance. All right, coming up. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Text yours in. What is your weekend's best? What is your weekend's worst? We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, all my fellas out there, I tell you all the time, look, man, I'm looking up there at J.J. McCarthy.
including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's uncomfortable to listen to this dude talk about frozen cocktails like they're Playboy Playmates of the year. I'd just like to say I'm sorry. I get passionate. I get passionate about my passions.
Sounds like that fellow's not comfortable in his own skin.
And frozen drinks.
I mean,
happy-go-lucky is a passion, baby.
I mean, I would argue that. In where Ron's at in life right now, they're probably a pretty strong comp to the two.
Might be. Oh boy, line them up, man. God, dog, man. Which one do I want? Line them up.
That is great.
Line them up.
That is great.
But we do appreciate you getting involved on the show. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate you jumping in with us. We do this each and every Monday. A little weekend's best, weekend's worst. And I'm gonna kick mine off. I'm going to kick this thing off with my weekend's best. And listen, this one's a little tougher here, Clinton Tyler, because not all of it is the best. But the spirit of it, to me, is the best. Pete Crow Armstrong, one of the stars for the Chicago Cubs, played center field for them, played center field for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Really had a breakout season last year, was one of the top players in the National League. He was playing the White Sox in Chicago, and they were on the road. And the White Sox, man, they try to get money anywhere they can. They got those little outfield, behind-the-fence suites now where you can watch the game from that angle. In the suites, they got the chain link.
Field-level suites, baby.
Yeah, man, field
Bunker
level.
suites.
And they're in there drinking. They're having a good-ass time.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds like fun.
Be honest with you, down there in them suites, most of them you can't see much of the action anyway, so all you do is just drink. I sat in one of the Cowboys game one time, and it was the worst ever.
Really?
Oh, it was awful.
You probably just limited what you could see.
You were eye level with everybody's hamstrings that's on the sideline, and they don't even know you're back there. But go ahead.
But
I guess Pete did.
Some plays, though, you get up and close, right? There was a play at the wall, and Pete went to go to try to make a big catch and just missed it. And the right fielder came over and threw it in. But Pete was sitting there, and you could see was sitting there in frustration. And there was a young lady. She came from distance, running over. She's got a drink in hand, and she is just giving him the thumbs down signal and just telling him, "You effing suck, Pete! You effing suck, Pete! You effing suck!" She is giving it to him, and Pete is sitting down there facing her, and there's a guy that's down there, and they're close. A guy, I don't know if he's with her, but he's trying to stop her a little bit. Now, I don't condone what Pete said. Maybe Pete probably went too far with what he said, Clinton Tyler. But my man Pete turned to her and he said, "Shut the F up. Suck my effing." That was his response. Now, I think Pete's going to get a hefty fine. I think Rob's going to fine him, and he should get fined.
And in reality, just for the record, he should not get fined. What they should do is fine that gal and not let her back in that stadium.
Yeah, but also fine him for telling that young lady to do that as a player right there. You can't do that. But the spirit of it is, I love the fact that a player just came back and went right back with her. I do. I think fans, I've been guilty of it. Fans roll in here and just say whatever the hell they want to say to these cats, and they're thought to, hey, just don't respond, just ignore it. No, they humans, and you caught him in that time of need. Now maybe he shouldn't have told you to do what you need to do, but I really appreciate him going back at her, and she experiencing what humans actually happen. When you go out and say something crazy like that to somebody, somebody's going to respond to you. They ain't going to just stand there and act like you're not.
That's
saying
right.
anything.
Well, you damn sure risk it. Yeah,
and I enjoyed it.
I do too. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Maybe
I don't think I think he's okay with what he said.
I know you do, but maybe he could go in a different direction there. But no,
there was no verbal abuse there. There was no physical abuse there.
No, she is not. She is not a victim.
Just told her it's one way to shut her up.
It did not, but she continued to go.
I'm saying it would be.
Maybe it would.
Literally, it would.
I know it would be. All right, your weekend's best.
Aaron Rye, PGA Tour, man. The PGA Championship was this weekend, and not only did he win the tournament, obviously, and win the what would I say it was $3+ million, I think, 3.6, something big. It's a big money deal, and he got all the exemptions that came along with it, obviously, for the next 5 years, I believe. But he goes out there, and I think it was on 17, but he sinks a 46-foot putt to really put the rest of the field to sleep, and it gave him a big enough lead going into 18, and it was all over but the crying for the most part. But even more so, Ron, I don't know if you saw this story. He was catching a lot of hell because he's a two-glove guy. Two things that are kind of frowned upon at that level of golf is two gloves and individual iron head covers, right? And he does both of them. And I'll be honest with you, I'm one guy that I don't really care about the two gloves. I didn't really want to beat him up about that. But the iron head, the individual iron head covers, I'll be honest, I looked at it, was like, what's he doing, man? What are we doing here? Right? But then, being the open-minded man that I am, Ron, I let him.
They call you.
Well, I let him explain it. And then I got some new evidence. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I get down with it. I like it. I'm a bigger fan because of it. The gloves. He's from England. Weather's cold over there a lot. So he grew up having to wear two gloves because it was so cold. He got accustomed to wearing two gloves, so he wears two gloves. And it's a little bit of a what do you call it? A little bit of a ode to his history and his upbringing and how he played over there. So he just plays with two gloves. The iron head covers. Right, his dad ultimately wasn't very well off, but spent a lot of money and worked long hours to provide for Aaron Rye's golf equipment. Right, so he paid a lot of money for these clubs, so he cleaned his son's club every night, like cleaned them, took a lot of pride in them, and put the individual head covers on there. And so again, as a little bit of a ode to the way his pops took care of him, and his pops believed it should have been done. He still today uses those individual iron head covers.
That's why he uses them.
That's why he does it. So at first I was like, yeah, I'll be honest with you, I probably judge you on both of them. The club head, the iron head covers more so than the gloves, but both of them I would have judged you. When I heard him talking about it, I was like, that's slick, that's good, well done. So not only the win, not only the long putt to win in dramatic fashion, but also the taking a bunch of heat from the golf community and everybody on social media, and then going ahead and just the transparency of explaining why you do what you do, and coming out on the flip side of it, and what I believe is beautiful.
All right, my weekend's worst, the Ronda Rousey fight.
You too?
I don't know. I mean, people kind of pulled in and hadn't seen her fight in a minute. She hadn't been in a fight since 2016. Her opponent, hadn't been in one since 2009. Man, there might have been some people who work here in high school in 2009. But this thing was the main event. It was on Netflix. Kind of flip it on. It's the main event, and they went 17 seconds. And it wasn't even like a Mike Tyson knock somebody smooth out where you're like, damn! Like, all right, that's a 17 seconds. Nah, man, she rushed her, got a couple of shots, went down, broke her little submission attempt, and then put her in the arm bar, all in 17 seconds. And that lady tapped out so quickly, it was just over. And it was just like,
I'm with you, Ron. I was Ronda. The name drew me. I was like, yeah, I'm interested. I can watch. And it was not good. And Ronda afterwards said, I didn't want to hurt her, and that's exactly what it looked like. She took her down, threw a couple of wild punches at her, And boom, 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 she's in that arm bar and it's over. And old gal's tapping out. At least old girl afterwards said, I wanted to fight. I wanted to actually feel it. I wanted to punch. I wanted to fight, and I didn't get to. Rhonda was like, I'm glad I didn't have to hurt her. It's like, man, boy, y'all duked my ass. I was in Ronda Rousey. I've been thinking about it for a week. I was like, and I saw it on social. I was like, hey, let me kick over there. I found it right in time. 9 minutes countdown. I said, hell yeah, let's ride.
Watch some of the other fights before it, boy. It was
come on, man.
I mean, you couldn't even sit down and get comfortable before that thing.
Come on, man.
It was like it wasn't even thrilling. It was just
it was just one of those.
It looked like they came together almost.
Bingo. Yes. Yes.
Let's make this two and this.
I mean, old girl tried to save it with I wanted to fight, I wanted to get hit, I wanted to punch. Ronda, there was no, I didn't want to hurt her. Well, damn, what'd y'all do? Talk about it before the fight?
I mean, it was quick. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
It's easy. I'm sorry. I know we like to usually kind of get away from the big three around here. Hey, Joe ain't escaping this one, man. I sat my ass on that couch Sunday afternoon, want to watch them Astros. See if hey man, you want to? Can you sweep the Rangers? And can we start digging up out of this hole, right? And I sit down. No Altuve. Find out pretty quickly it was an injury. No Paredes. No Paredes in the lineup. You mean to tell me Christian Walker, you've dug the hole that you're in. You yourself has mentioned how many times it's important to play consistent ball and do this and do that and dig out. Christian Walker is literally the only non-outfielder that was on the field opening day that's healthy right now. And then you picked that day to be the day that Paredes don't play? You got no Pena. You got no Correa. You got no Altuve. You got no Diaz. You got no Hunter Brown on the bump. You got no Jake Myers in center field. Well, I mean, and you decided that's the day you got a chance to sweep the Rangers and keep this momentum rolling. Instead, you roll that line. You roll a lesser lineup out there for load management purposes, and you get your ass whooped 8-0 or whatever it was.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Gave my boy Pete, gave him zero run support in a game where he was pitching pretty well until you can argue wheels came off late.
No Pena.
Come on, man. Joe Espada. That's why I ain't buying no tickets, man. You on the verge of me not even turning the damn TV on.
That was an interesting decision to hold Paredes out of this game. What you got coming up next?
It's easy, man. C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. They were both mentioned by current Texans wide receiver Xavier Hutchinson. What makes Nico great, and why is C.J. Stroud back? From Xavier Hutchinson's lips to your ears in about 5 minutes. Stay plugged in right here to Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, right? Now, look, Hutch ain't curing chronic joint pain.
Tea's fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Xavier Hutchinson, Texans wide receiver. He done sat down. Who did he talk to, Ron? You remember who he talked to?
I'm not sure who that was he talked to, but he was on a pod.
I know I got it sent to me. I got it sent to me shoot by a couple of people on social media, so it was good stuff. The question here is, how good is Nico Collins and what makes Nico Collins great? We've been talking, because I think it's just something we don't talk about enough, how fascinating it is, how good he really is, and kind of how much of a unicorn he is given the way he's built, his height and his overall body composition, and how he plays the game is a beautiful thing. But let's hit first C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is a topic of conversation, obviously, in the city of Houston leading up to the season. I think C.J. Stroud, no contract, Houston Texans needing to take the next step. I think that's going to end up being a top one or two stories going to the NFL season, Ron. I know you got a lot out there. I mean, obviously, what's going to catch a lot is with them Chiefs is Pat ready week one. There's going to be a lot of injury related. Bo Nix, what's that ankle doing in Denver? There's a lot of really good teams that have some injury stuff. But I think when it boils down to it, man, C.J. Stroud not having a contract, I think nationally folks really are curious about why that's going on, why he didn't get that contract, or why he hasn't got that contract. Maybe he gets it, I don't know. But I think that is a big, big story moving forward. So everybody's got an opinion. Here's Xavier Hutchinson when asked about C.J. Stroud and his confidence level. Let's say that. I think that's probably safe to say his confidence level in C.J. Stroud and what C.J. Stroud we're going to get this year in 2026.
I feel like Seven's back. Yeah. Just from what I've seen, we've been able to work out together. We've been able to throw a little bit while I've been up here. That fire inside to prove all the people who was in and had all these, wanted to say whatever, had all these hot takes that they wanted to say. Yeah. Like, he's here and he's going to prove everyone wrong, like he's always done his entire life. Yeah. So I'm happy that I get to sit back and catch the ball with him, and be on that field with him, and hopefully all the haters have the popcorn out, because it's not going to look good for you.
Couple things. I'm glad he's back. As a Texans fan, I hope he's back. A good C.J. Stroud with this defense. A good C.J. Stroud and some health with Nico Collins, the second guy I'm going to talk about. That this season, I think, hinges on that. Yeah. I mean, I think if Nico can stay healthy and you get a good to better C.J. Stroud, I think you can make a lot of noise in the AFC. Period. Point blank. But when I first hear that, Ron, Hutchinson talking about his back, mentioning the haters, yada, 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 this is just more proof that something wasn't right with Seven. And I don't believe that Xavier Hutchinson and his comments and the way he feels, I don't believe that's based off of how the season ended. I don't believe that's based off of an awful game against the New England Patriots when any level of help could have won that game for the defense. And guys like Dan Orlovsky getting on the set, which he then apologized for, which I don't know why he did because he wasn't wrong, but any other quarterback in the NFL would have won that game. Like, I think that's a part of it, but I don't think that Xavier Hutchinson's comments are directly about C.J. Stroud's mindset about one game. I think this dates back to probably midway through Bobby Slowick's second year. the rumblings of, boy, the last 3 weeks of the season they didn't even talk and blah, blah, blah. All this stuff that we saw result in Bobby Slowick getting pushed up out of here, right? I think it probably is referring to it's been a lot longer than just the last game of the season. But, Ron, it's clear there's been something wrong with C.J. Stroud. It's been it's been in existence for a longer period of time. And I witnessed it, or I saw it when training camp started last year. I said, there's something wrong. Something's not right. Can't put my finger. I don't know if it's an injury. I don't know what it is, but something's not right about Seven. It's not the same dude. He may be overthinking. Maybe it's a new offense. Maybe he doesn't like the offensive coordinator. Maybe him and whatever. I don't know, but something wasn't right. And so when I hear Hutch talking about C.J. Stroud here, I think for me, first and foremost, Ron, I go back to just the fact that there was clearly been a lot going on behind closed doors over there than we probably a lot more than we know about.
Yeah, and a guy that's a teammate of his admitting that for whatever time period that he wasn't the C.J. Stroud that they were accustomed to seeing. Like you're not coming back. You're not being back from something if you were good the entire way. Yeah. There's something that they even felt inside that was different, and saying he has been seeing him now, and he feels like maybe he's seeing the guy that because he's been here the whole way, that he's seeing the guy that was here when he was special, and people really, really thought he was the next big thing.
Well, it's funny you say that because he did. Xavier Hutchinson in the same interview did also mention was asked about C.J. Stroud and why he was so good his rookie year, and he mentioned things like unwavering confidence. He'd throw a bad ball, throw a pick, and the next ball was right there, and there was never even a waiver, right, which leads you to believe that obviously there's been some kind of waiver since, right, in C.J. Stroud. And he's going to get back to that guy that has unwavering confidence in himself and in his ability. So, number one was that, Ron, was clearly we what we were seeing and what we were feeling and what we witnessed, there was some truth to that, right? Number two is, and I ask you this question, what does a right CJ look like? What does CJ getting back to himself? What does CJ doing 2023 things? What does that look like in 2026 for the Texans?
I mean, to me, the first thing that jumps out is just it's not as much. And I know some people will start throwing interceptions, but to me, it's not really the talent thing, right?
I agree.
I think he can throw the football, and I don't think you have to search real hard of moments when he did it last year, multiple occasions. To me, is he just didn't seem real confident. At least not the level of confidence that we've seen him at when he has been at his best, all the way from college to the NFL. And, like, I think for me what you could see from him was he was unafraid, he was confident, but he also wasn't reckless, right? Like, he had the same type of confidence and belief in himself as like a Josh Allen does, but wasn't as – when he was really at his best, but wasn't as, careless with the football. And I think a lot of that takes knowing and feeling good about where you're at and what offense you're in and what you're doing and feeling like I know every piece of what I'm doing here. And to me, that's going to be a big show of it. I know he can throw the football. Yeah. I know he can make all the throws that he needs to make. To me, he's got to get to that level where he knows and feels again like he is that dude. And I wonder how much he's felt that way lately.
Yeah, look, I agree. It's not a talent thing, that's for damn sure. It's internal. It's intangible. It's he's got to find that whatever space it is that's going to allow him to play well here in this system. He's got to find it sooner rather than later. According to Xavier Hutchinson, he's got it. One thing I also think, obviously I said there's two things that this season I think offensively hinges on. C.J. Stroud's, productivity if you will, his ability to play within this system and all the things that we've talked about. Number two, I think Nico Collins has to stay healthy. He has to stay healthy, and he has to be healthy when it matters the most. I think that's the case for all number one receivers. Obviously, in the playoffs, you need those guys to win and play your best ball typically, but even more so in this system. I think you got Jaden Higgins, you got Jalen Noel, you got Dalton Schultz, you got some other pieces that are good, decent, second, third, maybe with some potential to grow and develop into bigger weapons. Sure, you got that, right? You got a run game that could potentially be a game changer. You got that. The one constant you have is when Nico Collins is on the field, you strike fear in defenses. The C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins combination, I think, is the one thing in Houston that right now that strikes fear in opponents. I firmly believe that. He's got to be healthy, right? The interesting thing to me about Nico is kind of the perception is not the right word, but the when he came into the league at 6'4", 215, 205, 210, whatever the hell he was, we all thought, everybody that I talked to thought, and then hell, Lovie Smith even mentioned it. It was, this is going to be an X receiver, a boundary receiver that can go get run the deep, go get the deep ball. You can throw him the back shoulder. He's going to be physically better, like to be able to go up and longer and use his height and his length. And that's just not who Nico is at all, right? I think it's
at least we haven't seen it.
I think it's okay. Fair, great point.
At least we haven't seen it.
That's really a great point. I should probably phrase it like this: like, that's not who he is right now. That's the one part of his game where if he becomes better, which I think the team has to use him in that way and give him opportunity, but if he becomes better at it, his game's going to go to a whole other level. But I think it's fascinating with Nico Collins of the kind of receiver he is and who he is. And Xavier Hutchinson, it's really cool to hear somebody from within the locker room, within the meeting room, the same position room that practices with him every day, talk about how rare of a player he is. He is at that position with his build. He is truly a rare player with the strengths and weaknesses of his game. Here's Xavier Hutchinson talking about Nico Collins.
Yak ability.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for his hands. Like at all. I think if you've ever really watched us play, I could maybe count on my hands how many times I've seen him let the ball come to his chest.
Yeah.
Like his hands are always out here. Always. Yeah. Always. But for him being as big as he is, some of the cuts that he's able to make, it's remarkable because somebody that tall shouldn't be able
I agree.
to get out of their breaks like that. Yeah. And he does it to a T.
Right.
That's the part at the very end right there. That's the part that I believe sets Nico apart and that I never saw in Nico until he became that dude. Like when he was literally doing it in the moment. We go to every practice, and I love watching quarterbacks and wide receivers and skill players. And there was never a moment where I thought, man, Nico's got this build, this body of a Mike Evans, go get it, back shoulder, jump up over everybody, use your body as your number one weapon. But yet play. I never saw the elite route runner. I never saw that big guy gets out of his break better than most. I never saw the yak is going to be ridiculous because he's so big he doesn't look like he's blazing, quote unquote, right? I never saw that. And the conversations that I had with everybody that watches practice, there was not one person that was like, hey, look, I know Nico's supposed to be this go-getter, this go ball guy, but man, I'm telling you, he is a great. Nobody saw this Nico thing coming the way that it unfolded that I know, right? But what makes him special is that body, that kind of mass, that kind of length. To be able to run routes, drop his weight, and accelerate out of cuts is ridiculous. And obviously, it's at 6'4", 200 plus, you're going to be hard to tackle by DBs that are a lot smaller than you. But Ron, his route running, the fact that the strength of his game is, there's several strengths, but one of them is route running, getting in and out of breaks at 6'4". That is fascinating. That is rare. It's why Nico is as good as he is with as high a ceiling as he is.
Which you hope that the Texans could take advantage of. Bobby Slowick started to do it a little bit that second year, but he has the ability to line up at any of the positions across the board.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to just be the X receiver. He can be the other boundary receiver. He could run in the slot. He could do a lot of. We've seen him in the backfield lineup, and they find ways to get him the ball there. And I think that's got to be an evolution and the next step for a guy like Nick Caley. Is how many different ways can you use him and take advantage, of that skill set? Because it's not like everybody. Like I don't think, and sorry Tyler, but he is a Hall of Fame receiver. I don't think Mike Evans' strength is to move and line up Mike Evans all over the place. Say, hey man,
he's
run,
a boundary dude.
Yeah, run a two-way break and go in. I think Nico is able to do that, and that seems to be that and yards after catch. I know it infuriates you. I mean, he should be getting 2 to 3 screens a game. To me, just easy or just quick hitches to where he's one-on-one.
Yep.
On the outside,
there should be triggers in this offense, and I think there are. This is one place where I think this offense does. Assuming they take all the handcuffs off of CJ, I do think there are triggers in this offense where a soft corner on Nico, you catch it, you throw the now route, right? Call it a hitch, call it a flash, whatever the hell you want to call it. Give it to him right now, right? I do think that there's something there that we may see more of it this year. We better see more of it this year. So. But yeah, you're just talking about a different animal in Nico Collins, man. It's been fascinating to watch him arrive and become one of the best in the league, and why and how he's done it is big time.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, good to hear from Hutch talking about somebody from inside the locker room talking about the 2 top guys on this offense. Coming up, some moves, and you don't really get this a lot, Clinton Tyler from the Astros, but some good news on the injury front from the Astros. We'll let you know the latest of what's going on coming up next.
Good news on the injury front for the baseball team around these parts, and I got good news for you.
$1,000. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news coming out of the Astros camp. This from Chandler Rome. Nope. I'm going to get to the good news first. Jeremy Payne is back. And he is back in the lineup.
Hey, come on.
And JP is leading off.
It's a panty dropper.
You're damn right. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people in Minneapolis who don't see the likes of him a lot. And so there may be some panty dropping on the road happening to the people of Minneapolis, St. Paul, visiting from Duluth, all over the place in Minnesota, coming to get a piece of Jeremy Payne. He's in the lineup, though, playing shortstop and leading off, fellas.
Welcome home. Yeah, come on.
Here we go. That's one of the big guns.
Cavalry's coming.
That's one of the big ones.
Yeah, on the day after one of the other ones went out.
That's all
okay.
right.
Come
Listen,
on.
man.
Let's go.
It's all right. He's leading off, baby. Paredes gets to play again today. He's right behind him in the order. 1-2 punch. With Alvarez behind him and Walker behind him. That's a nice little top four. How long do you think it's going to take for us to get Jeremy Pena? Like the Jeremy Pena that this team needs and that we were accustomed to seeing.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't know, beyond getting flipped in front of second base and then getting pegged the next at bat and being sore and not being able to be in the lineup or in the field the following day, whether it be Corpus or Sugar Land, I'll be honest. I don't even know. I don't even know what his numbers have looked like in Sugar Land. I don't know if he swung it well. I don't know. And clearly the Astros don't have any guardrails on that because they let MI pitch after he was awful in Sugar Land. So it's not like they had to go out there and do something in a game, that was on the positive side. I just have no idea. So I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I don't either. But we'll see. You would imagine it may take him a little time to get into some things and a little time for him to get going a little bit because we haven't seen him play, and he hasn't really played a ton at the major league level in a while. But it's well needed to get Jeremy Payne. Again, this dude was their best all-around everyday player last year, and they've just really not had a lot of them. He came into the season with an injury, and he was kind of going in and out, and now he's had this hamstring issue. So Jeremy Payne is back in the leadoff spot. Starting back into today in Minneapolis.
One good thing, quick old Twitter search at a couple of doubles in the stint. So he's been able to stretch the hamstring out a little bit and hadn't had any problems. Clearly, he survived the train wreck, the tackle there on at second base and the hit by pitch right after that. So he has been obviously swinging it well and been able to stretch out that gate a little bit and test that hamstring. So that's good. That's good relative to him. Hitting the ground, running full speed, obviously, no pun intended, full speed here, as soon as he gets on the field today.
All right, also coming from Chandler Rome of the Athletic, there are pitching moves coming to the Astros. Jason Alexander is here at Target Field. Nate Pearson, who also has not pitched yet, has been clocking over 100 miles an hour in the minors. He has a locker, too. The team has not yet announced a move. Somebody's ass is going down.
Somehow the way that reads right there, I cannot think that the organization is happy with that.
Go to hell.
Like there's before we announce who's even on the trip with us, the reporters are in the locker room and see that we've got guys and pick their phone up and go, oh, by the way, this guy's got a locker, and the other one I just saw walk to the shower. So they're here.
Listen, you got to when you let them in, that's what happens.
Not knocking any reporters at all for doing that. I'm just saying it'd be ideal that the team went ahead and announced, right? Would go ahead and announce before letting reporters in the locker room who's there and what the plan is.
Yeah, a couple of things injury-wise. Also, Myers thought Jake may be back on this trip. We'll see. They are just now in the Twin Cities, so he is not currently with them at this point as Pena has returned, but Jake Myers seems to be getting close. And Josh Hader is going to need a little bit more time. Astros general manager said of Hunter Brown, sometime in mid-June, Hunter Brown will throw live BP on Tuesday, and he could be on his first minor league rehab appearance by the weekend, said Dana Brown.
That move that brought Jason Alexander just announced 50 seconds ago.
Who's coming?
Cody Bolton has been DFA'd.
I really like Cody.
DFA.
The guy that comes in games that are out of hand and has the ability to go 3 innings. I mean, that's probably a pretty valuable guy for this team. But that
he came in with the game in hand.
Yeah, he came in 2-0, didn't he? And he let all three. I think he let all three of them damn runs score.
Yeah, Pete finished up giving up 5 earned.
Oh, Pete, man.
Oh, sorry, Cody.
Good job.
And it was good times, man. Really was. Somebody will pick you up, I think. Dana says could be mid-June, so we'll actually see what that means with Hunter Brown. And it looks like the closer, Josh Hader, is going to need more time, too. Got a little bit more time than they previously thought, so maybe that's not a big gun that is on the way. But also, we haven't really talked a lot about Jose Altuve. He is on the IL, went to the IL over the weekend. Grade 2 left oblique strain, and I mean we'll see how long he's out. I'm certain. I know Jake is out with a back or an oblique strain, and I don't think his was as severe. So the heart and soul of this team, Jose Altuve, he's going to miss I'd say a good amount of time, and we'll see where the Astros are when he gets back. But they're going to be missing him for a little bit.
Yeah, that's
Bryce Matthews, your time, baby.
You know, brother. The good thing is you do have a couple of young guys that are stepping up that can play infield, that can hit lead off or hit in the 9-hole or hit in the top of the lineup if you need to. But with Pena back, you don't need that. So, obviously you're gonna feel when Altuve's not out there. So hopefully he can get back as soon as possible. Damn obliques, man. We got some oblique issues.
What is going on, man? These boys
doing any core in the off season?
Is it getting worse with the new training staff?
You damn sure ain't slowed down.
No, it hasn't. No, it has not.
I'm surprised as much action as Joe and that damn pitching coach got to the mound. I'm surprised they ain't got bad ankles or bad hammies or something.
Maybe an Achilles. We might lose one with Josh Miller.
As much action as they're getting, they need to be load managed.
What do you mean? He needs to let WBC get him a couple in.
Omar's got this one.
Omar, man, take this one, man.
that'd be
no chance in hell.
Wouldn't that be a doozy? Hey, y'all, man, it's been a long season already, man. A spotter needed a day off. He's gonna let Omar take kissing.
I feel like I wonder does Omar feel like Joe's been treating him differently?
No, Joe don't treat nobody different, no matter what's going on.
You feel like that might be your replacement right there?
Nah, Joe don't mind.
Is he giving Omar the cold shoulder a little bit?
Nah, man. Hey, Omar, quit telling me to play these guys. I'm telling you, we got a load management schedule. I'm gonna stick to it, no matter how many injuries we have.
No matter how many we got.
We're not gonna ask these older guys to put any more mileage on their legs, man. No matter what, even if we can sweep the Rangers, we're not gonna do it.
Not doing it. It's not happening. All right.
Even if the whole infield's injured, it don't matter. We're not doing it.
Coming up, is this something that is missing from this Houston Texans offense? Is this something that is missing from their offense that they can really build upon and improve on, that can really take this offense to the next level? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the
no wrong can get a $4 Biggie Bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We just don't get enough Missy Elliott. I really don't think so. That's
Boy,
pretty
there was
good,
a time,
Tyler.
wasn't there?
Oh man,
it's your primitive and yet them.
I'll be honest. I didn't have you having that one, Tyler. I really didn't.
Damn,
you surprised me. Oh, come on, don't say damn. This is a guy. This is a guy who in the last year has just heard of Erykah Badu. Don't tell me damn. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Like I said, it's your primitive and yet them.
Again, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Did you have Tyler rolling out with that one? I did not.
I didn't know that's what she said.
Dog, man. Tyler, did you have that album? I'm about to say,
Yeah.
man.
I don't know about Discman. Yeah.
He burnt it.
Yes.
Are y'all old enough to have burnt CDs?
Oh, yeah.
How old the hell do you think we are?
Well,
What do you think we did? You think
I just didn't know if that was
Clint,
a thing.
I'm 42. You think I just moved right to
It's fair to think that I may not have, but
yeah, but I don't know. Still, I'm thinking you had to be working that in middle school.
oh yeah, we were burning the hell out of CDs, mixing up the songs.
What's my man from oh God, what's that band? Is it Lars from
Metallica?
Metallica. He was really
Oh yeah,
he was really up against Napster and company. Burning them CDs, boy. Woo.
Made a lot of folks hate that band with that.
Yeah. Ooh. That was it. Boy.
Y'all got that new Ludacris yet?
Got it. But see, now that was the deal though. Was
Z CD in the I think it's a black album in the storage unit yesterday.
Oh, the Black Album, huh? I bought that one. I had to buy that one. I thought it was going to be the last
that's
one.
I'm trying to think if that's
the Black Album's the one where he thought he was going to retire. It's going to be his last one.
Was that in the Burn days?
It was in Burn days. I purchased it. I went up there on Tuesday and got it. It came out.
I think that's which one it was. I remember it was my handwriting, big Jay-Z on it. I think it said Black Album underneath.
Black Album.
Could be wrong.
It right there now. Yeah, burning some CDs. Yeah, I bet Tyler probably somebody had somebody. Tyler probably was the one who was burning them.
I bet Tyler was the dope man.
I was yeah. Tyler. I mean, he had
the back of that yellow Hummer.
He had a yellow Hummer. I was about to say he had that yellow Hummer. Hey. There is no way he did not have the capabilities in his home to burn CDs.
I had one of those like binders, the binders with the 4 CDs.
But I'm talking about was you the one that was making them for friends? You probably made money.
That too. But I had that binder full of burns.
Meet me at the back of the Hummer, boys. I got 25 of Missy Elliott's new one. Don't be late. They'll be gone in 20 minutes.
Steve was our burner. Boy, man, we used to ride in that Geo Tracker and just let it ride.
Geo Tracker? Boy, the Geo Tracker with neons underneath it.
Just with that bass banging in the back of that bad boy. Just letting it roll. Geo Tracker.
Well, you got to be careful how many people you get in there, boy. That Geo Tracker was small
especially the big ones. There's some big fellas in that bad boy. 4 deep, big ones in that bad boy. Oh, man, yeah, that was good times. All right, Xavier Hutchinson mentioned what he said. This is when you talk about the identity of what DeMeco Ryans is trying to build in terms as a player in here for the Texans. This is what he said that he is trying to build, and I love that Hutch is an offensive player because you can really feel what DeMeco is trying to build on the other side. It has been harder to feel that on this side. And I'll be honest with you, I think Xavier Hutchinson is probably one of the I can't say it. I can't make myself say it.
Swarm.
Yeah, one of those type players on offense. I think he is. I think he is one of those probably the physical players that they like to have on offense. But this is him talking about the identity of this type of player that DeMeco's tried to create.
last
Well,
in that building.
how would you describe what the identity of a Texans player is then?
You've probably heard it a lot. Swarm.
Yeah.
It's quite literally swarm. I know, you use that for defense.
Yeah.
But as far as offense, like, it's just playing fast, playing physical. Because, if you play fast, you play physical, and you have fun, which, sounds corny.
Yeah.
Trust me, it sounded corny coming out of my
feel
mouth, but when you do it.
But I feel like cliches exist because they exist right in front of you, and
100%.
they're very hard to execute on. And if you execute on them, that's where success comes from.
No, 100%. 100%. And that's really that's just our whole motto, to be honest with you. It's just a swarm about the day.
Right.
Like, put all the personal feelings aside, put how you feel that day.
Yeah.
When you put those cleats on, you step on the field, like, it's about one thing and one thing only.
You know what? Listening to him, it is really interesting, Clint, because that you can look at that. Play fast, physical, and free. How often has this offense done that in this time? Right? Like, how often? They're like, Tyler, you watch them every week. There is no way over the last several years that the offensive line has ever played fast, physical, and free. Like, ever been just like, all right, we know exactly what the hell we gonna do, and we're about to play hard and play fast and physical. This offensive line has never. They look like as soon as the ball is snapped, all right, here we go. Nobody let him in. Don't do nothing here. Don't do nothing. Like, they're just all over the place. Like, the O-line definitely has never done that.
Not very swarmy.
Okay.
Well, that's what X was talking about.
No, they haven't. Maybe Nico. Maybe a couple of years ago, or Nico, Tank, and Steph Diggs in those 2 years, maybe there was some freedom there. There was some freedom where you could feel like CJ and Tank were kind of, off schedule making plays that rookie year. But the O-line doesn't play that way. Damian Pierce never played with any type of freedom. He was taking a calculus test, sitting back there every time trying to figure out which hole to go to. Right? Maybe Joe Mixon did that, but he was still trying to figure out the jigsaw puzzle of guys getting their asses kicked right in his lap at times. So this offense, C.J. Stroud, that's a whole nother play. But the offense in general, they have never played to that level.
Well, look, I think the big picture here is when you're asked about the swarm mentality, it's oftentimes tied to the Texans organization, when in reality it is all about the Texans defense. Because to your point overall, there's been few and far between moments in time where you could even get remotely close to saying that run of offense is the swarm mentality that we're looking like in its offensive form. To your point, the physicality up front, they're admitting right now by bringing all these other guys in that physicality was not there, right? The David Montgomery move, obviously on the heels of Joe Mixon, clearly that's an individual player there. I mean, they're when it comes to being the swarm, which the fast, the physical, the violent, the dictating and imposing your will on people that we see so beautifully executed on the defensive side by our defensive players, you're right. It is a far cry from that on the offensive side. So, look, I think it's cute. It's cute to talk about the offense is swarmy as well. But the reality of it is I think Nick and D'Amico are trying to get this offense there. That's why they signed the guys that they signed this offseason. It's why they went so extreme with that kind of player and so extreme to we've got to establish the run first and foremost.
Now, the O-line does feel like there may be, especially running the football, there may be a physical freedom and understanding of what you're doing, and they can play that.
Well, hopefully you got to be a bad bunch up front to be able to do that. I mean, you've got your offensive coordinator's got to have an unbelievable commitment to the run game, and your dudes up front got to be some bad dudes to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. We'll see if that happens. But the reality of it is that the swarm mentality is very obvious when our defense is on the field, and it's hard to find when our offense is on the field. And so hopefully we can get there with our run game. Hopefully we can get there with David Montgomery and Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith and a second year with Ingram And this Rutledge kid that they drafted, hopefully we can get there, and it takes over the offense as well, because that would be a beautiful thing. Bottom line is this: you look at that put all these different, the swarmy and all what it stands for and all that kind of job. The reality of it is, when you look at our defense, more times than not, they are dictating the game from the defensive side of the football, right? And offensively, we are reactive from jump and not very good at it, right? So they've got to get to a point where ultimately they start dictating to the opponent, whether that's through the run game or it's through, the offensive coordinator, play caller, quarterback get better, whatever it is, they've got to start dictating to the defense and controlling the game in their own way, the way that our defense does pretty consistently versus most opponents.
Yeah. Now, you can tell a real difference in just, there's not a lot of thinking, it appears, with the Texas defense. Which defense, that happens with defense on offense, as opposed to offense anyway. Some of it's see ball, go get ball. But at least across the offensive line, at some point, like when you watch the Rams, they look like they're playing free and everybody knows exactly what they're wanting to do. Yeah. When you look at offenses like that, they don't even have to be like high-level offenses, right? You can just see offenses where these guys know exactly what they want to do, and they're coming off the ball like that. Well, the Texans just haven't had that.
I think, Ron, and you've been out there quite a bit. I mean, it's when I watch the Texans defense practice, everything about the way they practice is defined by swarm.
Yeah.
Right. And then we watch the offense for years now. We've watched the offense, and there's been moments, but I think overall, especially under Nick Caley so far, I think it was a disservice by D'Amico. I thought it was a bad decision by D'Amico to treat training camp the way that he did and just abuse the offense. But the offense went out there, and it was almost a hope and pray. Boy, I hope we make a couple plays today. You make a play and it's like, oh, man, hey, look, we made a play. I mean, the defense goes out there and they don't expect to make plays. They expect to turn you over multiple times and dominate you when they're on the field, right? They got to find a way to get their offense to be the offensive version of that, just from a confidence level and execution standpoint, and then you got something.
Yeah. It's something that is. I hope that is something that they can incorporate, because over the years, man, they're just. They're always learning some new offense. It feels like they're always learning something new, so it's hard to just be free in that space. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated on all the news and notes coming out from the Astros. New addition. One of the big guns are back. We'll let you know what that is, giving you the lineups. Get you ready for the playoffs tonight. The big one, the one that everybody's wanting to watch, Spurs and Thunder tonight, as well as many other things, including one of the off-season stories of the NFL has finally come to a conclusion. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I have made fire! Ready!
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. That's two different people have the latest. And the latest is, guys, Sabres. All right, I'm just kidding.
Hold on, so.
Uh-oh.
I know Rob Torres is like, hell yeah, Sabres. I mean, Rob is our hockey guy, boy, on YouTube. No, the latest is not the Stanley Cup playoffs. I feel bad. I really don't know what the hell's going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'll pick it up here soon, I think.
I will not.
Some of it. Maybe. Montreal, Buffalo. Let's break it down. Who do you know?
You didn't have Montreal till they just threw the matchup.
No, I did not. I did not have the Canadiens. I almost was about to get Tyler to give me a breakdown of this series, but because I know he could. I know he would.
Got to watch the slap shot of number 17 for the Canadians.
There you go. Right, Anderson's his name, by the way.
Anderson, by the way. Oh, Anderson, if you're looking for it, man. Hey. Hot goaltender. Yeah, hot goaltender. This is quite a rivalry. No, the latest is the Astros. They've got some injury notes there, and it feels like these are things that are going to continue to kind of come down the pike here in just a bit. But Jason Alexander has been activated, and Cody Bolton has been DFA'd. Thank you for your services, Cody. And as we know that Jose Altuve is going on the IL with that oblique, he makes a roster spot for Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena is leading off and in the lineup as well. We'll give you the rest of that here in a bit. It is expected that Nate Pearson out of the bullpen, somebody they have wanted to have out there who they've not had the services of yet this year, it looks like he could be up as well. This also coming, Clint Tyler from Chandler Rome. Jake Myers is en route to Minneapolis right now and should be active at some point in the series. Nate Pearson is here, but also not yet active. He will factor into the series, Joe Espada said. So you're getting Pena back today. Jake Myers is en route now. Nate Pearson is there and should have a spot anywhere. So somebody sitting there knows that Nate Pearson is about to take their job, and they're going to go back to Sugar.
Well, they got plenty of guys that are in that
eligible.
That are eligible to have their job taken. We'll see how it all unfolds. As these guys, it will be interesting to see, which guys end up going to Sugar Land when a bunch of these guys start getting healthy. Obviously, you mentioned Pena, Jake Myers right around the corner, Josh Hader's right around the corner as well. Then you got the guys like Altuve and obviously Correa's not coming back, but Diaz at some point. You've got some guys that'll be coming back, and it will be interesting to see who they send down, because I do think you got a couple of guys, obviously in Bryce, obviously in Shoemake. Those two guys are swinging it well and playing well, and seem to be having kind of some expanding roles here. When guys like Cam Smith are struggling, and obviously there's more than that. There's several guys up there, but some familiar faces could potentially be going down versus some of the newer guys. So it'll be interesting how the Astros handle it at that point. But it will be, that would be a great problem to have.
Yeah.
To see.
With these guys coming up. By the way, the lineup here: Jeremy Pena leading off at short.
That makes sense.
Paredes at third.
Okay.
Alvarez is the DH. And Christian Walker is at first base. Zach DeZenzo Shoemake, who's been hot. Shoemake playing second base tonight in center field. Bryce Matthews. Looks like maybe Bryce, Shoemake. We'll see who's all going to get turns at that second base. I wouldn't mind to see if Paredes could actually play there. Remember, that was the thought that he might. He might. Well, who knows? He probably
Who's that leave at third?
Shoemake almost got his head taken off yesterday. But well, I don't know who was that hit that ball down. I think it was Berger. I think it was Jake Berger again. Almost took his head off playing third. And then the struggling Cam Smith. Sorry, Cam, but you are in right field. And then Christian Vasquez is catching. And all of this for what really is going to be the story tonight. Imai. Do you think you will, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, do you think when we come in here tomorrow talking about the show, do you think that you will feel better about Imai than you feel today? Do you think that performance will make you feel better?
Man, I hope so. No. I think, there's something about a guy that is pushed back, and it seems like he has pushed back about kind of the whole approach to pitching over here is different than back home. It didn't go well when he was doing what the Astros were wanting to do, and it seemed like the Astros may have caved a little bit and said, okay, well, you do whatever the hell you want to do, and he rolled out there, and it was no better. And so, I would like to think that now that they both kind of had their go at this thing, they can settle in and have a game plan as to how they're going to attack hitters throughout a game instead of M.I. wanting to do his thing, the Astros wanting him to do a different thing, and now you've got coaches and catchers that are trying to call games, and M.I. wants it a different way, and it just doesn't seem like a recipe for success on the mound at all in a time when, boy, we need some consistency. We need to put ourselves at least be putting ourselves in position with these guys to allow them to have their best outing. So I don't know what the hell it's going to look like, but I just hope that it's not this another night of a tug of war between a promising young pitcher and an organization based on how they want to attack hitters. I mean, I hope we can get beyond that at this point in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, they're not. It doesn't seem like they're on the same page at all on a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And someone texted in, I will probably feel worse tomorrow. He gives me no hope. I'm just hoping that we just see some signs of something, something that brought him. Because the Astros weren't the only team who were seeking him out. There were other teams who wanted to try to bring him in. And you look at his numbers in Japan, and he was fantastic. So you look at that. You just hope to see some glimpses of that. Hope to see something of that. But they got to. I mean, if he's going to come up here and pitch, he's got to look better than what he has. That just can't roll. Where he's just coming down here and just walking people. And we'll see if he can do that. Can you just improve on that? Hell, I'll take some hits. Can you just improve on not just giving free base runners? I mean, he's hitting guys. He don't know where the hell it's going.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs get going. The conference finals get going tonight. But yesterday there was a Game 7, and the Cavs, they advanced past the Pistons, and boy, did they beat the hell out of them boys. It was 125-94, and it was out of hand. It was out of hand, really, to be honest, even earlier than that. Then the third quarter, I looked up. It was 20 in the early in the third quarter, and Donovan Mitchell just went off. Allen just went off. Man, that was one of Tyler's really good bets. He is playing his ass off right now. Too bad for Tyler, he's a Longhorn, but he is playing his ass off right now. But they will take on the Knicks, and James Harden. Also a part of this. Now, he didn't have his best scoring game, but really from games 3, 4, 5, and 6, he was arguably their best player. He picked it up big time, even in game 6 when they got beat down. He was really, really good, or pretty decent in that game as well. But they will take on the Knicks, and this will be interesting. I'm telling you, and I know this pisses Tyler off and several guys who cuss me out when I say this. I can't help it. I can't help what the heart desires. I really can't. and the heart desires that James Harden doesn't make an ass out of himself. And I'd like to see James Harden in the finals.
Somebody stop that man!
I would. I'm sorry.
I said it last week, Ron. I'm not. It'd be good to see. I'm not going to say I'm going to put my pom-poms up in the air and all that kind of job, but it would be good to see. Look, there's no doubt about it. He's one of the better players in the game over the last handful of years. There's no doubt about it. He's fallen short a lot, and he's given folks like Tyler plenty of reason to call him a turd. He's earned every bit of it.
Turd Ferguson.
Yeah, something about it at the end of his career, being able to turn the corner and get a championship, I think would be good to see. It warmed my heart a bit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You won't see it. Don't worry.
Just the final, and I'm with you, Tyler. I think the Knicks are serious serious right now, and I don't know if he's going to make it, but I don't know, man. I kind of want to see it. I found myself pulling for the Cavs yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I found myself really down the stretch the last couple of games.
Well, they're pretty easy to root for, right?
By the way, do you think he wants to shave that beard?
No.
It's looking.
Have you seen what he's got underneath? I don't think so.
But it looks uncomfortable. It's starting to look uncomfortable.
Well, I just think he's made his brand is the beard. I just don't think he has. I don't even think it crosses his mind.
You don't think it does? Oh, it has to a couple of times, like. Because it's getting right here, man, in the lips and man.
I think with at least a couple of people that pay him money and he gets endorsements from, they have in the contract he cannot get rid of the beard.
Oh, I think I'm certain he's got money tied into it.
You're just asking if he.
But you think he just sit there and think, boy, I can't wait to get rid of this.
Well, he's probably got a little better beard trimming practices than the rest of you.
I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Have you seen him? It does not look like it. It looks like he has not gotten hit.
Well, whatever bothers him, like when I have a beard or anything around my, I don't like the corners of my mouth. Like I don't like the mustache in the side part of it.
I don't either. I try to keep it low. So his is thick.
Yeah, he's had his a while. He probably treats his got pretty soft hair around his face. Mine gets pretty bristly. I don't treat it very well.
A little soft bristly. All right, tonight, Spurs and Thunder. And Oklahoma City is a 6.5-point favorite in Game 1 tonight. And I will say this, Clint. I do not have the balls to pick against the Thunder to win this series. I think it's going to be very, very tight. I can see the Spurs winning it. I do, however, think the Spurs have a really good shot to win this one, to win this game. I think they could come in and win this game. The Thunder, first off, they've struggled with the Spurs. They lost. They played 5 times in the regular season, and the Spurs won 4 of them. So they've had some struggles with them, and I do think the competition is a big jump up from what they've been facing with the Suns and the Lakers. They've at times just not even brought like anything close to their A game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Spurs could get this one tonight, and then we'll see what happens. I would still pick the Thunder in 6 or 7, but I do think this one is gettable tonight.
Yeah, look, I think the series is gettable. I know they're not favored, obviously, but it wouldn't shock me one bit if the Spurs didn't get the Thunder in this series. I'm Texas through and through, so I want San Antonio to win, no doubt about it, especially when it's a neighbor that they're playing, a neighbor to the north in Oklahoma City. But I'm interested in the series because of San Antonio. I've said it before. Oklahoma City, respect and admire the championship DNA, the championship caliber team approach to winning championship. Love it. They don't do anything for me when I watch them. I'm tuning in to watch San Antonio without a doubt. I believe that Wemby, I think the team overall is deep enough to run with Oklahoma City, and I think that Wemby is going to force them to, including SGA, to kind of change his game a bit or make it extremely difficult for him to capitalize with his game, that mid to short range game. I think Wemby's got a chance to alter shots consistently throughout the series where it impacts the series. So I'm going San Antonio in this one, Chip.
Yeah. Wemby getting there early. They say teams have to suffer first. and we'll see. But Wemby is a different animal, and we'll see what happens there. But game 1 tonight, as the Western Conference Finals, a lot of people see this and view this as a potential. Really, this is the finals. A lot of people think this is the finals, and whoever wins this one will go on and beat whoever comes out of the East. We'll see. But a big one tonight as Shea won his MVP, won his second straight MVP over the weekend. Victor was third behind Jokic. He's the unanimous Defensive Player of the Year award winner. Those two are going to face off.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, other news that dropped over the weekend, and we're starting to hear more of it today. 4-time MVP Aaron Rodgers, and a lot of signs pointed towards this, signs a 1-year deal, the 42-year-old, with the Pittsburgh Steelers. His deal is worth up to $25 million. Base salary is between 22 and 23, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. But there is some incentives. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, with his old coach Mike McCarthy, will bring Aaron back for 1 more year. The only thing I hate, he is one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen. He's in his 40s, and it feels like he's just playing for the love of the game, because it doesn't feel like he's playing with a real chance to win a ring.
Yeah, look, I just hope, win a ring or not, I just hope we don't see Aaron Rodgers fall off the cliff from Father Time jumps on his back. You know, that's the part that I hope we don't see, because he can still spin it around with the best of them right now based on what we know. I hope he doesn't play long enough to where that changes. We saw it happen to Drew Brees. We've seen it happen to several quarterbacks. Hopefully it doesn't happen with Aaron Rodgers. The one thing is I think this is, forget Aaron and Father Time, I think this is the best case scenario for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think whether you look at it from a team perspective, you got DK Metcalf you paying a boatload of money to. They just signed Michael Pittman. They drafted a receiver, I believe, in the second round. You've got weapons. You want to have somebody out there that at least gives you a chance. You're not a team that's going to tank and go through 3 or 4 win season and change, and completely rebuild this thing. That's not an option. You got a defense that can play when they're healthy. You got a quarterback that can play, assuming Father Time doesn't jump on his back. You got weapons, right? They got a good to great offensive line. And then I think the bigger play here for longer term is you got Aaron Rodgers, Will Howard, who's a championship quarterback at Ohio State, and then Drew Aller, who has all of the kid from Penn State, who has all of the tangibles that you want: size, arm strength, ability. He is super raw, and Mike McCarthy will have a chance to work with him the way he has with several players. And so I think you look at this thing, if Aaron goes out there, plays well, you're competitive, keep everybody happy at the very least, next year you got a future competition between Will Howard in year 3 and Drew Aller going into year 2. I think that's a healthy competition and an ideal way to kind of unfold the quarterback room there. So we'll see if it works out on paper and in theory. I like it. We'll see if it works out that way throughout the season.
All right, Aaron Rodgers found his home in Pittsburgh yet again. We'll see if this is it for Aaron Rodgers. Coming up, T Mill's best bets as he finished off Friday. He went big fish hunting. He had 5 bets and he got 4 out of the 5. Baby, he finished off big time. So he was out of the red from last week. And these last 2 Mondays have been Green Mondays, so stay tuned, see if you can win a little money. And it's one thing to see what Nico Collins can do. It's another thing to hear others that work with him, that play the same position as him, talk about what he's able to do. We'll discuss that next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Look, I hope you never need them. I hope you never meet them. But if you do, you need to know this. You can rely on them, you can bank on them, and you can be confident in Mokaram.
Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets. Look at that Friday, man. Look at that Friday.
Look at God.
Yeah, damn it. Took that from me. The balls to go for 5, which I would never do. I lose. I go, what'd you go, 0 for 3 that one day? I go 0 for 3. I'm out. I'm out for the next 3 days.
I turn it up enough.
I'm out for the next amount of days it took me. You went for 5 and got 4 out of 5. Having a big end to the week. 9 of 17. That's above 50%, folks. 9 of 17. Let's see where he is coming up here today as he starts a new week. Mondays have been, it used to be a struggle. Not anymore. We've had back-to-back green Mondays. So
broke that habit.
Yeah, it's a tough habit, but he broke it. So we'll see what that looks like. But T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. All right, Nico Collins. Nico Collins is just because of what's around him and what's behind him, and not just from a receiver position, but just really overall from a weapons position, he automatically is one of the most important players for the Texans. I mean, just automatically. And we saw with our own beady little eyes, shout out to you, Stone Cold, you used to say that all the time. We saw ourselves what that offense looked like when he didn't make it to New England.
Give me a hell yeah.
Now CJ threw some ill-advised balls, but damn it, it wasn't like people was out there creating a whole lot of separation. 2 for 20 was the one probably creating the most separation. Christian Kirk got a couple of catches, but it was a strug mission for them to not have their guy. He is extremely important. And you want to know when a guy's important? When you start having dudes that play the same position as you, that have been there from the jump, and they see you and they understand what you can bring to the table on your own team, it shows your value in the type of dude you are. Here's Xavier Hutchinson talking about the number one weapon for the Texans.
Yak ability.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for his hands. Like at all. I think if you've ever really watched us play, I could maybe count on my hands how many times I've seen him let the ball come to his chest.
Yeah.
Like his hands are always out here. Always. Yeah. Always. But like for him being as big as he is, like some of the cuts that he's able to make, it's like remarkable because like somebody that tall shouldn't be able
I agree.
to get out of their breaks like that. Yeah. And he does it to a T.
Right.
Yeah. I think that is the thing that makes him great. There are two things. Superpower. He talked about it. He's a hassle to tackle. I like that.
That's good.
Sorry about that. He's a hassle to tackle. He is. We've talked about it. I think there should be 3 to 4 screens, wide receiver screens, hitches, whatever, that just gets him the ball quickly, because I think he can get 5 yards if the defensive backs play it perfectly, because he just seems to make the first guy miss and can be out the gate for big yards. But also, Clint, he seems to have the ability to play multiple different and run multiple different routes, multiple different wide receiver positions and run multiple different routes for somebody who's 6'4", 225 that you generally don't see. And he can run those routes. And I would say it started to look like Bobby Slowick was doing it a little bit towards the end of his tenure, but I don't think we've been able to see the Texans explore that part of his game enough that would give him the ability to move around and do different things with it.
Well, I think that with other than signing other players and better players at positions, other than that, I think the quickest way you can improve this offense is to use Nico Collins the way you should use Nico Collins. And to your point, I think you laid it out. I mean, whether it's quick game, triggers in the offense that get him the football right now, or screens, moving him around. Like I think this offense gets significantly better if you just do more with your best player, which seems like it's not difficult to do. But for whatever reason, there was resistance to do that last year consistently with Nick Caley. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, other than maybe just use. So hopefully we see it as they grow. I think the end of that clip you played is the most unique thing about Nico Collins. I think when you talk about yards after catch. After you catch the football, or yards after contact, however you want to couch it, he's really good and better than most receivers in that yak category, right? You look at him, you can understand that. Big body, thick. He clearly can move. Okay, so he's hard to tackle. Cool, makes sense. NFL wide receiver, hell, he ought to have good hands, right? I mean, you ought to have good hands. You not only not drop the ball, but catch the ball away from your body, not let it get into your pads. Okay, makes sense. When where you get to a point that I think makes him very, very rare is the 6'4", 200+ that can run the way that he can run. He also has the ability to sink his weight and get in and out of breaks. And that's what Xavier Hutchinson was talking about. His ability at that size to get in and out of breaks and do it so fluidly, it's like he's a 5'11" or 6-foot receiver that's sitting at $185 or $190, and that's how those guys have to play because they're smaller and shiftier. Nico Collins is rare because he can do those smaller body things in an elite fashion, and it's what takes him to the next level.
Yeah, and I would hope that we can. These are one of the things about Nick Caley where we talk about different things. I hope that he finds a way to explore that, because it seemed like we watched a ton last year where it was easy to just take Nico Collins out of games. You just didn't move him. It was like they wanted him to be outside right there, and you would just hope there could be, progression in the offense and understanding what your talent can do, because he most definitely can do it.
Yeah. Look, the hill I'll die on, Ron, screen game, creative quicks, multiple formations, shifts and motions. If you're going to be a good offense in 2026 in the NFL, you've got to have those things in your system. You got to go to them early and often. They have to be part of what you develop that opponents have to prepare for. You don't just do it once or two or three times in a game and it didn't work, so you just abort. You just take it completely out of your next game plan, right? It's got to be part of what you do. And I'll argue the way that they play offensive football, the way that it looks like they're going to want to play offensive football, they have more of a reason to have a strong emphasis on creative quicks, run game, formation, creative formations, shifts and motions than other teams do, right? So, and Nico, where I'm going with that is Nico is a big, big, big part of that. If you're not going to go out and sign other quote-unquote weapons and you're not going to use the ones you have in a creative fashion, then you better use the one player that's at the top 5 at his position offensively. You better use him in exotic, creative ways, or I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked about what Nick Caley's doing. So I agree with you. I think overall, Nico Collins is too good a player, and the way that he has success screams move him around, create touches for him, get him the ball in space, not just line him up at X receiver and let him run one-on-one routes.
Let's get to T-Mill's best bets, baby. Let's see if we can get a little money action here on a Monday, a green Monday. What you got?
I got 3 picks around Major League Baseball for Monday's best bets. First bet for the people, I got the Cubs winning tonight. I got the Cubs money line at -150 odds. They are hosting the Milwaukee Brewers. Cubs to win. Within that game, I am on an under. Brewers and Cubs under 10.5 tonight. Cubs have hit more overs than not, but not whenever it comes to the Brewers. If you look back to last season, they're going to hit the under. These arms on the mound, I should have made note of them, but I like the 2 guys pitching for both the Cubs and the Brewers. I think under 10.5 is your best bet. And then your third and final best bet tonight is the big fella, old reliable Jordan, over 1.5 total bases up in Minnesota for the Astros.
Yeah, he was starting to swing it again pretty well. There was that little run that Jordan was just after just striking out aimlessly, but he is starting to swing it again. 1.5 bases that ought to
one swing of the bat.
Yeah, that could work. Double, triple, probably not triple. Please no triples. Or here's the thing about the ballpark. Honestly, for the Astros today, right now, one of the scariest things is Jordan turning it up into high gear to round second to try to get to third. Right now, with all the injury concerns that they have, that's one of the scariest situations. Oh, my God. Please be standing up.
The knees are looming.
Oh, my God. We know what he does when he gets around bases. Coming up, some Astros news, some news injury front-wise and everything, and we'll look at what they did this weekend as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. Look, I got a question for you. Do you consider yourself a responsible adult? If you do, let me.
.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's been a fun day here on The Drive on a Monday. We will keep this thing live and local as Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will follow us. Time to play a little game, the fellas, after we get done. Texans, what if for the season of 2026? So don't miss that. That's coming right up as we get finished. And then, as always, the very best damn late night show in all of Houston, right here on Sports Radio 610, Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Mid-C, a.k.a. Seabass, a.k.a. Colin, is in the building producing that thing for the fellas. But PC, Bijani, they got you till 11 o'clock, a little baseball postgame show as well. See if this is a 10-game road trip right here. 10-game road trip starting in Minnesota. See if they can get this thing started off right, Clint. And you can catch that coming up a little bit later on Area 45. Did want to pass across some news there with the Astros. It looks like, obviously, we knew Jose Altuve was placed on the injured list, and Jeremy Pena is going to join this big league club, and he will start tonight. And as Altuve goes on, he takes his space there. But then there's some other moves and potential moves coming up. Jason Alexander has been activated, and Cody Bolton has been DFA'd for the Astros and their pitching staff. And Jake Myers, according to Chandler Rome, Jake Myers, a center fielder who is dealing with his own oblique issue, he is en route to Minneapolis right now and should be active at some point in the series. Also, Nate Pearson, bullpen arm, he's already there and has not yet been activated, but it looks like, according to manager Joe Espada, he will be a factor at some point in this series. So they are starting to get some guys back, starting to get some guys. Pena, their leadoff hitter, again, as we said last year with all the injuries, he was an all-star and their best everyday player. That is big to get him back. He really came into his own in that leadoff spot and had a big, big year. It will be big for them to have him, especially with Correa out, now Altuve out extended time. You'd like them all to be able to play together, but it's big to get him back in.
Well, you get Pena back at short. You get Paredes in the game, preferably Espada at third, and then Bryce and Shoemake can flip at second right there, and obviously you got Christian Walker at first. I think it obviously lengthens the lineup a little bit as well. And so, yeah, man, I mean, the quicker we can get these guys back healthy and see if we can't turn the tide a bit, it'd be nice.
Let me ask you something. Those of you as well, you can jump in on YouTube, Twitch, text line. Did this weekend do anything for you in terms of, hey, all right, I might there may still be a slight flickering chance. They go in. They take 2 of 3, right? They avoided being swept, but they took 2 of 3 they avoided being swept by the Mariners, but they took 2 of 3 from the Rangers. Won the first 2. You saw really good pitching performances. Tang went in there and gave you 5 innings of scoreless baseball. Obviously, Spencer Arrighetti carried a no-hitter very late into that game, but he was special. And then really Pete Lambert's line is worse than what he actually pitched. He was scoreless through 5 and pitched really, really well. And then, I mean, we saw the bats going. 4, you like some people to be on, but 4 solo home runs in game 2 of that series and did just enough there. Did anything happen with these guys starting to come back that gave you a little just glimmer of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still there. I'm still watching. I'm not buying tickets. I'm not damn sure not buying memorabilia or hats or clothing or anything like that.
I got you there yet?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. He lost me on that deal, but I'm there. I mean, I think if they can get the pitching that they got all 3 games against the Rangers, they're going to win a lot of baseball games. I mean, Pete, as you mentioned, Pete Lambert was really good, 2-0 in the 7th inning, and then loaded the bases up, and Cody Bolton comes in there and lets all 3 of those loaded the bases up across the damn plate. So, if Cody's able to get in and out right there, then we're talking a little different about Pete as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a glimmer. You can win series if you can get decent pitching, and they got really good pitching. But yeah, I mean, there's a glimmer there for sure, no doubt.
I want it to get there. Because there's a glimmer. And you're starting to see, wow, okay, Lambert and Spencer Aggetti are showing to be guys that are starting to become dependable, right? And they, as we heard from Dana said that Hunter Brown may be mid-June with that, but he is starting to become dependable. You add him to it, Hunter Brown, maybe you got 3 starters where you feel like, hey, man, they're going to give us – they can give us in the ballpark of a quality start. And that's what those two, Spencer and Pete, have been mostly doing, right? Like what you said, Pete got himself into the 7th with 2 runs or less. That's a quality start until all hell broke loose. But I can see that. But then Clinton Tyler, he does stuff like, Sunday, man, we're trying to get the sweep, man. We got to get going. We got to win games. And he goes out there knowing Altuve, unless there's an injury with Paredes or something, but I don't know. He's in the starting lineup playing third base today. The decision to go and sit him anyway, knowing that you had big guns out to begin with and Altuve was not going to be able to go, and to sit him out, it's just like it's hard to trust that they're always trying to put themselves in the
It ain't hard to trust. I don't trust him one bit. I don't trust Joe Esposito. This is the –
or who all ever's making these decisions.
I'm going to tell you the worst thing that can happen this season for me as an Astros fan is what happened. Was it last year when they missed by 1 game?
Yep.
This year, given how things have unfolded and given how we just continue to load manage guys, except for the one guy that needs to be load managed possibly is in Yordan Alvarez, you continue to load manage guys at times when it's blatantly obvious that, hey, man, I'm going to have to ask you guys, hey, Paredes, I'm going to have to ask you you got to play this off today, man. I need you to work a little overtime for us, bub. I think you understand why. Like, it's
a long season, y'all.
You're going to look up and you played this long season card all year long, Joe, and you're going to miss the playoffs by a game or 2 when your ass was load managing guys when your whole infield was hurt. That's going to be painful.
Well, right now, you're going to miss the playoffs by a whole bunch of games. And if you are serious about trying to get back and put yourself in a position to go, like you can't, that can't be the call.
See a lot of baseball.
No, I agree. I don't like it when you're in contention, much less when you're trying to dig your way out of the hole.
That can't be the call, man. He's got to go today. Like, I'm serious. Right now for the foreseeable future, like, it's a hard time to take Pena, Paredes, and maybe Pena you're easing back, but really Pena, Paredes, Alvarez, and Christian Walker out of the lineup.
Agreed.
It is a hard chance. I mean, you're double digits under 500 right now.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
If you're trying to get back.
But forget the standings right now. They're 5 games back, by the way, in the division. But forget the standings, right? The manager gets up there and says, we are in desperate need of some good quality, consistent baseball. You play it for 2 games, and then you decide you're going to rest guys. I mean, that's the part that is just baffling to me. Hey, let's work overtime and get our ass back into a respectable position. Then we can rest some guys.
Man, that Sunday lineup, boy. I mean, after you get past, I mean, it's Bryce Matthews to kick it off. but then it's Jordan, Christian Walker, and then after that, Zach Cole, Zach DeZenzo, Shoemake, Cam Smith, Salazar, Nick Allen. And Paredes, you can't sit down, big dog.
He's a guy that don't like to sit anyway.
Man, you got to DH something. You got to maybe Jordan go in the left.
I'm gonna tell you,
he can't sit down. But
if I were an Astro player, I wish Paredes. I wish what's his name? I wish Espada would walk his ass up and even shape his mouth to say, "I'm gonna sit tonight." Are you gonna rest tonight, big fella?
Yeah, no, I don't. Those four, they don't even need to look at the score. Like they don't even look at the scorecard.
We're gonna get a quick rest day for Pena here. Coming off this hammy, even though he's been playing in Sugarland.
No, they don't even like Jordan. You're in. Don't worry about it. By the way, he's played every game of the season. Isak at 27.
Did not realize that.
Every game of the season. Isak at 27. Hey man, I know Altuve went down, big dog, but we need you to go ahead and hold that off day. Take your Sunday.
It's a long season, man.
You want to go to church, man? Go ahead.
Shut up, Joe.
Service. Clint, great job.
Let you know when you can talk.
We'll get all this little funk.
No, Joe. I'm going to let you know when you can talk. You are the funk.
And I feel like that decision's not all Joe, but God, dog, it's ridiculous.